The Lighter Side of Cruising Part 1 by Steve Barker. Welcome aboard, intrepid traveler. Or should I say, future cruise enthusiast. Whichever you are, you're about to embark on a voyage through the lighter side of cruising with me, Steve Barker, your self-appointed cruise comedian and master of maritime mischief. Don't worry, I promise not to hit you with a life preserver or make you walk the plank. Well, unless you're into that sort of thing. This book is a delightful concoction of helpful hints, cheeky anecdotes, and laugh-out-loud moments, all centered around the wonderful world of cruising. Think of it as your personal guide to the high seas, minus the seasickness and awkward captain's dinners. It's a blend of practical advice and humorous escapades, giving you the tools to navigate your cruise with a smile on your face and a cocktail in hand. Now, if you're here for a serious, no-nonsense guide to cruising, you've taken a wrong turn at the buffet line. This book is about seeing the cruise experience through my eyes, as it happens, in all its chaotic and hilarious glory. From the joys of finding the best deck chair tip, it's not the one next to the screaming toddler, to the perils of overindulging at the midnight chocolate buffet, I'm here to share it all. So, whether you're a seasoned sailor or a cruise virgin, I hope that this book will inspire you to book your next adventure on the high seas. And if it doesn't, well, I'll just have to take the travel director aside and give him a good talking to. After all, finding the perfect cruise is a personal mission of mine, and I take my duty very seriously. Seriously funny, that is. Get ready to laugh, learn, and maybe even snort your piña colada out of your nose. Welcome to the lighter side of cruising. Bon voyage. Baltic Cruise, a solo adventure. Day 1, home to the ship in the first day. As I lay there, snug as a bug in a rug in the distance, I heard the sound of a sparrow fart, so with an outreached hand, I grabbed the nearest timepiece to check on the timeage. It was indeed daft o'clock. Time to get my lazy butt out of bed and make way to London Heathrow for the flight to Copenhagen, where I would meet the Norwegian Star and start the long-awaited cruise. Well, I did not think much of the SAS airplane, but never mind, I suppose it is only an air taxi and 1.5-hour flight. I was glad to see the cabin crew was not dressed in a one-piece black jumpsuit and wearing balaclavas. I suppose the letters SAS printed on the aeroplane do not stand for an elite British fighting unit but a Scandinavian airline company instead. I was glad about that, as I didn't fancy bailing out over Copenhagen as someone from the cabin crew shouted, "Go, go, go." Getting through the formalities at Copenhagen was straightforward, taking only about 10 minutes or so before entering the main arrivals hall. The airport seemed hectic, with no precise control, but it must work. After searching for what seemed like ages, I managed to locate the NCL guide, who had been cleverly hidden next to a big sign with NCL proudly displayed. Ingenious, was soon on my way to the coach and transferred to the ship. I started to talk to a charming young lady who was also making her way to the coach, suitcases and all. Friendly banter was exchanged with the young woman in question, to the coach. While chatting, it was discovered that she was joining the Norwegian Star as one of the crew. So it goes to prove that staff-friendly behavior starts before you even arrive at the ship. Well played, NCL. So, there I was, strolling into the port, fully prepared for the classic waiting game before setting foot on the ship. But oh boy, was I in for a surprise. Instead of lounging around for an hour, I found myself caught up in a whirlwind of health questionnaires and check-ins faster than you can say, anchors away. All designed to make me question my decision to embark on this adventure. And just when I thought I had escaped the madness, I had to navigate through what can only be described as a gauntlet of packhounds, or as NCL likes to call them, photographers. They were prowling around, just waiting to pounce on unsuspecting passengers like a scene out of a wildlife documentary. But fear not, I managed to pull off some top-tier stealth moves and slip past them like a ninja in the night. I chuckled to myself as I watched them redirect their attention to a group of poor souls who unwittingly stumbled into their clutches, positioned perfectly in front of a suspiciously green screen. Ah, the joys of embarkation day! While waiting for my cabin to be free, I decided to make the most of the beverage package I had already purchased and headed for the Red Lion bar for a well-earned cold beer. Okay, several. After checking with the helpful barman on what was included in the package, I sat down with the aforesaid beer. Feeling as sprightly as a caffeinated squirrel, I decide it's high time for a little nibble at the market kitchen. A quick snack, I tell myself. But oh, the folly of such intentions. Surrounded by an abundance of delectable delights, my snack quickly morphs into a full-blown 3-course extravaganza. With each dish expertly crafted and beckoning to be devoured, who am I to resist? Surely this feast will tide me over until dinner, I naively declare to myself. But alas, my stomach has other plans. It roars with laughter at my feeble attempt to curb its voracious appetite. But hey, who needs a diet when you're on holiday? I chuckle at my own folly and surrender to the culinary delights before me. After all, calories don't count when you're having this much fun, right? It was time to look around this great ship and locate all the essential places, not just the bars but also other areas. The ship was seen, and the obligatory photos of the vessel were taken. It was off to find my stateroom and unpack. I strode into my room like a conquering hero, ready to claim my temporary kingdom aboard this NCL ship. Lo and behold, the housekeeper has gone above and beyond, even tucking my bag into its rightful place. NCL's customer service strikes again, leaving me feeling like royalty, or at least a slightly pampered court jester. With my bags unpacked in record time, I embark on the next great adventure, mastering the art of the bathroom ballet. After a valiant struggle against the rebellious toilet seat, spoiler alert, it keeps losing the battle, I emerge victorious, albeit slightly bewildered. Note to self, toilet seats are not meant for interpretive dance. Now, with bladder control skills honed to perfection, it's time to tackle the true challenge of the evening, making a sizable dent in my beverage package. I gallantly venture forth to explore a new watering hole, eager to discover what delights await within. But alas, the Solo Travelers Club proves to be a solo affair indeed, with yours truly being the sole member in attendance. Undeterred by the lack of company, I raise a glass to my own camaraderie and decide to join myself for a beer. Suitably refreshed, I saunter off to the theater, ready to be entertained by whatever spectacle awaits. After all, who needs a crowd when you've got front row seats to the greatest show on the high seas? Well, slap my flip-flops and call me entertained. That opening night show was a real barnstormer. I've been around the cruise block a few times, hobnobbing on so-called 5-star liners, but let me tell you, the Norwegian Star's entertainment blew them all out of the water, and not just 'cause we're on a ship. They had it all, folks. Singers belting out tunes like they were auditioning for Broadway, dancers busting moves that'd make Fred Astaire jealous, magicians pulling rabbits out of hats like it's their day job, which, I guess, it kinda is, and acrobats defying gravity like it's their side hustle. And let's not forget the piece de resistance, the cruise director's comedy routine. Talk about laughing till your sides ache. I swear, if this ship ever sinks, we'll be saved by the sheer buoyancy of our collective chuckles. But hey, all good things must come to an end, right? Whether it's the fatigue from a day packed with adventure or the questionable number of beers I've knocked back, it's high time I bid adieu to consciousness and return to the land of Nod. May my dreams be as wild as the high seas we sail upon. Day 2, Warnemund, Germany. The best laid plans of mice and cruisers often go awry. Determined to catch the grand spectacle of our majestic vessel gliding into the port of Warnemund, I set my trusty alarm for the ungodly hour of 5 o'clock. With a quick shower to shake off the cobwebs, I eagerly make my way to deck 13, ready to witness maritime magic in action. Or so I thought. As I stand there, bleary-eyed and brimming with anticipation, it slowly dawns on me, I may have jumped the gun a tad. Turns out, I'm fashionably early to the party, about as fashionably as socks with sandals. But fear not, for I refuse to let this minor hiccup dampen my spirits. What better time than the crack of dawn to squeeze in a spot of exercise? So off I trot for a few laps around the ship, much to the confusion of the seagulls eyeing me from above. After working up a sweat that could rival a sauna, it's off to breakfast I go. Kudos to the ship's culinary wizards for not only keeping our bellies happy but also providing some top-notch entertainment. Bacon or pork scratchings, you ask? Ah, the age-old question, one that could stump even the wisest of philosophers. But the real highlight of the morning? The showdown of the century, chef versus chef in a battle of tray arrangement prowess. Protective gloves or bare hands? It's a culinary cage match for the ages. With breakfast conquered and my appetite for food and drama sated, it's finally time to witness the ship's triumphant arrival in port. Hats off to the crew and the captain for navigating this floating behemoth into such a tight spot, especially with the Holland America ship playing chicken up ahead. It's a sight to behold, and armed with my camera and a gleeful grin, I am ready to capture the moment for posterity. Ah, the joys of cruising! Ah, the call of adventure beckons, and I, avid intrepid explorer, heed its siren song. But before I set foot in the wilds of Warnemund, I wisely opted to let the organized tours take the lead. After all, why blend in with the flock when you can strut your stuff solo? Armed with only my wits and a trusty jacket because apparently, Warnemund's weather has a penchant for mischief, I prepare to face the elements. It's like a hurricane out there, but with a side of sunshine, because why make weather predictable when you can keep everyone guessing? Peering out the window, I spy the entry point into the terminal building, where the dreaded pack hunters lie in wait. But wait, what's this? A stroke of luck. No photographers in sight. Or so I foolishly think. Little did I know, they had cunningly disguised themselves as locals, blending seamlessly into the crowd like chameleons at a rainbow convention. Before I can say smile for the camera, I find myself standing shoulder to shoulder with Herman from down the hall, flashbulbs blazing like fireworks on the 4th of July. Ah, the joys of being a tourist! You never know when you'll become an unwitting star in someone else's vacation album. But hey, at least it's a memory to cherish, right? Or a cautionary tale to share with future generations of intrepid travelers. Ah, Germany, the land of efficiency and order. Armed with my trusty passport, I strutted up to the border like a pro, ready to face the scrutinizing gaze of customs officials. But to my surprise, they couldn't be bothered to give it so much as a second glance. Apparently, my face is just that unforgettable. With entry secured faster than you can say schnitzel, I embark on a stroll towards the quayside. Ah, the glamorous life of a tourist. My destination? The perfect photo op, the rear of our majestic vessel. But alas, what do my eyes behold? A sight that strikes fear into the heart of every captain, a fender bender. I can already envision the ship's crew scrambling for the duct tape and filler like DIY enthusiasts on a mission. I can't help but chuckle at the thought of our esteemed bridge crew, praised just moments ago for their navigational prowess, now faced with the prospect of explaining this little mishap. Oops, sorry about that iceberg-shaped dent, folks. Must have taken a wrong turn at Albuquerque. But fear not, dear shipmates. If there's one thing I've learned from years of watching DIY disaster shows, it's that duct tape fixes everything. And if not, well, at least we'll have a hilarious story to tell at the next port of call. A lovely fishing port, a pleasant walk partook along the quayside, lined with a domestic market and local fishermen selling freshly prepared fish and cooked. I would like to add that I'm not a fan of eating fish that would try to find the family in a far-off land. Ah, the siren song of the high seas. While the allure of a round-trip boat adventure tempted me like a siren luring sailors to their doom, I decided to resist its call and dive headfirst into the heart of Warnemund instead. After all, who needs a boat when you can navigate the treacherous waters of the local town? As I meandered through the charming streets, I couldn't help but notice the shops bustling with activity, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their newly imported cargo, us cruise passengers. It's like Black Friday but with more sunscreen and fewer stampedes. And oh, what luck! Warnemund just so happens to boast a coastline, complete with a promenade lined with market stalls. And what do my wandering eyes behold? A veritable treasure trove of German liquid gold, beer. It would have been downright rude not to indulge in a sampling spree, especially considering the stalls seem to have sprung up just for my amusement. Or perhaps it's just a happy coincidence that it's Warnemund Week celebrations. Who can say? But wait, there's more. The local radio station NDR has set up shop, belting out tunes and hosting live bands like it's Woodstock on water. Well, damn it, it looks like I'll just have to stick around and soak in the festivities, armed with nothing but another cold Rostocker beer and a smile as wide as the river Spree. Cheers to unexpected adventures and impromptu parties. With visions of a sumptuous shipboard lunch dancing in my head, I saunter back to the vessel, only to find myself caught in a maritime version of Goldilocks and the Three Ships. But wait, what's this? A siren song calls out to me from amidst the towering behemoths of the sea, a quaint little ferry offering jaunts to Rostock for a mere €15. With the promise of adventure and the allure of unlimited photo ops, I throw caution to the wind and leap aboard, staking my claim at the front like a seafaring pioneer. Oh, how naive I was. Little did I realize that my prime perch would become a frosty prison under the merciless assault of the wind. As I emerged from the hour-long ordeal, I swear I could pass for an iceberg impersonator, all stiff limbs and chattering teeth. Note to self, next time, opt for a seat behind the safety of the glass panel, where the elements dare not intrude. After all, it's there for a reason, right? But hey, at least the captain's running commentary provided a riveting narrative of the journey's highlights, all in German. Ah, the joys of being linguistically challenged on the high seas. But fear not, dear reader, for I may not speak German, but I'm fluent in the universal language of confused nodding and polite smiles. Ah, the joys of shore excursions. As I trekked from the dock to the town center, I couldn't help but marvel at the plethora of shopping opportunities for the devoted shopaholics among us. But fear not, fellow non-shoppers, for amidst the sea of retail therapy lies a treasure trove of historical buildings, just waiting to be admired by those who prefer sightseeing to spending. And oh, the bars! Like oases in a desert of consumerism, they beckon weary travelers with promises of liquid refreshment and respite from the onslaught of souvenir shops. But ah, dear reader, beware of the pitfalls of tourist traps. As I soon discovered, not all is as it seems in the land of exclusive deals and tempting offers. Take, for example, the misleading signage promising P-free. Little did I know that P-free actually means free parking in German, a revelation that nearly left me in a tight spot, quite literally, as I was chased down the street by a determined restroom attendant wielding a toilet brush. Ah, dear reader, let us divert our attention from the perilous world of bodily functions and venture into the realm of strategic decision-making. With the astuteness of a seasoned sailor navigating treacherous waters, I meticulously examined the sailing schedule for the boat back to Warnemund. Like a savvy gambler at the cruise ship casino, I weighed the odds and swiftly concluded that catching the last boat would be akin to playing a game of cruise ship roulette. With 3 ships in port and a swarm of eager excursionists clamoring for a spot, I wisely chose to steer clear of the chaos and potential paddle-less predicaments. After all, who needs the stress when you can sip a cocktail and watch the drama unfold from the safety of dry land? Returning to the sanctuary of the ship around 1500 hours, I embarked on a noble quest for physical exertion at the poolside bar. But alas, my intentions were quickly thwarted by the allure of relaxation and refreshment. The pool beckoned invitingly, but I opted instead for the ultimate forms of exercise, lifting burgers to my mouth and hoisting pints of beer in a jubilant celebration of my newfound laziness. Who needs swimming when you can indulge in the joys of gluttony and sloth? I was only sitting down for a few minutes when NCL service excellence kicked into gear. The crew asked about my day and if I had a great time. Of course, I would like a drink. Silly question, I'll have two. Several beers later, it was off to the cabin for a shower and change of attire for the evening activities. Ah, the best laid plans of cruisers and men often go awry, especially when those plans involve beer, dinner, and a show. But fear not, dear reader, for my misadventures aboard the Norwegian Star were nothing short of comedic gold. With the ship's daily news in hand, I concocted a foolproof scheme. First, a rendezvous with my beloved brews, then a sumptuous dinner at the Kitchen Garden restaurant, where the food flows like a river of culinary delight. But alas, fate had other ideas. As I lounged in Gatsby's bar, nursing a cold one or two who's counting, I soon realized that time aboard the Norwegian Star is a fickle mistress. With clocks that seemed to be in cahoots with the Bermuda Triangle, I found myself lost in a temporal whirlwind. One moment, I'm at the pointy end of the ship, eagerly awaiting the show's commencement. The next, I'm somehow teleported to the blunt end, aka the rear, scratching my head in bewilderment. But wait, there's more. As I ventured to Cagney's in search of solace in another cold beer, I was met with disapproving glances from fellow passengers who had managed to keep track of time better than I had. Another missed show? Well, I'll drink to that. But fear not, for my evening was far from ruined. With the determination of a parched pirate on the hunt for buried treasure, I embarked on a quest to find the elusive Red Lion and its mysterious star bar. Hours passed as I navigated the labyrinthine corridors, stopping at every watering hole along the way, all in the name of camaraderie and liquid courage. And so, dear reader, as I bid farewell to yet another day aboard the Norwegian Star, I can't help but wonder, what delightful chaos awaits me tomorrow. Only time or lack thereof will tell. Day 3. Day at sea. The best laid plans cruisers often go astray, especially when faced with the song of a soft, warm quilt and the gentle sway of the high seas. Set the alarm for 5 o'clock, they said. Daily exercise and a brisk walk around the ship, they said. But alas, the sea air whispered sweet nothings into my slumbering ears, and before I knew it, the alarm was silenced, and I was wrapped back under the covers for a few more hours of blissful sleep. Eventually roused from my cozy cocoon, it was time to face the day, armed with the promise of breakfast and the hope of a stroll along deck 13 to assess the weather. But oh, the cruel hand of fate! Instead of sunshine and gentle breezes, I was greeted with high winds and ominous clouds, effectively squashing any hopes of a leisurely promenade. But fear not, for NCL, in their infinite wisdom, prioritizes passenger safety above all else. With the open decks closed and the ship's state-of-the-art stabilizers working their magic, I found solace in the fact that while the waves may be breaking outside, inside the ship, it's smooth sailing, or swimming, if the fish I swear I saw outside my window is any indication. And speaking of breakfast, the mystery of bacon versus pork scratchings rages on. But fear not, dear reader, for I am on the case, diligently studying the chef's choice of protective gloves and deducing that the crispy, crunchy texture can mean only one thing: pork scratchings for the win. As the open decks remained elusive, I embarked on an indoor adventure, working off my breakfast with a brisk walk around the ship's interior. Ah, the joys of cruising, where even the best-laid exercise plans are no match for the irresistible allure of a buffet spread fit for a king. But hey, who needs restraint when you can have seconds, and thirds, and fourths? The thrilling life of a cruise-goer. A morning filled with the riveting task of writing this report and attending a lecture on acupuncture has left me yearning for the soothing embrace of a local Chinese medical shop back home. But first things first, time for a beer, because nothing says stress relief quite like a cold brewski, am I right? But wait, there's more. 2 more lectures await my eager intellect, one on gemstones and another on art. So here I am, one day at sea, and suddenly, I'm a connoisseur of fine art and a gemstone aficionado. Who knew a cruise could turn me into a walking encyclopedia of random knowledge? But fear not, dear reader, for should the stress of newfound expertise become too much to bear, I can always rely on the ancient wisdom of acupuncture to restore balance to my overly stimulated mind. And let's not forget the allure of bingo. The promise of a 6,000 prize beckoned me, only to leave me empty-handed and filled with regret. But hey, it's not about the destination but the journey, right? And what a journey it was, spent in my new favorite haunt, the Red Lion. With each sip from my beverage package, I honed my skills as a seasoned people watcher, marveling at fellow cruisers' fascinating quirks and idiosyncrasies. It's amazing what a few beers can do for your ability to spot nationalities based on their antics alone. Cheers to cultural enlightenment, 1 pint at a time. With the precision of a well-oiled machine, I managed to snag a reservation at the illustrious Versailles restaurant for 17:30, only to arrive and find myself in a scene straight out of a time-traveling escapade. Tables filled, diners feasting, and the clock teasingly stuck at 17:29. Curse you, mystical elevator of temporal confusion. But fear not, for I was eventually ushered to my table by the window, armed with a menu bursting with tantalizing choices. After much deliberation and perhaps a coin toss or two, I settled on the soup, followed by a delectable lamb dish, and rounded off with the piece de resistance, bread and butter pudding. The culinary journey was swift and satisfying, clocking in at a speedy 1800 hours. Ah, but the trials of dining aboard a cruise ship. As I began to savor each mouthful, I found myself interrupted at every turn by eager waitstaff inquiring about my satisfaction. Note to self, next time, bring a sign proclaiming, "All is well, let me eat in peace." With my belly pleasantly bloated from the feast, I embarked on a quest to work off the excess calories with several laps around the ship. But lo and behold, my efforts were thwarted by the call of the theater, where a magnificent show awaited courtesy of the ship's entertainment crew. As I settled into my seat, I couldn't help but notice the curious phenomenon of the audience clustering on the right side of the stage, threatening to tip the ship off kilter. Ah, the wonders of cruise ship dynamics! But fear not, dear reader, for I had the foresight to arrive 15 minutes early, securing the best seat in the house and avoiding a potential capsize. Time to finish off the evening with a few drinks in one of the many bars, plus a chat with some of the fellow passengers. I met some friendly Americans and German guests and had a pleasant evening, allowing me to practice more German. Day 4 Tallinn, Estonia. The comedy of errors continues aboard the excellent ship Norwegian Star. Last night, in a moment of misguided genius, I decided to tinker with time itself, obediently setting the clocks forward 1 hour as instructed by the Daily News. Why? Because apparently, I'm a rule follower to a fault, no questions asked. So there I am, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at the ungodly hour of 6 o'clock, ready to seize the day with a hearty breakfast. Imagine my confusion when I discover that not a single restaurant is open for business. Cue the inevitable facepalm moment as I realize, with a sinking heart, that I've jumped the gun by a solid half hour. Time to perform the humble act of clock reversal, courtesy of yours truly, the resident idiot. With time appropriately adjusted and my dignity slightly bruised, I embark on a leisurely morning stroll around the eerily deserted decks. Ah, the serenity of being alone with one's thoughts, accompanied only by the gentle hum of the ship's engines and the faint glow of dawn's early light. Feeling fancy, I opt for a posh breakfast at the Blue Lagoon restaurant, where refinement reigns supreme. Led to my table by a helpful waiter who's already got me chuckling with his early morning banter, I dive headfirst into the full house breakfast, accompanied by a barrage of 20 questions about my egg preferences, bread choices, and juice selections. Ah, the joys of customization, courtesy of NCL's breakfast buffet extravaganza. And let's not forget the eternal breakfast conundrum, bacon or pork scratchings. The same quiz that has plagued me since the market garden makes a triumphant return, adding a sprinkle of culinary intrigue to an already delightful morning feast. Truly, breakfast has never been so entertaining or so confusing. Ah, the thrilling adventure of joining a pre-arranged excursion, the best of medieval Tallinn. As I arrived at the designated meeting spot, I settled in for a wait, eagerly anticipating the journey ahead. A helpful crew member regaled me with tales of tour logistics, providing valuable insights into the mysterious workings of tour organization. How enlightening! Finally, the moment arrived, and I was called to join the throngs of eager cruisers, ticket in hand and proudly sporting a fetching red number 3 pin to my shirt. Ah, reminiscent of school days, where names are replaced with numbers and the joys of being herded like cattle abound. As the famous film once proclaimed, you are a number. How delightfully ominous! Or perhaps it's a clever ploy to identify us unsuspecting tourists as prime targets for the relentless assault of guidebook peddlers and beverage hawkers. With my number prominently displayed, I braved the onslaught and cunningly slipped past the dreaded pack hounds, the photographers lying in wait like wolves in sheep's clothing. But alas, their tactics were not so easily thwarted, as a second ambush awaited unsuspecting escapees halfway down the pier. A diabolical double whammy, indeed. Undeterred, I secured my spot at the front of the bus, ready to embark on a grand adventure through the medieval marvels of Tallinn. Little did I know, the true challenge lay not in the cobblestone streets but in the form of an enormous American tourist struggling to catch his breath after a short stroll. Oxygen on standby, indeed. Ah, the joys of travel where every step brings a new and unexpected twist to the tale. The joys of guided tours, a perfect blend of historical enlightenment and slapstick comedy. Our esteemed guide for the day, Teat, greeted us with a name that sparked more curiosity than a cat in a curiosity factory. But fear not, dear travelers, for Teat quickly clarified that his moniker held a different meaning than its English counterpart. Ah, the mysteries of language. Teat, bless his heart, proved to be a veritable fountain of knowledge on all things Tallinn and Estonia, regaling us with tales of history, occupation, and the occasional jab at Russian liberation or lack thereof, as he so humorously put it. All hail Teat, the unsung hero of guided tours, keeping our motley crew entertained with a delightful mix of facts and jokes. Our adventure began with a whirlwind tour of the town, punctuated by stops at palaces and government buildings of architectural splendor, or so we thought. Imagine our dismay as we laid eyes on our first destination, a palace shrouded in scaffolding and swathed in plastic like a giant pink mummy. But fear not, for the gardens provided a picturesque backdrop, complete with the unexpected thrill of surprise sprinkler attacks. Lesson learned, When in doubt, stand behind the nearest American tourist for protection against rogue sprinklers and overzealous politicians. With soggy shoes and a newfound appreciation for human shields, we pressed on to the next government building, only to be greeted by yet another pink behemoth disguised as a construction site. Ah, the joys of bureaucracy apparently. Politicians are in a hurry no matter where you go. As Teat-tastic adventure continues, our fearless leader guides us through Tallinn's whimsical wonders. With a wave of his wand air, guiding stick Teat regales us with tales of the city's split personality, upper town, lower town, and a whole lot of history in between. Behold, impressive buildings. Marvel at majestic churches. But wait, there's more, a crash course in historical gossip for each landmark, because who doesn't love a juicy backstory? And then, a stroke of genius, a pit stop at a local gift shop, where we're set free to roam for a grand total of 30 minutes. A brilliant plan, indeed, except for one tiny detail, the looming threat of getting lost in the labyrinthine streets of Tallinn and missing the boat literally. But hey, nothing says adventure like a mild panic attack, am I right? Back on the tour bus, our intrepid leader announces the next stop, yet another government building. But fear not, dear comrades, for this one stands proudly without a scaffold in sight, although it does boast a fetching shade of pink. Because apparently, in Tallinn, pink is the new black. But hold on to your hats, folks, because the real piece de resistance awaits, a medieval music concert in a church-cum-music venue straight out of a fairy tale. The tunes were so enchanting, I couldn't resist purchasing the CD perfect for serenading my unsuspecting offspring with centuries-old melodies on the ride home. Take that, modern music. But wait, there's more. A delightful 3-course lunch awaits at a local establishment, defying all skepticism with its culinary prowess. Who knew medieval streets and a medieval feast could be so delightful? And just like that, our whirlwind adventure draws to a close as we bid farewell to the cobblestone streets and medieval charm, retreating back to the safety of our tour bus for the short journey back to the ship. Because let's face it, folks, who needs to walk when you can cruise? Tallinn, a quaint little town brimming with history and charm, but don't hold your breath for a bustling local scene. No, my friends, in the summer months, this place transforms into a veritable circus of cruise ship chaos, with throngs of tourists swarming the streets like ants at a picnic. Forget about snapping those postcard-perfect photos, you're more likely to capture a sea of selfie sticks and tour group banners blocking your view. After a marathon of sightseeing, I decided it was high time to reward myself with a well-deserved beer or several, who's counting? Off to the beer garden on deck 13, I trotted, where the bartenders possessed memory skills that would make Sherlock Holmes green with envy. Without fail, they greeted me by name and had my preferred brew ready before I could even utter a word. It's like magic but with hops and barley. Basking in the glorious weather, I found myself engaged in lively conversations with fellow passengers, the beer flowing as freely as the laughter. Alas, time slipped away, and before I knew it, I was fashionably late for dinner. A quick pit stop at the poolside grill for a snack, because who needs a full meal when you've got beer? Before scurrying back to the cabin to primp and prep for tonight's entertainment. The show, alas, was not quite my cup of tea, but hey, you can't win 'em all. So, back to the beer garden, I sauntered, where the night stretched out before me like a canvas waiting to be painted with laughter and good times. After all, what's a cruise without a little liquid courage and a lot of camaraderie? Cheers to that. Day 5, St. Petersburg. Rush of the morning after the great clock fiasco. The day I finally got my act together, thanks to the sage wisdom of my ever-attentive cabin steward, who kindly left a note reminding me to adjust the clocks for tonight's time warp extravaganza. How did he know I was a walking disaster zone? It's like he's got psychic powers or something. Feeling like a seasoned breakfast connoisseur after yesterday's culinary triumph at the Blue Lagoon, I decided to stick with what works and head there again. Full house breakfast, here I come. But wait, what's this? The eternal mystery of bacon versus pork scratchings has been solved, but alas, not by me. Oh well, there's always tomorrow's quiz to reclaim my glory. Bring it on! Consulting my tour ticket for today's adventure, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment at the vague instructions. Meet at 12:45 outside immigration. Really? Could they be any more cryptic? It's like they're playing a game of hide and seek with us passengers, leaving us to fend for ourselves in the wilds of Russian immigration. How charming! As I pondered the logistics of navigating the murky waters of immigration, fate intervened in the form of the ever-friendly Archie, our trusty cruise director. With a twinkle in his eye and a spring in his step, he graciously took time out of his busy schedule to sit down for a chat and shed some light on the intricacies of Russian immigration. Who needs a guidebook when you've got Archie, the unofficial master of all things bureaucratic? Ah, the great Russian immigration adventure, the stuff of nightmares for seasoned cruisers and rookie travelers alike. But fear not, dear reader, for I had a cunning plan to outwit the pack hounds, those relentless photographers hell-bent on capturing every awkward moment of our disembarkation. And lo and behold, my strategy paid off. The photographers were nowhere to be seen, vanquished by my stealthy maneuvers. As I braved the labyrinthine corridors of Russian immigration, I was pleasantly surprised to find that it wasn't the chaotic nightmare I had envisioned. Well, not until they opened 2 more booths, and chaos descended faster than you can say borscht. It was every person for themselves as the stampede to the open booths resembled a scene from a Wild West showdown, minus the tumbleweeds. With immigration conquered and a newfound sense of freedom, I found myself wandering through the charming gift shops outside the terminal, tantalizingly close to the treasures of downtown. But alas, duty called, and I had a tour to catch, through the Russian eyes. The only problem? There were no signs, no helpful staff, just me, a lost soul in a sea of confusion. But fear not, for I am not one to be deterred by a little thing like getting lost in a foreign country. With the clock ticking and panic setting in, I embarked on a mad dash around the terminal, my eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of salvation. And just when all hope seemed lost, there it was, the tour bus, waiting patiently for stragglers like me. Talk about cutting it close! Our journey began with a bang as we boarded the tour bus, a relic from a bygone era that had more creaks and groans than a geriatric yoga class. And let's not forget our lovable guide, the diminutive Russian lady whose voice could barely reach the front row, let alone the back. But hey, who needs to hear the tour when you've got the universal language of confusion and laughter? As we rattled through the ancient streets of St. Petersburg, it quickly became apparent that this wasn't your average sightseeing tour. Oh no, this was the authentic local experience, complete with crumbling facades and pothole-ridden roads that could give the moon's surface a run for its money. Our first pit stop, the metro station. A marvel of Soviet engineering and a labyrinth of confusion for unsuspecting tourists. With signs that might as well have been in hieroglyphics, we clung to our guide like shipwreck survivors clinging to driftwood. And let me tell you, that escalator ride down to the platform felt like a descent into the underworld itself. I half expected to encounter Cerberus guarding the gates of Hades at the bottom. But fear not, for our trials were far from over. Next on the itinerary is the local market. Now, I don't know about you, but when I hear market, I envision stalls overflowing with trinkets and treasures. Instead, we were treated to a cornucopia of culinary delights, leaving us scratching our heads and playing a rousing game of Where's Waldo? With our elusive tour guide. But wait, there's more. Our adventure continued with a jaunt to the upmarket department store, where we were set loose like a pack of wild animals in a shopping frenzy. And just when we thought we had it all figured out, our guide vanished into thin air, leaving us to wander the aisles in search of her elusive presence. Ah, the joys of guided tours where getting lost is half the fun. Ah, the continuing saga of our whimsical wanderings through the streets of St. Petersburg. Our intrepid guide led us on a merry dance through the back alleys and hidden gems of this historic city, regaling us with tales of local lore and, oddly enough, pointing out a shoe shop along the way. Because nothing says authentic Russian experience like a good pair of kicks, am I right? But the real adventure began when our trusty tour bus decided to test the limits of its geriatric engine on a treacherous hill. With the sound of sputtering engines and the collective gasp of tourists holding their breath, our driver stalled the beast, nearly sending us all on an unexpected hiking expedition back to civilization. Thankfully, salvation came in the form of our next stop, a cozy cellar bar where we were promised a taste of authentic Russian culture. Little did we know that culture came in the form of vodka shots and mystery meat snacks. Who needs culinary etiquette when you've got a buzz to chase? As we sampled our way through an assortment of spirits, I couldn't help but notice a familiar scent wafting through the air. It took me a moment to place it, but once I did, there was no mistaking it, the unmistakable aroma of our dear old tour bus, distilled into liquid form. Ah, the sweet smell of adventure. But all good things must come to an end, and soon, it was time to bid farewell to our guide's favorite gift shop and make our way back to the ship. And let me tell you, nothing brings people together quite like a few drinks and some questionable souvenir shopping. Who says you can't make friends on a solo cruise? Day 6, St. Petersburg. Day 2, the joys of early morning serenity shattered by the cacophony of coffee-clutching cruisers clamoring for a slice of serenity on the deck. My grand plans for a peaceful sunrise were dashed quicker than you can say caffeine chaos, so I did what any self-respecting adventurer would do. I headed straight for breakfast. And yes, I shamelessly indulged in the bounty of the market garden, much to the dismay of my inner piggy. But fear not, for the trials and tribulations of yesterday's tour mishaps were but a distant memory as I embarked on today's adventure. Armed with a shiny new sticker bearing the illustrious number 31, I joined the ranks of eager explorers ready to conquer the streets of St. Petersburg. And oh, what a difference a day makes! No customs chaos, no landing cards, just smooth sailing through passport control, well, except for that poor soul who forgot his excursion ticket and had to face the wrath of Russian bureaucracy. But once on the gleaming, new tour bus, equipped with state-of-the-art earpieces and guided by the dynamic duo of tour guides, it was smooth sailing through the streets of this historic city. Welcome to the delightful deception of St. Petersburg's canals. Who knew the city was playing hide and seek with its islands? As we cruised along, our guide regaled us with tales of landmarks that seemed to have undergone a magical transformation overnight. But fear not, for I chose to put my faith in today's guide duo, who had each other's backs like a pair of mismatched socks. Once we boarded the boat, it was like entering a palace, well, a floating one, at least. We sailed past what looked like ordinary houses but were, apparently, the grand palaces of yesteryear. Who knew that behind those nondescript facades lay a wealth of regal history? And speaking of surprises, let's talk about those bridges. Just when I thought I could stand tall for the perfect snapshot, I found myself in a perilous game of limbo with bridges that seemed determined to test the height of my cranium. Note to self, next time, keep thy seat and thy head attached. Rasputin and the Romanovs. A tale of intrigue, poison, and palace bouncers? Yes, you heard that right. For the low price of 200 Russian rubles, I bought myself a sticker granting me the divine right to snap photos inside the palace. It was like paying the paparazzi to follow me around, but hey, memories are priceless, right? Or at least 200 rubles worth. Our guide led us through the halls with all the flair of a Russian drama queen, regaling us with tales of Rasputin's untimely demise and the palace's scandalous secrets. But beware the palace bouncers, ever vigilant in their quest to shoo away any lingering tourists like pesky flies at a picnic. Despite the absence of furniture and knick-knacks, thanks a lot, Hermitage Museum, the palace still had its charm, especially the theater. I mean, who wouldn't want a mini theater in their own home? Just imagine the dramatic reenactments of everyday life. Truly, it's a must-see, or at least worth a few hundred rubles and a flurry of photos. Ah, lunchtime, a time for feasting and forging friendships. The restaurant was bustling with activity, with tables adorned with numbers like contestants in a culinary lottery. Lucky me, my table sported the same number as my trusty tour sticker, a match made in mealtime heaven. And what a meal it was! 3 courses of culinary delight accompanied by complimentary wine, courtesy of NCL's generosity. It's like they're bribing us with food and booze to keep us coming back for more tours. Well played, NCL, well played. In between bites of deliciousness, I struck up a conversation with a charming lady on the hunt for a Russian fairy tale book. Little did she know, our next stop just happened to be a gift shop. It's like fate but with more souvenirs. But alas, our gift shop extravaganza caused a minor delay, much to the chagrin of our punctuality-obsessed guide. We hustled our way to the Church of Spilled Blood, where history and tragedy collide in a whirlwind of mosaics and religious relics. It was like speed dating with religious iconography, in and out before you know it. With time ticking away like a bomb on a movie set, we made a hasty retreat back to the boat, dodging queue jumpers like seasoned pros. Another day, another adventure, and hopefully, another round of free wine tomorrow. Cheers to cruising life. Back aboard the Norwegian Star, dodging Russian customs like a pro, it was time for a quick costume change and a mad dash to the beer garden. But first, duty calls gotta jot down today's antics before they slip away into the abyss of my memory. Dinner at the Blue Lagoon was a taste of home with some good old fish and chips, followed by a sinful slice of cheesecake. As for the $49 a day unlimited beverage package, well, let's just say it's turning out to be more trouble than it's worth. Who knew becoming a boozy sailor could be so expensive? Mid-meal, a charming lady officer graced my table with her presence and even treated me to a drink on the house. Bless her heart. I'll have to make sure to thank her properly next time our paths cross. The evening's entertainment was a smorgasbord of shows scattered across the ship. Ah, the luxury of choice. I sampled a bit of everything, from Broadway-style productions to amateur karaoke sessions that sounded suspiciously like a feline choir in distress. As the night wore on, I indulged in a light snack and a leisurely stroll on deck, watching the sun stubbornly refuse to call it a day until well past bedtime. Oh, the joys of cruising where even the sun marches to its own beat. Day 7 Helsinki, Finland. The morning kicked off with a bang, or more like a groggy stumble, as I rose at the ungodly hour of 5 o'clock. After a quick shower to jolt my senses awake, I embarked on a quest for caffeine and stumbled upon yet another hidden gem, a clandestine coffee nook serving up piping hot brews and pastries galore. 7 days on this floating paradise, and I'm still uncovering new caffeine sanctuaries. With my coffee fix sorted, it was time for breakfast at the elusive Blue Lagoon, a haven of peace amidst the chaos of the market garden. Let's keep this tranquil oasis between us, shall we? No need to spill the beans and create a breakfast stampede. After fueling up, I ventured out to witness our grand arrival in Helsinki, only to find myself ambushed by a crew member wielding a jet wash. Talk about a surprise washy moment. After a quick change into dry clothes, I resumed my deckside stroll, encountering a wheelchair-bound damsel in distress who seemed perplexed by the walking-only sign. Ah, the joys of cruise ship navigation. With ample time to spare before my tour, I indulged in a leisurely snack and another round of coffee, soaking in the lazy European morning vibes. No immigration hassle here, just a cozy bus parked conveniently by the quayside, ready to whisk us away on our Helsinki adventure. And as for those pesky pack hounds disguised as Vikings, let's just say I turned the tables on them with a cheeky snapshot. Nothing throws off a Viking like being caught on film. Gathered at the bus, we were greeted by our trusty local guide and driver, ready for our grand adventure to the Suomenlinna Island fortress. But, lo and behold, we found ourselves with some unexpected time to kill. Cue the impromptu Helsinki sightseeing tour. Arriving at the ferry terminal, our local guide took charge, wrangling tickets while we twiddled our thumbs in anticipation of our island escapade. But alas, our new guide was nowhere to be found. Sensing an opportunity for nautical mischief, I proposed we board the ferry and await her arrival on the fortress island. As luck would have it, our missing guide magically materialized upon our island arrival. Talk about cutting it close. With her at the helm, we embarked on a whirlwind tour of the fortress's 6 islands, well, 5 accessible by bridge, anyway. Our guide regaled us with tales of yore, painting vivid pictures of the island's storied past. However, our merry jaunt was not without its challenges. Amidst the sunshine and history lessons, we found ourselves contending with an unexpected cacophony courtesy of our erstwhile first guide turned chatty Kathy. Her newfound companions proved a tad too chatty, drowning out our guide's informative spiel. I jestingly suggested tossing her overboard once back on the ferry for some peace and quiet, but alas, my maritime humor fell flat. Oh well, a comedic opportunity missed. After our island adventure, we were set loose to roam like seafaring explorers on a quest for buried treasures, or at least some cool island sights. I stumbled upon a submarine-turned-museum, ready to dive into some underwater history. But hold on to your snorkels, folks, because this museum was more of a blink and you'll miss it affair. For the princely sum of €5, I zipped through that sub faster than a torpedo through water. Not exactly a deep-sea dive into excitement. But fear not, landlubbers, for the real treasure lay within the fortress walls. With time ticking like a time bomb, we gathered at the ferry terminal, torn between seizing the moment or waiting for our MIA guide. In the end, we took matters into our own hands, boarding that ferry like swashbuckling pirates on a plundering spree. Back on solid ground, it was a mad dash through the Finland market, like a pack of bargain-hungry bandits looting the town. With the clock ticking louder than Big Ben on a caffeine binge, I grabbed a plate of reindeer meatballs, channeling my inner Nordic warrior apologies to Bambi and all his woodland pals. So there you have it, folks, a whirlwind tour of island antics and market mayhem. Who needs a guide when you've got a spirit of adventure and a hankering for local delicacies? Ahoy, mateys, until our next escapade on the high seas. Back on the bus, back to the floating fortress, ready for an afternoon of leisure and luxury. The sun is shining, the breeze is blowing, and I've got my sunscreen at the ready, or so I thought. Just as I'm about to unleash my inner sunbather, the wind picks up, dashing my hopes faster than a seagull snatching a sandwich. Guess I'll have to settle for indoor activities, much to the relief of any passing whales and the disappointment of Greenpeace. But hold on to your captain's hats, folks, because we've got a code red on board. The beer garden is closed. I repeat, the beer garden is closed. This is not a drill, people. Someone alert the authorities, this is a national crisis. In a valiant effort to salvage the evening, I bravely venture into the unknown territory of an art auction. Picture this, me, surrounded by priceless works of art, my wallet trembling in fear at the sight of the price tags. Alas, my dreams of becoming an art connoisseur are dashed when I realize I'm a few dollars short of a masterpiece. Maybe next time, Picasso. But fear not, dear readers, for the night is young, and the show must go on. I settle into my seat for an evening of high-flying entertainment with due acrobatique. The performance kicks off with some elegant ballet. Cue my internal panic as I contemplate an escape route. But lo and behold, the acrobatics swoop in to save the day, leaving me spellbound and thoroughly entertained. Well, except for that awkward moment when the whistling began. Let's just say it was a snooze-inducing interlude. In a whirlwind of culture and cocktails, I find myself drawn to the art gallery once more, my newfound sophistication at odds with my uncultured beer cravings. But fear not, for I restore balance to the universe with a pint at the Red Lion before diving headfirst into the adult fun at the Spinnaker Lounge. Ah, the joys of cruising where every day is a new adventure, and every night is a party waiting to happen. Day 8, Stockholm, Sweden. Ah, the crack of dawn, the perfect time to rise, shine, and stumble bleary-eyed to the nearest coffee pot. As I sipped my morning brew and surveyed the weather from the lofty heights of Deck 13, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. It seems the Daily Bulletin forgot to mention the spectacular show outside, the one where the ship gracefully glides past a parade of picturesque islands, each one boasting more houses than a real estate agent's dream. For a solid 3 hours, I was treated to a scenic spectacle as we cruised into the port of Stockholm. I snapped at least 50 photos for the album, of course, before my stomach reminded me it was time for breakfast and perhaps a bit of post-dinner workout to make room for more indulgence. Today's itinerary promised a trifecta of adventure: the Vasa Museum, Old Town exploration, and the piece de resistance, the ice bar. Now, I'm not saying the allure of free vodka had anything to do with its popularity, but hey, who can resist a bit of icy refreshment? With the clock ticking towards tour time, I made my way to the Stardust Theater, ready to embark on the day's escapades. As the tour was called and the stampede for the exit began, I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of eager cruisers sprinting towards the promise of adventure. Ah, the thrill of the chase! On the bus, we were greeted by yet another font of knowledge, our trusty tour guide for the day. Our first stop? The Vasa Museum, of course. But not before a scenic tour of the town, complete with insightful commentary that had us all feeling like locals in no time. Time to dive into history and maybe a shot of vodka or two. Let the adventure begin. Ah, the museum, a treasure trove of history and a magnet for cruise ship crowds. As I stepped inside, I couldn't help but marvel at the medieval ship on display, painstakingly restored to 98 of its original glory. But alas, the museum's popularity meant it was more crowded than a clown car at a circus. I counted not 1, not 2, but 6 different cruise ships represented by tour guide banners, each one unloading a horde of eager tourists ready to explore. And let's not forget the poor souls on the hop-on, hop-off tours, stuck in a never-ending queue just to catch a glimpse of the ship. Inside wasn't much better. Navigating through the throngs of people was like trying to swim upstream in a river of selfie sticks. And forget about getting a clear shot of the ship, it was obscured by a sea of heads and outstretched arms wielding cameras. But fear not, for the real adventure awaited at the ice bar. As the bus pulled up outside, there was a stampede to get inside, leaving the poor hop-on hop-off tourists out in the cold literally. Once inside, we were handed what can only be described as a glorified poncho with gloves, reminiscent of the ones your mom made you wear on a winter's day. As we waited for the door to open, the excitement in the air was evident, though some folks seemed to think 5 degrees was the Arctic tundra. But as we stepped inside, all thoughts of cold vanished as we were greeted by walls of ice and frozen statues. The vodka served in ice glasses was a welcome treat, though it did melt rather quickly in the warmth of our hands. Overall, the ice bar was a chilly delight, a novelty not to be missed unless you prefer your drinks without a side of frostbite. The old town a treasure trove of history and souvenir shops galore. But just as we were getting into the groove of things, we hit a roadblock literally. The Swedish army, or so we thought, decided to march down the road, complete with a marching band blaring away. Turns out, they were just the palace guard doing their thing, and we were mere spectators in their royal parade. Once the commotion died down and our trusty bus rolled to a stop, our guide sprang into action. It was time for some serious souvenir shopping. Leading us on a whirlwind walking tour through cobblestone streets and past centuries-old buildings. I made a beeline for the Viking hat section because, let's face it, who doesn't need a horned helmet in their life? As for the other trinkets, well, let's just say my kids will have plenty of Swedish knick-knacks to clutter up their rooms. But alas, all good things must come to an end, and before I knew it, it was time to rendezvous back at the bus. But wait, there's more. Our savvy guide had a surprise up her sleeve, an unplanned pit stop at yet another local attraction. Talk about going above and beyond. As we boarded the bus, I couldn't help but marvel at the day's adventures. Who knew souvenir shopping could be so exhilarating? And as we drove off into the sunset, I couldn't help but wonder what other unexpected delights awaited us on this cruise of comedic proportions. Ah, the chaos of cruise life. Today's mission, don't miss the boat, literally. After hearing horror stories of stranded passengers resorting to DIY ferry rides, I vowed to be back on board by 15:30 or risk becoming the star of my very own Maritime Misadventure. But first, a pit stop at the market garden to refuel. 5 hours without food? That's practically a hunger emergency. I could already hear the faint sirens of the food police closing in, ready to pounce on any malnourished stragglers. With my belly full and spirits high, it was time for some liquid nourishment in the form of a nice, cold beer at the beer garden. Who cares if there's no actual garden? The beer is what matters, right? But wait, the Norwegian Star was hosting a white-hot party, and I was determined to join in the snowy shenanigans. Off to my cabin, I dashed, white jumper in hand, ready to paint the town white. But alas, a caffeine catastrophe struck en route, leaving my pristine jumper with an unsightly coffee stain. Back to square one, I changed into my backup outfit, silently mourning the loss of my chance to rename the party White Slight Brown Hot Party. Oh, well, a missed opportunity for comedy gold. Finally, party time. The auditorium buzzed with excitement as I mingled with newfound friends and danced the night away. But alas, all good things must come to an end, and as the clock struck bedtime, I bid adieu to the Red Lion, my trusty companion in all things alcohol-related, and surrendered to the sweet embrace of sleep. Until tomorrow, cruise life until tomorrow. Day 9, day at sea, the grand finale of cruise life, the last hurrah at sea. But today, my friends, was no ordinary day of gluttony and showbiz. No. Today was a whirlwind of surprises and cultural awakenings, all served with a side of morning coffee. As per my daily ritual, I embarked on the quest for caffeine, only to stumble upon not one but two new Java joints on this floating paradise. Who knew this ship was a treasure trove of caffeinated delights? With my coffee fix in hand, it was off to the Blue Lagoon for a breakfast fit for a king or, in American terms, a full house. Because why settle for a full English when you can go all in? The morning unfolded with a touch of sophistication as I found myself in Gatsby's, reflecting on yesterday's escapades and attending a lecture on emeralds and gems. Yes, you heard that right, me, the epitome of cultured charm, discussing precious stones like a seasoned gemologist. And hey, I even snagged a tiny emerald sample. Watch out, world! But wait, there's more. I found myself mingling with the art auction team, inquiring about the whereabouts of some beloved pieces from a previous auction. Cue my second ever auction experience with a charming young lady named Lauren by my side. As the bidding began, my heart raced faster than a cheetah in sneakers. The auctioneer announced a starting bid of $1,200, sending a momentary panic through my veins. But fear not, dear reader, for the universe smiled upon me, and the price magically adjusted to my liking. With a triumphant shout of yep, the hammer fell, and the ladies my treasured artworks were mine. For those still skeptical of the auction scene, fear not, it's a delightful romp guided by friendly staff and the promise of a worthwhile investment. So bid boldly, my friends, for in the realm of cruise auctions, even a novice can emerge victorious. After all that adrenaline, my body was screaming for one thing: beer, glorious beer. Off I trotted to the holy land of Deck 13, also known as the Beer Garden. Several beers later, which turned out to be at least 6, but who's counting? My stomach rumbled with hunger, signaling it was time for lunch. For my final night feast, I opted for the same restaurant as before, hoping for a repeat of the culinary delight. Alas, the universe had other plans, and my dining experience took a nosedive faster than a bird with clipped wings. The waitress, bless her heart, had the charm of a grumpy cat and the grace of a bull in a china shop. Despite my valiant efforts to assert my rightful place as the first in line, she waltzed past me like I was yesterday's news, attending to tables that arrived fashionably late. I mean, seriously, who does she think she is? The Queen of Sheba? After what felt like an eternity, my food finally arrived just in time for the second coming of Noah's Ark, it seemed. And don't even get me started on the raffle shenanigans. People had more tickets than a toddler has tantrums, yet here I was, with my measly 2 tickets, dreaming of emerald glory. But alas, my dreams were dashed faster than a speeding bullet when my number didn't come up. 10 calls, 10 absentees, talk about a missed opportunity. But hey, who needs a fancy emerald when you've got the priceless memories of dodging rude waiters and surviving raffle disappointments? Cheers to that. Ah, the dreaded packing ritual awaited us like a hungry sea monster lurking in the depths of our cabin. We gathered our clothes, clean and not so clean alike, and stuffed them into the same suitcase, creating a smorgasbord of surprises for any customs officer brave enough to open it. Farewell, dear suitcase, until we meet again at the airport tomorrow, may the odds be ever in your favor. With packing conquered, or at least attempted, it was time to bid adieu to our trusty crewmates, the bartenders, the waiters, the unsung heroes of our cruise adventure. Off we trotted for one last hurrah, determined to leave no cocktail untouched and no beverage cart unscathed. As the final curtain call beckoned, we shuffled our way to the Stardust Theater for the piece de resistance, the Elements show. And let me tell you, folks, it was nothing short of spectacular. Dance, acrobatics, magic, you name it, they had it, all seamlessly woven together like a majestic tapestry of entertainment. The crowd roared with delight, leaping to their feet in a chorus of applause that could rival thunder itself. But let's not forget the real heroes of the night, the tireless crew members who made it all possible. Led by the incomparable Archie, aka Cruise Director Extraordinaire, they, too, received their moment in the spotlight, showered with well-deserved praise and admiration. And oh, the artificial snow, a blizzard of chaos for the poor souls tasked with cleaning up the aftermath. Armed with nothing but long-handled brooms, they faced a battle of epic proportions against the snowy onslaught. But fear not, dear readers, for as we bid farewell to the theater and returned to our cabins, we drifted off to sleep with visions of laughter and merriment dancing in our heads. Ah, the joys of cruising until we meet again, sweet dreams. Day 10, Disembarkation Day in Copenhagen. Ah, the sweet serenade of stress-free mornings aboard the NCL ship, where the only worry is whether you'll have enough room for that last-minute souvenir or if you'll need to sit on your suitcase to close it. But fear not, dear travelers, for NCL has bestowed upon us a gift from the heavens, the color-coded baggage system, a beacon of hope in the chaotic sea of disembarkation. So, with a skip in our step and a song in our hearts, we gallivanted around the ship like merry pirates on a treasure hunt, waiting for our designated hue to be called. And when the time came, we dashed off the ship faster than you can say ahoy matey, leaping onto the waiting bus like eager adventurers on a quest for the Holy Grail, or, in this case, the airport. But lo and behold, even the airport gods smiled upon us as we arrived, greeted by NCL-clad angels ready to whisk us away to baggage bliss. Armed with our trusty key cards, the golden tickets to luggage paradise, we breezed through security like seasoned spies on a top-secret mission, navigating our way to the promised land of check-in and bid adieu to our burdensome bags with a heartfelt farewell. And so, dear readers, as we waved goodbye to our floating home and set sail for the skies, we couldn't help but marvel at the seamless symphony orchestrated by NCL, a grand finale to our comedic cruise adventure. Smooth sailing, my friends, until we meet again on the shores of laughter and merriment. Observation: the mysteries of cruise ship life, where the rules are as puzzling as a Rubik's Cube, and the logic is as elusive as the fountain of youth. Let's dive headfirst into this comedic conundrum, shall we? First up, we have the enigmatic Blue Lagoon restaurant, perpetually open yet mysteriously closed. It's like a game of hide and seek with your stomach, where the rules keep changing, and your hunger is left scratching its head in confusion. Next, we encounter the disembarkation day dilemma, calling all easy walk-off passengers. But what about us easy wobble-off passengers? Do we still make the cut, or are we doomed to be left behind in a sea of confusion? And who can forget the infamous Deck 7 debacle, walking only, please? Does that mean if you come rolling in with a wheelchair, you're out of luck? It's like trying to solve a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma with a side of nonsensical signage. But wait, there's more. Behold the walking track on Deck 7, longer than the running track on Deck 13, a true feat of engineering, or just another head-scratching cruise ship quirk? It's a race against logic, folks, and the finish line is nowhere in sight. And let's not overlook the emergency drill, because when the ship's tied up at the dock, you never know when disaster might strike. It's like practicing your fire drill in a swimming pool just in case the flames decide to take a dip. But perhaps the most perplexing puzzle of all: why open the toilet door with a paper towel but not any other door? Is there some secret bathroom code we're not privy to, or is it just another quirky quirk of cruise ship culture? And don't even get me started on the poolside paradox: no glass or plastic allowed, yet severed beer bottles abound. It's like trying to solve a Sudoku puzzle with only half the numbers, utterly baffling. But fear not, dear cruisers, for amidst the chaos and confusion, there's one thing we can always count on: the inexplicable charm of cruise ship life. So, grab your paper towels, dodge the floating beer bottles, and let's set sail into the wacky world of cruising. Med cruise on Norwegian Epic. Day 1, home to board Epic. The joys of embarking on a new adventure, where the journey begins with the ungodly hour of 2 o'clock and a face full of water to slap the sleep out of your eyes. But fear not, for I, the intrepid traveler, am ready to conquer the day, or so I thought. Decision time: coffee or the allure of the business lounge? I chose the latter, a choice I would soon come to regret. As it turns out, Heathrow Airport hasn't gotten the memo about joining the 24-hour society. So much for my dreams of a pre-flight caffeine fix. After bidding adieu to my trusty hire car, I arrived at Terminal 5, only to find a ghost town. Check-in desks? Closed. Bag drop? Nowhere to be seen. But fear not, dear reader, for the board promised that salvation would come at 4:30 a.m., mere 30 minutes away. Little did I know, this was just the beginning of the airport shenanigans. As the clock struck 5 o'clock, the bag drop remained elusive, leaving me to ponder whether it was a typo or British Airways' diabolical plan to keep us all on our toes, or rather, on our feet. With gates opening at 6 o'clock, it was a race against time to check in, clear security, and make a mad dash to be gate, all in pursuit of that elusive dead pig sandwich. But alas, my dreams of bacon bliss were shattered by a young lady guarding the gates to the business lounge, informing me that it wouldn't open until 5:30. Oh, the agony of anticipation, the tantalizing aroma of bacon teasing me from beyond the door, just out of reach. And so, dear reader, I stand here at B-Gate, coffee-less and sandwich-less, pondering the cruel twists and turns of airport life. But fear not, for the adventure has only just begun, and who knows what other delights await me on this comedic crusade through the skies. Time for Stage 2 of the Airport Odyssey, the showdown with the stubbornly locked door. But fear not, for where there's a will, there's a way, and in this case, it came in the form of a sneaky lift on the other side of the door. Victory was mine as I emerged triumphant, clutching my prized dead pig sandwich and not one but two piping hot coffees. Take that, healthy intentions! With breakfast swiftly devoured, it was time to board the plane and bid adieu to the land of bacon bliss. but not before indulging in a full English breakfast on board, much to the chagrin of British Airways, who clearly underestimated my commitment to culinary delights at 30,000 feet. The journey to Barcelona was but a short hop of 1 hour and 50 minutes, made all the more enjoyable by the splurge on business class. Ah, the perks of premium travel: impeccable service and blissful comfort, even if the seats were just like the ones in the back, but with a fancy label slapped on them. And though the lack of an entertainment system left me twiddling my thumbs, it did afford me the opportunity to kick back, relax, and pen down these hilarious escapades. Who needs in-flight movies when you've got a laptop and a penchant for comedic storytelling? Ah, the joys of touchdown in Barcelona, where the sun shines, the sangria flows, and the passport control lines are surprisingly speedy. With immigration conquered in record time, I was primed and ready for my maiden voyage shenanigans. But first, the quest for my trusty chauffeur awaited. According to the grand plan, my driver was to be stationed outside immigration, a beacon of transportation glory in hand, ready to whisk me away to the port. However, as I surveyed the sea of impeccably dressed chauffeurs, I couldn't help but notice a rogue figure amidst the crowd: a Spanish hooligan in shorts and a tee, looking more like he'd just stepped off a soccer pitch than out of a luxury vehicle. But in the spirit of adventure, I decided to throw caution to the wind and strike up a conversation with this unlikely chauffeur. After all, a second-class ride is still better than a first-class stroll, right? As we chatted away, I casually inquired about the journey time to the port, expecting a leisurely response. Little did I know, I was in for a wild ride. With a mischievous grin, my newfound driver revealed that the journey would be a mere 30 minutes. What he failed to mention, however, was that this estimation was contingent on one crucial detail: his absence from the driver's seat. As we careened through the streets of Barcelona at speeds that would make a Formula One driver blush, I couldn't help but wonder if we were in a race against time or simply against every other vehicle on the road. But lo and behold, we arrived at the port in record time, a testament to the unparalleled efficiency of Spanish hooligan chauffeurs everywhere. The grand embarkation, where dreams of sun-soaked days and bottomless beverages come to fruition. With the Norwegian Epic as my vessel of choice, it was time to dive headfirst into the sea of excitement. Check-in was a breeze, courtesy of NCL's efficiency. Within an hour, I was officially on board and ready to party like a sailor on shore leave. And lucky me, I snagged a cabin pronto, sparing myself the agony of lugging my bag around like a landlubber lost at sea. Bag stowed, it was time to rekindle my romance with the Norwegian Epic, and what better way to celebrate than with the sacred vow of the beverage package? Cue the heavenly chorus of angels as I embarked on a sacred quest for the perfect pint. But alas, my merriment was momentarily stalled by a perplexing sign looming over the bar, warning that those over 18 required parental permission for libations. A moment of panic ensued. What if one's parental unit had set sail to the great beyond? Would I be doomed to a fate of eternal sobriety, relegated to the realm of soft drinks and lemonade? Oh, the horror! Nevertheless, fueled by the promise of adventure and the lingering taste of hops on my tongue, I pressed on, indulging in a merry dance of brews and bites at the ship's myriad food outlets. Ah, who needs a diet when you're cruising the high seas? Ah, the delicate dance of indulgence and restraint on the high seas, a journey fraught with perilous temptations and unexpected twists. Feeling like a buoyant balloon after an afternoon of imbibing and nibbling, I decided it was high time to restore some semblance of equilibrium and retreat to the sanctuary of the Solo Lounge. The Solo Lounge, purportedly a haven for lone travelers seeking companionship, but in reality, more akin to a raucous youth club where parents offload their offspring for a brief respite. Yet, amidst the chaos and cacophony, one glimmering beacon of hope emerged: the promise of complimentary coffee, a precious elixir to soothe the soul and invigorate the senses. Why pay upstairs when you can sip in solitude for free? The logic was as clear as the foam atop my latte. But lo and behold, as I settled into my caffeinated cocoon, a siren call beckoned from behind the bar, the unmistakable cry of a chilled brew, whispering sweet nothings in my ear. It would be uncouth to resist such a seductive invitation, wouldn't it? After all, the beer knew my name, and it would be rude to ignore a personal plea from a libation. With libations duly indulged and spirits suitably lifted, it was time to face the inevitable: the compulsory lifeboat drill. Oh, the joys of maritime safety protocols! As the crew dutifully instructed us on the finer points of donning life jackets and boarding lifeboats, I couldn't help but wonder would they ever address the pressing concern of dockside disasters? But fear not, for NCL had bestowed upon us a glimmer of hope in the form of a bar within the hallowed halls of the lifeboat station. Alas, it remained shuttered during the drill, but that didn't deter me from harboring fantasies of post-exercise refreshments. And so, with glasses of orange juice spiked with a generous splash of southern comfort, I bid adieu to the trials and tribulations of safety drills and embarked on a culinary adventure to the Garden Café, where a Spanish-themed feast awaited. After all, when in Spain, one mustn't shy away from a gastronomic fiesta even if it does resemble a bustling cattle market. Navigating the Spanish-themed buffet proved to be a culinary odyssey of epic proportions. Amidst the sea of paella, I found myself lamenting the absence of plump prawns and other savory treasures, seemingly plucked from the depths of the dish by discerning diners. Fear not, dear chef, for I shall embark upon a quest to uncover the mysteries of crispy pig skin, known to some as pork scratching and to others, as the elusive morning delicacy known as bacon. The investigation shall commence at dawn, fueled by caffeine and curiosity. As the evening approached, it was time to indulge in some early entertainment before venturing to the Spiegel tent for a premier dining experience. But first, a visit to the adults-only bar, H2O's sanctuary of sophistication and refinement. Or so I thought until I encountered the invisible barrier that mysteriously transformed adults into wide-eyed children. Bravo, NCL, for your innovative approach to age regression. Eager to partake in the circus spectacle and satisfy my rumbling stomach, I ascended to the premier dining area, a realm reserved for the discerning palate and the adventurous spirit. The 20 surcharge was but a trifle, considering it was included in my dining package, a small price to pay for culinary enlightenment. Opting for a bird's-eye view of the performance, I settled into my seat with anticipation, ready to witness feats of daring and culinary prowess. Yet, as the show unfolded below, I couldn't help but ponder the peculiar seating arrangement, both standard and premier diners intermingling at the same table, rendering the extra cost a curious conundrum indeed. But fear not, for the Spiegel tent proved to be a veritable melting pot of camaraderie, where solo travelers found solace in shared conversations and newfound friendships blossomed amidst the spectacle. Ah, the joys of cruising, where every meal is an adventure, and every show a spectacle to behold. Ah, the spectacle! The show was an extravaganza of talent, a dazzling display of comedy, acrobatics, and magic woven together in a tapestry of entertainment. These performers were like wizards of the stage, conjuring laughter and awe with every flip and flourish. But alas, my enjoyment was marred by the sight of fellow cruisers stuffing their faces with delicacies while the performers worked their magic. Oh, the injustice! Such a stellar show deserved undivided attention, not distracted munching and crunching. Undeterred by the culinary cacophony, I ventured to the nightclub for a bit of post-show revelry. Hours slipped by in a blur of music and merriment, fueled by a steady stream of libations from my beverage package. As I swayed to the rhythm of the music, a thought crossed my mind: was the ship gently rocking beneath my feet, or was it merely my own unsteady equilibrium? Blame it on the drinks, I decided, and bid farewell to the night, drifting off to the land of Nod with a contented grin on my face. Ah, the joys of cruising, where every night is a party, and every show a spectacle to remember. Day 2, the day at sea. Ah, the best laid plans of mice and men, or, in this case, cruisers. The noble intention of catching the sunrise and embarking on a brisk morning walk dashed by the siren song of a cozy bed. Who can resist the allure of a comfortable mattress and snug quilt, especially at the crack of dawn? Finally emerging from the depths of slumber around 7 a.m., I embarked on a mission to conquer breakfast. But alas, my hopes were nearly dashed at the prospect of a continental feast. A terrifying vision of cold meats and rabbit food danced in my head. However, salvation came in the form of a menu offering a country platter, a beacon of hope in a sea of culinary uncertainty. Crisis averted, I happily tucked into a hearty English breakfast, bidding adieu to any lingering breakfast-related nightmares. With sustenance secured, I set forth on a leisurely stroll around the ship, marveling at the early morning peacefulness. Yet, amidst the calm, I couldn't help but notice the telltale signs of a battle for prime sunbathing real estate. Ah, the elusive towel pixies, mythical creatures tasked with the sacred duty of reserving sun loungers in the dead of night. Though some may doubt their existence, I can assure you, dear reader, that they are as real as the policies they enforce. After all, what's a cruise without a little dash of mystery and intrigue, right? Time for intellectual pursuits and culinary adventures. After a leisurely stint on a sumptuously comfy sofa, observing the world with the keen eye of a seasoned traveler, it was time to exercise the old noggin. First up, a series of lectures promising enlightenment on both the wonders of cruise destinations and the intricacies of art collecting. Now, the first lecture was a breeze, filling my brain with visions of exotic locales and enticing adventures. But then came the art lecture, a perilous journey into the realm of temptation. You see, dear reader, the moment my eyes fell upon a masterpiece by the illustrious Linda Lenif, I knew I was doomed. For lurking in the shadows of that canvas was the siren call of the art auction, beckoning me with promises of exquisite acquisitions and financial recklessness. But first, a civilized lunch at the Taste Restaurant, where refinement reigned supreme. In the spirit of adventure, I dared to sample scallops followed by Atlantic salmon, a veritable symphony of flavors that danced upon my palate. With my belly satisfied and my wallet bracing for impact, it was time to face the art auction. Little did I know, my arrival had been foretold. A mysterious informant had tipped off the auctioneers, and Linda Lenif's creations awaited my eager gaze. As the bidding commenced, I found myself locked in a fierce battle for artistic supremacy, defending my prized ladies against rival bidders with a ferocity akin to a Viking warrior. In the end, victory was mine, though not without a few harrowing moments of suspense. Now, as my ladies embark on their journey to join me in England, thanks a lot, VAT man, I can rest assured that my cruise has been adorned with a touch of artistic flair and perhaps a dash of financial folly. Ah, the joys of cruising! Ah, the spoils of victory! With a triumphant 100 voucher in hand, I'm on a mission to adorn the walls of my loved ones with fine art. My son Hadley shall soon be the proud owner of a masterpiece, while my darling granddaughters Amy Lee and Lola May will each receive a treasure of their own. After all, it's never too early to cultivate an appreciation for the finer things in life. But enough about art, it's time to quench my thirst with a round of drinky poos. Off to the bar I trot, ready to indulge in a libation or two. As the beverages flowed as freely as the banter among shipmates, a sudden realization struck me like a bolt of lightning. I had a reservation at one of the specialty restaurants, but the details had slipped my mind faster than an NCL waiter swooping in to refill an empty glass. With determination in my step and a hint of panic in my heart, I set out to track down the elusive restaurant booking desk. Of course, my luck being what it is, the desk just happened to be stationed amidst a tantalizing display of Linda's creations. But fear not, dear reader, armed with steely resolve and pockets firmly clamped shut, I navigated the sea of artistic temptation and zeroed in on the helpful attendant, extracting valuable intel on dining arrangements for not only tonight but the entire week ahead. With the crucial information secured, it was a mad dash to the cabin for a swift wardrobe change, with only an hour to spare before my scheduled culinary escapade. Ah, the trials and tribulations of a cruise connoisseur. The infamous Moderno restaurant, a place where culinary dreams collide with gastrointestinal reality. If you dare to venture into this gastronomic battleground, prepare yourself for a feast of epic proportions. Consider this your official warning. Don't even think about entering unless you've undergone a rigorous fasting regimen of at least a week. You've been forewarned, my fellow cruisers. Upon arrival, you'll be escorted to your table by a seemingly friendly waiter whose sole mission is to lull you into a false sense of security. But don't be fooled, behind that welcoming smile lies a cunning plan to lead you straight into the clutches of culinary chaos. Take your seat and behold the ritual of dining in Moderno. First, the drinks flow freely, and the intricacies of the self-service salad buffet are laid bare before you. But beware the innocuous-looking card on your table, for it holds the key to your gastronomic destiny. One side, innocently green, signals to the staff that you're ready for the main course onslaught. Brace yourself, for the onslaught shall commence forthwith. Behold as waiters descend upon your table bearing pans of side dishes so vast they could rival a buffet line at a Vegas casino. Mashed potatoes, black bean salad, fried bananas, you name it, they've got it. And just when you think you've reached the pinnacle of food-induced euphoria, another waiter arrives brandishing a skewer laden with meats of every variety imaginable. The procession continues until either your stomach protests in agony or you remember the crucial red side of the card, the beacon of salvation in this sea of culinary chaos. Once the card flips to red, signaling surrender, the onslaught mercifully ceases. and despite the perilous journey through the Valley of Gluttony, I must admit, it was one of the finest meals I've ever had at sea, and I've had my fair share, let me tell you. With dinner conquered and dignity somewhat intact, it's off to the nearest watering hole for some much-needed post-meal recovery. Here's to surviving another culinary adventure on the high seas. Day 3 Naples. The joys of waking up to the dulcet tones of an alarm summoning me from the cozy embrace of my bed to face the day ahead. With a groan and a grumble, I dragged myself upright, showered off the remnants of sleep, and mustered the courage to confront the world, or at least deck 15 of the ship. But alas, my plans for a picturesque morning were dashed quicker than you can say. Iceberg ahead. The weather, in its infinite wisdom, had decided to throw a temper tantrum, unleashing a torrential downpour accompanied by the dramatic spectacle of thunder and lightning. Boo indeed! But fear not, for I, intrepid photographer extraordinaire, was undeterred in my quest for the perfect snapshot of our majestic vessel pulling into port. Little did I know, NCL had resurrected the ghost of the Titanic, complete with its own brand of classism. Only those lucky souls in the deluxe cabins of the Haven complex were granted the privilege of gazing over the ship's bow. Outrageous! I braved the elements, teetering perilously over the edge, determined to capture the shot of a lifetime even if it meant sacrificing my dry clothes to the sea gods. After a hasty retreat to the sanctuary of my cabin for a costume change, I resumed my morning constitutional around the ship. Note to self, attempting a stair-climbing marathon from Deck 5 to Deck May 15th seemed like a stellar idea at the outset, but trust me, it's a one-way ticket to Humiliation City. Lesson learned, save the cardio for after breakfast. Speaking of which, it was time to refuel at Ocean's Bar and Cafe, where I encountered the age-old debate of egg preparation: sunny side up or down. Who cares? Just give me a plate piled high with bacon and assorted breakfast goodies, and we'll call it a day. But lo and behold, there's always one in every crowd some nitwit had the audacity to request crispy bacon. Sacrilege! Needless to say, they were promptly escorted off the plank, politely declined. The adventures of breakfast on the high seas, never a dull moment, my friends. Delightful anticipation of embarking on a grand adventure, or, in my case, a tour of Mount Vesuvius and Pompeii. With time to spare before my escapade, I entertained myself with a game of tour-tastic guessing, sizing up my fellow passengers and wagering on which excursions they'd chosen. Let me tell you, I was on fire with my predictions until reality hit, and I realized some folks had signed up for walking tours without so much as glancing at the fine print. Classic rookie mistake. As the clock ticked closer to tour time, a few, shall we say, generously proportioned individuals struggled to their feet, one poor soul relying on a walking stick for support. Methinks she may have overlooked the whole walking tour memo, given that our itinerary involved scaling Mount Vesuvius and traipsing around Pompeii. Oh, the irony! But fear not, for we were all outfitted with snazzy numbered badges, allegedly for easy identification and bus boarding purposes. Call me cynical, but doesn't that also scream, hey, look at me, I'm a tourist, pickpocket me? Nevertheless, I proudly sported my badge, like a badge of honor, and dutifully followed the herd off the ship and onto the awaiting bus. Off we jolly well went, singing our hearts out. Just kidding, no impromptu musical numbers here. Instead, our first stop turned out to be a not-so-charming little shop peddling shell-based trinkets. I'll admit, I zoned out during the lightning-fast spiel about their wares, but couldn't miss the eager salespeople lurking behind every corner, ready to pounce on unsuspecting cruisers like a pack of seagulls eyeing a picnic spread. The joys of tourist traps, nothing quite like being herded like sheep towards overpriced souvenirs. Bless brevity. Our brief sojourn at the tourist trap of trinkets ended after a merciful 15 minutes, and we were finally on our way to the grand Mount Vesuvius. Let me tell you, my heartiest applause goes to our driver, who navigated those treacherous, serpentine mountain roads like a maestro conducting a high-wire symphony. The real fun began when we reached what I affectionately dubbed the torture trail, or as the brochure euphemistically called it, the trekking path to the crater. If you envision a gentle, tourist-friendly slope, think again. The masterminds behind this trail clearly consulted with Nepalese Sherpas, each incline steeper and more treacherous than the last, with the only respite coming in the form of hairpin turns leading to yet another grueling ascent. At the outset, they kindly offered us walking sticks. That should have been my first clue. But no, I scoffed at the notion and valiantly set off on my climb. Halfway up, I was forced to swallow my pride and take a photo break, pretending to capture the stunning views while covertly catching my breath. Ah, the humiliation of watching a sprightly octogenarian saunter past you. Not one to be outdone, I shoved my camera back in my bag and charged ahead, determined to reach the summit first. When I finally reached what I believed to be the pinnacle, I was greeted not by the awe-inspiring crater but by a gift shop. The local guides were there, too, hawking souvenirs and bottles of water. "Where's the oxygen?" I gasped. The friendly guide chuckled and pointed up. "Just a bit further," he said, "but hurry, there's a storm coming." A storm? After all that effort? Not a chance I was missing the crater. I snapped a few triumphant photos, even getting one with me in it for proof of my epic achievement. Then, it was a mad dash down the mountain, racing against the impending storm. All in all, it was an adventure filled with sweat, pride swallowing, and a touch of peril. But hey, what's a cruise without a little high-altitude drama? Coming down Mount Vesuvius was like sliding down a greasy pole compared to the torturous ascent. I even took a moment to shrink the volcano by a couple of centimeters. Hey, every little bit helps. Along the way, I snagged 2 pieces of authentic volcanic rock as souvenirs for my son and granddaughter. They'll love it, even if it's just glorified gravel. The good news, I made it down before the rain. The bad news, the storm hit with the fury of a vengeful god. Picture 7 or 8 coachloads of drenched tourists trying to huddle under a gift shop lean to design for 10 people. We would have been drier if we'd gone for a swim in the Mediterranean. But, hey, I'm on vacation, right? After standing in the rain for what felt like an eternity, our coach finally showed up. Due to limited space, it couldn't park nearby. I did feel a pang of pity for anyone arriving during the storm because they were barred from climbing up to the crater safety first, and all that jazz. With all that rain, nature called, so I made a dash for the porta toilets. I didn't see any signs about having to pay to use them, but as I left, I swear I heard someone shouting at me. Sometimes, being a bit hard of hearing is a blessing. Now, I feel like an international outlaw. Imagine getting home to see my name and photo splashed worldwide. This man left Mount Vesuvius without paying to use a portaloo. Who knew my Mediterranean cruise would turn me into a criminal mastermind? Once everyone was herded back onto the bus, we set off for Pompeii. Now, Pompeii is one of those places that makes you feel like Indiana Jones, minus the fedora and whip. Our guide was a fountain of knowledge, spilling facts and tales about every nook and cranny. Unfortunately, Pompeii is too colossal to cover in a short tour. You'd need at least a day to really soak in its ancient grandeur. The only downside to Pompeii? It's a magnet for tourists, especially when all the cruise ships are in port. It's like trying to navigate a battlefield while dodging selfie sticks and photo bombers. A pro tip, hang back at the end of your group. If you're lucky and another group isn't breathing down your neck, you might just snag that perfect, unobstructed shot. Back on the ship, and I guess Interpol hasn't been alerted about my portaloo escapade. Time for a few drinky poos before dinner and tonight's entertainment. Craving something exotic, I set my sights on the Shanghai Chinese restaurant for dinner. The place was swanky, and the waitress seated me at a nice table before handing me a menu. Thank goodness she explained it to me, or I would have just ended up with fried rice and a bowl of soup. Feeling adventurous, I decided to embrace the cultural experience and use the chopsticks neatly placed on the table. It turns out my technique of stabbing food didn't quite cut it with rice. After what felt like an eternity, I sheepishly asked the waitress for a chopstick tutorial. To my shock and horror, she didn't know how to use them either. Lesson learned, never judge someone's chopstick prowess by their appearance. Despite my chopstick failure, the food was phenomenal, and I savored every bite. Definitely worth a visit if you're on board. And next time, I might just stick to the fork. Food demolished, I headed to the theater for the Legends in Concert show. This is a top-tier, sell-out every-time spectacle, so book early. Kudos to NCL. In one night, I got to see Shakira, Diana Ross, Prince, and the Beatles. Sure, they were impersonators, but they were phenomenal, and I didn't even have to switch ships. I even snagged a photo with Shakira. Better hit up Photoshop before she buys it herself, thrilled to be next to such a famous personality like me. Well, at least in my world. To cap off the night, I made my way to Deck 15 and the H2O bar. The rain had finally stopped, revealing a beautiful evening. Feeling sophisticated, I downed a couple of glasses of wine. But then I got hankering for a hot chocolate before bed, so I made a beeline for the solo lounge. At least, that was the plan. The beauty of the solo lounge is the charming folks you meet. What was meant to be a quick hot chocolate turned into an hour of delightful conversation with two lovely single American ladies. They probably didn't even mind my wine-fueled storytelling. All in all, a perfect end to a day of cruise ship shenanigans. Day 4 Civitavecchia. Once again, the alarm screamed at 5 o'clock, and once again, it was promptly silenced. Another 10 minutes in bed sounded like a brilliant idea. Eventually, I dragged myself out, took a quick shower, and completed my morning routine before setting off for a stroll around the ship, fueled by several cups of coffee. As I reached Deck 15, I was greeted by a gorgeous day, no sign of yesterday's rain. I made my maiden voyage to the Garden Cafe for breakfast. Sometimes, it resembles a feeding frenzy, like wildebeest crossing an African river, but the variety is worth it. I started with a bowl of cereal, trying to be healthy, but that didn't last long. I quickly moved on to a hearty cooked breakfast. To my delight, they had proper bacon, not yesterday's pork scratchings aka rock-hard bacon. I sat down to enjoy my meal, watching the world and my fellow passengers whiz by at lightning speed, presumably afraid they'd missed something crucial. My tour today, Hilltops and Country, wasn't meeting until 8:30, so I spent some time wandering the ship. The meeting spot was the Manhattan Room, one of the inclusive restaurants by night, which isn't the best place for my new favorite game of guessing the tour. But I gave it a shot anyway, sitting at the back and observing. As it turned out, only 20 people were left in the room, which was convenient because we were all on the same tour. Following the usual routine, we were called up, collected our prison numbers, tour identification numbers, and boarded the coach. With only 20 people on a 56-seater bus, there was plenty of room to stretch out and relax. This excursion turned out to be one of the best I've ever been on. Our guide, Sabina, was fantastic, balancing perfectly between guiding us and giving us space to explore on our own. The first hour and a half was spent on the bus, heading to a quaint little town in the countryside, with Sabina providing a lively commentary on the local area and sprinkling in some Roman history for good measure. We arrived at the town, and the first thing that struck me was the absence of any other coaches from competing cruise lines. Imagine that, an unspoiled spot without the usual overcrowding. Well done, NCL, for finding this gem. It felt like we had the place to ourselves, with only a few locals and our group wandering the charming, old, walled town. Plenty of time to take photos without jostling for position and really soak in the beauty of the place. After a leisurely hour exploring, it was time for a drive through the countryside to the medieval city of Civita di Bagneregio, built in 800 BC on top of a mountain. Now, the coach couldn't take us all the way to Civita, so we stopped in a nearby village and waited for a shuttle bus. No problem there, plenty of time to browse the gift shop, which was surprisingly reasonably priced, given its off-the-beaten-path location. When the shuttle bus finally arrived, we played a game of sardines, packing ourselves tightly inside. But once we reached Civita, the journey was absolutely worth it. The town is perched on a mountaintop, looking like something out of a fairy tale, though apparently, it gets smaller as bits fall off. To enter, we had to cross a steep bridge, the only access point, which was just wide enough for pedestrians, mopeds, and the occasional small 4x4 buggy. To reach the bridge, we first had to descend 82 steps, I counted them, knowing I'd have to climb them later. After the steps, there was a relatively steep slope and then, of course, a kiosk to pay for entry to the town. Fortunately, since I was on a tour, my ticket was already covered. As I stared at the very steep incline of the bridge, memories of the Mount Vesuvius climb came flooding back. But this time, I was determined no granny was going to humiliate me by zooming past. With teeth gritted, I started the ascent, ready for whatever Civita had in store. Mission accomplished. I was the first to conquer the top, triumphantly entering the town, and immediately hit by the glorious sight: no crowds. We were the only tour group there. Well played, NCL, for keeping this treasure hidden from the other cruise lines. The town itself was a picturesque gem, with its tiny streets and complete lack of vehicles save for the occasional moped, which was like spotting a unicorn. Plenty of small bars and restaurants line the streets, and because this place is off the major tourist radar, the prices were delightfully reasonable. I stumbled upon a tiny museum housed in an ancient building dedicated to olive oil production. It cost just €1 to enter, and to my amazement, it turned out to be the house of Geppetto, Pinocchio's dad. They even filmed the latest Pinocchio movie here last year. I half expected my nose to grow when I told everyone about it later. With 2 hours of free time, we had plenty of opportunity to explore and enjoy lunch. Our small group quickly developed a camaraderie, including Paco from the NCL Shore excursion team, who had tagged along, presumably to ensure we didn't get lost or by the town. After a fantastic time, it was soon time to leave. The descent down the bridge was much easier than the climb up, but, as they say, what goes down often needs a drink. Luckily, at the top of the stairs, there was a bar. We all gathered there, and liquid oxygen was provided okay. It was a large beer, but it did the trick. All back on the bus, we headed back to the ship, still buzzing from our day of epic adventures. This excursion was perfect for anyone wanting to escape the usual cruise crowds. But remember, it's a secret, so keep your lips sealed. If large groups start flocking here, it wouldn't be the same. Back on the ship, I decided to maximize my dining package benefits. My reservation at Cagney's Steakhouse was fast approaching, so I took a quick shower, changed into something more fitting for a steak feast, and headed off to see what culinary delights awaited me. Seated next to the window, I perused the menu, which was filled with mouth-watering options. Naturally, I opted for one item from each section because why not? For the main course, I chose a rather large bison steak, cooked to perfection, not burnt, not still mooing, but just right. I enjoyed a leisurely dinner, savoring each bite. NCL doesn't rush you through like cattle. You can take your time and really enjoy the meal. After dinner, it was time to sample the entertainment offerings on board. I started with the Manhattan Show Band in the auditorium. What a great band! The singer had a voice that could melt butter, definitely worth stopping by for a listen. Once that was over, I embarked on a tour to see what else was on offer. Nearly made a grave error when I walked into the Bliss Bar and was greeted by a horrible screeching sound. Karaoke. I fled the scene faster than a cat with its tail on fire. Instead, I retreated to the H2O bar and spent the rest of the evening grooving to the smooth sounds of the 70s. As the night wore on, I decided to cap it off with a coffee in the Solo Lounge. Upon entering, I was hit by a scene that made me double-check the door. 3 families, ranging from ages 10 to 80, were all playing games together. It looked more like a family reunion than a lounge for solo travelers. NCL might want to reconsider the use of that room. All in all, another day of cruising well spent, filled with laughter, good food, and a few surprises. Until tomorrow's adventure. Day 5, Livorno, Florence, Pisa. Ah, a new day in a new city. Time to roll out of bed and go through the usual morning ritual of dressing and showering, although not necessarily in that order. Then it's off to stretch the legs and make my grand entrance at the port. But first, a crucial pit stop, breakfast at the Garden Cafe. Today, I decided to be a beacon of health and only went back for seconds of cereal. Moderation, they say, is key. Today's tour promised the wonders of Florence, Pisa on your own, with a meeting time of 8 o'clock. So, with an hour to kill, I indulged in several cups of coffee. If you know where to look, you can find plenty of spots around the ship to fuel up on your morning Java fix. Finally, the appointed time arrived, and I made my way to the Manhattan dining room as per the tour ticket's instructions. As I sat there eagerly awaiting the day's adventures and my designated number, it hit me like a ton of bricks. I'd been hoodwinked. Bamboozled. The ticket clearly stated Florence, Pisa on my own, but here I was, surrounded by about 100 fellow on my own adventurers. Talk about false advertising. But alas, there was no time to dwell on my misfortune. Before long, all the solo explorers were herded off the ship and onto several buses. I must hand it to NCL, they sure know how to make mass organizations look like a piece of cake. Our first stop, Pisa and its famous Leaning Tower. The bus dropped us off at a vast coach stop about 15 minutes away from the tower and church. And let me tell you, it was a stark contrast from yesterday's peaceful excursion. Before we even set foot off the bus, hawkers descended upon us like seagulls on a bag of chips. Umbrellas, anyone? I'm not saying it was raining, but you'd need water wings to navigate through the crowd. As we made our way swam our way to the plaza, we were bombarded by hawkers at every turn. One even had the audacity to try and sell me sunglasses. I mean, come on, can't they see the sun shining? The plaza, a bustling hub of touristy excitement and hawkers peddling everything from umbrellas to ponchos, all at bargain basement prices. Well, at least that's what they claim. As the rain poured down like a biblical flood, people huddled in doorways, desperately seeking refuge from the downpour. And there I was, steadfast in my refusal to surrender to the temptation of an overpriced umbrella. After all, who needs shelter when you have the indomitable spirit of optimism, right? I must admit, though, I did entertain the notion of engaging in some creative bartering. When one particularly persistent hawker tried to sell me yet another umbrella, I kindly offered him a punch in the face as a fair trade. Shockingly, he declined my generous proposal and scurried off into the rain-soaked abyss. Oh well, can't blame a guy for trying. With an hour of free time on my hands and a complimentary bottle of water from the tour guide, thanks, but I'll pass, I embarked on a mission to explore the plaza and capture some iconic photos, rain-soaked selfies included, of course. As I merrily strolled around, belting out tunes and giggling to myself like a deranged Disney character, I couldn't help but marvel at the absurdity of it all. After a brief shopping spree at the market stalls where haggling is not just encouraged but practically mandatory, I rejoined the group at the pre-appointed meeting point. Well, almost everyone. There's always that one family who operates on their own time, oblivious to the fact that the world doesn't revolve around them. Classic. Florence, a city steeped in history, culture, and the occasional rain shower. As we disembarked the bus on the outskirts of this pedestrian paradise, I couldn't help but feel like a modern-day explorer about to conquer uncharted territory. Armed with nothing but a trusty bottle of water and a sense of adventure, we dove headfirst into the maze of streets, ready to uncover Florence's hidden gems. With the rain finally taking a break and the sun peeking out from behind the clouds, the city came alive with a newfound energy. And let me tell you, nothing says Italian fashion icon quite like a hastily purchased hat from one of Florence's finest hawkers. As the sun beamed down, I strutted through the streets, channeling my inner fashionista and belting out tunes about the sun having his hat on. Classic. As the day drew to a close, we regrouped as planned, including the perpetually tardy family who managed to make it on time this go-around. Back on the bus, we braced ourselves for the uncomfortable journey back to the ship, a delightful hour and a half spent squished against the window by a couple who clearly believed in the concept of personal space as a myth. Arriving back on board a tad fashionably late, I barely had time to change out of my exploratory attire before making my way to La Cucina Italian restaurant. With expectations as high as the Leaning Tower of Pisa, I eagerly awaited to see what culinary delights awaited me. And let me tell you, dear reader, the food and service did not disappoint. It was a culinary experience fit for a king, or at least for a slightly soggy adventurer returning from a day in Florence's labyrinthine streets. It was a night of aquatic delights. First up, we had the soup with shrimps, a culinary masterpiece served with flair by the folks at NCL. Picture this, a bowl filled with dry ingredients awaiting the grand finale of a liquid pour-over. It was like watching a shrimp symphony unfold before my very eyes. Next on the menu, lobster with a side of pasta, or should I say pasta with a cameo appearance by 4 tiny lobster pieces? Either way, it was a tantalizing treat for my taste buds. And because I had been a paragon of fitness with all that walking, I indulged in a decadent chocolate tart, washed down with a glass of wine fit for a connoisseur. The joys of cruising cuisine. With the evening still young and the weather balmy, I decided to take in a movie under the stars at H2O. And what luck! The screening turned out to be the latest Hobbit flick. Imagine watching Bilbo Baggins embark on his epic journey while sipping on a cold brew and basking in the warm breeze. It's like cinema heaven, minus the sticky floors and overpriced snacks. Bonus, the ever-attentive NCL staff were on hand to keep the refreshments flowing. Talk about service with a smile. but beware of the perils of movie snacks. They're as tempting as the One Ring itself. Before I knew it, I was munching away like a hungry hobbit, courtesy of the friendly waiter who kept plying me with treats. By the time the credits rolled, I was ready to waddle my way to the next entertainment hotspot, the Comedy Club. Ah, the Comedy Club, a beacon of laughter in the night. I dashed in faster than a Pisa Plaza hawker chasing after unsuspecting tourists. The show, aptly named Dual Pianos, had me in stitches from start to finish. The only downside? The booking process, which requires the strategic planning skills of a military tactician. Note to self, book shows early, or risk missing out on all the fun. And with that, dear reader, it was off to the land of Nod, where dreams of shrimp symphonies and hobbit-sized feasts awaited. Until tomorrow, when the adventures of cruising life continue. Day 6. The crack of dawn, a time when most sensible folks are snug in their beds, dreaming of sugar plum fairies or, in my case, a buffet breakfast bonanza. But not me. No, sir, I was up at the ungodly hour of 5:30 a.m. Why? Because I'm a rebel, that's why. Plus, who needs sleep when there's a whole day of holiday shenanigans ahead? After the obligatory morning rituals, brushing teeth, cursing at the alarm clock, the usual, I made my way to deck 15 for my daily dose of liquid sanity, a gallon of coffee. Ah, the elixir of life. As I sipped my Java and basked in the glorious sunshine, I couldn't help but notice the telltale signs of the towel pixies at work. Yes, they strike again, claiming prime sunbathing real estate with their mystical towel magic. But hey, who am I to judge? If you can't beat him, join him. Breakfast was a feast fit for a king, or at least a hungry holidaymaker like myself. Full English breakfast? Check. Cereals? Check. Pastries? Double check. Because, let's face it, I'll need all the fuel I can get for a day of epic adventures on dry land. Speaking of adventures, it was time for a new experience, tendering ashore. Like a wide-eyed schoolboy on a field trip, I eagerly awaited my turn to hop aboard the tender lifeboat combo. But wait, what's this? One of the seats clearly marked for emergency use only? I mean, aren't they all supposed to be for emergencies? Note to self, don't sit in the emergency seats unless absolutely necessary. Got it. The journey to shore was brief but exhilarating, with 200 of my fellow cruisers packed into the tender like sardines in a can. Once ashore, good old NCL was there to lend a helping hand, along with the local tourist board, because, let's face it, even seasoned adventurers like myself could use a little guidance now and then. Armed with a map and a sense of adventure, I set off to explore the old town. Or so I thought. It turns out that my navigational skills were about as reliable as those of a chocolate teapot. Left instead of right, old town instead of new. Oops. But hey, getting lost is all part of the adventure, right? At least, that's what I'll tell myself as I embark on my unintentional scenic route. Onward, brave explorer. The perfect opportunity for my brain to take an unauthorized vacation. After a leisurely stroll along the beachfront that would make Forrest Gump proud, I decided it was high time to consult the local oracle, a kiosk proprietor who I hoped could rescue me from my cartographic calamity. But alas, it seems my brain had pulled a Houdini and disappeared without a trace. The helpful gent pointed to a spot about 6 feet to the left of the map and declared, "You are here." Well, technically, he wasn't wrong. Turns out, I had embarked on a scenic detour that would make even Magellan scratch his head in confusion. With my tail tucked firmly between my legs, metaphorically speaking, of course, I embarked on the walk of shame back to square one. Who knew reading a map could be so darn tricky? But fear not, for I was determined to conquer this city, or at least find my way to the old town without further incident. After some more misguided meandering, I finally stumbled upon the crown jewel of my expedition, the castle, towering majestically over the city like a slightly less intimidating version of Hogwarts. And let me tell you, the views from up there were worth every wrong turn and lost brain cells. With sightseeing checked off the list and still no gift for my son in sight, it was time to bid adieu to Can and head back to the ship. But wait, what's this? A miniature train offering tours around the town? Where was this little locomotive when I needed it most? Oh well, better late than never, I suppose. As I made my way back to the port, I couldn't help but notice the tour buses and friendly shore excursion staff greeting me like a long-lost friend. "Enjoy your visit to Cannes?" they chirped, unaware of the epic saga that had unfolded in my quest for direction. And just when I thought my misadventures were over, I was greeted by a not-so-friendly surprise on the other side of the check-in desk, several busloads of happy cruisers awaiting their tender boats. Talk about impeccable timing. Looks like my brain and I were in for a serious heart-to-heart once we were reunited. But hey, at least I hadn't missed the boat literally. Back on the good ship Lollipop, where the Pepsi flows like water and the salads are so good, they'll make you question your life choices. But fear not, dear reader, for I've mastered the art of balance 2 Pepsis to wash down my leafy greens because hydration is key, right? After a leisurely lunch that would make a rabbit proud, it was time to unwind before the evening's culinary showdown at Maderno. But first, a curious announcement over the ship's intercom, for Spanish speakers, gracias. Now, call me intrigued, but I scoured every nook and cranny of the ship, only to find disappointment. No grass on anyone's derriere, folks. False advertising at its finest. And speaking of elusive treasures, where on earth was this mythical cake shop they boasted about on the ship's TV? Perhaps it required a secret decoder ring or a treasure map. The mysteries of the high seas. But I digress. The hour had come to face the ultimate gastronomic challenge, Maderno. With a few stretching exercises and maybe a victory lap or 2 around the ship, I donned my finest attire and mentally prepared for battle. Upon arrival, I was greeted like a returning hero by the ship's head waiter, who knew my name before I even flashed my room key. Talk about service. Seated at my table, I had the buffet like a seasoned strategist, sticking to my game plan amidst the tempting array of choices. Then, with a dramatic flourish, I flipped my card from red to green, signaling the start of the meat marathon. Waiters descended upon me like vultures, skewers of meat in hand, ready to test my mettle. But fear not, for I emerged victorious from this meaty melee, dessert in hand and a triumphant grin on my face. They say laughter is the best medicine, but I'd argue that a hearty meal at Maderno comes in at a close second. So, if you ever find yourself aboard this floating feast of delights, do yourself a favor and take on the Maderno challenge. Your taste buds will thank you. With my belly full enough to rival a Thanksgiving turkey, I embarked on a noble quest to wobble off the excess calories. The joys of post-feast exercise, a delicate dance between fitness and food comas. But lo and behold, an invitation awaited me at the art gallery, reserved exclusively for us art aficionados. I strutted in with all the grace of a connoisseur, ready to mingle with fellow collectors and perhaps snag a masterpiece or 2. Imagine my delight when I won a 100 voucher, only to realize that the only pieces within my budget were, well, not exactly masterpieces. Oh, the cruel twists of fate. For those with a penchant for fine art or simply a desire to rub elbows with the cultured elite, the art auctions are a must-visit. The staff, bless their hearts, are as charming as they come, making even the most clueless bloke feel like a seasoned art connoisseur. And let's not forget the eye candy those 2 lovely ladies could charm the paint right off a canvas. But enough art talk, for it was time to unleash my inner party animal at NCL's legendary White Hot Party. Deck 15 transformed into a sea of white-clad revelers, gyrating to the beat like there was no tomorrow. I joined in the festivities, shaking my groove thing until the wee hours of the morning before bidding farewell to the night and diving headfirst into the land of Nod. The glamorous life of a cruiser. Day 7, Palma. The ship leisurely strolls into Palma at a leisurely 1300 hours, as if the captain decided to take a scenic route through the 7 seas, stopping to smell the ocean breeze and, of course, squeeze in one last round of onboard sales because nothing says vacation like a relentless assault on your wallet. But hey, before you start grumbling about the late arrival, remember it's all part of the freestyle cruise experience. You can spend as much or as little as you like, no strings attached. So what if they try to tempt you with duty-free goodies and spa treatments? Just smile and wave, folks, smile and wave. As for me, I decided to indulge in some extra beauty sleep because, let's face it, sleeping is a sport, and I'm going for gold. After a caffeine-fueled morning and a quick scan of the daily log, spoiler alert, more sales, I sauntered over to the final art auction, hoping to strike gold. Alas, all I got was another 100 bid credit. Not exactly a masterpiece, but hey, it's the thought that counts, right? With only an hour until departure on tour, I dashed to the Garden Cafe for a pre-adventure feast. Little did I know, the tour had a few surprises in store for us. First up, a detour to a pearl gift shop because nothing says cave exploration like a guilt trip into buying overpriced pearls, am I right? And speaking of caves, our much-anticipated visit turned out to be a bit of a disappointment. No photos allowed inside? Cue the collective gasps of horror from the entire coach. But fear not, dear passengers, for our guide had a brilliant solution: forced photo shoots with a cave photographer. Because who wouldn't want a candid shot of themselves looking bewildered in a cave? Needless to say, I politely declined the offer, but not before experiencing the full force of the photographer's enthusiasm. Flash! Bang! And just like that, another hilarious adventure in the world of cruising. Who needs souvenirs when you have memories like these, right? Ah, the cave adventure, a journey into the depths of, well, not very far. After patiently waiting for the group ahead to inch their way through the caverns, we finally entered, only to realize that the promise of unlimited cave time was just a cruel joke. Instead of leisurely exploring, we were herded along like reluctant sheep by guides stationed at every twist and turn. Note to self: next time, bring a shepherd's crook. Emerging from the caves, we were whisked away to Porto Cristo, a quaint little village by the sea. Picture perfect if you're into crowded beaches and overpriced trinkets. With a whopping 2 hours of free time, I quickly discovered that there's only so much one can do in a village the size of a postage stamp. Cue the yawns of boredom and the longing for the open sea. Back on the ship just in time for my reservation at Cagney's Steakhouse, I made a dramatic entrance, camera and bag in hand, ready to feast like there's no tomorrow. And feast I did, indulging in a veritable meat extravaganza of shrimp, soup, and a steak the size of a small country. Hey, it's the last night, might as well go out with a bang. As for the Great Bag Disappearance saga, let's just say that NCL's trust in its passengers may be slightly misplaced. A mysterious $3.65 charge for a housekeeping item appeared on my bill, leaving me scratching my head and wondering if I accidentally packed a mini vacuum cleaner. Note to self: check luggage for rogue vacuum cleaners. But hey, who needs to dwell on petty charges when there's a bottomless drink package to conquer? So off to the bar I went, where I spent the evening chatting up some lovely ladies named Jane, Beverly, and, well, a few whose names escaped me faster than a runaway lifeboat. Ah, the joys of cruising where the drinks flow freely, the conversations are entertaining, and the only worry is whether you'll remember to wake up in time for disembarkation. Cheers to that! Day 8: Barcelona disembark. Dawn, a time when even the sun is hitting the snooze button. Up bright and early at 4:45, I embarked on the ritual of showering, scrubbing, and bidding farewell to my cozy cabin for the week. But horror of horrors, when I reached deck 15 for my morning coffee fix, there wasn't a cup or glass in sight. Come on, NCL, don't play hide and seek with the caffeine vessels. In a stroke of genius, or so I thought, I assumed the Garden Cafe would be open at 5 o'clock, considering the early exodus of passengers starting at 7 o'clock. But alas, I was met with locked doors and hungry stomachs. Finally, at the stroke of 5:30, I indulged in what I aptly dubbed my last supper on the ship. Today's grand finale was a tour that conveniently ended at the airport, a stroke of scheduling brilliance, or so I thought. Little did I know that the advertised flight-friendly tour would dump me at the airport a whopping 10 hours before my flight instead of the promised 5. Thanks for the unexpected bonus time, NCL. Airport adventures, here I come. Now, onto the grand finale, disembarkation. Gathered in the Epic Theater at a reasonable 7:30, we were assigned our bus numbers and set off to reclaim our bags, which, by the sound of it, weren't too pleased about their extended vacation on the baggage carousel. With suitcases in hand and grumbling luggage in tow, we boarded the bus bound for today's adventure, Montserrat Monastery. From cinema check-in to bus boarding, the whole ordeal took a swift 45 minutes, leaving me feeling like a seasoned pro in the art of cruise disembarkation. Ah, the scenic tour of Barcelona, a crash course in local lore and expert navigation, courtesy of our guide. Seriously, this guy knew more about Barcelona than the pigeons in Plaza Catalunya. Maybe you should moonlight as a Palm Springs tour guide and show them how it's done. But enough about the cityscape. It was time to ascend to new heights, quite literally, as we embarked on the treacherous journey to Montserrat Monastery. Now, there were plenty of ways to reach the summit: cable cars for the faint-hearted, trains for the leisurely, and for the truly bonkers there were cyclists huffing and puffing their way up, not to mention a lone lunatic attempting to outrun gravity itself. As we wound our way up the mountain, the views were nothing short of spectacular, prompting a photo frenzy among the passengers. But if you were expecting a quaint little chapel at the peak, think again. Montserrat Monastery sprawls across the landscape like a religious theme park, complete with its own mountain train that defies all laws of physics. With a mere hour and a half to explore this sprawling wonderland, I decided to hike up to St. Michael's Cross for the promised panoramic views. Little did I know that the gentle slope would morph into a vertical climb that would make even Spider-Man break a sweat. But after a grueling ascent, I reached the summit and was rewarded with vistas that made my knees weak and my camera happy. Back at the monastery, I attempted to sneak into the basilica for a peek, but alas, a service was in progress. Undeterred, I dipped my hand into the holy water font, half expecting to burst into flames, and, much to my surprise, emerged unscathed. Feeling downright saintly, I said a quick prayer for the family and even threw in one for myself, because why not? As our time at Montserrat came to a close, I reluctantly made my way back to the bus, already plotting my return to this mountaintop marvel. Barcelona, you may have stolen my heart, but Montserrat, you've earned yourself a spot on my cruise bucket list. Ah, the joys of airport purgatory, a thrilling saga of charging ports and desperate searches for outlets. Here I am, stranded in Barcelona airport, with only 10 hours to kill. But fear not, fellow travelers, for I come bearing wisdom gleaned from the trenches of cruise life. Let me drop a nugget of wisdom on you, in this brave new world of airline regulations, where your gadgets must prove their worthiness or face banishment. It's essential to juice up your electronics before hitting the skies. Because let me tell you, finding a power outlet in this airport is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. After scouring every nook and cranny for hours, the only sockets I stumbled upon were nestled in a dingy eatery tucked away in the darkest depths of the departure hall. Talk about a hidden treasure. But enough about my electrifying adventures, let's talk highlights. From Beverly to Jane, Lauren to Emily, and let's not forget good old Paco from the shore excursion department, I've met more characters than a Shakespearean comedy. And let's give a round of applause to the art auction team and the unsung heroes of the Norwegian epic crew, without whom this epic adventure would have been about as exciting as watching paint dry on the poop deck. Ah, my cruising compendium of delights. Let's delve into the treasure trove of my favorites, where libations flow like the mighty rivers and dining is an art form unto itself. Top bars. 1. Solo Lounge, where the drinks flow freely and the conversations are as smooth as a freshly waxed dance floor. 2. Maltings, the hustle and bustle here ensures you'll get your booze fix in record time, ain't nobody got time to wait. 3. H2O, a serene oasis for film buffs and beer aficionados alike, where relaxation reigns supreme. Eating extravaganzas. 1. Moderno, prepare thy stomach for the culinary gauntlet and feast upon delights fit for a king, but beware, fasting may be required to conquer this culinary Everest. 2. Cagney's, a meat lover's paradise where succulence knows no bounds. 3. Shangy's, for a taste of the Orient that'll have you bowing in gratitude to the culinary gods. Tour treasures. 1. Hilltop towns and countryside, SHH, it's a secret. But trust me, the views are worth the clandestine adventure. 2. Montserrat Monastery, prepare to be awestruck by vistas so breathtaking that they'll make your selfie stick quiver with anticipation. 3. Mount Vesuvius, a volcano with a view where you can both marvel at nature's fury and burn off those excess calories from the buffet. Ship hangouts. 1. Art gallery, where brushstrokes meet bargains, and every purchase feels like an investment in your cultured future. 2. Solo Lounge, from dawn till dusk, it's the sanctuary of solitude where introverts reign supreme. 3. Maltings, escape the crowds and find solace amidst the barley and hops, it's a beautiful thing. Best shows. 1. Circus Spiegel Tent, prepare to be dazzled by death-defying feats and acrobatic wonders that'll leave you questioning your own physical prowess. 2. Legends, 3 performers, 3 legends, and one heck of a good time. 3. Dueling pianos, tickling the ivories and tickling your funny bone, with a side of audience participation for good measure. And there you have it, folks, the pinnacle of cruise life, as decreed by yours truly. Now go forth and cruise with gusto. 14-day Iberian Peninsula Western Mediterranean solo adventure. Well folks, gather round for the tale of my upcoming solo escapade aboard the illustrious Norwegian epic. Now, I may have sailed on this vessel a couple of times before, but fear not because, apparently, she's had a makeover. Yep, Norwegian Cruise Line is treating us to the thrill of a new ship after her refit. And let me tell you, the excitement is palpable. You see, NCL has decided to kick off the party early. None of this waiting until we're on board nonsense. Oh no, they've gone ahead and started the fun months in advance. Picture this, a lineup of tantalizing games to get us in the cruising spirit. We've got classics like Guess Which Day We Actually Set Sail, is it a 13 or 14-day cruise, and, of course, the piece de resistance, how many days will you spend in the departure port? And let me tell you, there are no cheat codes here, folks. NCL isn't dropping any hints, like a sneaky email or a carrier pigeon with a message strapped to its leg. Oh, no. If you want to crack this code, you'll need the skills of Sherlock Holmes himself. You might even find yourself diving deep into the abyss of my.ncl.com, scouring for clues like a cruise-themed Nancy Drew. So, as I prepare for this whirlwind adventure, I raise a toast to the memory of Smudge Cat, my faithful feline companion of 2 decades. Here's to you, old friend, and here's to the hilarity that awaits me aboard the Norwegian epic. Let the games begin. Day 1 start of cruise. The delicate dance of not saying too much about the taxi driver, who may potentially be my only ride back from this cruising adventure. Can't risk offending her, especially since she's one of the daughters of the house, and trust me, getting a whack around the head is not on my to-do list today. Self-preservation, my friends, self-preservation. So, after what felt like an eternity but was actually just a measly 20 minutes of traffic-induced torture, I finally arrived at the port. The luxury of not having to drag myself out of bed at the crack of dawn to endure the chaos of the airport. Home port departures, my darlings, they're the real MVP. Once safely deposited at the harbor, bags handed over to the porters who I suspect have a secret society dedicated to the art of luggage juggling, it was time to dive headfirst into the terminal madness. The check-in process, a tried and tested routine of sheep-like behavior, with yours truly following blindly behind the person in front, navigating through the maze of ropes like a contestant on a game show. Security, the great equalizer of airport antics. Watching unsuspecting souls do the mini striptease of shame as they unload every last gadget from their pockets, hoping to avoid the dreaded beep of judgment. It's like a comedic ballet, I tell you. But the real entertainment begins in the waiting hall. Behold the frenzy of free magazines. Suddenly, everyone morphs into hoarders, grabbing every glossy publication in sight like they're going out of style. I half expect someone to whip out a suitcase just to accommodate their newfound literary treasures. Despite the chaos, the ship filled up faster than a balloon at a birthday party. And there I was, at the back of the ship, beer in hand, gazing wistfully at my home port and my son's humble abode. But fear not, my thirsty friends, for Norwegian Cruise Line has bestowed upon us the gift of pure genius, the all-powerful room key, now equipped with the holy grail of beverages and dining. No more scavenger hunts for the elusive beverage package benefactor. They've even strategically placed the restaurant reservation desk in front of a painting by Lena Niff because nothing says bon appetit like a dash of conspiracy. And so, with a drink in hand and a twinkle in my eye, I embarked on this floating adventure, ready to embrace the absurdity that awaits. Cheers to cruising, where the only thing more plentiful than the buffet is the laughter. The sweet nectar of victory. Or, in my case, the sweet nectar of several beers down the hatch. With my thirst quenched, and my spirits lifted, it was time to embark on a journey of discovery aboard the newly refurbished Norwegian epic. Now, finding my way around the ship was a bit like navigating a maze blindfolded, but eventually, I stumbled upon the Bliss Lounge, looking spiffier than ever. As for the old jazz club, now transformed into the cavern, it still had that cozy cave-like vibe, though I couldn't help but notice the severe lack of seating. Mental note, checked the photos from the last cruise for evidence of overcrowding. But what really caught my eye was the peculiar sight outside the Cavern Club's door, a statue of a dog mid-poop. Now, call me crazy, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a deeper message here. Is it a commentary on the state of the club's facilities, or perhaps a subtle warning about what awaits inside? The mysteries of cruise ship artistry, my friends, they never cease to amaze. After my stroll around the ship and a quick pit stop at my old haunt, the Maltings, I decided it was time to rehydrate. And what better way to do so than with a refreshing glass of orange juice? Spiked with southern comfort? Ah, the joys of sailing the high seas, where even the innocent act of drinking juice comes with a side of rebellion. And don't get me started on the parental permission sign. I mean, I practically went on a quest worthy of Frodo Baggins himself to secure written consent, but alas, the angelic messenger never arrived in time. So here I am, breaking the rules and raising a glass to my newfound freedom. Cheers to living on the edge. Now, with the ship freshly out of dry dock and my room ready and waiting, it was time to tackle the monumental task of unpacking. But not before admiring the welcoming sight of a sparkling wine bottle calling out to me like a siren song. I resisted its charms for now, though, knowing that the real adventure awaited beyond my suitcase. And speaking of adventures, it was high time I ventured into the realm of onboard cuisine. 2 hours on a cruise ship without a single bite to eat? The food police would surely be on high alert, ready to launch a search party at any moment. So, with a growling stomach and a sense of culinary anticipation, I set forth to conquer the buffet and satisfy my cravings. After all, on a cruise ship, calories don't count. Right? Ah, the joyous pursuit of gluttony at sea. With a stomach rumbling louder than the ship's foghorn, I embarked on a culinary odyssey through the Garden Café and various other gastronomic hotspots on board. Hey, it's vacation time, people. Let me indulge in my food fantasies now and deal with the consequences later. Who needs a beach body when you can have a buffet body? Am I right? Now, with my belly full to bursting, it was time to waddle off the calories with a leisurely stroll around Deck 15. And lo and behold, a miraculous sight greeted me, not a single towel left abandoned on a sunbed. It's a true testament to human ingenuity, folks. Either the towel pixies have met their demise. Cue dramatic music, or Mother Nature herself decided to intervene with her charming British weather, a delightful mix of 10 degrees and wind. Oh, the whims of fate! But it seems I've left my mark on this ship, as evidenced by the flurry of crew members eager to greet me like a long-lost friend. Either I made quite the impression on my last voyage, or they're just really good at faking enthusiasm. Let's hope it's the former. Ah, but then came the dreaded obligatory emergency drills. Gone are the days of lounging next to a bar during muster station duties. This time, I found myself corralled into the theater like a reluctant sheep. But fear not, dear readers, for I sat with bated breath, eagerly awaiting new insights into emergency procedures. Alas, it was not to be. The only change? A competition to see which muster station can bellow the loudest and a crash course in life jacket fashion. Forget about finding the lifeboats or, surviving an actual emergency. Who needs practicality when you have the power of vocal projection and fashion finesse? Ah, cruising, where safety takes a back seat to spectacle. The delightful pastime of mingling with fellow cruisers and crew, accompanied by the noble quest to single-handedly tackle the beverage package. Ah, the joys of people watching, where today's entertainment included a man bemoaning the audacity of the pool deck music for daring to disturb his peace. Clearly, he missed the memo about signing up for the QM2's library tours instead. Bless his cotton socks. But enough frivolity, it was time to embark on a gastronomic adventure at my first booked specialty restaurant, Cagney's Steakhouse. Guided by a kind waiter to a table with promises of sweeping sea views and live entertainment, I couldn't help but chuckle as I realized it was as dark as a conspiracy theorist's basement outside, with a couple strategically blocking any chance of ocean glimpses. Well played, universe, well played. Now, onto the culinary delights. A classic shrimp cocktail for starters, which, let's be honest, is just a fancy rebranding of the beloved prawn cocktail from yesteryear. But fear not, dear readers, for it was a delightful trip down memory lane. Ah, the piece de resistance, the 16-ounce ribeye steak. A tantalizing temptation on the menu that proved to be more than I bargained for. Who knew a steak could be the size of a small child? Lesson learned, folks: when faced with a mountain of meat, tread carefully and maybe skip the white wine unless you're prepared for a bout of food-induced hibernation. Now, onto the steak itself. Despite a slight misunderstanding in the kitchen, resulting in a steak that could have doubled as a vocal warm-up exercise for a choir, it was still a culinary triumph. I mean, who doesn't love a steak with a side of unexpected moo? And so, the evening drew to a close, with a merry jaunt to various watering holes around the ship before bidding adieu to consciousness for the night. Ah, the land of Nod, where dreams are as wild as the open sea, and the only waves are the gentle lullabies of the ship's rocking motion. Until tomorrow, my dear shipmates, until tomorrow. Day 2, day at sea. Cruise ship mornings, where the alarm clock becomes your mortal enemy, and your body and brain engage in a battle of wills worthy of an epic showdown. Set for 5 o'clock, the alarm blared its obnoxious tune, only to be met with the resounding chorus of 5 more minutes from my brain. But before we could say snooze, my body had pulled a fast one, leaping out of bed, showering, shaving, and marching up to deck 15 in search of the elixir of life, coffee. And thus, the day began. After guzzling down enough Java to fuel a small army and completing several laps around the ship, because why not start the day with a brisk stroll at sea? It was time to tackle the most important meal of the day, breakfast. Remembering the glorious feasts of past cruises, I ventured into Oceanus, only to be met with a breakfast that could only be described as a chef's hat gone rogue. Methinks a new breakfast joint is in order for tomorrow's culinary escapades. With breakfast bravely consumed or endured, depending on your perspective, it was time to consult the Freestyle Daily and dive headfirst into the ocean of onboard activities. And let me tell you, folks, NCL does not mess around when it comes to keeping you entertained. From hidden games to interactive adventures, boredom is a word banished from the lexicon of the high seas. First up, hunt the mini golf, a thrilling scavenger hunt proudly advertised in the Freestyle Daily. Spoiler alert, the mini golf remains as elusive as a mythical sea creature. But fear not, for I embarked on a noble quest to uncover its hiding place, armed with determination and a been there, done that booklet free to anyone brave enough to venture forth. 7 bars crossed off the list later, it was time for round 2, Spot the Difference, a game of wits involving interactive notice boards and sharp observation skills. But the piece de resistance? Bowling in the Bliss Lounge. Or so the Freestyle Daily would have you believe. Alas, I found no lanes, only perplexed cleaners and a sense of bewilderment. Perhaps Oceanus holds the key to this maritime mystery, its arcade game a beacon of hope in a sea of confusion. Oh, NCL, the joys of a ship fresh out of refit, where even basic amenities become a game of hide and seek. Ah, cruising, where every day is an adventure, whether you like it or not. Lunchtime, the sacred hour of gastronomic exploration. With a plethora of dining options at my disposal, I faced the daunting task of choosing just one. But why settle for one when you can conquer 3? Yes, call me a culinary daredevil, but my been there done that booklet demanded it, and who am I to argue with a list? The afternoon unfolded in the delightful realm of the art auction, where Linda Lenif's masterpieces beckoned like sirens on a rocky shore. Determined to resist the siren call of art acquisition, I navigated the treacherous waters of temptation, dodging eager staff and sidestepping towards the exit like a seasoned art connoisseur. No, Stephen, resist the urge. But oh, the allure of a canvas whispering sweet promises of aesthetic delight. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of art-induced bankruptcy, I embarked on the noble quest of relaxation and, further exploration of the ship's beverage offerings. The Garden Café beckoned with its song of culinary delights, and I must say, it did not disappoint. A feast fit for a seafaring king enjoyed amidst the company of fellow pub-crawling enthusiasts. But the real highlight of the evening? The grand opening premiere performance of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert in the theater. A bold move by NCL met with mixed reactions from the audience. Some walked out in a huff, but oh, what fools they were. The show was a triumph of talent and flamboyance, leaving me eager to experience its splendor once more. As the evening waned and the promise of laughter loomed on the horizon, I found myself in the cozy confines of the Cavern Club, where seating was as scarce as pirate treasure. But fear not, for the towel pixies had evolved their nefarious deeds, now focused on drink placement and seat saving. A formidable force to reckon with, indeed, as even the waiters dared not cross them. And so, with tears of laughter streaming down my face courtesy of the comedy magician, I bid adieu to the night and surrendered myself to the embrace of the land of Nod. Ah, cruising, where every moment is an adventure, and every laugh is a treasure worth seeking. Until tomorrow, dear shipmates, until tomorrow. Day 3 Vigoa, the delightful dance of the morning routine, where the promise of life revitalizing coffee is abruptly dashed by the cruel absence of cups. Deck 15, the promised land of caffeinated salvation, lay barren, cupless, like a deserted island in a sea of disappointment. Down to Deck 6, I trudge to Oceanus, the beacon of morning caffeine, where the Java flows like a river of hope. As the ship nears the port of Vigo, it's a race against time to guzzle down a gallon of coffee and devour the daily log, all in the name of shipboard efficiency. And then, a miracle of sorts occurs, a healthy breakfast is on the horizon. Cereal, the breakfast of champions, or so I tell myself, followed by a hearty full English, because balance is key, my friends. And let's not forget the 2 glasses of orange juice, because health. With breakfast bravely conquered, it was time for the morning's main event, the theater meeting for my first tour of the cruise, ominously titled Spirit of Gallistider. Ah, but the true challenge lay in the art of guess-the-tour, a game made even more thrilling by the unfamiliarity of the excursions on offer. Observing the flurry of activity as fellow cruisers prepared for their walking tours, it became clear that the prospect of excessive walking had sparked a primal instinct in us all: the closer to the departure point, the better. Like eager penguins huddling together for warmth, we crowded around the designated meeting spot, determined to minimize any unnecessary steps. As the first tour group was called, I breathed a sigh of relief, thankful to have dodged the mass exodus. But alas, my own tour beckoned, and with it came the sobering realization that my day would be spent traversing kilometers of uneven ground and cobblestones. And just when I thought things couldn't get any more surreal, a man on a mobility scooter zoomed past, eager to join the walking tour. Ah, the spirit of adventure knows no bounds, my friends, not even the constraints of mobility. The thrilling saga of the bus tour, where the promise of enlightening commentary is drowned out by the roar of the engine and the collective snores of half-awake passengers. As we rumbled out of the port, our tour guide, perched at the front like a seafaring oracle, attempted to regale us with tales of Vigo's wonders. Alas, his words were lost in the wind, leaving me with only fleeting snippets of wisdom. But fear not, dear reader, for by journey's end, I had amassed a treasure trove of knowledge about Vigo's prime parking spots. A true win-win situation, if you ask me. Our first stop, an ancient fort boasting views so breathtaking, they could make a sea captain weep tears of joy. And thanks to NCL's commendable crowd control efforts, or perhaps just sheer luck, we were spared the horror of overcrowding. Kudos, NCL, kudos indeed. Our guide led us through the fort's labyrinthine corridors, each corner revealing a new vista ripe for the snapping of Instagram-worthy photos. Bravo, good sir, bravo. But lo and behold, our journey took an unexpected turn as we stumbled upon a wine and food tasting extravaganza nestled within the fort's walls. And in a moment of sheer audacity, or perhaps just sheer thirst, I boldly led the charge, seizing the opportunity to sample the offerings with gusto. After all, someone had to ensure the quality of the wine, and who better than yours truly? With glasses drained and stomachs sated, we embarked on our next adventure, an ancient Roman-style site boasting views fit for a postcard. But alas, our tour was not without its share of villains, the dreaded photo bores, those insatiable shutterbugs who stop at nothing to capture the perfect shot, heedless of the havoc they wreak upon their fellow travelers. It is my humble suggestion that these offenders be banished to the depths of the cargo hold, where their antics can trouble us no more. One final stop afforded us a glimpse of the Norwegian epic in all her glory, a fitting end to our jaunt through the streets of Vigo. As we bid farewell to the port and boarded our ship once more, I couldn't help but reflect on the absurdity of it all. Ah, cruising, where every tour is an adventure, and every adventure is a tale worth telling. Until next time, Vigo, until next time. Ah, the timeless struggle of cruise time, where minutes feel like hours and hours feel like eternity. With a thirst that could rival a desert wanderer's, I made a beeline for H2O, the holy grail of adult beverages, at the back of the ship. But lo and behold, a miracle of sorts occurred. The kids vacated their table like seagulls scattering before the arrival of a feast. And so, with a sigh of relief, I settled in for a few well-deserved cold ones because hydration is key, my friends. Ah, the joys of cruising solo, where solitude is but a fleeting illusion shattered by chance encounters with fellow adventurers. Enter Ray and Asu, the dynamic duo from Hazelmere, whose company proved to be as delightful as a summer breeze on the high seas. Hours flew by in a whirlwind of laughter and banter, interrupted only by NCL's feeble attempt to explain our hour-long circle dance around the ocean. Setting the magnetic compass, they claimed. But let's be real, we all know the real culprit, Ray and his cocktail-shaking antics. Stop the stirring, stop the spinning, it's Maritime Physics 101, folks. But as the clock ticked on and the hunger pangs grew louder, it was time to refuel at the Garden Café, where culinary delights awaited like buried treasure. The freedom to feast or famine, to indulge or abstain, to be as lazy as a sloth or as active as a caffeinated squirrel. And so, with a belly full of food and a heart full of contentment, I retreated to my stateroom, where sleep claimed me like a siren song. Ah, the joys of cruise life, where every day is an adventure and every night is a comedy of errors. Until tomorrow, dear shipmates, until tomorrow. Day 4, Lisbon. The delightful consequences of an early night, a 3 a.m. rendezvous with the wide-eyed wonder of insomnia. But fear not, for in the wee hours of the morning, the Norwegian epic beckoned like a siren in the night, promising 24-hour delights of epic proportions. And lo and behold, Oceanus, that beacon of caffeine-fueled salvation, welcomed me with open arms and steaming cups of coffee. Ah, the joys of cruising, where even sleepless nights come with a side of Java. But as the darkness of night gave way to the faint glimmer of dawn, I embarked on a quest for the elusive NCL's secret game of the day. An art show in fat cats, they said. But alas, fat cats proved as elusive as a mermaid in a desert, leaving me to ponder the mysteries of time and space aboard the Norwegian epic. Perhaps NCL's secret game involves a dash of time travel? Who knows? But the true highlight of the morning came in the form of a surprise obstacle course on Deck 15, courtesy of the conveniently placed sun lounger. A perfect opportunity for a morning limping session, courtesy of my newfound sprained ankle. Ah, the lack of risk assessment by the HSE officer, a fellow connoisseur of shipboard mishaps. But fear not, for breakfast awaited in the Garden Café, where healthy intentions were swiftly abandoned in favor of a hearty feast of dead pig and assorted goodies. Because let's be real, who can resist the siren song of bacon? With breakfast conquered and my ankle suitably sprained, I embarked on a leisurely stroll around the ship, capturing stunning photos of our arrival in Lisbon. And then, it was time for the piece de resistance, the Sintra 4x4 adventure. But not before a thrilling game of guess the tour, where half the group unwittingly departed for destinations unknown, leaving me to revel in the glory of a tour still intact. And so, with prison number in hand and adventure on the horizon, I boarded my 4x4 chariot, ready to conquer the wilds of Sintra. Cruising, where every day brings a new adventure and every mishap is just another story to tell. Onward to glory! Ah, the wild ride of adventure. Buckle up, folks, because we're off to Sintra, the picturesque town nestled in the mountains, and yours truly scored the coveted front seat in the lead vehicle. No views of rear ends in my photos, thank you very much. Joining me on this escapade were a colorful cast of characters, including the captain's son from the UK, not the ship's captain, mind you, a delightful couple from the US, and the self-proclaimed captain himself, a Scottish man living in Spain who insisted on being called captain. Ah, cruising, where even the land excursions come with their own cast of characters. Our journey was not just a drive, it was an educational experience led by our driver, who served up a delightful mix of standard tour info and off-the-wall tidbits about Portugal, Lisbon, and Sintra. It's not every day you get a history lesson with a side of laughs. Upon arriving in Sintra, we were set loose to explore the charming town for 45 glorious minutes. Tiny back streets, historic palaces, there was no shortage of sights to behold. And let's not forget the off-road adventure that followed, courtesy of Extremo Ambiente. When they say off-road, they mean it, folks. dirt tracks, forest trails, and expert driving skills that would make even James Bond blush. But the real highlight? The wine tour, of course. Forget yesterday's wine tour, this one was a grape-stomping good time. The owner regaled us with tales of Portugal's finest wines and then taught us the delicate art of wine tasting. Several glasses of both white and red later, I found myself in a spirited conversation with two lovely ladies from another vehicle. And when we spotted another tour bottling their own wine, well, let's just say my charm went into overdrive. With a dash of wit and a sprinkle of persuasion, we managed to finagle our way into the wine bottling action, complete with personalized labels proclaiming us as the master vintners. Sure, our bottle may be missing a cork, but who needs it when the wine tastes this good? The sweet taste of victory, or should I say the smooth, full-bodied taste of a perfectly crafted red. Cheers to adventure, my friends. Stopped soon over and back on the vehicles with looks of envy from the others who had not pushed their luck at the winery. Our roller coaster ride of adventure continues. After some hair-raising driving down tiny tracks, we hit the coast for some evening scenic views and photo ops. And let me tell you, folks, I nailed the perfect selfie with a breathtaking backdrop, yours truly with a view fit for a postcard. But wait, there's more. We made one last pit stop at the most westerly point in Europe before heading back to the ship. Talk about going out with a bang. The tour wrapped up around 3 p.m., and let me tell you, it was the second best tour I've ever been on, and I've been on a few. Hats off to NCL for putting together such a stellar experience, and a big shout out to Extremo Ambiente for making it all happen. From the heart-pounding driving to the wine-tasting extravaganza, it was a journey to remember. Now, let's talk about the heartbreak of bidding adieu to my beloved bottle of red wine before boarding the ship. NCL's policy, you see. But hey, I'm all for supporting the cause of keeping cruise prices down and maybe indulging in a few of their drinks along the way. Back on the ship, it was a quick change of attire before hitting up H2O for some pre-dinner drinks. Then it was off to the Moderno restaurant for a feast fit for a king, well, more like a feast fit for someone who's already eaten too much but can't resist the temptation of delicious food. And just when I thought the evening couldn't get any better, NCL pulled out all the stops with a surprise dolphin show right near the ship. Dolphins, folks. How they orchestrated this aquatic spectacle, I'll never know, but let's keep it our little secret, shall we? The night wrapped up with some onboard entertainment, including a violin duo with skills so sharp they could cut through the seas. With that, it was time to bid adieu to another day of cruising and wait with bated breath to see what tomorrow has in store. Ah, the joys of life on the high seas. Day 5, another day at sea. The joys of vacation lie in the art of the leisurely lie-in. My ambitious plans to rise with the sun were quickly dashed by the call of the oh-so-comfy bed, which seemed to have developed a magnetic pull overnight. But hey, who can blame a tired traveler for seeking refuge in the embrace of slumber? Eventually, I roused myself from the depths of dreamland and shuffled up on deck, only to be greeted by gale-force winds and temperatures cold enough to freeze the feathers off a penguin. Lovely weather for a cruise, isn't it? In a bold move, I opted for breakfast at the Taste restaurant, breaking from my usual routine. And let me tell you, folks, it was a game changer. The presentation was top-notch, the food quality was sky-high, and I found myself wondering why I hadn't dined there sooner. Although, I must confess, deciphering the menu felt like solving a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. Thank goodness for the helpful waiter who guided me through the culinary maze. With breakfast conquered, it was time for my daily hobble around the ship to burn off those extra calories. Ah, the joys of exercise. But hold the phone, folks. The real excitement unfolded in Oceanus, where I found myself glued to a seat for 3 hours, catching up on reports and eavesdropping on the atrium's bustling activities. Who needs cable TV when you've got front row seats to the drama of ship life? Now, brace yourselves for the plot twist. I somehow managed to catch a cold on board. Blame it on a rogue germ or a sneaky passenger who didn't disclose their sniffles on the health declaration form. Regardless, I spent the day lounging, sipping drinks, and contemplating the mysteries of life. As we sailed through the picturesque Straits of Gibraltar, I couldn't help but marvel at the stunning views of Europe and North Africa. Shame about Gibraltar being camera shy, though. Note to self, next time, book a seat on the mainland side. And then came lunch at Oceanus Round 2. Spoiler alert, it was a disaster. The fish and chips arrived in a sad excuse for a tray. The mushy peas were more liquid than solid, and the tartar sauce, well, let's just say it was more white than green. When I questioned the waitress about the pea situation, her response was a classic: the peas must have melted. Right. On a brighter note, the bar was conveniently nearby to drown my culinary sorrows. Cheers to that. Dinner at the Garden Cafe proved to be a delightful affair, made even more memorable by the company of two world-famous violin players. Bravo, NCL, for sprinkling a bit of stardust on an otherwise ordinary evening. Feeling under the weather, I bid adieu to the day's adventures and retired early for some much-needed shut-eye. Ah, the sweet embrace of sleep awaits. Day 6, Cartagena. Ah, the consequences of an early night have come knocking, and here I am, wide awake at the ungodly hour of 3 a.m., parked on deck 7 for some prime people watching entertainment. And let me tell you, folks, the show is on. Watching the party animals stumble out of the Bliss Lounge is like witnessing a comedy sketch come to life. They're swaying like seaweed in a storm, but hey, who am I to judge? It's definitely them, not the ship, doing the tango. With an early start in Cartagena looming on the horizon, I opted for a quick breakfast at the Garden Cafe. After all, I didn't want to miss out on the walking tour extravaganza. Who needs sleep when there's adventure afoot? Settling into my seat at the Epic Theater, I eagerly awaited the Cartagena walking tour, a fitting end to a week of indulgence. Lucky for me, I've got another week of shenanigans ahead in Barcelona. Bring it on! As the tour game reached expert level, I effortlessly identified my fellow adventurers, especially the ones who were wider than they were tall. Ah, the joys of leisurely strolls with like-minded companions. But hold on to your hats, folks, because this walking tour comes with a twist. Instead of hitting the pavement right away, we were herded onto a bus. A walking tour that starts on wheels? Only on the good old Epic, folks. Once we arrived in Cartagena, it was snap-happy time as we captured all the sights before the tourist hordes descended. Kudos to the excursions department for the early bird special. Our tour guide, bless her heart, was a font of knowledge and banter, keeping us engaged and entertained as we traipsed around town. With each historical tidbit and scenic viewpoint, she had us hanging on her every word and snapping away like paparazzi at a red carpet event. And that's the beauty of NCL organized tours, folks. No aimless wandering or getting lost in the shuffle, just curated experiences that hit all the high notes. With an hour of free time to explore on our own, I opted to skip the souvenir shops and soak in the sights one last time. Because when it comes to cruising adventures, every moment counts. Back on board just in time for the lunchtime shenanigans. Off I went to the Garden Cafe, embracing my inner health guru with a salad. Yes, you heard that right, folks, a salad. Don't worry, I promise no more shocking revelations. You can pick yourselves up off the floor now. Just watch out for any rogue croutons on your way up. After my brief dalliance with greens, it was straight to the H2O bar for some much-needed hydration. And by hydration, I mean several cold beers. Because, let's face it, nothing says refreshing like a chilled brew while watching the world sail by. Cheers to that. Dinner plans were set in stone. Shanghai Chinese restaurant it was. A quick pit stop back at the stateroom for a spruce up, and I was ready to rock the chopsticks. And let me tell you, the service at this joint was top-notch, full of banter and flair that made the meal an absolute delight. I opted for 3 courses, and even when the main course took its sweet time, I didn't mind one bit. The playful banter continued, with the waitress plying me with an unexpected second starter. Now, that's what I call service with a side of sass. With the evening still young, it was time for a few more rounds before diving into the onboard entertainment. But hold on to your drinks, folks, because I stumbled upon a curious phenomenon, the ever-changing prices of my beloved Southern Comfort and orange juice concoction. In the Shanghai restaurant, it's 10.33, but wait, head over to Malting's bar, and suddenly it's 11.21. What's the deal with that? I did a double take and went back to Malting's later, only to find the price magically reverted to 10.33. Talk about a barroom mystery. As the ship swayed gently under the night sky, I bid adieu to another day of high-seas hilarity, eagerly awaiting the adventures that tomorrow will bring. Ahoy, land of Nod, here I come. Until next time, folks, may your voyages be as entertaining as mine. Cheers to a cruise well sailed. Day 7, Barcelona. Rise and shine at the crack of dawn, or as I like to call it, the ungodly hour of 4 a.m. Off I trotted to Oceanes, where my caffeine addiction was met with open arms by Jesse and the gang. It's like Cheers but with coffee instead of beer and a lot less Norm. Nothing like a steaming cup of Joe to kickstart the day, especially when accompanied by the comforting familiarity of my regular brew. After an hour of pounding away at my keyboard and drowning in Java, it was time to tackle the day. Back to Taste Restaurant for breakfast, where I was greeted by a waiter who seemed to have misplaced his happy pill. Maybe he needs a vacation, or perhaps he's auditioning for the role of Grumpy in the next Snow White reboot. Being a back-to-back cruiser newbie, I was in uncharted waters. Do I pack my bags? Do I need to rebook everything? Cue the existential crisis. But fear not, for NCL had it all sorted, complete with a Paddington Bear-sized label and a handy-dandy letter explaining the drill. With no tour to rush off to, I strolled leisurely into Barcelona's city center, burning off last night's indulgences one step at a time. 30 minutes on foot turned into an expedition worthy of Bear Grylls, but hey, at least I earned my gluttony privileges for the day. Barcelona, with its maze of narrow streets and hidden gems, was a feast for the senses. Literally, if you count the temptation of street food. I stumbled upon a human pyramid contest, a sight that made me question my existence and marvel at human ingenuity all at once. Take that, main tourist drag. Back on board, the Paddington Bear sticker saga continued, with me fumbling my way through embarkation like a lost soul in a sea of seasoned cruisers. But eventually, I found my way to H2O, where a cold Stella and a burger awaited me, the perfect reward for a day of urban exploration. The saga of the elusive emergency drill continues. Once again, I found myself on the outside looking in, denied the chance to boogie down with the life jackets. But fear not, for the solo lounge beckon, offering solace in the form of caffeine and consolation cookies. Because when life hands you a snub, munch on a cookie and pretend it's a gold medal. Cheers to making the best of a safety drill snub. Tonight's culinary adventure led me to teppanyaki, where the chef doubles as a culinary wizard and stand-up comedian. Picture this, a chef juggling spatulas while flipping shrimp into his hat. It's dinner in a show, folks. And let me tell you, the food was fresher than a cucumber in a snowstorm. Just be sure to bring your patience because dinner at teppanyaki is a marathon, not a sprint. Strap in and prepare for a 2-hour gastronomic journey. While wandering the ship, I stumbled upon the Park West lady, who lured me into an art raffle with promises of grandeur. Spoiler alert, I didn't win squat. But wait, there's more. Suddenly, I found myself in a bidding war over a Linda Ludniff masterpiece. I tried to resist, but my hand had a mind of its own, stubbornly refusing to back down until I was the proud owner of a painting. The best part? The auctioneer declared me the winner at the low price of $0. Who says you can't win big on a cruise? Flush with victory, I sauntered over to Oceanes for a victory beer or two, basking in the glow of my newfound artistic acquisition. But the night was young, and as luck would have it, the dueling pianos show was in full swing at Headliners. Thanks to NCL's open show policy, I waltzed right in and found myself swept away by the music and merriment. Audience participation, sing-alongs, and laughter filled the air, proving once again that the best memories are made when you least expect them. Cheers to spontaneous fun and unexpected wins. Day 8, another day at sea. Ah, the joys of the daily grind at sea. Rolled out of bed fashionably late, blame it on the cozy quilt, not my lack of motivation. Who needs an alarm clock when you have a bed that hugs you tighter than a clingy friend? Now, typically, I'm not one to revel in the leisurely pace of sea days, but today was a whirlwind of activity from dawn till dusk. Breakfast at the Garden Cafe kick-started the day, followed by a marathon of shipside strolls on Deck 7. Epic, indeed, because trying to navigate this floating behemoth is like trying to find your way out of a maze after a few too many cocktails. In a moment of spontaneity, I found myself perched at the atrium bar, ordering a round of Cokes, or was it Pepsi? Who can tell the difference? Little did I know, I was about to witness the culinary magic of a fruit and veggie wizard. Move over, Gordon Ramsay. There's a new chef in town, and they're turning cucumbers into swans and apples into art. Lunch beckoned from deck 15, and like a dutiful sailor, I heeded its call. But not before cracking the code of NCL's sneaky mystery game. The elusive mini golf course revealed itself, cleverly disguised as the kids' pool. Hats off to NCL for keeping us on our toes. Feeling emboldened by my recent victory at the art auction, I waltzed back for round 2. Little did I know, Park West had deployed their secret weapons, 2 enchanting ladies who could charm the paint off a canvas. Their tactics were devious yet effective, and before I knew it, I was the proud owner of yet another Linda Lundniff masterpiece. Note to self, next time, leave the bidding paddle at home or invest in some handcuffs for my wallet. With my artistic endeavors fulfilled, I ventured to a cruise presentation, only to realize I knew more about NCL than I thought possible. Who needs a tour guide when you've been to more ports than a seasoned sailor? Ah, the joys of cruising, where every day brings a new adventure and a fresh reminder to listen to your own advice, especially when it involves bidding wars and art acquisitions. Ah, the elusive VIP treatment. Managed to snag an invite to the captain's shindig up in the swanky Epic Lounge, the pinnacle of posh on this floating fortress. Feeling like a high roller, I strutted in a cool 10 minutes early, ready to bask in the lap of luxury. But hold on to your life vests, folks, because I was met with a frostier reception than the iceberg that sank the Titanic. One officer, decked out in dazzling white, gave me the stink eye, practically shooing me back downstairs like a stray seagull. Even after I flashed my golden ticket, they still treated me like I was trying to crash a yacht party. Thank the cruise gods for the cavalry, though. Once the rest of the officers swan in, the atmosphere warmed up faster than a tropical island sunset. Suddenly, I was rubbing elbows with the ship's elite, feeling more like a VIP than the last jelly bean in the jar. Cheers to NCL for making me feel like royalty, even if it was just for one cocktail-fueled soiree. With the captain's bash in the rearview mirror, it was off to round 2, the Latitude's members extravaganza in the Bliss Lounge. Champagne flowed like a river, and wine flowed like, well, a slightly slower river. Suffice it to say, it was a booze-fueled carnival, and I was front and center for the ride. As the night wore on, I found myself in H2O, ready to catch a flick under the stars. But hold on to your popcorn, because the movie selection was straight out of the Stone Age. I'm talking black and white classics, folks, like they raided Granny's VHS collection. Note to NCL, next time, let's stick to movies that haven't been collecting dust since the last ice age. But hey, with all that complimentary wine sloshing around, who needs a blockbuster? Time to hit the hay and sail off into dreamland, fueled by free-flowing spirits and memories of rubbing shoulders with the ship's upper crust. Ah, the glamorous life of a cruiser. Day 9 Naples. Picture this, it's the crack of dawn, the birds are still hitting snooze, and there I am, planted at Oceanus like a loyal coffee-sipping sentinel. Just me, the night crew, and an unexpected guest, Granny. Yep, she plops down right beside me in a move that's more surprising than finding a pirate in the buffet line. Now, being the epitome of manners and secretly wondering if I somehow inherited a talk-to-me sign, I engage in some polite chit-chat with Sandy. Turns out, she's not just your average early bird, she's a full-on cruise buddy in the making. Who knew the secret to making friends was lurking in the wee hours at Oceanus? Fast forward to Naples, where the sun's barely peeping over the horizon, and I'm ready for my first shore excursion. Armed with a belly full of breakfast and a dubious talent for guessing tours, I head to the Epic Theater for the grand reveal. Spoiler alert, my success rate? A solid 50, which in cruise terms means I'm basically a psychic. But hold the anchovies. As we board the walking through Naples, secret tunnels, and pizza adventure, I spot a fella who looks like he's been hitting the buffet a bit too hard. Turns out, it's just my own reflection in the window. Classic mix-up, am I right? Off we go, limping through the streets of Naples like a gang of mismatched pirates, with me nursing a sunburn that rivals a lobster's hue. As if that weren't enough, we're each adorned with a sticky number like some bizarre tourist initiation. Spoiler alert, nobody's fooling anyone with those sneaky attempts to blend in. Nice try, matey. And just when I thought things couldn't get any weirder, they hand us radios to wear like some kind of tourist walkie-talkie brigade. Because nothing says blendin' like broadcasting your whereabouts to the entire city. Smooth move, Naples, smooth move. Naples, where the streets are paved with pizza, and the tour guides are as lively as a caffeinated clown at a birthday party. Our fearless leader for the day? Monica, the Queen of Naples, is knowledgeable and the master of keeping us entertained. As we sauntered through the city streets, Monica's commentary boomed in our earpieces like a hyperactive DJ at a silent disco. Genius, really. No need to strain to hear over the bustling crowds or the occasional scooter symphony. Plus, it gave me the freedom to wander off course and pretend I was on some clandestine mission. Now, picture this, we stumble upon a bustling square, given 45 minutes of freedom to explore. Sounds like a dream, right? Well, let's just say my dream turned into a race against time when I realized I'd left my watch back on the ship. Cue the frantic glances at imaginary wristwatches and the occasional panicked sprint back to the meeting point. But fear not, fellow adventurers, for we eventually regrouped, albeit fashionably late for some. Hey, when you're cruising through history and snapping selfies like a paparazzi pro, time tends to slip away faster than an ice cube on a hot deck. And just when I thought the day couldn't get any more thrilling, Monica unveils the piece de resistance, the entrance to the secret tunnels of Naples. Yep, you heard that right. Hidden tunnels beneath the bustling streets, just waiting to be explored. Thank goodness for organized tours, or I'd probably end up lost in a gelato shop somewhere, blissfully unaware of Naples' hidden treasures. The tunnels of Naples. Like a hidden treasure chest buried beneath layers of marinara sauce and ancient history. Trust me, folks, these tunnels are the real deal, straight out of an Indiana Jones movie, minus the fedora and whip, although I would have looked pretty snazzy. Picture this, we descend down a rickety staircase, deeper and deeper into the belly of Naples. I swear, it felt like we were venturing into the realm of pizza legends. And let me tell you, these tunnels have more history than a library on wheels. We're talking artifacts from World War II, folks. Bombs, bunkers, and maybe even a stray pepperoni or two. It's like stepping back in time, except instead of dinosaurs, we've got pizza-loving soldiers. But wait, there's more. These tunnels aren't just a relic from the past, they're a journey through time itself. We're talking tunnels from the 1800s, folks. That's right, tunnels are so old that they predate sliced bread. And let me tell you, they go on for miles. I wouldn't be surprised if we stumbled upon Atlantis down there. And just when you think it couldn't get any better, we emerged near the sea like triumphant pizza pirates, ready to plunder the nearest pizzeria for all its cheesy goodness. And let me tell you, unlimited pizza and wine? It's like winning the lottery but with more carbs. We settle in at a table with 3 friendly strangers, united by our love for pizza and our inability to say no to free wine. That's the magic of cruising, folks. No matter where you're from, you're bound to find common ground over a slice of pepperoni. After several rounds of pizza-induced bliss, it's time to waddle back to the ship, bellies full and hearts content. So here's to you, NCL, for the adventure of a lifetime, and of course, to Monica, our fearless guide through the tunnels of pizza paradise. You rock, Monica. Back on board at 1400 hours, which can only mean one thing, it's time to hit up my favorite watering hole, H2O. And who do I find there? None other than the legendary Ida, the waiter with jokes as cold as the Stella he serves. I hand over my beer token, aka the freestyle card, and before I know it, I'm swimming in a sea of laughter and brewskis. Hours fly by as I bask in the sunshine, sipping on cold ones and watching life on deck unfold. But eventually, duty calls, and I find myself drawn to the solo lounge, where solo travelers unite in a symphony of camaraderie and good times. Sadly, my stint there is short-lived, as I must bid adieu to my newfound friends and make my way to Cagney's for round 2 of culinary bliss. This time, I'm feeling adventurous and opt for the 8-ounce bison steak, complete with garlic mashed potato and mushrooms. And let me tell you, folks, it's a meal fit for a king or at least a slightly tipsy cruise enthusiast. With a view of the ship leaving port as my backdrop, I dig in with gusto, savoring every juicy bite. As the night wears on and the possibilities seem endless, I embark on a mission to conquer as many onboard destinations as humanly possible. From the piano bar to the karaoke lounge, I leave no stone unturned in my quest for entertainment. But as the hours tick by, I can't help but wonder, is the boat swaying, or is it just me? Spoiler alert, it's definitely me. And so, with a contented sigh and a belly full of bison, I bid farewell to the night and surrender to the sweet embrace of sleep. Ah, the life of a cruiser. Never a dull moment, and always a good story to tell. Day 10 Civitavecchia. Ah, the joys of waking up at the crack of dawn, or in my case, the crack of why am I awake at 3 o'clock. But hey, when life gives you an early start, you make the most of it, right? So, I stumble out of bed, hit the shower, and somehow manage to cobble together a semi-coherent review for the day ahead. Then it's off to the garden cafe for a hearty breakfast of dead pig because why not? And omelets, with a side of cereal for good measure. Gotta keep things balanced, you know? But as luck would have it, the weather gods decide to play a little prank on us, unleashing a torrential downpour upon our ship. No worries, though. Who needs an umbrella when you've got a perfectly waterproof epidermis? Am I right? Undeterred by the soggy forecast, I set my sights on the hilltop town of Orvieto because why settle for one hill when you can conquer two? After a brief rendezvous in the headliner's lounge, spoiler alert, I didn't win guess the tour, it's time to board the coach for our 2-hour journey to Orvieto. Now, finding the coach was a bit of an adventure in itself, what with the excursion staff blending in with the crowd like undercover agents trying to dodge the rain. Note to self, suggest NCL invest in some snazzy waterproof jackets for future excursions. Finally, we arrive at the base of Orvieto, greeted by the charming sight of a funicular railway. And let me tell you, riding a funicular is like being on a roller coaster without the loops, slightly less thrilling but just as exhilarating. With each clickety-clack of the ascending railcar, I snap more photos than a paparazzo at a celebrity wedding. And just when I think the fun's over, we hop onto a tiny bus for the final leg of our journey to the town itself. Our guide is the perfect blend of historical insights and unexpected detours into the world of sausage semantics. Yes, you heard that right. Our guide, bless her heart, decided to delve into the riveting topic of hog versus pork sausages, leaving me more bewildered than a chicken in a grocery store. But let's not dwell on the sausage saga, shall we? After the tour, we were set loose upon the town like a pack of caffeinated tourists on a mission. Picture quaint streets, charming squares, and the occasional game of dodge the car as we navigated through the labyrinthine alleys. Now, here's where the real comedy kicks in. Despite being granted a luxurious 3 hours of free time, the entire group unanimously decided that 3 hours of aimless wandering was about 2 hours too long. Even our guide couldn't bear to spend another minute roaming the streets. Back on the ship, it's every man or woman for themselves at the Garden Cafe, where I promptly assembled a mountain of food fit for a hungry sailor. No reservations? No problem. I found solace in the solo lounge, where camaraderie flowed as freely as the beer, which, depending on your perspective, may or may not have been a good thing. But the real magic happened at Oceanus, where strangers became friends faster than you can say bottoms up. Just when I thought the night was winding down, a siren song lured me downstairs to the atrium, where a young songstress and the Manhattan Band transformed the atmosphere from sleepy to sensational. Needless to say, I stayed and listened, completely captivated for another glorious hour. Ah, the sweet serenade of cruise ship life. Day 11 Livorno. The joys of a leisurely morning, where even the alarm clock struggles to rouse you from your slumber. Dragging myself out of bed at the crack of 4:30, I embarked on the epic quest for caffeine and productivity, armed with nothing but a laptop and a hearty appetite for yesterday's shenanigans. As I sipped my coffee and typed away, I couldn't help but marvel at the nautical prowess of our captain and crew. Maneuvering this mammoth vessel into port is no small feat. It's like watching a ballet performed by giants, with the ship gracefully pirouetting into its designated spot. And let's not forget the humble tugboats standing by, just in case the epic decides to throw a curveball. Speaking of size, the Norwegian epic is a beast in its own right. Watching it dock next to smaller ships is like witnessing David versus Goliath if Goliath had a penchant for luxury cruises and oversized tenders. Seriously, the Epic's tenders could probably double as vacation homes for garden gnomes. Now, when it comes to disembarking in Livorno, it's a choose-your-own-adventure extravaganza. Shuttle bus, taxi, or DIY car rental, take your pick. Personally, I opted for the shuttle bus, which promised a straightforward journey. Spoiler alert, finding the bus stop was a breeze, but locating the elusive ticket seller was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Ah, the joys of cruise ship logistics. Picture this, a scene straight out of a slapstick comedy. There I was, standing in the pouring rain, scouring the docks like a lost puppy searching for its owner. Turns out, the elusive shuttle bus wasn't hiding in plain sight. It was disguised as a shelter, with the ticket seller playing a game of hide and seek behind a veil of rain-soaked passengers. But wait, it gets better. When the bus finally rolled into view, it looked less like the sleek transport advertised on the big screen and more like a relic from the Jurassic era. I half expected Fred Flintstone to step out, offering to pedal us to town on foot-powered wheels. Now, here's the kicker, the price of admission to this soggy adventure? A mere €5. Bargain, right? Well, hold on to your raincoats, because catching the last bus back is like trying to squeeze into skinny jeans after an all-you-can-eat buffet. Uncomfortable and downright impossible. Trust me, you don't want to be left stranded on the docks, waving goodbye to your cruise ship like a forlorn castaway. Livorno, the city that's like Venice's quirky cousin, except instead of gondolas, they've got cars hogging the spotlight. Picture me strolling through streets lined with canals, feeling like I'm in a poor man's version of an Italian fairy tale. But hey, who needs water taxis when you've got a Fiat zooming past? Now, if you're a history buff, Livorno's got you covered with not one but two ancient forts. Well, sort of. One's off limits, probably guarded by a grumpy ghost or two, while the other's more like a glorified wall with a park in the middle. Not exactly a blockbuster tourist attraction, but hey, it's got character. And let's not forget the shopping extravaganza awaiting the brave souls willing to tackle Livorno's market building. It's like stepping into a time warp, except instead of Marty McFly, you've got bargain-hunting tourists weaving through aisles of local treasures. But here's the kicker, getting lost in Livorno is like playing a game of hide and seek with Mother Nature herself. Just when you think you've got it all figured out, bam! The skies open up, testing your waterproofing skills. Spoiler alert, my skin passed the test with flying colors, but my clothes? Not so much. So, for all you lost souls out there, fear not. Just follow these foolproof tips, snap a few pics of your surroundings, befriend a local taxi driver with said pics, and always remember that the sea's never too far away. And if all else fails, just hop on an NCL tour and let someone else do the navigating. But hey, enough of the public service announcements. Back on the ship, it's time for a wardrobe change, some grub, and, if the stars align, a cold beer in hand. Or, a refreshing Pepsi. Who says you can't have a little fun in the sun, even if it's fashionably late? Ah, the delightful pastime of lounging around and shooting the breeze with fellow cruisers, swapping tales of adventure and exhaustion. And let me tell you, the ones who've tackled Roma for the day? Well, they've earned themselves a gold medal in the Olympic sport of sightseeing. Seriously, it's like running a marathon in flip-flops. But hey, enough about the Olympic-level tourism. Let's talk dinner. Tonight's culinary adventure? Italian style, baby. So, I dusted off my finest duds, which, let's be honest, have been chilling in the closet, waiting for their moment to shine. Now, finding the restaurant was a bit like navigating a maze, especially with the garden cafe tempting me at every turn. But once I made it, oh boy, what a view! Front row seats to the ship's grand exit from the port, with a side of pasta? Sign me up. But here's the kicker, despite the food being top-notch, the service was playing hard to get. I mean, I practically had to wave semaphore flags to get a drink. At one point, I even dropped a subtle reminder that I had a departure date looming, and voila! Suddenly, food appeared faster than you could say bon appetit. With dinner conquered, it was off to a Sheehaness for a nightcap and some tunes courtesy of Summer Breeze. Spoiler alert, they were so good, I ended up staying till the cows came home. Or, until my head started spinning like a tilt-a-whirl. But the real kicker? As I sauntered back to my cabin, a horrifying cacophony assaulted my eardrums. Karaoke. And let me tell you, it sounded like someone was trying to perform a duet with a dying walrus. Note to NCL, a warning sign outside the Bliss Lounge might just save some eardrums from certain destruction. And with that, it was lights out and off to dreamland. Ah, the sweet embrace of sleep awaits. Day 12 Can. Ah, the eternal struggle with the dawn chorus, also known as the 4 a.m. wake-up call. But today, I emerged victorious in the battle of the blankets and claimed an extra hour of precious slumber. Take that, morning! Once I pried myself from the clutches of my cozy cocoon, it was off to my caffeine sanctuary for a dose of liquid motivation. And what do you know, the breakfast brigade greeted me with a cheerful fashionably late, I see. Ah, nothing like a bit of sarcasm to kickstart the day. Now, onto today's escapade, Can. And let me tell you, it's a tale of 2 ships and a sea of fellow cruisers. But fear not, for we're embarking on a tender adventure. So, take your time with breakfast, or if you're like me and your beauty sleep is non-negotiable, hit that snooze button with gusto. The tender experience, where you can truly feel like a seafaring explorer. Just wait for your designated time slot, then make your grand descent to Deck 4, aka the loading dock. And here's a pro tip, timing is everything. Aim for the tender's doorway like a boss and avoid an impromptu dip in the ocean. But hey, if you're feeling daring, there's always the option for a salty splash. Once ashore, the world is your oyster. No need for taxis or buses, we're hoofing it, baby. And what better destination than Palm Beach? Soak in the sights, snap those brag-worthy photos, and burn off yesterday's buffet bonanza in style. Just watch out for those pesky pay-to-pee toilets along the way. Ah, the joys of French hospitality. A good tip for you on this little walk is to take some change with you, as most public toilets in France you have to pay to use at the cost of 50 cents. However, there are a couple of free ones and even a free public WC situated near the little train stop halfway along the seafront. I found this one by accident. Joys of navigating foreign lands in search of basic necessities. Here I am, with a bladder full to bursting, attempting to charm my way into purchasing some sweet relief in the form of ice cream in an attempt to get change. Ah, the things we do for comfort. But alas, my quest for restroom redemption hit a snag when I stumbled upon an out-of-order sign. Cue the frantic waddle as I hobbled another 20 meters in a desperate bid to find sanctuary. My daughter's disapproving growl echoed in my mind as I finally stumbled upon a free WC. Victory! As I strolled the streets, hoping to rub elbows with the rich and famous, reality hit me like a soggy baguette to the face. The only celebrity sighting I encountered was my own reflection in a shop window. Ah, the life of a self-proclaimed superstar. But fear not, fellow travelers, for Can has more to offer than just failed stargazing attempts. Dive into the bustling town center, where narrow streets weave a tapestry of shopping and dining delights. And if you're lucky, you might stumble upon the local market, where even the octopi are staging daring escapes. Go, Octi, go! For breathtaking views and Insta-worthy snapshots, make your ascent to the castle on the hill. Trust me, the panoramic vistas of Can and its coastline are worth every step. Just be sure to watch out for rogue cephalopods on the loose. The glamorous Can excursion was a whirlwind of splendor, but now it's back to reality aboard the Norwegian Epic. The ship looms majestically on the horizon, beckoning with promises of cold beer and sunshine-soaked decks. But first, a minor obstacle, 192 steps to conquer. With each step, I ascended closer to beer nirvana, but by the time I reached the summit, I resembled a crazed marathon runner gasping for air. Oxygen supply? Nowhere in sight. But fear not, for where there's a will to drink, there's always a way. Cheers to resourcefulness. Just as I was about to indulge in my hard-earned brew, fate intervened in the form of a young woman named Love, who, ironically, served wine. A beer conundrum ensued, but in the spirit of adventure and thirst, rules were bent, and a beer was procured. Thanks, Love, for the liquid rebellion. After a refreshing salad and a gentle scolding for past floor-lounging antics, it was time to dive back into the ship's bustling activities. With endless entertainment options, there's never a dull moment aboard the Epic. Who knows what hilarity awaits around the next corner? Time to find out. Ah, the glamorous life of rubbing elbows with ship officers at the captain's VIP cocktail party. I fired off questions left and right, like a rapid-fire round of cruise trivia, only to be met with promises of replies that floated away like lost balloons at a birthday party. But fear not, for the hero of the hour emerged in the form of the shore excursions manager, Irvine, who swooped in with answers obtained through what can only be described as email acrobatics. Bravo, Irvine, for your epic customer service acrobatics. As for the elusive food beverage manager, well, the waiting game continues. After a cheeky power nap to recover from the whirlwind of socializing, it was time for the solo gathering, where solo cruisers unite for an hour of camaraderie and laughs. Nothing like a group therapy session for solo travelers to share tales of adventure and mishaps on the high seas. But enough chit-chat, it was time to indulge in round 2 at Cagney's. From soup to steak, with a side of kitchen theatrics, the meal was a culinary symphony of flavors and acrobatics. If those chefs moved any faster, they'd leave skid marks on the linoleum. With a belly full of gastronomic delights, it was off for a leisurely stroll along Deck 7, where the gentle rocking of the ship and the twinkling stars above provided the perfect backdrop for post-feast contemplation. As the night wore on, the party continued with visits to Bliss Lounge and Oceanus, where entertainment flowed like the ship's complimentary cocktails. Ah, the joys of cruising, where every night holds the promise of new adventures and unexpected delights. Day 13, Palma. Ah, the joys of a leisurely morning on the high seas, where time moves at a pace slower than a sloth on vacation. Palma can wait, darling. We've got coffees to sip and wallets to empty before we hit shore. But hey, who's complaining? Not me, not when it means I can stretch out the old holiday budget a little further. So, the morning ritual begins with a pilgrimage to Oceanus for the sacred ceremony of morning coffee. And lo and behold, Sandy, the coffee connoisseur from yesterday, joins the party, making it a regular caffeine-fueled rendezvous. Who knew morning coffee could lead to such charming encounters? But let's not forget the most important meal of the day, breakfast at the Garden Café, where I feast like a king overlooking the vast expanse of the Mediterranean. And amidst the serenity, a flock of birds flies by, squawking their gratitude for the passing cruise ship. Thank the heavens, we're saved from this exhausting flight. They seem to cry. Ah, the wonders of avian humor. But alas, my morning stroll is rudely interrupted by the invasion of Bollywood. H2O, my sanctuary of serenity, is transformed into a chaotic film set, complete with equipment blocking my path like obstacles in a Mario Kart race. And to top it off, a cheeky cameraman has the audacity to aim his lens in my direction. Oh no, my friend, you don't want to capture this face without permission. I'll have you filming from angles you never knew existed. And just when I thought things couldn't get any more absurd, I stumble upon the mysteries of wheelchair rentals and oxygen leases. I wonder if they return the oxygen at the end of the hire period? Is there a giant vacuum sucking up used oxygen somewhere on the ship? And what's with all the ambulances at every port? Ah, the mysteries of cruise life, where even the mundane becomes a comedy of errors. The frenzy of disembarkation day in Palma, where everyone's rushing off the ship like it's a Black Friday sale and the cameras are ready to capture every awkward moment. But fear not, my fellow cruisers, for there are plenty of ways to escape the chaos and explore this sunny paradise. First off, we've got the tried and true shore excursions arranged by NCL, complete with guides, security, and the assurance that you won't end up stranded on the dock like a lost seagull. Because let's face it, missing the boat would be a Titanic-sized disaster. Then there's the option of hopping on the shuttle bus, where tickets are sold by the friendly faces of NCL, well, maybe not the ones who block the rear of the ship, but we'll let that slide. For a mere 15-round trip, you'll be whisked away to Palma in just 10 minutes, leaving you with ample time to frolic in the streets like a carefree tourist. But for the adventurous souls or those looking to burn off those buffet-induced calories, there's always the option to walk. Yes, you heard me right, put on those walking shoes and strut your stuff for a leisurely 1-hour stroll to Palma Cathedral. Sure, it's a bit of a trek, but think of the photo ops. And hey, you can always justify that extra drink or two by reminding yourself that you'll have to walk back. Unless, of course, you're sneaky enough to snag a taxi, but SHH, that'll be our little secret. The age-old dilemma of getting back on board, risk the eternal wait for the lifts or embark on a Mount Everest-esque climb up the 192 steps to food and drink heaven on deck 15. Because let's be real, after being away from the ship for a whopping 4 hours, you're practically on the brink of starvation. Not one to gamble with my grumbling stomach, I opted for the early bird approach and headed back a good hour and a half before crunch time. But did I take the easy lift route? Oh no, not me. I decided to tackle those 192 steps like a glutton for punishment because, apparently, my idea of a relaxing vacation involves a Stairmaster workout. Finally reaching the summit, gasping for air like a fish out of water, I made a beeline for the nearest oasis of liquid oxygen, the Wave Bar. But alas, my plans for a refreshing beer were thwarted by the presence of the film crew, still lingering like a bad smell on the last day of the cruise. Talk about a buzzkill. Refueling with a small snack at the Garden Cafe, I couldn't resist the siren call of the Chinese restaurant for one last hurrah. Sure, I may have chickened out of facing the wrath of the maitre d' for not returning sooner, but hey, who can resist top-notch food and service? Certainly not this hungry cruiser. The best-laid plans of cruisers often go awry, as evidenced by my failed attempt at a simple coffee fine, beer outing to the Solo Lounge. But hey, when life gives you unexpected detours, just roll with it, right? So, there I was, stuck in the Solo Lounge for what felt like an eternity, mingling with my fellow solo sailors and inadvertently discovering the joys of impromptu socializing. Of course, all that chatting worked up an appetite, leading me to yet another gastronomic adventure at the Garden Cafe. Because why settle for one excellent meal when you can have two? Am I right? Fully satiated, I waddled over to Oceanus for some post-feast entertainment. Little did I know, I was in for a treat, a show called Family Feuds, or as we know it across the pond, Family Fortunes. But wait, plot twist. The host had the wrong answer sheet, turning the game into a hilarious game of mismatched responses. It was like watching a comedy of errors unfold right before my eyes. With my sides thoroughly split from laughter, I decided to cap off the night with a visit to the Headliners Club for some dueling pianos action. Now, don't get me wrong, it's a blast the first couple of times. But after a while, you start to notice the subtle behind-the-scenes antics. Ever catch them sneaking peeks at the song requests and slyly discarding the ones they don't fancy? It's like witnessing a musical magic trick with a side of recycled jokes and tunes. But hey, who am I to rain on their piano parade? It's all in good fun, right? The final frontier of cruise life, packing up the memories and shoving them back into your suitcase. Why anyone would voluntarily lug their own luggage off the ship is beyond me. I mean, come on, we're on vacation, not auditioning for a strongman competition. But hey, to each their own. Maybe they enjoy the added challenge of schlepping their bags around like a backpacking champ. Who needs the gym when you can get a full body workout just trying to maneuver through the buffet line with a suitcase in tow? Now, onto the great luggage label quest. According to the Freestyle Daily, I was supposed to snag some gray tags for my bags. Easy peasy, right? Wrong. Those elusive tags were nowhere to be found. It was like hunting for buried treasure, except the booty was a set of luggage tags, and the map led straight to confusion. Off to the customer service desk, I trotted, ready to unleash my best puzzled passenger routine. Lo and behold, turns out there was a glitch in the matrix. No record of my transfer arrangements? No problem. A quick shuffle of papers and voila, I emerged victorious with tags in hand. Thus, with bags tagged and ready to roll, I bid adieu to the chaos of packing and embraced the promise of disembarkation day, where adventures awaited assuming I didn't accidentally cartwheel off the gangway with my overstuffed suitcase in tow. Day 14, Barcelona Disembarkation Day. The grand finale of the cruise, where the body decides it's time to rise and shine at the ungodly hour of 4 a.m. I swear, if my internal clock had a snooze button, I'd be pounding it like a contestant on a game show. But hey, what's a cruise without a morning pilgrimage to the sacred coffee shrine at Oceanus? I offered my heartfelt thanks to the coffee gods, aka the crew, before embarking on a breakfast adventure fit for a swine connoisseur. Yep, today's menu featured a delightful array of bacon-laden delights that would make a cardiologist weep. Joined by Sandy, my faithful coffee companion, we embarked on the waiting game for our turn to disembark. Ah, the joys of anticipation, where time stretches longer than a marathon runner's leg muscles. But fear not, for NCL had a cunning plan to keep us entertained. Intercom announcements. Because nothing says excitement like the dulcet tones of a disembodied voice summoning you to freedom. And let's not forget the thrilling quest to retrieve our stashed wine treasures. Like archaeologists excavating ancient artifacts, we ventured to the towel area in search of our prized bottles. Armed with nothing but a crumpled piece of paper because losing it would be akin to losing the Holy Grail, we exchanged our token for a glorious bottle of red, sealing the deal with the finesse of a seasoned negotiator. Thus, with coffee consumed, bacon savored, and wine secured, we awaited the final chapter of our seafaring saga, ready to bid adieu to the floating paradise and return to the land of alarm clocks and rush hour traffic. But fear not, for the memories and perhaps a lingering caffeine buzz would sustain us until our next nautical escapade. Ah, the joys of disembarkation day, where the excitement of the journey's end collides head-on with the harsh reality of airport purgatory. My letter, delivered with all the subtlety of a slap in the face, decreed that my grand exit from the ship would occur at the ungodly hour of 8:15 a.m. But why, oh why? I pondered as I stared mournfully at the digits on my clock, silently mourning the lost hours of precious sleep. Yes, you heard it right, folks. NCL had a knack for scheduling departures with all the finesse of a blindfolded juggler attempting a three-ring circus act. With my flight back to the UK not scheduled until the distant future of 2020, I faced the prospect of a 10-hour marathon through the labyrinthine halls of Barcelona Airport. Fun times, right? And don't even get me started on those supposedly convenient airport drop-offs from tours. Sure, they'll whisk you away from the ship with all the efficiency of a getaway car, but what's the trade-off? A leisurely midday arrival at the airport, leaving you with a mere 8 hours to twiddle your thumbs and contemplate the meaning of life amidst duty-free perfume samples. But fear not, dear readers, for I am not one to wallow in airport woes without offering a solution. Behold, my brilliant suggestion. Let's ditch the vague departure times and opt for drop-off times instead. Imagine the possibilities. With a clear window of opportunity, passengers can plan their flights with military precision or seize the day with impromptu airport adventures. It's a win-win, folks. The infamous Barcelona airport is a place where freedom is but a distant dream, and bureaucracy reigns supreme. Once you step through those customs gates, you're entering a realm of rules and regulations that would make even the most seasoned traveler quiver in their flip-flops. It's like being trapped in a high-stakes game of airport limbo. How low can you go before you're stuck in gate purgatory for all eternity? And let me tell you, dear readers, venturing into the forbidden land of the gate area is not for the faint of heart. Once you cross that threshold, there's no turning back. It's like stepping into a black hole of duty-free temptation, where time stands still, and your flight status becomes a distant memory. Trust me, I speak from experience. 3 hours of my life disappeared faster than a duty-free bargain on clearance. But fear not, for every cloud has a silver lining, and mine came in the form of Kathy and Patty, my fellow comrades in delay. We bonded over shared tales of touristic adventures gone awry and turned our gate confinement into a makeshift party zone. Who needs in-flight entertainment when you've got witty banter and airport snacks? Am I right? Eventually, after what felt like an eternity but was probably just a really long layover, I found myself winging my way to London Gatwick. Of course, the journey wasn't without its own set of hurdles. Thanks, British weather, but at least the promise of a cozy hotel room at the Hamptons awaited me, conveniently located just a stone's throw or a tired shuffle away from the departure lounge. And lo and behold, even in the wee hours of the morning, my room awaited like a beacon of hope in a sea of airport chaos. They say home is where the heart is, but after that ordeal, home was wherever there was a bed and a hot shower. Conclusion. The highs and lows of cruising like a roller coaster ride through a sea of buffet lines and deck chairs. But fear not, dear readers, for I have tales to tell and laughs to share from my recent escapade aboard the good ship Epic. First off, let's talk ports of call, because who doesn't love a good old-fashioned shore excursion? Vigo and Lisbon were like hidden gems, shining brightly amidst a sea of overcrowded tourist traps. The tour in Lisbon was so good that it nearly knocked my socks off. The second-best excursion I've ever had with NCL, and that's saying something. Now, let's raise a glass to the unsung heroes of the high seas, the crew. These folks are like ninjas in crisp white uniforms, silently ensuring our every need is met with a smile. Some of them even remembered me from my last voyage over a year ago. And don't even get me started on the captain's cocktail party. I felt like royalty rubbing elbows with the officers. Next up, I'm gunning for that behind-the-scenes tour. Watch out, engine room, here I come. Ah, dining on the epic, a culinary adventure fit for a king or queen, or humble comedian. The dining package is a stroke of genius, offering a different gastronomic delight every night. Sure, I had to cancel a few reservations due to conflicting schedules with my nightly binge-watching of onboard infomercials and talent shows, but hey, that's the price you pay for being a cruise connoisseur. And let's not forget the watering holes, because what's a cruise without a few cheeky cocktails? Shout out to Audie, the MVP of the H2O bar, who greets everyone with a warm smile and a memory like a steel trap. I swear, he knew my drink order before I did. Now that service. Entertainment-wise, the epic truly lives up to its name. Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, was a spectacle to behold, although I'm pretty sure my rendition of It's Raining Men during karaoke night stole the show. Last but not least, a tip of the hat to Park West, the art gallery on board where beauty and intelligence collide. The Park West team are like art aficionados with a dash of charm, always ready to chat about brush strokes and color palettes. And let's not forget the stunning ladies on display, proof that beauty and brains go hand in hand. Well, folks, that's all from me for now. Until next time, may your seas be calm and your cocktails be bottomless. Cheers to the next adventure. The Big 45-Day Solo Adventure. Day 1. Ahoy, fellow travelers. The Big Adventure has commenced a 44-day cruise from the Caribbean through the Panama Canal all the way to Alaska. It's like an epic quest, but with more sunscreen and fewer dragons. Unlike my last solo escapade, this one involves a mini odyssey just aboard the ship. Several days of travel to meet the Norwegian getaway in sunny Miami, which is a bit like Frodo traveling from the Shire to Mordor, but with more sunburn and fewer magical rings. After waving a teary goodbye to the children and the grandchildren who seemed a bit too eager to see me off, if you ask me, I took a short drive to Southampton coach station. There, I embarked on the thrilling combo of 2 coach trips, culminating in my arrival at the Sheraton Skyway Hotel at Heathrow Airport for the night. Now, let's discuss this impressive hotel. It boasts a sky bar. Naturally, I imagine it perched high atop the building, with sweeping views of the tarmac. Nope. The sky bar is actually on the ground floor, right behind reception. The only thing sky high about it is the misleading name. It's like naming a basement dive bar Cloud 9. The sky bar itself features a small swimming pool with a bar plunked in the center, surrounded by palm trees and comfy seats, all enclosed under a glass roof. It's like a tropical paradise if tropical paradises came with a front desk and a view of the airport shuttle. Just as I envisioned myself lounging with a cold drink in hand, I discovered the bar doesn't open until 1800 hours. Foiled. Instead, I settled for a coffee from the conveniently located Starbucks in the reception area. Nothing screams exotic vacation like a lukewarm latte. Feeling hungry? The hotel offers several restaurants, but if you're anything like me and prefer not to shell out $10 for a burger, rejoice. There's a McDonald's just a 5-minute walk away. Yes, folks, when luxury beckons, there's always a Big Mac to answer the call. And let's talk breakfast. The full English breakfast is priced at an eye-watering 18.00. 18 quid for some beans on toast and a sausage? I think not. Another visit to McDonald's in the morning, methinks. Good news, it's open 24/7. Because when you're setting sail on a 44-day cruise, nothing says bon voyage like a McMuffin at sunrise. The appointed time for the sky bar to open had finally graced us with its presence, like the arrival of a long-lost friend who owes you money. It was time for a relaxing drink by the palm trees and pool. I opted for a small bottle of London Pride Bitter, which turned out to be a posh way of saying expensive thimble of beer. 15 minutes of doing absolutely nothing but watching the world spin by followed, which, let's be honest, is the dream. Now, you'd think that for 5.50 a bottle, they'd throw in a gold-plated coaster or a complimentary yacht ride, but alas, it was just the one bottle for me. Budget blown, I reluctantly pried myself away from my luxurious vantage point and headed for the sports bar, which flung open its doors at the gentlemanly hour of 1800 hours. The sports bar is a delightful spot to sip a drink solo or with friends while basking in the glow of numerous large TV screens. Naturally, they're all playing sports because what else would a sports bar show? The local weather report? Unfortunately, the other end of the bar is reserved for dining only, which is a bit like dangling a giant carrot in front of a rabbit and then saying, "Sorry, this is for the diners only, mate." In an act of sheer desperation, I asked if a bag of crisps qualified me to sit in the dining area. The answer was a resounding no, crisps being the unworthy peasants in the kingdom of meals. Clearly, the hotel should rebrand this area as a restaurant where you can sip your overpriced drink in a tiny, cramped space while glaring at the empty dining area just out of reach. The food did look tempting, though slightly overpriced, and I might have considered it if I hadn't witnessed the chef licking his fingers before artfully arranging customer plates. Decidedly, I stuck to my crisps and my principles. With a long day ahead, I opted for an early night in my exceptionally cozy room. The bed felt like it was crafted by celestial beings out of clouds and angel whispers. I lay down, feeling like a king, or at least like someone who'd successfully navigated the treacherous waters of cruise ship bars without completely bankrupting myself. Day 2, Heathrow, Miami, Saturday. It was either pure excitement or my body clock still stuck on home time, but I found myself bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at the ungodly hour of 4 o'clock. Far too early to head to the airport, I decided to take a stroll toward the 24-hour McDonald's. Now, this decision was a no-brainer: shell out $18.00 for a hotel breakfast or snag a dead pig sandwich at McDonald's for $3.49. It's simple math, really. When the time came to check out of the hotel, the process was blissfully straightforward. You could either drop your room key in a dedicated box or leave it on the reception desk. Naturally, I chose the old-fashioned route, chatting up the receptionist to reclaim my cash deposit. It's nice to see that in this age of plastic, cash still has a role beyond just filling tip jars and Christmas stockings. Transportation to the airport was courtesy of the Hotel Hopper bus, run by National Express. To keep things easy, the Sheraton has a handy ticket machine right in the reception area, available at any time during your stay. The journey itself was a breezy 15 minutes, and despite my grim expectations of lengthy security queues, I was pleasantly surprised to find myself lounging with a coffee within the hour. Modern travel has its perks, one of them being the automated check-in kiosks. These beauties print boarding passes and luggage labels faster than you can say, "Why isn't my flight on time?" This marvel of technology leaves you with extra time to explore the airport, which, in my case, means locating the nearest duty-free shop and convincing myself I need another bottle of cologne. All in all, it's not a bad start to the day for someone who began at contemplating the virtues of a McMuffin at an hour when most sane people are still dreaming about winning the lottery. Boarding was a swift affair, but British Airways, in their infinite wisdom and concern for your cardiovascular health, decided to place the boarding gate at a distance that made me question if they were secretly training us for a marathon. Bravo, BA! Nothing like a good sprint to get the blood pumping before a 9-hour sit-a-thon. As a proud member of the BA Executive Club, I was among the first aboard despite being relegated to the last row of cattle class. Strangely, the second person aboard in cattle class plopped down right next to me. Now, let's talk about economy class. Unless you've been on a hunger strike for 6 months or you're a 5-year-old child, these seats make you question the concept of personal space. I have a dream, a simple one, to meet the person who decided on the width of economy seats and deliver a hearty slap on behalf of all air travelers. You just know this genius flies first class, probably while laughing at our plight. If you haven't heard, BA now offers pre-booked meals, a service for which you can pay a little extra. Before you roll your eyes and mutter money-making scheme, let me assure you, it's worth every penny. First, you get served before everyone else, regardless of your seat. No wrestling with plastic trays and cutlery. Oh no, we're talking china plates and real cutlery, like you're at a 5-star restaurant that happens to be hurtling through the sky at 35,000 feet. They even let you keep the china cup, which is great because I needed another piece of dishware to add to my eclectic collection of stolen hotel shampoos and tiny soaps. Well, I soon arrived at Miami Airport, ready to face the dreaded U.S. Customs. True to form, British Airways had thoughtfully parked the plane as far away from passport control as humanly possible. Just like at Heathrow, this helpful gesture ensured that my blood circulation was in peak condition by the time I got there. U.S. passport control was its usual marathon of patience. After spending an hour zigzagging through what can only be described as sheep control pens, I couldn't resist the urge to make some bar noises. This earned me a perplexed look from a very important-looking person, but hey, sometimes you have to make your own entertainment. When I finally reached the CBP office for processing, it wasn't nearly as bad as those TV shows make it out to be. With that ordeal behind me and my bags in tow, I set off to find the hotel shuttle bus. Here's a pro tip: the signs in Miami Airport will attempt to mislead you to different levels. Ignore them and stay on the level you arrived on unless you fancy a scenic tour involving several escalators. I've fallen for this trick every time I've been here, so trust me on this one. Another nugget of wisdom: when you exit the building, turn left and walk up the road a bit. Most people cluster near the door, waiting for the same bus, which fills up faster than a sale on Black Friday. By walking a little further, I managed to flag down the bus and secure a spot as the second passenger. Sure enough, when we stopped near the door, the bus filled up, and not everyone could get on. Mission accomplished, I smugly settled in for the ride, feeling like I'd outsmarted the system or at least avoided another long wait. The bus rolled up to the Sheraton Miami Airport within 10 minutes, and I was all set to check in. Bags unloaded, I sauntered to the reception desk, only to be greeted by every traveler's worst nightmare: the hotel couldn't find my booking. Fantastic. Just what I needed after a long day of dodging airport escalators. Lucky for me, I had all my paperwork. The accommodating young lady behind the desk took one look at it and disappeared into the back. She returned swiftly, problem sorted. Turns out the company that booked my room, no, not my travel company, that would be too simple and not nearly entertaining enough, mainly hotel beds, had cancelled and then rebooked the reservation. Because why not add a little drama to my day? If you're heading for Miami Port in the morning, here's a hot tip: the hotel offers a shuttle bus that departs several times a day for just $10. Considering a taxi costs around $25, this is a steal. You can book your spot at the bell service desk in the lobby. So, with my booking fiasco resolved and my shuttle plan set, I could finally relax. Well, as much as one can relax while navigating the wild world of travel logistics. Day 3, Miami Norwegian Getaway Sunday. Yet again, I found myself up at Sparrow's fart, or more accurately, up before any sparrows even considered the idea of getting up and farting. Thanks to the time difference, I was now 9 hours behind my usual time. I decided to make the most of it, snapping photos of the hotel and then heading out for a long walk in the crisp morning air. During my stroll, I stumbled upon a sign at the back of the hotel warning guests to stay away from the rocks along the river due to the presence of poisonous snakes and alligators. Guess who's steering clear of the rocks? That's right, this guy. Alligators, I can handle. But poisonous snakes? Hissing Sid and I are not going to be pals. With 2 hours to kill before the bus to the port, I thought I'd brave the all-American breakfast. It was your standard buffet, except they served pork scratchings instead of bacon. They called it crispy bacon, but I wasn't fooled for a second. The menu price was steep but not unexpected for a hotel of this caliber. However, due to the American habit of not including tax in the listed price and the seemingly mandatory tipping for everything, including breathing, the costs quickly added up. For example, breakfast was advertised at $19, but after tax and tips, it totaled $23. Makes you hesitant to hand over your bags to the driver for fear he'll expect a tip for lifting them. Speaking of tips, I had some time to kill, so I developed a handy guide to tipping. It's free to anyone who wants one, and trust me, it's a game changer. I'll put it in the back of this book. Much like the Sheraton at Heathrow, the checkout process here was a breeze. In just a couple of minutes, I was done and my cash deposit was returned with no questions asked. All in all, a successful, if early, start to the day. All aboard the bus for a short hop to Miami Port to meet our floating home for the next week, the Norwegian Getaway. The NCL check-in system was its usual efficient self, whisking us through security and check-in in a breezy 30 minutes. We then found ourselves seated in the waiting room, twiddling our thumbs and wondering if we'd accidentally signed up for a waiting contest. Must admit, this was a bit longer than usual, probably because the Norwegian getaway is so enormous it could double as a small country. After a brief 2-hour wait, yes, brief in cruise terms, we finally shuffled up the gangway. The first thing that hits you is the sheer size of this ship. Walking down one side feels like a marathon. Compared to this, the Norwegian Epic looks like a bathtub toy, and trust me, that's saying something. I've sailed on her 3 times. Since staterooms weren't ready upon boarding, it was time to explore. Camera in hand, I set off to find my favorite spot on Norwegian ships, the H2O adults-only bar, usually located at the rear. This turned into quite the scavenger hunt, as the entrance is hidden through a sliding door at the back of the Flamingo Bar and Grill. After what felt like several laps around the ship, I finally found it. Now, you'd think a bar advertised as adults only would, only have adults. But no, it was swarming with more kids than a daycare. Either NCL has installed some kind of age-reversing machine, or they've decided to interpret adults only as a suggestion rather than a rule. Seriously, NCL, if you're not going to enforce the adults only rule, are there any other rules we can ignore on board? Asking for a friend. After a few beers to dull the frustration, I set off to find the solo accommodation and lounge. This proved to be another adventure, as the entrance is tucked away down a corridor rather than off the main area. But persistence paid off, and I found my cozy little solo retreat. The adventure had just begun, and already it was proving to be an entertaining mix of hide and seek and survival of the fittest. Here's to a week of cruising, Norwegian style. Just to check if my stateroom was ready, I tried my card in the door. No dice. The door stayed stubbornly shut, so I decided to continue my exploration. Speaking of accommodation, one thing I really appreciate about the getaway is how they've hidden the Haven suites. On the Epic, the Haven sticks out like a sore thumb, like someone built a mansion in the middle of a theme park. Here, it's tucked away, out of sight, and much easier on the eyes. Kudos to NCL for that one. I took a leisurely stroll around 678 Ocean Place, which lives up to the hype. It's worth wandering through all 3 decks. The layout of La Bistro is particularly charming. I could almost imagine I was in Paris, minus the constant honking and the risk of stepping into something unpleasant. NCL has also brought back the waterfront, which I love. It offers a relaxing atmosphere perfect for a quiet walk or a drink while watching the world float by. If you're like me, you can now enjoy a walk around 3/4 of the ship or just park yourself at one of the many bars along the waterfront. It's a lovely spot to sip a cocktail and pretend you're the star of a glamorous travel ad. Of course, being a former safety officer, I couldn't help but notice a few frayed and improperly tied secondary retention ropes on the lifeboats during my wanderings. These wouldn't pass any audit on lifting securing regulations. Sorry, once a safety officer, always a safety officer. But don't let my nitpicking detract from the fact that this is an awe-inspiring ship. So, here's to more exploring, more drinks, and hopefully finding my way into my stateroom before the next ice age. Cheers! I made my way to the mojito bar, thinking I'd start slow with an orange juice topped with a splash of Southern Comfort. But the bartender had other ideas. Passionate about his craft, he soon had me sampling a variety of mojitos. I'm glad he did, because I discovered a new favorite drink I'd never have tried on my own. If you're on your first cruise and using the drinks package, throw caution to the wind and experiment. What have you got to lose besides your balance? Eventually, my bag started giving me the cold shoulder, insisting it was time to find the cabin. Reluctantly, I tore myself away from the bar and headed for my stateroom. Tried the key again, no luck. Just before marching to the customer service desk to demand a functional key, I double-checked my paperwork. Good thing I did. Turns out this idiot had been trying to break into the wrong stateroom for the past 2 hours. I finally found the right door, tried my key, and voila, I was in. This is where NCL's extraordinary service shined. Awaiting me were not 1, but 2 bottles of sparkling wine, complete with chocolate-covered strawberries. And wait, there's more. They'd left toiletries usually reserved for Haven guests, plus Haven slippers and a dressing gown. Thanks, NCL, you really know how to make a person feel special. Having been on the ship for several hours without a bite to eat, I was beginning to feel like I might waste away. Off to the Flamingo Bar and Grill I went. The food there is excellent and worth the visit, not just to satisfy hunger but also to soak up some of the alcohol, which, if you're like me, is flowing more freely than usual. So, here's to mojitos, unexpected luxuries, and not starving to death on day one. Cheers! Time for the compulsory lifeboat drill, so like a good little cruiser, I headed off to the muster station in the getaway theater. This training is mandatory for everyone on board, even if you're a cruise veteran with hundreds of voyages under your belt. Skipping it is a one-way ticket to being unceremoniously booted off at the next port. I have to admit, after the lackluster muster drill on my last cruise aboard the Norwegian Epic, this emergency lifeboat drill was a breath of fresh sea air. The muster station leader did a fantastic job, dispensing a treasure trove of vital information. I now feel well prepared for any emergency at sea. Kudos to the muster station leader. That said, I'm still a bit foggy on what to do in case of an emergency while we're in port. Do I casually stroll down the gangway onto the docks, achieving instant safety while I watch everyone else scramble to their muster stations? Or do I hike up several decks only to come back down again because, safety first? Either way, it's nice to know that if the ship does decide to take an unexpected dive, I'll be well prepared. For now, I think I'll stick to my own emergency plan, locate the nearest bar, order a drink, and hope for the best. Cheers to safety drills and the mysterious ways of maritime emergency protocols. Today was a no-plan day, perfect for more exploring aboard the fantastic getaway. I discovered my new favorite evening spot, the waterfront. It's the perfect place to sit back, relax, and watch the sunset over the horizon, even better than the sunset bar. The only downside? Smokers who think that just because they're outside, they have a free pass to turn the air into their personal ashtray. After a pleasant evening dodging secondhand smoke, I decided it was time to retire to my stateroom and enter the world of Nod. For some reason, I decided to use the interactive TV in the room. Checking my account, I discovered that despite having a drinks package, there were charges for my drinks. They were small amounts, mostly tax, but still. Customer service will be hearing from me in the morning. For anyone on their first NCL cruise or even planning one, let me tell you, the interactive TV in your room is a godsend. It's not just for watching TV. You can do everything from booking excursions and dining reservations to snagging entertainment spots, all from the comfort of your stateroom. So don't follow the herd to the lobby, channel your inner lazy genius and handle your plans with a few clicks. And with that, it's off to bed. Sweet dreams of sunsets and smoke-free zones. Day 4, Great Stirrup Cay. Well, it started again, the epic showdown between body and brain. Picture this, it's 2 o'clock, and the body decides it's time to haul itself out of bed. Brain, ever the sensible one, is yelling, "Stay in bed for at least another couple of hours, you fool." But body, the stubborn mule, is already halfway to the shower before brain can catch up. Score 1 for body. So, I found myself heading to customer services at this ungodly hour to sort out those pesky charges on my account. The accommodating lady at the desk quickly explained the charges, pointing an accusatory finger at the American taxman. Apparently, the U.S. government applies these charges on all purchases until the ship leaves American waters. Here's a tip: don't be tempted to buy anything until you're out in international waters unless you enjoy donating to Uncle Sam. Another great tip? If you need to talk to someone in customer services, get up early. And by early, I mean before 5 o'clock. The desk is staffed 24/7, and I've never encountered a queue at that time. Your questions are answered quickly and professionally without the hassle of waiting in line. So, there you have it. Body won this morning's battle, but brain is planning a cunning counterattack involving a nap later. Stay tuned for the next thrilling installment of Body vs. Brain. Still hours until breakfast, and the ship is a ghost town except for the hard-working cleaning staff who move like silent ninjas with mops. Perfect time to snap those all-important photos of the ship's interior without someone's Uncle Bob photobombing your masterpiece. If all this sneaky photo-taking makes you hungry and thirsty, you're in luck. Ocean's restaurant is open 24/7. Taking my own advice, I made a pit stop at Ocean's for a cup of coffee. I found a nice server and asked for a cup of joe. Her reply? "The coffee machine is behind the counter, help yourself." Great, a DIY coffee experience. The floor was wet, and I had flashbacks of that time on the Epic when some genius turned off the deck lights, and I twisted my ankle. So, I did my best impersonation of a penguin on ice and carefully shuffled over to the machine. I considered asking for breakfast but quickly nixed the idea, fearing I'd be handed a chef's hat, and pointed to the kitchen. I decided to wait until 6 o'clock when the Garden Cafe opens, a safer bet than Ocean's DIY culinary adventure. Finally, 6 o'clock rolled around, and it was time for breakfast at the Garden Cafe. One of the best things about eating here is you can have breakfast just the way you want it, without the risk of having to cook it yourself. No more playing chef at Ocean's, just pure, unadulterated breakfast bliss. Breakfast consumed, and I had a couple of hours to kill before my first grand adventure of the cruise, a Wave Runner jet ski tour of Great Stirrup Cay. The ticket stated the meeting point was in the Getaway Theater at 8:45, but the ship's PA system kept announcing that anyone with an excursion could get off the ship anytime. A bit of a mixed message, right? Personally, I preferred waiting for the tender boats to arrive rather than launching myself overboard. Great Stirrup Cay, NCL's private island in the Bahamas, requires the ship to anchor offshore and send tender boats to ferry us beach-seeking landlubbers to paradise. Still baffled by the conflicting instructions, ticket says theater, PA says go ashore. I decided to embrace my inner explorer and hopped on a tender boat for the short ride to the island. Once I landed on the white sandy shores, the mystery unraveled. The shore excursions desk and the actual meeting point were on the island. Pro tip: if you have a tour at Great Stirrup Cay, as soon as the ship drops anchor, get off and head to the island pronto. This way, you avoid the long wait for the tender boats later and get more time to soak up the Bahamian sun. With an hour and a half to kill before the Wave Runner tour, I had plenty of time to explore the island. This all-inclusive private island concept, pioneered by NCL, is sheer brilliance. Other cruise lines are catching on, like Royal Caribbean with their private island, which is a quarter the size of NCL's. Imagine cramming 4,000-plus cruisers onto a tiny island. Talk about cozy. But I digress, back to Great Stirrup Cay. The island is essentially an all-inclusive resort if you have the drinks package. You can do everything from lying on the beach doing absolutely nothing but perfecting your sun-worshipping skills to jet skiing and parasailing for the more adventurous. With lifeguards everywhere, it's a safe spot for the whole family, whether you're swimming or exploring the underwater world with a snorkel. Finally, the moment arrived for the much-anticipated Wave Runner tour, a first for little old me. After filling out a mountain of waiver forms, we were led to the other side of the island to fill out even more forms. The tour description mentioned that drivers must have a valid license, but nobody ever checked. Paperwork complete and the all-important safety video watched, we were lined up by experience. If you thought this meant anything, you'd be as wrong as I was. Once on the pier and issued our jet skis, all semblance of order flew out the window. If you expected a gentle ride around the islands, think again. This was a fast, thrill-seeking adventure regardless of your experience level. The guides were fantastic, giving a quick intro to the jet skis before we took off. Each group had several guides, and we followed the leader in a single file. Not to brag, but when I glanced at the speedometer, I was zipping across the open sea at 50 miles per hour. We made a quick stop halfway through to learn about the local area, then it was back to full speed, bouncing over waves and loving every second. This adventure was definitely not for the faint-hearted, but it was exhilarating. Just remember, if you're signing up for a Wave Runner tour, leave your gentle expectations on the ship and prepare for a high-speed thrill ride. This tour is recommended to anyone no matter the level of experience. You will have fun. The tour lasts for about 1 hour, so plenty of time to try out other activities on the island later. What day on the beach would be complete without a barbecue? Or, if you're feeling fancy, a full lunch buffet? No worries, NCL has you covered. They've relocated their chefs to the island for the day, armed with enough food and equipment to satisfy any appetite. Here's another tip: during lunch hours, the BBQs, buffets, and bars get busier than a beehive in summer. Head to the far end of the island and the lagoon, where the queues are smaller, but the service is just as top-notch. Plus, if you're cruising with small children, the lagoon is a safe place for them to swim and play, complete with its own lifeguard. It's a win-win, peace of mind for you and fun for the kiddos. As the day wound down, it was time to head back to the ship via tender boat. The weather decided to add a touch of drama, with the sea getting a bit choppy. But don't worry, you're in the capable hands of NCL's skilled seamen. They could navigate these waters with their eyes closed, though I'd prefer they didn't. So, sit back, enjoy the ride, and maybe hold onto your hat. Once back on board, I sought out some liquid refreshments at my now ex-favorite place on Norwegian ships, H2O. For the second cruise in a row, NCL showed its ugly side by closing the bar for a private party, unceremoniously kicking out all the cruisers who were enjoying their evening. Just a thought, NCL, on your next ship or refurbishment, how about installing a dedicated private party area instead of annoying paying guests? Annoyed but undeterred, I joined other disgruntled cruisers and moved to one of the many other outside bars. A few pleasant hours were spent on the waterfront with a few drinky poos, chatting with fellow cruisers until hunger struck. It had been ages, well, a few hours since my last meal, and I needed a snack before the dinner magic show at 20:45. Early evening was spent in the atrium. Some might think this is just where the customer service desks are located, but in reality, it's a lively hub for game shows and demonstrations. Definitely worth spending several hours here if you need a good laugh. Then, it was time for the much-anticipated Illusion Magic dinner show. I arrived early to snag a prime seat at the front, along with another eager family. The appointed time came and went, with no sign of the show starting. Finally, I tracked down someone from the box office who was as useful as a chocolate teapot. After some prodding, he checked his computer and discovered my booking wasn't there. My paperwork said confirmed, but apparently, that meant nothing. Looks like I'm in for another early morning visit to the customer service desk. Just another day in the life of a cruiser, right? Day 5, a day at sea. Today's entry is brought to you by the mysterious void where my memory should be. That's right, folks, I left this day blank. It was a good day, I'm sure of it. But can I remember what happened? Absolutely not. Oops, my bad. So, let's just imagine it was a day filled with sunshine, laughter, and possibly a few too many margaritas. Hey, if you're going to forget something, it might as well be something fabulous. Day 6, Ocho Rios. The body had won the morning battle yet again, dragging me to Ocean's self-service restaurant for my morning coffee. After a cup of cold disappointment, I went in search of hotter caffeine fixes up on deck 15 and to see what weather surprises awaited us happy cruisers. It was still dark outside, making it hard to judge the weather, but my gut told me I'd need my waterproof jacket today. Naturally, I ignored that gut feeling. Spoiler alert, I regretted it later. This cruise had turned me into a human garbage disposal, overindulging in all the food and drink. It was time to put a little effort into exercise. The fitness room, or as I like to call it, the torture chamber, was out of the question. Apparently, every ship has one for those who forget they're on vacation and insist on punishing themselves. Personally, I've never seen one. Good news though, on the NCL getaway, you can walk around most of deck 15 with a small detour inside past the stairs. After an hour of walking and dodging other early risers, I was ready for breakfast at the Garden Cafe. The ship arrived in Ocho Rios at 7:30, giving me plenty of time to head to the front of the ship and watch us glide into port. One of the getaway's significant advantages over the Epic is the excellent vantage point for snapping photos of the town of Ocho Rios, Jamaica. The ship docks near the town, which is only a 5-minute walk from the port. If organized tours aren't your thing, there are plenty of activities close by, such as local stalls selling souvenirs and beaches for relaxing under the Caribbean sun, swimming, and, of course, shopping and sightseeing in the local town. So, as I strolled off the ship, still sans a waterproof jacket, I embraced the adventure, ready to see what Ocho Rios had to offer, whether it be sun, rain, or a perfect mix of both. NCL organizes enough tours to cover everyone's taste, and they offer the added security of knowing you'll be back on the ship before it sails or it will wait for you. That's not a luxury you have if you go it alone. This is why I always opt for an NCL organized tour and recommend it to everyone. Today was the day for the second organized tour of the cruise, Jamaican Bobsleigh Zip Line. My ticket indicated a report time to the getaway theater. I tried to play my favorite game, spot the tour, but I must be out of practice. I didn't guess a single one correctly. People must have actually started reading the information before booking. NCL pulled a good one on us today. On all other ships, you enter the theater from the top, and tours leave from the bottom near the stage. Naturally, everyone piled into the lower part of the theater near the normal exit. The punchline? Today, we had to exit the way we came in. So, back up, we all went. My tour was called, so with ticket, room key, and photo ID in hand, I followed the instructions from the shore excursions crew. Once unloaded from the ship, I made my way to the building at the quayside dock, where I was given not one but two fancy wristbands before boarding the small buses for the short ride to Mystic Mountain, home of the bobsleigh ride. At this point, I realized we hadn't been issued the usual prison number tags that we proudly wear all day, so everyone knows we're from the ship and can raise their prices accordingly. The wristband is a much better idea since you only have to show it to people who need to see it. So off we went, feeling slightly less like tagged livestock and more like adventurous tourists ready for a thrill. Upon arrival at Mystic Mountain, we were given a brief rundown of what to expect before boarding the Sky Explorer ride. A fancy name for a chairlift to the top of the mountain, it offers fantastic views of the island and the ports. It's the perfect opportunity for a photo op of the ship in port. Today, the getaway was joined by the Norwegian Spirit, the only two ships docked. Well played, NCL, keeping the ports to yourselves. But I digress, back to the Sky Explorer. The ride takes about 15 minutes, and you better be ready to smile at Tower 10 because there's a camera snapping photos of your journey up. Naturally, you can buy this photo at the top for a small fortune. Once your ride is over, you're greeted by some lovely young ladies who, depending on your tours and the length of the queues, will direct you accordingly. Be prepared to do the rides in any order. My first adventure was the Jamaican bobsleigh ride. For those wondering, but there's no snow in Jamaica, you're right. The bobsleigh runs down metal tracks to the bottom of the mountain. Inspired by the Jamaican bobsleigh team and the Disney film Cool Runnings, you board your individual bobsleigh, though you can join them together if you prefer not to go solo. Finally, my turn arrived. I hopped into the bobsleigh, received a quick briefing on controlling the descent, pulling the handles back to slow down, and off I went. The ride is very safe. Even if you left the brakes off the whole way, you'd still arrive in one piece, albeit very quickly. You can hear all the so-called brave ones at the top boasting about not using the brakes. Trust me, they all chicken out and use them. Only 3 more bobsleighs in front of me when Jamaica decided to remind us why it has a rainforest. The skies opened, and I found myself trapped in a bobsleigh, getting thoroughly soaked. Too late to turn back, I zoomed down the mountain at high speed, twisting and turning through the rain. Before you know it, you're at the bottom, drenched but exhilarated, being pulled back up to the top. I'm not saying I got wet, but I would have stayed drier if I had jumped into the sea. The fun was highlighted by the woman in the shop who cheerfully remarked, "Welcome to the Jamaican rainforest." If you want a photo of your ride, there's a shot taken during your descent that you can purchase in the shop. If only I had listened to my gut earlier, I could have avoided the soaking. Deciding I couldn't get any wetter, I headed to the zip line adventure, which consists of several aerial ropeways coursing down the mountain. Time for round 2. First stop, the staging area, where you are outfitted with safety harnesses and hard hats that make you look like an extra from a low-budget action movie. 2 guides led us in small groups to the starting point. Everything here screams safety. You're secured not with 1 but 2 safety devices for each thrilling zip across the wires. One guide clips you in, and the other unclips you at the landing point, which is sometimes high up in the trees, where they secure you to a safety lanyard. If you can keep your camera steady, this is prime time for some epic video footage. The zip lines themselves weave between trees, some of which seem a bit too close for comfort but add to the thrill. This whole experience is made even more enjoyable by the guides, who not only keep you safe but also inject humor and camaraderie into the group. Once the ride ends, you meet the Sky Explorer halfway down the mountain. From there, you can either head to the bottom or ride back to the top to enjoy more of the facilities. Just make sure you keep an eye on the clock so you don't miss the ship. The only minor gripe I had with this tour was the tipping culture at Mystic Mountain. It seemed like everyone, including a guy standing at the bottom doing absolutely nothing, expected a tip. Even he had a bucket out for contributions. I half expected the trees to start asking for tips, too. As I headed back to the ship, I was directed to the shuttle bus stop conveniently situated next to a cluster of local stalls selling all sorts of touristy trinkets and drinks. The bus trip was mercifully short, and getting back into the port was a breeze. Just flash your room key at the security guard, and you're on your way back to the ship. A quick reminder, if you've picked up any local brew, the lovely folks at NCL will keep it safe for you until the end of the cruise. They must think we're a bunch of raging pirates otherwise. Back on board, freshly showered and sporting dry clothes, I headed down to Oceanus for a little drinky poo or two. I also needed to transfer today's video to my hard drive, preserving evidence of my daring feats and occasional misadventures. By now, it had been 6 whole hours since breakfast, and I was convinced I might waste away. So, I decided to order fish and chips. What a revelation compared to the ones I had on the Norwegian Epic last November. Gone were the cheap-looking plastic baskets, replaced by stylish metal trays. The food itself was a masterpiece: crispy, golden fish and perfectly cooked chips. It just goes to show that NCL listens to customer feedback. I will definitely be having this again. With a satisfied belly and my video safely backed up, I raised my glass to another day of cruising shenanigans. Cheers to NCL and their ever-improving fish and chips. I stayed for more drinks than planned, which is the cruise code for I lost count after 3. Eventually, I pried myself off the seat and dropped my computer back in the stateroom, then, guided by autopilot, headed up to the Garden Cafe because, naturally, it was 1700 hours and my stomach operates on its own time zone. Upon arrival, I remembered I had a reservation at Ocean Blue Restaurant at 1900 hours. No problem, I thought, I'll just have a small snack. Yeah, right. Buffets are like a black hole for willpower. Before I knew it, my plate was piled high. It must have been an overzealous buffet fairy because it certainly wasn't me. Ocean Blue is a seafood specialty restaurant, which means it comes with an extra fee even if you have the dining package. In this case, it was an additional $17.50. The restaurant also has a fine dress code, a bit like Le Bistro's posh cousin. Being my first visit and unable to read the dimly lit menu seriously, who designs these things? I was at a loss. No worries, though the accommodating staff were on hand to help. They were so welcoming and helpful they could have convinced me to order squid on toast, and I probably would have. The food and service at Ocean Blue were first class. Every staff member made a point of welcoming me, making it feel like the friendliest seafood joint on the high seas. If there were an award for the best department on the ship, Ocean Blue would win hands down. After a delicious meal, it was time to burn off some calories with a short walk. Then, it was an early night and off to the world of Nod. Just another day in paradise, filled with laughter, food, and the occasional unplanned buffet binge. Cheers! Day 7. Grand Cayman, dragged my sorry carcass out of bed at the ungodly hour of 4 o'clock. Why, you ask? Because my alarm clock and I are apparently in a toxic relationship. After the usual morning nonsense was out of the way, I crawled to Oceanus for some coffee and to catch up on my daily write-up. I decided to grill the staff on why the coffee was colder than my ex's heart. They pointed out that they don't start making fresh coffee until 5:30. I mentioned that Oceanus is advertised as being open 24 hours, but apparently, that only applies if you're in the market for a pre-made sandwich and cold coffee. Oh well, past the microwave. With Grand Cayman arriving at 8 o'clock, time was as tight as my jeans after the cruise buffet. I made a quick stop at the Garden Cafe for my daily dose of bacon, or as I like to call it, dead pig delight. The meeting point for today's excursion was the Getaway Theater. Let the games begin, guess the tour. I must have my mojo back because I correctly guessed 3 tours, including one I wasn't on. NCL started the fun early with a round of musical chairs without the music, moving us from seat to seat. All part of the charm, right? Since Georgetown, Grand Cayman, doesn't have a large dock, we were ferried ashore by local tender boats. It's a wonderful way to support the local economy and add a splash of adventure to your morning. The tender trip was short and sweet, only 5 minutes, just enough time to reconsider all my life choices. For those who've never been to Grand Cayman, it's a British overseas territory in the sunny Caribbean. They use Cayman Island dollars, and for my fellow Brits, they drive on the left side of the road, which is, of course, the correct side of the road. fueled by my microwave-warmed coffee, I set off to explore paradise. The tender boats dropped us off at the main port, a charmingly small area right in the heart of town. Shopaholics, rejoice! There are plenty of local restaurants and quirky shops to explore. The town stretches along the seafront, making it perfect for a leisurely stroll after your organized tours. Now, onto my tour of the day, a taste of the Caymans. This tour does exactly what it says on the tin. If you're a non-drinker, this might not be your cup of tea or rum punch, as the case may be. Let me explain. We were met on shore by the tour company and introduced to our guide, John. One of the great things about NCL tours is they keep the group sizes manageable. There were only 16 of us on our bus, meaning no wrestling for the best seats. Another group was doing the same tour but in reverse order, so we wouldn't be bumping into them all day. So, there we were, ready to embark on a boozy adventure through the Cayman Islands. If you're looking to sip and savor your way through paradise, this tour is definitely for you. If not, well, there's always the shopping. The first stop on our adventure was the Tortuga Rum Cake Factory, where we had 15 minutes to explore the shop and, more importantly, sample the world-famous rum cake washed down with several samples of the local rum. Oh dear, this was just the beginning. Back on the bus, minus one woman who thought the schedule was merely a suggestion, we headed to the Cayman Brewery Company for a guided tour. But first, we hit the shop area, which conveniently doubles as a bar. Here, we sampled all 6 of their beers, plus one to take on the tour. Because clearly, we needed to stay hydrated. After a tour of the brewery during which I paid more attention to my beer than the brewing process, we were back in the shop to sample more or buy some to take away. Just remember, any booze you buy will be babysat by NCL until the end of the cruise. Next stop, the Fathoms Rum Factory. Here, 14 bottles of different types of rum were lined up along the counter. We started at one end, working our way down with a shot from each bottle, accompanied by a detailed description from the brewery staff. They don't skimp on the measures, and if you're feeling bold, you can fill the shot glass to the brim. With the drinking part temporarily over, we took a tour to see how the rum is made. But no sooner had the tour ended than we were back to sampling. Who needs a drinks package when you've got tours like this? Wobbling back to the bus, it was clear we were well on our way to a tipsy, fun-filled day. Cheers to more adventures and even more rum. The tour wrapped up at noon, leaving plenty of time for a stroll along the seafront and some leisurely browsing through the shops if that's your thing before reboarding the tenders back to the ship. Here's a pro tip, don't wait until the last minute to board the tenders. I got back on board a full 2 hours before the last tender, and when I looked back, the queue stretched from the tender boat right onto the street. I chatted with one poor soul who said it took him 45 minutes of queuing to get to the tender. Meanwhile, my journey from security to back on board took a mere 10 minutes. Timing is everything, my friends. With the morning's adventures behind me, it was time for lunch. I headed to the Garden Cafe for a bite, then planned to hit Deck 16, for some panoramic views of Grand Cayman and a few photos. Well, that was the plan anyway. After lunch, as I strolled past the Vibe Bar on Deck 16, the ever-friendly barman Audie called me over. I stopped for a beer, which, predictably, turned into several. What can I say? The best-laid plans of cruisers often go astray, especially when there's a cold drink and good company involved. Cheers to spontaneity. The afternoon was spent at the bar with a small group of newfound friends, sharing laughs and tales of our cruising misadventures. With 21 bars on the getaway, there's always a quiet nook to be found if you know where to look. After the drinking session, it was time to head back to the stateroom and get ready for the evening's entertainment at the Getaway Theater, the musical Legally Blonde. After a quick shower and donning my smartest attire, I made my way to the theater. Finding a seat proved to be an unexpected challenge, despite plenty of empty seats, thanks to people reserving entire rows for their yet-to-arrive friends. Seriously, folks, why not arrive together and spare us the seat-saving saga? First come, first served should be the golden rule. The show was fantastic, definitely worth watching. I highly recommend it to everyone. Tonight was the night of the signature glow party at the H2O bar on Deck 15, an absolute must for all partygoers. But if neon dance parties aren't your thing, fear not, there's always something happening around the ship. From live jazz at the Fat Cats Club to a charming couple singing and playing the piano in the Mojito Bar, the entertainment options are endless. With the day winding down, it was the perfect time to retreat to my stateroom and head off to the land of Nod, content and eagerly anticipating tomorrow's adventures. Cheers to another fabulous day at sea. Day 8, Cozumel, Playa del Carmen. After dragging my sorry carcass out of bed at the ungodly hour of 4:30, once again, I indulged in a lay-in. Yeah, I know, lazy sod. Tired of serving myself cold coffee in Oceanus, which isn't always open, mind you, I grabbed the coffee from the studio lounge and settled into the atrium, a quiet spot to pen this book. With my brain running on low power mode, it took me several hours to finish writing. Once completed, I rewarded myself with breakfast at the Garden Cafe, as always. The rest of the morning was spent enjoying the ship's facilities while waiting for the meeting time for today's excursion, explore a park in Playa del Carmen, Mexico. The ship docked in Cozumel right on time, with passengers chomping at the bit to disembark since we were only in port until 18:30. Cozumel, one of Mexico's islands, offers plenty to do from heading to the beaches on your own to participating in organized tours. Whether you're the adventurous type or you prefer nothing more than dipping your toes in the beautiful Caribbean Sea, there's something for everyone. Tip: if you want to swim in the crystal clear blue sea, take the ferry to the mainland. The water is next level gorgeous. Since Explora Park is on the mainland, a ferry ride is required. It takes about 45 minutes each way. Trips to the mainland are very popular, so be prepared for a packed boat up to 450 fellow cruisers from any ship docked at the pier. In our case, we shared the ferry with passengers from the Norwegian Star, the only ship in the fleet that greets you with a smile. Literally, it's painted on the bow of the ship that's the pointy end for the nautical novices. If you want to be first off at each end, here's a tip: when leaving the ship, board the ferry and head downstairs to sit near the bar, as disembarkation is from there. On the way back, sit on the top deck near the rear. Armed with these tips and a sense of adventure, I set off for a day of exploration, ready to make the most of my time in Playa del Carmen. Cheers to another day of cruising shenanigans. As planned, I was all set for the Explora Park excursion. The meeting point was the Getaway Theater, where we were gathered before being led down to the ferry. There, the tour company greeted us and handed out stickers to wear. I have to say, I preferred the armbands from Jamaica. Stickers make me feel like I'm in kindergarten again. All aboard the boat for the short trip. Now, if you're the type who can't go 45 minutes without a drink, don't worry, they've got everything from coffee to hard liquor on board. Just be prepared to pay prices that would make a pirate blush. Upon arrival in Playa del Carmen, I finally got my wish, a wristband to replace the sticker, transforming me back into an incognito tourist. After a 15-minute coach trip, during which our guide explained the day's plan, we arrived at Explora Park. Explora Park is an adventure paradise featuring 4 main activities: zip lines, amphibious vehicles, river swimming, and rafting. Plus, there are restaurants and other facilities to enjoy, all included in the price of the NCL excursion. What I really liked about this excursion was the smooth process from booking to timekeeping, expertly managed by our tour guide Alberto and his colleague Freckles. On arrival, we were each given a personal helmet to use for the day. The helmet had a number on it so the park's cameras, and there are hundreds, could capture your glorious moments for you to purchase later. We also got our own free locker. Alberto and Freckles, with their extensive knowledge of the park, were always on hand to ensure we made the most of our time there. Their first piece of advice was to hit the zip lines, as this activity takes the longest to complete. So, helmet on, wristband secured, and ready for adventure, I embarked on a day filled with thrilling activities guided by 2 of the most entertaining and knowledgeable guides you could hope for. Here's to another day of high-flying fun and mischief. Zipline adventures. If you're the type who loves the idea of hurtling down a wire rope suspended 45 meters above the ground, then the zipline course at Explora Park is your new best friend. Picture the zip lines in Jamaica, but on steroids, longer, higher, and with a dash of "are you out of your mind?" Excitement. They say the lines are side by side to prevent twisting, but if you're me, you'll twist down like a corkscrew trying to open a bottle of wine on a bumpy road. The grand finale of the zipline adventure? A splash landing that's more dunk tank at the fair than graceful dive into paradise. trust me, you're going to get wetter than a dog in a sprinkler. Despite my diet of cruise ship buffets and cocktails, I didn't make it all the way to the end. You'd think with my new cruise weight I'd plummet like a rock, but no, there I was, doggy paddling the last 20 meters like an over-enthusiastic otter, making an entrance that was more splashy than classy. Safety is top-notch here, with friendly staff hooking and unhooking you at each tower, ensuring you don't accidentally zip-line your way to the next country. Once you're safely on the ground, your trusty guide is there, probably shaking their head at your unique technique, and ready to point you towards your next adrenaline-fueled misadventure. Amphibious vehicles. Next up, amphibious vehicles, for those who think driving on solid ground is just too mainstream. These bad boys can hold up to 4 people, but lucky me, I got one all to myself. That's right, solo road warrior coming through. Once everyone was strapped into their self-propelled cargo units aka people movers, we set off in a convoy like the world's slowest, muddiest parade. Our guide led the way around the 3.5 kilometers track, and let me tell you, the pace was zippier than a caffeinated squirrel. If you want to feel like a speed demon, here's a tip: stop for a bit, let the vehicle in front of you get some distance, and then floor it like you're chasing the ice cream truck on a hot day. The track weaves through dense vegetation, making you feel like you're in an Indiana Jones movie minus the whip and giant boulders, thankfully. Just when you think you've seen it all, the path dives underground into a cave network. It's like nature's own roller coaster, but with fewer safety regulations and more bats. After half an hour of off-road mayhem, you'll emerge victorious and probably muddy at the other end, ready to tackle the next great adventure. Stay tuned for more shenanigans. River swim. This isn't your run-of-the-mill river swim, it's a river swim through a cave system. Think spelunking meets doggy paddling. There are 2 routes, the long one about 500 meters and the short one. Trust me, if your swimming skills are more doggy paddle than Michael Phelps, stick to the short route. Both courses twist and turn through dimly lit caves, creating an atmosphere that's equal parts eerie and exciting. Picture a haunted house, but wetter. There's no current to help you along, so you're basically flailing like a toddler in a splash pad the entire way. Life jackets are mandatory, and believe me, you'll be grateful. Mine seemed to have a personal vendetta, constantly trying to push my head underwater. So, I spent most of the time floating on my back, doggy paddling like an overgrown, slightly panicked puppy. Luckily, there are lifeguards swimming alongside to make sure no one ends up a permanent cave dweller. It's a challenging swim, but definitely a must-do if you want a story that will make your friends think you're either incredibly brave or completely nuts. Rafting. Rafting here involves sitting on a wooden raft and paddling your way through an underground river using your hands. I can't say much more about this one since I ran out of time and couldn't complete it. But if you've got the whole day, it's worth giving it a shot. After all that hard work, you start feeling peckish. And since you're from the cruise ship, it's time to eat. The park boasts an excellent buffet restaurant serving a variety of foods from Mexican to Western cuisine, complete with unlimited soft drinks. Luckily for us, this is included in the excursion price. To sum up, explore a park, it's a must-do if you're in the area. It's enjoyable for the whole family, from the kids to the grandparents. So, zip line, swim, raft, and eat your way through this adventure-packed park. As I've mentioned more times than I've hit the buffet, the big advantage of taking an NCL-organized tour over a private one became crystal clear today. One of the tours was running late, and the ferry waited for them. With a 45-minute crossing, hundreds of us cruisers ended up being half an hour late back to the ship. But since this was an NCL excursion, the ship had to wait. Score 1 for us procrastinators. As the ferry pulled up to the jetty, I spotted some fortunate souls casually strolling down the pier toward the ship. If we hadn't been late, they would have missed the boat and faced the prospect of hitchhiking from Cozumel to Miami. Not exactly an ideal situation unless you fancy a really long scenic walk and a paddle across the Gulf of Mexico. Because we got back late, I missed my booking for the comedy show. So, after a quick shower and shampoo, I headed to the bar for a glass of orange juice. Yes, you heard me right, orange juice. Followed by several Cokes. Pick yourself up off the floor, it didn't last. Soon enough, I was back on track with orange juice spiked with Southern Comfort. Sometimes you just have to ease into your bad habits with a vitamin C chaser. the next couple of hours were spent in the atrium, entranced by a very talented group called Grove International. I blame their excellent music for me downing more beers than I should have. Eventually, it was time to waddle back to my stateroom in the land of Nod, this time as a slightly intoxicated but thoroughly entertained cruiser. Cheers to another day of cruising chaos. Day 9, day at sea. Another day sea day. The maritime equivalent of a layover in an airport without duty-free shopping. Don't get me wrong, there's always a buffet of activities on the ship: demonstrations, game shows, and more towel animals than an origami zoo. But as a solo cruiser, there's only so much you can do before you start having deep conversations with your towel swan about the meaning of life. Take the rope course, for example. It's perched high above deck 16 with a plank that extends over the ship's side. For the brave souls who dare to walk it, you can pull a cord and have your picture taken. Here's a tip for NCL: tilt the camera down to show that you're actually over the side of the ship. Maybe throw in an overhead and front camera combo for dramatic effect. If they had done that, I'd have bought the photo as proof of my temporary insanity. Now, let's talk about the solo travelers meet-up. They moved it from the fabulous studio lounge to the Smoker's Paradise, aka the Sunset Bar. This bar has been completely taken over by smokers who occupy every seat. Unless you can hold your breath while ordering a drink, forget about it. As someone who enjoys a relaxing beer at the bar, this is a major turn-off. I prefer my lungs unpolluted, thank you very much. If they need a smoking bar, why not designate the Vibe Bar on deck 16? It's quiet and would keep the smoke contained. Okay, rant over. For lunch, I booked a spot at Wine Lover, the musical. What can I say about the show? It's probably one of the best dinner shows I've ever attended, and trust me, I've seen more dinner shows than a Las Vegas critic with a buffet pass. The 3 actors on stage were genuinely talented. If I could give out Oscars, they'd get my vote, no bribes required. The show itself is essentially a wine tasting with a comedic twist. Picture Shakespeare in the park, but with more vino and fewer soliloquies. You're served 5 glasses of wine, ranging from light white to dark red, and instructed to only taste when the host tells you to. It's like Simon Says for adults, but with alcohol and less dignity. They walk you through each wine, explaining the correct way to taste it, which apparently involves more than just chugging. The show ends with a toast of sparkling wine, because what's a musical without a little fizz? If you're on a cruise where this is an option, you'd be a fool to miss it or to pass up free booze with a side of laughs. Today, I spotted the Towel Pixie Death Squad patrolling deck 15 around 1400 hours. These unsung heroes in uniform were checking the times towels had been left unattended and placing stickers on them, marking them for potential elimination like some kind of spa-themed Hunger Games. I didn't witness any towels being hauled off the towel prison or pixies meeting their doom, but hey, it's a start. Maybe my not-so-subtle rant to the guest service manager at the captain's VIP cocktail party finally hit home. It's about time someone took action against those towel-hogging miscreants. I mean, come on, folks, your towel doesn't need its own sunbathing spot for hours on end. It's not working on its tan. The rest of the evening was a whirlwind of exploring the ship, chatting with various people, and bidding farewell to the crew members who'd been especially helpful during the cruise. I was like a social butterfly, but with more sea legs and fewer wings. Around 2100 hours, I stumbled upon the headliner's bar with its door invitingly open, so I popped in to catch the dueling pianos. I remembered this act from previous cruises, and it's always a blast. It's like musical gladiator combat, but with more Billy Joel and fewer tigers. However, this time the artists were subtly hinting for money to play your song, saying, "We play all songs, but if you come up with a donation, you have a better chance of hearing yours." The bigger the donation, the greater the chance. Apparently, the pianos were dueling for dollars now. This isn't the NCL way of doing entertainment and definitely needs to be nipped in the bud before the piano guys start auctioning off Piano Man to the highest bidder. Finally, it was time to head back to my stateroom and pack my bags to be put outside the room. This is such a great idea. It always amazes me when I see people struggling with their luggage during disembarkation. Seriously, folks, it's not a strongman competition. Let's just say I prefer to work smarter, not harder. Watching people wrestle with their suitcases at 6 a.m. is the cruise version of reality TV. So, there you have it, my sea day in a nutshell. Navigating between fun activities and dodging smoker-infested bars, all while trying to keep my sanity intact. Cheers to another day at sea, where the adventure never ends, and neither does my quest for a smoke-free beer. Day 10 Disembarkation Miami. Well, I'm up bright and early as always, mostly because I placed a cash deposit on day 1, and I'm about to perform the cruise ship equivalent of winning the lottery, getting a refund. Thanks to the drinks package and my incredible self-restraint in not buying the entire gift shop, I'm owed some cash back. The onboard credit desk opens at 6 o'clock, so I highly recommend getting there right on time. No, scratch that, make it 6:15, giving me a head start. By 10 o'clock, the queue at the desk stretches longer than the line for Black Friday doorbusters. If you're looking for some last morning entertainment, grab a seat nearby and listen to the array of excuses and arguments from people trying to wiggle out of their bills. One couple even tried to dodge their medical bill with the classic, "Sorry, you used the service, so pay and claim it back from your insurance." Nice try, buddy. I did feel a twinge of sympathy for a couple who racked up a $1,700 bill for a 20-minute phone call to the States. Luckily for them, NCL sorted it out as a phone issue. Crisis averted, and they were saved from remortgaging their house. With nothing to do but wait for my luggage label color to be called, I had a front row seat to the chaos. NCL uses a color coding system to make disembarkation smoother, but with 4,000 people trying to get off, it's like trying to herd cats. Cats with luggage. Cats who don't want to leave. Finally, my color was called, and I joined the massive queue stretching to the back of the ship. It was like being part of a human centipede, but less gross and more orderly. Surprisingly, the line moved quickly, like someone had whispered free drinks ahead. And soon, I found myself in the luggage hall. With bag in hand, I joined yet another queue, this time for U.S. Customs. Just when I thought I was in the home stretch, a lady in a wheelchair tried to cut to the front, but the customs agent was having none of it and sent her rolling back to the end of the line. Well played, Missy. I had no sympathy, as I'd seen her strutting around the waterfront earlier. Makes you wonder if some folks use wheelchairs just to skip lines and get their families off the ship first. Who knew disembarkation was a competitive sport? The customs process didn't take long, and soon I was standing outside, squinting in the sunlight like a mole emerging from its hole, wondering where on earth to find my transfer bus. Typically, there's a helpful NCL representative waving you in the right direction, but today? Nada. I was left to my own devices, which, as history shows, is never a good idea. I spotted a man being harassed, asked a question by a fellow cruiser waving a piece of paper like she was trying to land a plane. Naturally, I aimed myself at him like a heat-seeking missile. He told me to follow the woman in front of me. Playing it safe, I asked what to do if she took a detour. Good thing I did, because halfway down the road, she decided to take the scenic route, probably looking for hidden treasure or a Starbucks. Eventually, I found the bus, triumphantly boarded, and was on my way to the Pullman Sofitel Hotel for my 4-night stay. Note to self, next time, bring breadcrumbs to leave a trail. Checking into the hotel was straightforward, and this time, they had my reservation, unlike the Sheraton fiasco, where I was almost sleeping in the lobby. I handed over $50 per night in cash for the deposit, avoiding credit or debit cards like they were laced with the plague. If you're planning a trip to America and prefer not to use plastic for deposits, bring $50 per night. Remember, you can't touch this money during your stay, but you get it back at the end. It's like a forced savings plan with zero interest and none of the fun. After unpacking, it was time for a granddad nap because cruising is exhausting, you know. Refreshed and feeling like a new person, I ventured out to explore the local area. Great news! Within a 10-minute walking distance, there's a coin-operated laundrette and a shopping center where you can buy drinks, both alcoholic and non-alcoholic, at prices that won't make you weep into your wallet. Cheers to affordable hydration. Continuing my theme of dodging high hotel prices, I found a McDonald's and a Burger King just a few minutes away. So, if you're in the mood for fine dining on a budget, you're all set. If you fancy a trip to downtown Miami, a taxi will set you back around $23, plus the obligatory tip for people simply doing their jobs, because apparently, driving you to your destination deserves a medal. However, if you're feeling adventurous and thrifty, exit the hotel, turn right, and then right again onto the main road past the shopping center. At the main lights, turn left, and you can catch a bus to downtown Miami for just 2. Sure, it's a 15-minute walk to the bus stop, but think of all the money you'll save enough to buy an extra Big Mac or 2. And so, my land adventure begins, armed with cash, a map, and the unshakable resolve to avoid high prices at all costs. Cheers to new explorations and more comical misadventures. Let the penny-pinching saga continue. Day 11, Miami. The plan was simple: wake up at the crack of dawn, dash to the nearest fast food joint for breakfast, dodging the 19 hotel breakfast rip-off, and then spend a couple of soul-numbing hours at the laundromat washing a week's worth of clothes. Easy peasy, at least, that was the dream. Naturally, things went off the rails faster than a roller coaster. I didn't roll out of bed until 7 o'clock. The week's cruising had clearly taken its toll on me. How on earth will I survive a 31-day cruise? With my dirty laundry in hand, I embarked on a short walk to the laundromat. Not saying my clothes smelled, but I did attract a following of curious cats. Laundromats are surprisingly great places to meet locals, or as I like to call them, spin cycle philosophers. I struck up a conversation with a lovely Cuban lady who not only helped me navigate the washing machines but also scolded me for not using fabric softener. She generously added some of her own because apparently, my laundry skills needed divine intervention. We spent the next hour chatting about everything from the local area to Cuba while my clothes spun around like they were auditioning for a detergent commercial. This mad Cuban lady from Miami, her words, not mine, gave me a crash course on local Cuban culture. She explained why most signs in the area are in Spanish and why I hadn't seen many stereotypical white Americans. When I casually mentioned my previous day's walking adventures, she reacted with horror, pointing out that I had wandered into some less than safe neighborhoods. Oops. Note to self: avoid impromptu urban safaris. Our conversation was a delightful reminder that no matter where you go, you can always meet friendly, interesting people who are willing to chat and share their insights. Thank you, mad Cuban lady, for the company and the fabric softener, and for not letting me die of ignorance. The total cost of the week's laundry? $4.50, an absolute bargain compared to the hotel's laundry service, which would have set me back over $90. I did the math using the laundry list in my hotel room. Who knew a short walk and a chat could save me enough for another round at the bar? With my laundry done, it was time for breakfast. I took a short stroll back to the shopping center, a mere 10 minutes, and visited Burger King for their breakfast platter. I'm not saying it's big, but it made English breakfasts look like appetizers for hummingbirds. No wonder there are so many rather large Americans waddling about. If you're staying at the Pullman Hotel, this shopping center is a treasure trove for saving money. It's got at least 5 fast food joints, 2 restaurants, a supermarket, a chemist, and probably a partridge in a pear tree. After my hefty breakfast, I decided to work it off with a 5-hour walk around the local area. I explored, gathered information, and probably walked off a quarter of my meal. So, despite a rocky start, the day turned out to be productive, filled with interesting conversations, and ended with a full belly and clean clothes. Cheers to the unexpected joys of travel. Here's to more adventures, curious cats, and breakfast platters the size of small nations. Day 12, Key West. When in Miami, one must embark on the sacred pilgrimage to Key West. Like a diligent Boy Scout, I booked a 1-day coach tour. Unfortunately, the Pullman Hotel wasn't on the list of pickup points, so I had to hail a cab to the Regency Hotel. Finding a cab was easy. The doorman blew a whistle, and voila, a yellow chariot appeared. Okay, it was a cab from the car park, but that sounded way cooler. The taxi ride took only 10 minutes, and to my amazement, the meter showed just 10. I felt like I'd hit the budget travel jackpot. But then reality swooped in like a seagull after your beach fries. With tax, road toll, and the compulsory tip, the total ballooned to 15. Ah, the joys of unexpected expenses, like finding out your free trial wasn't so free after all. The ticket said the pickup time was 7:30, but the coach, operating on what can only be described as Omani time, rolled up fashionably late at 8:15. Just when I thought I'd left those leisurely time zones behind. Once on board, I settled in for the 4-hour drive to Key West, praying that the coach wasn't also running on snail-pace time. Time flew by thanks to the driver's running commentary, which was odd because the tour guide on board was as silent as a mime in a library. If you've never been to the Keys, the scenery is breathtaking. Think postcards on steroids, especially when crossing the 12 bridges, including the world-famous 7-Mile Bridge. Fun fact, when you see photos of the 7-Mile Bridge, you'll notice two bridges. The one on the right as you drive to Key West is the old bridge, now a relic used for fishing. It's basically the retirement home for bridges. We rolled into Key West at high noon, like a scene out of an old western but with fewer tumbleweeds and more sunburnt tourists. We were given 5 hours to explore, which in Key West time means just enough time to realize you need more time. This place is teeming with activities, from glass-bottom boat trips over a living reef to snorkeling, trolley rides around town, and for the adrenaline junkies, parasailing. But beware, these activities can devour your time faster than a buffet on a cruise ship, leaving little opportunity to soak in this fascinating place. I opted for the lazy adventurer's route, spending my time wandering around the town and quay, which is packed with more bars and restaurants than you can shake a margarita at. The entertainment area boasts up to 60 bars and eateries. I only managed to visit 2 bars, Sloppy Joe's and another spot that featured a fantastic old-fashioned happy hour lasting 4 hours. Because who doesn't love a happy hour that stretches into happy afternoon? I settled in for 2 beers, which paired nicely with the alligator nuggets I had for lunch. Sorry, Snappy, but you were delicious. After lunch, I went gift shopping for the grandkids and picked up 3 t-shirts emblazoned with "That's it, I'm calling Grandpa." With shopping done, I continued my sightseeing, content and slightly buzzed, wondering if Snappy had any relatives I could sample for dinner. Then, I encountered the other side of cruising. The carnival magic was in port, making everything busier than a beehive on espresso. The queues wrapped around the shops like they were giving away free gold bars, so I decided to skip it. Never mind, I'll get my revenge next week. Visit over, I hopped back on the coach for the return trip. The driver, not the guide, provided the commentary, probably angling for his obligatory tip. The trip back seemed quicker, or maybe I caught a few ZZZs. Who knows? Time flies when you're dozing off to random facts about bridges. Remembering the mad Cuban lady's advice about not walking the streets at night, I asked the hotel to call me a taxi. The receptionist did so politely, but after a couple of minutes of standing there like an idiot, I realized I should have been clearer. I need a cab to take me back to my hotel, and my name is Steve, not Taxi. Unfortunately, the Regency didn't have the magic whistle like the Pullman, so the cab took 15 minutes to arrive. An interesting twist on the ride back was a sign in the cab stating that if you paid cash, you'd get a 2.70 discount. Not wanting to miss out, I asked the driver, who confirmed it. Yay for me! Upon arrival at the Pullman Hotel, the fare was 10.70. After the 2.70 discount for paying cash, I figured my total would be, still 15. It turns out the tip must have been inflated to cover the discount. Sneaky, sneaky. So, another day of cruising adventures wrapped up, full of laughs, quirky encounters, and the occasional pricing surprise. Here's to more hilarious misadventures. Day 13 Miami. Today was a lazy day with nothing much to talk about, so I won't. Just kidding. Even on a lazy day, the cruise life has its quirks. Picture this, me, lounging by the pool, perfecting my art of doing absolutely nothing. I did manage to summon the energy to lift my cocktail, so let's count that as a win. Honestly, it was one of those gloriously uneventful days where the most exciting thing was deciding between the lounge chair on the left or the one on the right. I ended up in the middle, naturally. I'd love to say something thrilling happened, like an impromptu conga line breaking out or a rogue seagull stealing someone's sandwich, but alas, it was just me, the sun, and a parade of snacks delivered right to my lounger. So, here's to a lazy day at the hotel, where the biggest decision is whether to nap now or nap later. Cheers to doing nothing and loving every minute of it. Cruising on board the Norwegian Pearl. Day 14 Embarkation. The bags were packed nice and early because, let's face it, my paranoia about missing transport could rival a secret agent's. The coach to the ship was set to depart at 11:30, and if I could have slept with one eye open, I would have. NCL knows how to spoil their guests rotten. They had a representative at the hotel the morning of departure, and even the evening before, ready to answer all my ridiculous questions and hand out health screening questionnaires and luggage tags like Santa on a health kick. Bravo, NCL. This morning, I decided to check my NCL account online. Cue drumroll and success. I've achieved Gold Latitude's member status. I did it the hard way, mind you, not like those luxury freeloaders who book the Haven 9 months in advance for a 16-night cruise and become gold members after one trip. I'm ready to flaunt my shiny gold room key and finally discover what the elusive welcome gift is, maybe a golden goose or a crown. Fingers crossed. Checked out of the hotel at 10:30 to avoid the stampede. Checkout was a breeze, and my cash deposit was returned without a hitch, proving that, yes, you can travel without that dreaded piece of plastic. Found an empty chair and plunked myself down to await the coach, feeling like a king in a kingdom of pre-cruise chaos. As I sat there, I couldn't help but notice that most of my fellow bus waiters were members of the prestigious Over 60 Club. I must have been the youngest sprout in the bunch, and I'm 26. Plus 324 months. I started to worry the ship had been commandeered by Saga Holidays, the travel company for the golden oldies. I made a mental note to check the ship's sign to confirm I wasn't inadvertently joining a floating bingo hall. No matter, I hopped onto the coach with 20 other fine folks and 3 disability chariots, as I've affectionately named them. En route, we made a pit stop at what must have been a posh retirement home masquerading as the Marriott Courtyard to pick up 20 more coffin dodgers, my endearing term for the elderly. When the bus finally pulled up, I witnessed one of those small irksome moments that test your faith in humanity. A man, who could easily double as a human wall, was whisked past the queue on his electric mobility scooter. But here's the twist: as soon as the scooter was loaded, he stood up and strolled back to the hotel. He spent a good 10 minutes moseying around while the bus was being loaded, then casually walked over and boarded. I couldn't help but think, does he really need the scooter, or is it just his way of living life in the fast lane? So, here I am, surrounded by a sea of gray hair and questionable scooter usage, ready to embark on another cruise adventure. Here's hoping the ship isn't a floating retirement home, and I find some fellow 26 and 324-month-olds to share a drink with. Check-in was a breeze, faster than a seagull on a French fry, all thanks to my shiny new Gold Latitude status. It would have been even quicker if it weren't for the parade of disabled folks checking in and slowing the line down. Now, before you start rolling your eyes like a Vegas slot machine, let me set the record straight. Here's the thing, in everyday life, people with disabilities rightly fight to be treated the same as everyone else, which I fully support. But on a cruise ship, it's like they've got VIP passes to the front of every line, and suddenly, equality takes a vacation. So, I've devised a cunning plan: if you don't want to queue up, just tag along with someone in a wheelchair. It doesn't matter if your party is the size of a small army, you'll glide right past the line. Maybe NCL should limit wheelchair escorts to 1 person, while the rest can queue up with the common folk. Or better yet, let's have everyone treated the same, and everyone queues. Equality for all, except when I'm running late. Once on board, I noticed several people who had queued to get on suddenly regain miraculous mobility. One person using a walking frame couldn't squeeze through some tables, so they stood up, lifted the frame over their head, and walked through the tables before putting it down again. Another person carried his wheelchair down the stairs before sitting back down. As I said before, this kind of behavior is frustrating because it takes away respect from those who are genuinely disabled. Fortunately, there wasn't much waiting time in the lounge, likely because the coach arrived at the perfect time, or maybe I just have that kind of luck. So, I was soon off exploring the ship, which is eerily similar to the Norwegian Star. It's like they used a cookie cutter for cruise ships. And so begins another chapter of cruising adventures, filled with laughs, quirks, and enough questionable queue jumping to keep things interesting. Cheers to the journey ahead. For example, on my last cruise, which feels like eons ago, last week, I made a cash deposit instead of using a credit or debit card. Once again, no issues with NCL. I just waltzed up to the customer service desk, handed over my 1,000, and got a piece of paper in return. Fair trade, right? That piece of paper was like a golden ticket, equating to 1,000 on my account, Here's the scoop: if you use a credit or debit card, the ship places multiple holds on it, sometimes lingering for up to 30 days after the cruise. This could mean you don't have access to your own money, which is as frustrating as trying to sunbathe in a hurricane. So, skip the hassle and leave a cash deposit. Plus, it helps you control your spending better. No more shocking credit card bills that make you wish you'd stayed home with a cup of tea and a crossword. Looks like someone at NCL finally listened to my rants. Proudly displayed on the customer service desk was a sign stating that passengers aged 18-21 need an alcohol waiver to drink on board. Signs around the ship's bars proclaimed you needed to be 21 or over to drink alcohol. Victory is mine. If you want to know why I'm so triumphantly smug, dive into the previous chapters. Trust me, it's worth the read. The cabin was ready as soon as I boarded, sparing me the joy of lugging my bag around like a reluctant Sherpa. It's been a hot minute since I've stayed in an inside cabin, and I'd forgotten how spacious they are. It's like they've discovered the TARDIS's secrets for storage. NCL once again outdid themselves with the cabin extras. Luxury toiletries? Check. Not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles of sparkling wine? Check. And the piece de resistance, 2 plates of chocolate-covered strawberries. It's as if they knew I'd need both hands for double-fisting strawberries while popping bubbly. Picture this: me, tomorrow, lounging by the pool in my plush dressing gown also provided, sipping sparkling wine, and nibbling on chocolate-covered strawberries. I mean, how posh is that? I'm practically royalty. Thanks, NCL. No wonder I cruise with no other company. Who needs a welcome aboard gift when you've got this level of decadence? My room key might still say silver, but with all these treats, I feel like I'm dripping in gold. As I roamed the ship, it was impossible not to notice how much the new ships have improved in layout. Everything flows so smoothly, like they hired a feng shui master with a map and a vision. On older ships like the Norwegian Pearl, it's like being in a treasure hunt where X marks the spot. 3 decks up and a left turn at confusion. And then there's the tech or lack thereof. The new ships have all these fancy interactive TVs, while on the Pearl, it's like stepping back into the Stone Age. During the emergency drill, instead of using a sleek handheld device to check people in, like on the Getaway, some poor crew member was left shuffling through sheets of paper. In a real emergency, that's more time-consuming than binge-watching an entire season of your favorite show on dial-up internet. Speaking of the emergency drill, it definitely didn't meet the Getaway's high standards. The only piece of wisdom imparted was how to put on a life jacket, nothing about what to do in an actual emergency. Maybe someone from the Getaway could swing by and give them a masterclass. Because, honestly, if I wanted vague instructions and a sense of impending doom, I'd just go visit my in-laws. Ship tour complete, it was time for lunch in the Garden Cafe. Just like every cruise, you can expect the buffet restaurant to be busier than a bee in a flower shop on Valentine's Day. But if you want to beat the crowds, there are other dining options available, though good luck passing up the buffet without a battle of willpower. I stuck with the Garden Cafe, and as always, the food was top-notch and plentiful. I've never seen so many options outside of a Vegas buffet. The rest of the afternoon was filled with the usual first-day activities, unpacking and checking out the onboard entertainment, from the welcome aboard show to the sail away party. I was as excited as a kid at a carnival minus the cotton candy, but plus a lot of cocktails. For those who hadn't eaten in the past hour, which, let's face it, on a cruise ship is practically no one, there was a barbecue on the pool deck with live music, a definite highlight and a fantastic way to kick off your cruise holiday. Nothing says vacation quite like balancing a plate of barbecue ribs while trying to dance to reggae tunes by the pool. This ship doesn't boast all the entertainment venues of the larger resort-type ships, so the main action happens in the theater, which operates on a first-come, first-served policy with no booking required. I was delighted to see in the Freestyle Daily that reserving seats isn't allowed. Finally, a lesson learned from the Getaway. No more cloak and dagger seat-saving antics here. Tonight's show featured the senior officers, combined with music, dance, and a comedy performance by Jim McDonald. It was hilarious and thoroughly enjoyable. Who knew the captain could bust a move like that? I laughed so hard that I almost spilled my drink, which, on a cruise, is the ultimate compliment. Are you sitting comfortably? Yes? Good. Now brace yourself. I've been on this ship for at least 8 hours, and it's now 2100 hours, and not a single drop of alcohol has passed my lips. Time to rectify that tragic oversight. Off to Oceanus for a little drinky poo or two. It must be the itinerary or the fact that about 80 of the cruisers are part of the Coffin Dodgers Club, but at 21:30, I found myself the only person in Oceanus bar. I felt like a dirty little stop out, like the lone teenager sneaking out past curfew. Compare this to Oceanus on the Epic in the Getaway, where you can't move for the crowd all night long. This strange phenomenon requires further investigation Sherlock Holmes style, with a cocktail in hand. Despite the ship being at full capacity, by 21:30, it was as deserted as a gym in January. With very few people around, they must all be tucked up in bed with their cocoa and reruns of Matlock. This was excellent news for me. No long quests to find a free bartender. I found many American guests in the casino, but the pool deck and outside bars were empty and dark. It's like they collectively decided to retire to their cabins for a wild night of reading and sensible bedtimes. With tomorrow being a sea day, the big question is, will the towel pixies be out in force, reserving deck chairs with towels, blankets, or comforters? Only time will tell. Having finished my stint as a dirty little stop out, it was time to sail off to the land of Nod. Cheers to more cruise adventures, quirky experiences, and the occasional empty bar. Day 15, day at sea. So there I was, up at the crack of dawn, 4 o'clock, to be exact, on a mission to find a quiet spot to write my report. Normally, this is as easy as finding a tourist in Times Square, just me, a few crew members, and the occasional wandering drunk. But today, thanks to our ship's golden age clientele, there were people everywhere. Finding a quiet place was like searching for a needle in a haystack that's been set on fire. While patrolling the ship like a deranged mall cop, I stumbled upon a lovely security guard named Lakshmi. She was also patrolling, but for less neurotic reasons. Lakshmi, a delightful lady with a knack for idle chit-chat, pointed me to her secret quiet spot on deck 6 at the back of Malting's Beer Whiskey Bar. Finally, I had found my writing haven. All hail Lakshmi, the goddess of tranquility. 3 hours of hard labor later, by which I mean writing while occasionally sipping coffee, it was time for breakfast. Today, that meant another round at the Garden Cafe, if I could find a table amidst the ravenous masses. Armed with a plate full of dead animals and dead vegetables, I embarked on the quest for an empty table. Success! I spotted one in the distance. Now, all that stood between me and breakfast was an obstacle course of crammed tables and chairs. Channeling my inner ninja, I weaved through with the stealth of a tiger, claiming my table just before an elderly woman with the speed of a glacier could reach it. Sorry, Granny, but this table is mine. After any meal on board, it's wise to go for a walk. Trust me, if you don't, your waistline will expand faster than a sponge in water. Plus, walking lets you explore the ship, and there's always something new to discover. Case in point, I've been on the Norwegian Pearl since yesterday, and only at 1800 hours today did I stumble upon the Spinnaker Lounge, an enormous entertainment area. Where was this hiding, and why didn't it come with a map? So here's to early mornings, delightful security guards, victorious table battles, and endless ship explorations. During today's walk, I noticed the ship is ready for her refurbishment. She's starting to look a bit worn out, bless her. Grubby marks on the ceilings, torn furniture in my stateroom, a large crack in the toilet bowl praying it holds up under my derriere, and a big chip in the sink. But I'm sure after a stint in dry dock, she'll come out looking as good as new. Or at least, as good as a celebrity after a facelift. Turns out I was right, this is indeed a Waiting for God cruise. Saga has set up a help desk for their guests in Oceanus. NCL, you need to work on your communication. Imagine a young couple or a family booking this cruise expecting a lively party atmosphere, only to find they've signed up for the maritime version of a retirement home. Maybe NCL should rate their cruises like they do excursions. For example, a 5N for fun party cruises, down to a 1N for cruises for the older generation over 60s. Today being a sea day, NCL packed the schedule with activities. According to the Freestyle Daily, one of the most popular was the presentation on ports and tours. It's a must for everyone, even if you've done your homework like me. The Shore Excursions team gives great insights into the ports of call. getting out of these events is like trying to escape a crowded elevator. With 60 of the passengers doing the OAP shuffle, it makes moving anywhere painfully slow. So, plan for alternative routes. Sometimes it's faster to go up or down a floor to get from the theater to the garden cafe. Trust me, it's quicker to go to deck 13, walk across the top of the ship, and then come back down. Faced with a tough decision, either drag myself to the gym or watch a cooking show, I opted for the culinary spectacle. In the interest of future cruisers, of course. After watching the show, I can confidently say I have the knowledge to make sushi and cook lobster while twirling spatulas and knives like a culinary ninja. One of my favorite onboard activities is visiting the art gallery, so I couldn't miss the Park West art auction, especially with the offer of free champagne. The place was packed, and I'm not saying it was just for the bubbly, but after they introduced the auctioneer, half the room didn't even glance at the art. I drooled over 2 originals by my favorite artist, Linda Laniff, dreaming of the day I have 10,000 to spare. Once the glasses were handed out, the crowd dwindled to about 30 people. Point proven, offer free drinks and watch people evaporate once they're in hand. I even won a prize in the raffle, a pack of the pictures they usually give out after each auction. Still, it's a win, and I might even frame them. The art auction wrapped up at 1500 hours, leaving me the rest of the afternoon to leisurely stroll around the ship. I stopped at different spots to watch and listen to live music, which was a delightful way to pass the time. Dinner was supposed to be at Moderno, but I wasn't that hungry. The folks at the restaurant reservations desk kindly canceled it for me. Remember, if you've booked a specialty restaurant and don't show up, you could still end up paying. So cancel your booking if plans change. Deciding a Chinese meal was calling my name, I headed to the restaurant for dinner and some friendly banter with the waitstaff. However, some people truly take the cake or the fortune cookie when it comes to dining behavior. Take the grumpy man near me. He was rude to the waiter, ordered several plates of food, took one bite from each, and then left without a thank you. Honestly, if you're not sure what you want, ask for a sample simple, as those 2 funny cartoon rodents would say. Having discovered the Spinnaker Lounge earlier, I decided to check it out in the evening. It's a fantastic place with high windows all around looking over the front of the ship, an ideal spot to watch the world go by. I felt a bit sorry for the entertainment department. They were presenting the weakest link game show, and to start with, there were more crew members than cruisers. Eventually, a few people showed up so the show could go on, but once it finished, everyone except a handful vanished, leaving the bar nearly empty. Perfect for me, no queue at the bar again. I finished the night off with the 2100-hour show in the theater, mainly to see if anyone was still around. Surprisingly, the theater was nearly full. I'll have to investigate tomorrow why all the bars are deserted while the theater is packed. The bar staff must be very bored on this cruise. So here's to encountering grumpy diners, finding the perfect lounge, and enjoying another quirky day at sea. Cheers to more cruising adventures and plenty of laughs. Day 16, Day at Sea. Well, folks, today's been a whirlwind of firsts. First off, I achieved the miraculous feat of sleeping past the crack of dawn. For this nocturnal creature, it's a monumental achievement. I must have been out cold because, by the time I finally pried my eyelids open, it was a scandalous 8:30 in the morning. I felt like a teenager who just discovered sleeping is an Olympic sport. Feeling like I had stumbled into a retirement home breakfast nook, I made my way down to Ocean's, conveniently only a stumble away on the same floor. I was ushered to a table by the delightful Precious, who promptly delivered the elixir of life itself, my first gallon of coffee. Bless her caffeinated heart. Breakfast, or should I say the country platter, was a culinary adventure. Forget bacon, this platter came adorned with the noble pork scratching. It was like someone said, let's take a perfectly good breakfast and sprinkle it with medieval pub snacks. A nice change from the morning melee at the garden cafe, let me tell you. It's hard to start your day fighting for food like you're in a reality TV show called Survivor, Breakfast Edition. With time ticking away faster than my sanity on a cruise ship, I descended upon the maltings bar to chronicle yesterday's escapades. And let me tell you, the ship was buzzing with activity, including a cake decorating extravaganza. These chefs could whip up a frosting masterpiece like Picasso with a pastry bag. Their English, however, was as scrambled as their eggs. You want sprinkles on ZE cake, or you want ZE cake on ZE sprinkles? The presentation wrapped up with a mad dash for cake, turning the atrium into a scene from the Hunger Games. Who knew people would sprint for dessert faster than they would for a lifeboat? You'd think they were handing out slices of immortality instead of cake. And this despite the garden cafe practically oozing with free cake. I half expected someone to start swinging from a chandelier to snag a slice. Speaking of feeding frenzies, it was high noontime for lunch at the garden cafe. Some may bemoan the size of these behemoth ships, but there's never a dull moment in the buffet scrum. Dodging elbows and jockeying for position, I finally secured my plate like a seasoned linebacker. Move it, Granny, this seat's reserved for this hungry hipster. I felt like a victorious gladiator, standing over my bounty of food with pride. Ah, the joys of cruising! Nothing like being greeted in my stateroom by a bottle of insect repellent, courtesy of NCL. Because nothing screams vacation like preparing for a potential mosquito uprising in South America, Puerto Rico, and Mexico. Thanks for the heads up, NCL, but I prefer my surprises to be of the pina colada variety. But wait, there's more. Along with the bug spray came a delightful letter about the Zika virus and a word deciphering game. Because what's a cruise without a bit of brain-teasing fun? Deciphering their instructions was like decoding hieroglyphics after one too many pina coladas. Seriously, it was like, welcome to your Zika virus awareness seminar. Now, solve this riddle for a chance to not get bitten. As this is an audiobook, and I'm about as good at reading long words as I am at folding fitted sheets, you'll have to use your imagination. Picture a 49-character word that looks like it was typed by a cat walking across the keyboard. Wait, what? I think I need another drink just to unravel this linguistic mystery. Someone get me a pina colada, stat. Speaking of drinks, it's time for the captain's VIP cocktail party. Ah, the glamour, the prestige. I may be just a mere mortal among the sea of passengers, but for one shining moment, I feel like the king of the high seas. Thank you, NCL, for making me feel like $1 million. Or at least like $100 in cruise credit. Now, onto more firsts. Like spending consecutive days at sea and mastering the fine art of sipping a mocktail on a dry cruise ship. Yes, you heard that right, no alcohol in sight. It's like being in a desert, but with more water. But fear not, my fellow parched passengers, for where there's a will, there's a bar. And apparently, there's also a library. Who knew people still use those things on vacation? Next, they'll tell me there's a typewriter museum on board. But I digress. Back to the VIP life. After a quick session of the 3 S's you know, shower, shave, and, well, use your imagination, I suited up for the captain's shindig. And what do I find upon my return? A cheese platter courtesy of concierge Susanna. Bless her cheese-loving heart. Because nothing says fancy like an assortment of cheeses. Let's talk fashion faux pas. I waltzed into the Spinnaker Lounge feeling dapper in my polo shirt and trousers, only to find a sartorial zoo, ball gowns, tuxedos, and, wait for it, t-shirts, shorts, and flip-flops. Oh, the horror. It was like a red carpet event colliding with a beach party. But hey, at least I wasn't the only one who missed the memo on proper attire. Despite the wardrobe mishaps, the VIP party was a blast. Rubbing elbows with senior officers, hobnobbing with fellow VIPs, and maybe even slipping a business card or two, it's all in a day's work. And thanks to the generosity of the captain and NCL, the drinks flowed freely, and the snacks were aplenty. Ah, the perks of VIP status. Free cheese and booze, who needs a throne when you have that? With the party winding down, I sashayed over to the bar for a nightcap before catching the evening show. Because why stop the fun when there's still a theater full of entertainment waiting? This ship really knows how to spoil you rotten, like a banana in the sun. Tonight's main event, a mentalist. Sounds like a mind-bending, jaw-dropping extravaganza, right? Well, let's just say it was more like a mind-numbing, eyebrow-raising experience. I've seen more convincing acts from my toaster. As I strolled into the theater, I couldn't help but notice the mentalist huddled with a trio of guests. There's a young lady receiving some mysterious object and a glimpse of paper. And lo and behold, there's a dude with a video camera perched in the wheelchair section, looking suspiciously like he's streaming to his buddies in the NCL squad. Because why just enjoy the show when you can live stream it and ruin the magic for everyone, right? The performance kicks off, and wouldn't you know it, the random volunteers are none other than the folks the mentalist was just cozying up to. What are the odds, huh? And those numbers supposedly called out? Nowhere to be found on the paper projected on the screen. But hey, who needs logic when you've got magic, right? Then comes the piece de resistance, a grand finale involving a sum on a board and a miraculous transformation of a one bill. And who does he randomly select for this mind-blowing feat? You guessed it, the same lady from the beginning. Talk about a small world, or maybe just a very predictable one. Now, I'm not saying there's foul play afoot, but if you're gonna pull someone from the audience, maybe do it when the spotlight isn't shining so brightly on your shady dealings. Just a thought. But fear not, fellow cruisers. Tomorrow brings new adventures, new laughs, and hopefully, entertainment that's slightly less eyebrow-raising. Until then, it's off to the land of Nod for me. Good night, and may your dreams be as baffling as tonight's mentalist performance. Day 17, Cartagena, Colombia. Waking up before the roosters, I wasn't about to repeat yesterday's blunder. So, with the alarm set for the ludicrous hour of 4 a.m., we were primed for our grand entrance into Cartagena, Colombia, at 7 a.m. Let me tell you, arriving in Cartagena by ship is like stepping into a postcard. Picture this, the crack of dawn, mist swirling over the sea like a dramatic entrance, and in the distance, the twinkling lights of Cartagena peeking through the haze. It's like the ocean itself is whispering, "Hey there, welcome to the stunning city of Cartagena." After navigating through the necessary legal hoops, we were finally free to set foot on solid ground after what felt like eons at sea. Okay, maybe just a couple of days. The options were plentiful: join one of the NCL-approved tours or boldly venture out on our own with the promise of complimentary buses to ferry us around. My pick of the litter? A guided jaunt through the Spanish fortress Old City. Boarding our cozy 43-seater air-conditioned chariot blessed those chilly vents. We were whisked away to the fortress, with our guide Lee, a true Colombian gem, regaling us with tales of Cartagena's storied past. His advice? Don't even think about buying trinkets from the street vendors. Apparently, they're all about as authentic as a $3 bill. But I couldn't help but feel there was more to Lee's warning than met the eye. The fortress itself was a sight to behold, perched high above the city like a brooding guardian. The climb to the top had some of my fellow cruisers sweating bullets, but fear not. Lee, our trusty guide, graciously paused halfway up to share some history and trivia, sparing our less athletic companions from a full-blown cardio catastrophe. Oh, the things we do for a glimpse into the past. The short stop then turned into a long-winded tour of the fort, which, let me tell you, was more labyrinthine than a rat's maze. We traipsed through tunnels that seemed to stretch on forever, with Lee leading the charge like a drill sergeant on a mission. Honestly, I think he lost track of time down there, or maybe he just wanted to see how long it would take for us to start sweating like pigs in a sauna. By the time we emerged from the depths of the fortress, half the group looked ready to pass out from heat stroke. Note to self, next time, bring a portable fan. Sure, the fort was fascinating and all, but there's only so much history a person can handle before their brain starts to feel like mush. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love a good history lesson as much as the next guy, but where were the Instagram-worthy photo ops? Back on the bus, we trudged, bracing ourselves for what promised to be the most thrilling part of our day, a tour of the former dungeons, now masquerading as local vendor shops. Nothing says vacation like getting trapped in a dungeon with a side of retail therapy, am I right? But wait, it gets better. As if being coerced into buying knickknacks wasn't bad enough, we had Lee, the master of merchandise, giving us the hard sell like a used car salesman on overdrive. I swear, he knew more about those trinkets than the poor souls trying to peddle them. Suspicious? You betcha. We were generously granted a whopping half-hour to navigate the labyrinth of souvenirs, but who in their right mind has time for that when there's a beach calling your name? So, like any rational human being, I made a mad dash for freedom, leaving behind the siren call of cheesy keychains and tacky t-shirts. Ah, the sweet taste of liberation. Back on the coach we piled, ready for round 2 of Old City exploration, complete with more riveting commentary from our buddy Lee. Then, just when we thought we were safe from the clutches of consumerism, we were herded towards the Spanish Inquisition Palace Museum. But instead of delving into the dark depths of history, what do we get? A crash course in finger painting courtesy of a local street vendor. Because nothing screams authentic cultural experience like smudging paint on a piece of paper, right? To add insult to injury, Lee morphed into a full-blown salesman, pushing us to buy not one but 2 paintings for the low price of 10. I mean, come on, Lee, are you running a museum or a flea market? With wallets lighter and spirits slightly dampened, we trudged onward, wondering if Lee would be making a return trip to collect his commission or if we'd been duped into funding his next vacation. Oh, the joys of cruising! Next up, we had the Spanish Inquisition Palace Museum on the itinerary, which sounded like a real hoot on paper. I mean, who wouldn't want to get grilled by some historical inquisitors? But alas, reality slapped us across the face like a wet fish. Apart from a few cheap knockoffs, it turns out that all the juicy artifacts from the museum had been swiped by some local bigwig. Talk about a historical heist. So, what are we left with? A couple of dusty trinkets and some half-baked descriptions of what used to be here. I've seen more excitement at a bingo night in a retirement home. Honestly, if you were thinking of checking this place out on your own, do yourself a favor and save your pesos. It's about as thrilling as watching paint dry on a Sunday afternoon. After that disappointment, we did a whirlwind tour of the new town, which was about as exciting as watching grass grow. Then it was back to the ship quicker than you can say adios, because let's face it, there's only so much lackluster sightseeing one can handle in a half-day port call. Such a shame, though. With Cartagena offering up more attractions than a theme park on steroids, it felt like we were just getting a tiny taste of what this place had to offer. But hey, at least we'll always have the memories of that riveting finger painting demonstration, right? Ah, back to the good old ship and its standard security shenanigans. You know the drill. NCL's version of Santa Claus, making sure you haven't been naughty and snuck any contraband booze on board. Tip of the day, unless you enjoy playing sardines in a can, steer clear of the restaurants when everyone's clamoring back on board. Trust me, you'll thank me later when you're not elbow deep in a buffet brawl. Instead, I opted for a more civilized approach, a nice, frosty beer to take the edge off the chaos. Then, it was off to the theater for a riveting documentary on the Panama Canal because, apparently, that's the hot ticket on this cruise. Let me tell you, the theater was packed tighter than a can of sardines. See, I told you it's a theme. Now, on to the main event, food time. Feeling fancy, I decided to cash in on some of those free specialty credits courtesy of NCL and hit up the sushi joint. With Michael as my sushi spirit guide, I embarked on a culinary journey of raw fish and rice rolls. Spoiler alert, it was delicious. The rest of the evening was spent kicking back in Oceanus, soaking in the tunes of Touche and enjoying some good old-fashioned relaxation. Because let's face it, after a day of dodging buffet mobs and navigating packed theaters, we all deserve a little RR. But alas, duty calls. With an early morning rendezvous with the Panama Canal on the horizon, it's time to claim my spot for the show. Best bring a lawn chair, cause you can bet your bottom dollar that every other cruiser on board will have the same idea. Ah, the joys of cruising! Off to the land of Nod I go, dreaming of canal crossings and sushi rolls. Day 18, Panama Canal. Well, folks, it's the moment we've all been waiting for, the grand voyage through the Panama Canal, aka the world's most significant shortcut. Up bright and early, I staked my claim at the back of the ship, ready to snag the primo view as we sailed through those iconic locks. But lo and behold, as I sauntered up to the great outdoors at the crack of dawn, what do I see? Every table was already taken, like a game of musical chairs gone wrong at a retirement home. Not to worry, though, because I had a secret weapon up my sleeve, literally. I had a clandestine rendezvous with the Towel Pixie Mafia boss the night before, securing myself a coveted spot at the back of the ship. Hey, don't judge, you gotta do what you gotta do in the cutthroat world of cruise ship seating politics. So there I am, feeling like the king of the world, until I realize my seat has vanished into thin air. It must have been the work of the dreaded Towel Pixie Death Squad, those sneaky little rascals. Note to self, next time, speak in an American accent to throw 'em off my scent. Now, for those of you who've never experienced the Panama Canal firsthand, let me paint you a picture. It's like Mother Nature's ultimate shortcut, slicing through Central America from the Atlantic to the Pacific like a hot knife through butter. Forget east to west nonsense, this bad boy runs north to south, covering a whopping 44 miles. It started way back in 1880 and finally wrapped up in 1914, saving countless sailors from the headache of sailing around the treacherous Cape Horn. Thanks, Panama Canal, for making the world a little less circular. Our cruise? Well, we were on the express lane from Atlantic to Pacific. Yep, it runs both ways, kicking things off with a jaunt through the Gatun Locks, the first of 3 on our adventure. Now, let me tell you about the unsung hero of our journey, the narrator. This guy was a walking encyclopedia, spouting off facts and figures over the ship's intercom like a seasoned pro. With the average passage taking a cool 10 hours, this dude was yakking away for nearly the whole time. Talk about dedication to the cause. So here's to you, Mr. Narrator, for keeping us informed and entertained every step of the way. You're the true MVP of this floating classroom. Ah, the life of a self-proclaimed fidget extraordinaire, constantly on the move, searching for that perfect vantage point. There I was, prowling the decks like a restless sea lion, when I stumbled upon none other than Ship Security Officer Neil. And let me tell you, this guy was like a walking treasure trove of insider tips for navigating the Panama Canal Passage. So, being the generous soul that I am, I'll share his nuggets of wisdom with you fine folks. First off, if you want the primo view and a shot at spotting some local wildlife, cue the crocodiles. Head on down to Deck 7. Close to the action and far from the maddening crowds, what's not to love? Now, here's the real kicker. While everyone and their grandma will be jostling for space at the first set of locks like it's Black Friday at Walmart, you savvy cruisers should hang tight. Wait it out until you reach Miguel or Miraflores locks, and voila! You'll practically have the place to yourself. It's like getting front row seats to the best show in town without the hassle of elbowing your way through the masses. But wait, there's more. Ever dreamed of becoming an internet sensation? Well, now's your chance. Head to the small area at the front of the ship, usually off limits to passengers, and strike a pose for the webcam. Your adoring fans back home can tune in live to watch you cruise through the canal, and if you time it just right, you might even score a virtual wave. Talk about fame and fortune, baby. So, a big shout out to Neil for the top-notch advice. Spot on, my friend. And here's a little tip from yours truly, don't be a ship potato, planted in one spot for the whole journey. Get moving and explore every nook and cranny of the ship. You never know what hidden gems you might uncover. Just be prepared to elbow your way through the crew deck crowd if you want a glimpse of the front of the ship. Those seafaring folks don't budge for anyone, not even for the promise of a panoramic view. Ah, Neil, the sage of the seas, strikes again with his wisdom. If you're aiming to capture the money shot of the ship shimming through the locks, here's the insider scoop: save your energy for the grand finale. Plant yourself smack dab in the middle of the rear deck for the last lock, where the action is just a stone's throw away. Trust me, it's like finding a deserted island in a sea of selfie sticks, pure bliss. Now, if you're the type who doesn't mind peering at the world through a thick pane of glass or two, then have I got a treat for you. Option numero uno, snag a spot on Deck 13 at the front of the ship, but be prepared to stake your claim early, like pre-dawn Black Friday early. Option 2, mosey on over to the Spinnaker Lounge, where you'll be treated to a 180-degree view through giant windows. But wait, there's more. Picture this, you're lounging in comfort, sipping on your favorite cocktail, while NCL's finest waiters cater to your every whim. It's like being the captain of your own luxury yacht, minus the pesky responsibility of actually steering the ship. And here's the piece de resistance. The Spinnaker Lounge has these secret wings, think Captain America, but with better views that stretch outwards, giving you the ultimate panoramic vista down the side of the ship. It's like having your cake and eating it, too, with a side of bottomless mimosas. So, mark my words, if I ever find myself cruising these waters again, you can bet your bottom dollar you'll find me planted firmly in the Spinnaker Lounge, cocktail in hand, living my best life. Cheers to that. Ah, the epic saga of cruising through the Panama Canal, like a real-life version of Indiana Jones, but with more buffet lines and less treasure hunting. There I was, armed with my trusty video camera and a dream of capturing the journey for future generations of cruise enthusiasts. Once we'd conquered the mighty Gatun locks, I stationed myself at the back of the ship like a captain of the high seas, ready to document every twist and turn of our aquatic adventure. With the camera set to time-lapse mode, I embarked on a cinematic odyssey through Gatun Lake, capturing the essence of jungle life as we sailed towards the Miguel Locks. But, as luck would have it, disaster struck in the form of a dead battery. Cue the frantic dash to my stateroom faster than you can say, abandon ship. After a quick recharge and a fumbling grab for the spare battery, note to self, always check the battery levels before embarking on a recording marathon, I was back in action, ready to immortalize our passage through the Miraflores locks and beyond. Now, you might think standing at the back of a ship for over 5 hours sounds like a recipe for boredom, but let me tell you, my friends, there's nothing quite like the mesmerizing beauty of a jungle passing by to keep you entertained. And hey, when in doubt, why not try your hand at birdwatching? I mean, how hard can it be, right? Spoiler alert, not very. Spot a bird, spot another bird, rinse, repeat. Though I must admit, not everyone was as adept at bird identification as yours truly. Case in point, the poor soul who mistook a passing pelican for Big Bird from Sesame Street. Bless their clueless heart. And just like that, before I knew it, we'd emerged victorious into the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, a first for yours truly. Consider me converted. I'd recommend the Panama Canal cruise to anyone with a penchant for adventure and a love of sea days. Sure, there may be more downtime than a sloth on vacation, but crossing that canal is like checking off a major item on your cruising bucket list. So grab your sunscreen, your binoculars, and your sense of humor, folks, 'cause this is one journey you won't want to miss. Ah, the eternal struggle of deciding what to wear for dinner, a tale as old as time, my friends. But fear not, for the nice people at NCL had a little surprise waiting for me in my room, a fruit and veggie dip plate. Because nothing says you're special like a platter of crudité, am I right? Take note, folks, this is how you win over a cruiser's heart, one baby carrot at a time. Now, onto the main event, dinner. I opted for the Garden Cafe because, let's face it, decision-making is overrated, and the food is always top-notch. But lo and behold, what do I find? A group of table squatters who've set up camp since I left for my Panama Canal filming extravaganza. I mean, seriously, folks, it's called a cafeteria for a reason. Eat and skedaddle. With dinner done, it was time to crack open one of the bottles of Brut sparkling wine graciously bestowed upon me upon my arrival. Cold bottle in hand, I enlisted the help of my trusty stateroom steward to clear out the minibar remnants. Hey, I may be a champion wine consumer, but I draw the line at being mistaken for a booze-hoarding maniac. With glass in hand, I settled into a Chianese, soaking in the tunes from the atrium and sipping away until that bottle was but a distant memory. Ah, the joys of cruising! Next up on the agenda, the main event, the piece de resistance, the comedy stylings of Jim McDonald. Now, this guy knows how to tickle a funny bone, let me tell you. Sure, some of his jokes might have sailed over the heads of us non-American folk, but when it came to observational comedy, Jim was the king. And let's not forget his trusty slideshow, because nothing screams comedy gold like a good old PowerPoint presentation. As Jim McDonald cracked joke after joke, I laughed so hard, I almost spilled my drink twice. He had the crowd in stitches, and even the staff were trying to hold back their chuckles. Jim's humor was like a universal language that brought us all together, even if it was just for one night. And with that, dear friends, it was time to bid adieu to another day at sea. Off to the land of Nod I go, with dreams of fruit platters, table squatters, and comedy gold dancing in my head. Until tomorrow, cruise on, my friends, cruise on. Day 19, day at sea. Yet another day at sea, and you'd think the ship was auditioning for the Amazing Race, Arctic Edition. It's like it's sprinting to Alaska to reserve the best igloo. I decided to take advantage of this leisurely pace by not setting an alarm. I'd wake up whenever I woke up. Naturally, that meant 6:30 a.m. So much for my grand plans of sleeping in. Apparently, my body clock is as rebellious as a teenager on TikTok. This morning, I decided to go all out fancy for breakfast and headed to the Summer Palace. This place is decked out like the Russian Tsar's summer hideaway, with walls covered in paintings that make the ocean view look like amateur hour. Plush tables, freshly pressed tablecloths, gleaming cutlery. It's like dining in a Bond movie, unlike the Garden Cafe, where yesterday my tablecloth attempted to consume me. The star of the show was the fabulous Jeanette. She greeted every guest with such an enthusiastic good morning that I half expected her to break into a Broadway number. It didn't matter if you were a half-asleep zombie or Mr. Grumpy Pants, Jeanette greeted everyone the same way. I checked her for batteries because I'm convinced she's related to the Energizer Bunny. I snagged a seat by the window, perfect for enjoying my breakfast and the ocean view. Oatmeal, eggs Benedict, baked beans, sausages, hash browns, all washed down with enough coffee and orange juice to power a small village. The service was top-notch, and the waiters were so attentive I felt like royalty. But the real magic was happening outside the window. The Pacific Ocean was calm, and then, like an unexpected guest at a wedding, flying fish started leaping out of the water, gliding gracefully through the air. It was the first time I'd ever seen flying fish, and let me tell you, they were showing off. It was like nature's very own acrobatic show, and I had front-row seats. Feeling like a stuffed turkey after breakfast, I figured a walk around Deck 7 was in order. One of the perks of the Norwegian Pearl is that you can walk all the way around the ship. So, off I went, full of ambition and oatmeal. After one lap, I got caught in a traffic jam of leisurely strollers at the front of the ship. It was like trying to navigate through molasses. I gave up and accepted my fate as a sedentary sea creature for the day. Say what you will about the older generation, they've got their exercise routine down. I've been on cruises with younger folks, and on sea days, you'd be lucky to find a handful of them alive and kicking before noon, let alone exercising. I think they've mastered the art of hibernation at sea. Sea days, for me, are a golden opportunity to kick back, catch up on paperwork. Who am I kidding? It's all doodles, and transfer the millions of photos and videos from my camera to my hard drive. I spent the morning lounging and scrolling through my holiday snapshots. Judging by the sheer volume, you'd think I was on an expedition to document every seagull in the Pacific. Spoiler alert, there are a lot of seagulls, and they're all equally unamused by my presence. As I sifted through my digital memories, it struck me how many exciting places I've been to on this cruise. At least, that's what the photos suggest. There are still plenty more adventures to come, and by the end of this trip, my hard drive might need its own lifeboat. I've been invited to the Latitudes party this afternoon. Don't know about you, but every invite to either the captain's VIP or Latitudes party makes me feel like I should be wearing a crown and waving like I'm on a parade float. I've been to a few on this cruise, and I'm starting to think they should just name a lounge after me. If you've never been to an NCL Latitudes party, it's basically NCL's way of saying, thanks for not jumping ship. You get automatically enrolled after your first cruise, no secret handshakes required. The perks? Snacks and free drinks, but only for about half an hour. So, set your watch and make friends with the waiters like your life depends on it. The highlight is always the raffle, with bottles of bubbly up for grabs. But, come on, NCL, can we mix it up a bit? It's always, who's been married the longest? Which is a bit of a downer if you're single or cruising to recover from a breakup. Maybe raffle off something more inclusive, like a golden life jacket or a year's supply of Dramamine. Latitude parties are also a fantastic place to swap sea stories with fellow cruise addicts. Most of them have been on more cruises than I've had hot dinners. The party ended, and I parked myself in one of those dangerously comfortable chairs. Next thing I know, I'm waking up with a sore throat that feels like I've swallowed a cactus. Turns out I'm not the only one. Looks like someone might have fibbed on their health questionnaire. Thanks, buddy, for the parting gift of germs. On my way back to my stateroom, I stumbled upon the ship's best-kept secret, the elusive party line class lesson. According to the Freestyle Daily, it was supposed to be in the Bliss Lounge, but the electronic screens claimed it was in the Barcelona meeting room, wherever that is. Tomorrow, I'll embark on an epic quest to track it down. Move over, Indiana Jones. Just when I thought my luck had run out, I spotted housekeeping heading into my room with another complimentary gift of chocolates. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, it pays to stay loyal to your cruise company. I'm practically swimming in chocolate at this point. With just enough time for the 3 S's: shower, shave, and strategize, I prep for my dinner booking at the Indigo restaurant. Now, some folks think Indigo is the overflow for the Summer Palace, but I disagree. It's got its own unique charm, like that cool, artsy cafe you stumble upon and instantly fall in love with. Bright colored paintings, a sleek, modern layout, and an indigo carpet practically whisper sophistication. And guess who was there to greet us? Yep, Jeanette, the Energizer Bunny's long-lost cousin, still beaming with the same cheerful attitude she had at breakfast. The food and service were top-notch. Friendly waiters buzzed around, always ready for a quick chat about how your day went. A special shout-out to Ja, my server for the evening, who made me feel like the guest of honor. Dinner was delightful, and as I enjoyed my meal, I couldn't help but feel grateful for the little quirks and surprises that make cruising such an adventure. Whether it's tracking down secret classes or being showered with chocolates, life on the high seas is never dull. I'm not sure how NCL does it, but keep it up. There I was, enjoying my dinner, when I glanced out the window and saw a pod of dolphins breaching near the ship. Is this the same dolphin pod you hired in the Med? Seriously, if they're under payroll, give them a raise. They're nailing the synchronized swimming routine. I've been walking past the Malting Shakers bar every night, and it's always packed when Jim is performing. Tonight, curiosity got the better of me, so I decided to investigate. To make sure I got a seat, I plopped myself down at 8 p.m., ready for the 9 o'clock show. Lucky I did because 3/4 of the seats were already taken. This looked promising. The hour leading up to Jim was filled with great music by Touché. The young lady in this duo has more energy than a toddler on a sugar high. Just watching her made me tired. She never stops moving, and her beautiful voice could probably charm the dolphins outside. Then it was Jim's showtime. Now I understand why this place is packed, even with people standing. Meanwhile, over at the Spinnaker Lounge, which has enough room for hundreds, the band was playing to an audience of 2. Jim's act is a delightful mix of piano playing, singing, audience interaction, comedy, and a sing-along. It's like the social clubs back home, which seems to be exactly what the older crowd on this ship wants. With the average age being 62, he's the perfect act for this cruise. The show was so entertaining that I stayed for the whole hour before heading off to the land of Nod. My sore throat was now really painful. Funny enough, Jim announced he had the same problem. Maybe we've both been overusing our charm and vocal cords. Day 20, Punta Arenas, Costa Rica. A new day, a new place, and a new country. Today, we're in the charming town of Punta Arenas, Costa Rica, where the beaches stretch for miles along the Pacific coast. It's like nature decided to throw a beach party and invited everyone but the crowds. The beautiful mountains covered in tropical forests, friendly locals, and houses with that old-world charm. It's a recipe for paradise, folks. Our ship docked at one of the longest piers in Central America, practically delivering us right onto the sandy shores. Just a short walk down the pier, and voila! Beach time. Since the ship didn't dock until 8 a.m., and my excursion the Skywalk and Eco Cruise tour wasn't until later, I decided to indulge in a leisurely breakfast at the Market Cafe. I had plenty of time before I had to report to the theater for the tour, so I did a few laps around the ship to warm up for the walking tour. Yes, I'm serious about my calorie balance. You think these jokes burn themselves? Skywalk time. We hopped on a coach for a short 1-hour drive to the start of the Skywalk, made even shorter by our tour guide's excellent rundown of Costa Rica and our destination. I did hold my breath and start looking for a seatbelt when our coach overtook a truck. I'm not saying it was close, but we clipped the truck's mirror and sent it flying. Nothing like a little adrenaline to start your day. We stopped for a short break at a lovely hotel nestled in the tropical forest halfway to the mountains. This place was a gem, and even here, our guide kept us entertained with explanations of the local wildlife. According to the excursion description, we'd be seeing all sorts of wildlife, from birds to mammals. The guide, however, quickly set us straight, explaining that spotting any animals other than birds would be like winning the lottery. But hey, hope springs eternal. The Skywalk took us through a lush tropical forest, crossing several suspension bridges between hills, with dense vegetation 50 meters below. It felt like being in an Indiana Jones movie, minus the boulder chase and Harrison Ford's rugged charm. The scenery was breathtaking, and the bridges added just the right amount of adventure to keep things interesting. This, my friends, is what cruising is all about: unexpected thrills, stunning views, and a sprinkle of danger to spice things up. On every tour, there's always a couple of folks who missed the memo about what the trip involves. This one was no different. In our group, we had 2 women who struggled with the first 20 steps off the coach. I could practically hear their internal monologue, 20 steps? Why didn't anyone tell us we'd need a Sherpa? The route lasted about half an hour, with our guide stopping to talk about the wildlife and various types of vegetation. We were lucky enough to spot several poison arrow frogs. The guide, channeling his inner Steve Irwin, chased one halfway down a steep slope and triumphantly caught it. We all got a chance for a close-up, though the frog didn't seem too thrilled about its modeling debut. It probably hadn't signed up for the paparazzi life. This part of the tour was fantastic, with nothing but the sounds of nature to disturb the tranquility of the tropical forest except, of course, for our chattering group. My only minor gripe was the blue rope lining the entire route, which sort of clashed with the whole natural vibe. It felt like we were hiking through an obstacle course set up by Smurfs. Then it was back on the coach and off to the next adventure, an eco-cruise down a crocodile-infested river. Because nothing says vacation like a leisurely boat ride surrounded by prehistoric killing machines. On the way, the bus stopped so everyone could hop off and snap photos of some bright red birds in a tree. Don't ask me for the species, I just know they were red, they had feathers, and they seemed important enough to warrant a photo op. I think they were called Turris Attractus maximus. We soon arrived at the staging point for the boats, where we had a little time to explore the souvenir shop. Our guide explained that most people in Costa Rica aren't wealthy and that buying souvenirs helps support the local community. So, I had no complaints as I picked up a few trinkets, knowing my money was going to a good cause. Plus, it's always nice to have something to show off back home. Oh, this? Just a little something I picked up in a crocodile-infested river in Costa Rica. All aboard the small boat, designed for a cozy group of 20, ensuring everyone gets front row seats to Mother Nature's wildest reality show. Within minutes, our tour guide was pointing out various lizards and iguanas lounging on the riverbank like they were on a reptilian vacation. A little further up the river, we saw an impressive array of bird species, making every bird lover's heart flutter. But the true stars of the river were the crocodiles, the largest and most toothy residents. They swam alarmingly close to our boat, probably hoping we'd fall in and add a little extra protein to their diet. As these crocs swam alarmingly close to our boat, everyone made sure their hands stayed firmly inside. I mean, no one was eager to offer themselves up as a mid-morning snack. The boat's driver, in a cheeky move, sported a t-shirt that read, "No swimming." Really? Like I needed that reminder. Just looking at those crocs had me clutching my life jacket like a toddler clings to their blankie. Speaking of life jackets, I had one pressing question: why were they even on the boat? Were they so the crocodiles could spot us more easily if we fell in? If this boat started sinking, I'd be doing my best impression of the Jesus Christ lizard, which can sprint across water. Trust me, I'd break water speed records if it meant outrunning a croc. Michael Phelps, eat your heart out. Despite my mild panic, this boat tour was a must for anyone who loves crocodiles and other wildlife or has a questionable sense of adventure. The trip ended with some much-needed refreshments. It wasn't the heat that got to me, it was only in the 30s, but the humidity was like being wrapped in a warm, damp blanket. The cold drinks and fresh fruit were a lifesaver, reviving me just in time to ponder why I thought a crocodile cruise was a good idea in the first place. All too soon, we were back on the coach, heading back with our guide filling us in on more fascinating facts. Did you know Costa Rica has more species of birds than the entire population of Disneyland on a summer weekend? As we bumped along, I couldn't help but think about how lucky I was to be on this adventure, even if it did involve a little too much close-up time with crocodiles. I'm talking closer than my last blind date, and trust me, both scenarios involved a lot of teeth. The tour wraps up a few hours before the ship is scheduled to depart, leaving ample time to explore the area around the beach and pier. As you wander, the first thing that strikes you is the blissful lack of crowds. It's like everyone got the memo about avoiding crowds except us. This place would be teeming with people if there was more than one ship in port, but today, it's just us on the Pearl. It's like having a VIP pass to paradise. For a deeper dive into Costa Rican culture, take a stroll through the local market along the seafront. Pick up a souvenir, but remember to channel your inner haggler. They expect you to barter, so don't just settle for the first price unless you're in a hurry or allergic to discounts. Think of it as an Olympic sport where the gold medal is a slightly cheaper fridge magnet. Back on board with time to spare, I indulged in one of my favorite pastimes, watching the pier runners. These are the folks who misjudged their time and are now sprinting down the pier, wild-eyed and panicked, like they're in an episode of The Amazing Race, Cruise Edition. It's like an impromptu comedy show. The best part? The ones who think they can casually stroll, snapping photos along the way, while the ship's officers are waving frantically at them. Their heads are so far up their own self-importance, they might need a map to find reality. After a day in the sun, it was time for a cold one or two at Oceanus, followed by some fish chips. Today's verdict, absolutely delicious. Even the mushy peas had the right texture, and the fish was perfectly crispy with fluffy white insides. I've had fish chips on board before that were soggy, like they'd been cooked by someone who thought crisp was a type of lettuce. A couple of cold ones later, and it was already time for the evening show at the theater. Tonight's entertainment was Sideshow Bert, a comedy juggling act that was hands down the best show of the cruise so far. Bert's blend of humor and jaw-dropping juggling skills was a must-see, although the show only lasted 45 minutes. You know a show is good when you're disappointed it doesn't last as long as a Hobbit movie. Feeling a bit under the weather, I contemplated an early night but found my room wasn't ready. So, it was back to Oceanus for me. The atrium was an option, but I swear some people park themselves there in the morning and never move all day. I'm pretty sure one guy has grown roots. My decision paid off as I spent the next hour appreciating the talents of Avalon. The young lady has a voice that could make a statue weep. The guy playing the electric organ while singing? Not so much. He should definitely leave the singing to her. Here's a thought, how about a duet with the two ladies from Avalon and Touche? Now, that would be worth listening to. With that, it's finally time for the land of Nod. Day 21, another day at sea. Alright, picture this, it's 8 o'clock, and I'm finally dragging myself out of bed. Whether it was the swaying of the ship or just my innate ability to be a professional sloth, who knows? Anyway, I managed to shuffle my way to the garden or market cafe. Honestly, they could call it the breakfast nook of mystery for all I care. Coffee and croissants, here I come. Have you ever lounged on your patio, soaking up the sun and the sweet symphony of nothingness? Multiply that by 1,000, and you might get close to the experience of sitting on an open deck, basking in the glow of the morning sun, the ocean's gentle whisper in the background, and the faint hum of the ship's engine. It's breakfast cruise style, baby. And there's a waiter who seems to have a sixth sense for when your coffee needs a top-up. Perfection. So, it's another day at sea with more activities lined up than a hyperactive summer camp. We're headed to the ancient realms of Guatemala and Mexico, where the Mayan civilization once thrived. I decided to catch a talk by Gabby, one of our ship's entertainers and self-proclaimed Mayan expert. While waiting for the presentation, I engage in my favorite pastime, people watching. It's a gold mine. I spot a couple of generously sized folks attempting to wedge themselves into the theater seats. And then it hit me faster than an NCL waiter spots an empty glass. A brilliant thought, one for the cruise industry record books. Why doesn't NCL lead the way in creating rows of seats 1 times the standard size? Imagine a designated section with seats proudly boasting signs like reserved for the larger-than-life. It would be the ultimate social experiment, akin to the reserved seating for the disabled, but right in the middle of the ship for added ballast. Who would own up and sit there? All jokes aside, watching those folks squirm in the regular seats is a real knee-slapper, but I bet it's less funny when you're the one with numb buttocks. So, there you have it, another day at sea filled with laughter, sunshine, and the occasional bout of deep philosophical musings about ship seating arrangements. After some technical shenanigans that would make even a tech-savvy millennial cringe, Gabby finally kicked off her presentation. And let me tell you, it was obvious this topic was her jam. No script, no slides, just pure, unfiltered Gabby passion. The talk was like a TED Talk meets stand-up comedy, lasting a full 1 hour. Hats off to Gabby. If I had to nitpick, and who am I kidding, I always do, it would be the America-centric focus. I get it, it's an American cruise line, but hey, we've got a mini United Nations on board. Not everyone gets the endless references to baseball and apple pie. I had planned to hit up a lecture in the art gallery, but Gabi's deep dive into Mayan civilization had me hooked. So, I spent the next hour doing what I do best, absolutely nothing. And let me tell you, I nailed it. Next up was a presentation on NCL megaships. As a seasoned cruiser with a soft spot for the epic, I rolled into Oceanus around 13:15 for a good spot. That's when I encountered the dark underbelly of cruising, seat savers. Someone had tried to reserve prime real estate by placing a piece of fruit with a cover and a note that screamed entitlement, "We'll be back." The note said they not we, so clearly, a crew member was involved in this fruit-based conspiracy. NCL's policy on seat saving? It's about as clear as mud. By 13:35, with no sign of the seat hoarders, I did what any self-respecting cruiser would do, I relocated the fruit. 15 minutes before showtime, the culprits returned, outraged that their fruity placeholder had been ousted. They spoke English with an American accent surprise, and left in a huff after the megaships talk wrapped up. The presentation itself was fascinating, and I spotted the hidden quiz of the day. The crew's next manager, while showcasing the epic in Studio Lounge, had a little slip-up. The photo labeled as the Studio Lounge on the epic was actually from the Getaway. A small detail, but hey, I'm 3 for 3 on spotting these hidden quizzes this week. And speaking of quizzes, it raises an important question: if she's the crew's next manager, who's managing the cruise now? Just a thought. But I digress. Onward to more cruising adventures, where the fruit is for eating, not for seat saving. So, I fully embraced the freestyle cruising life this afternoon, which basically means I did a whole lot of glorious nothing. Just me, a comfy chair, and a glass of champagne graciously provided by NCL. The backdrop to my laziness was the sweet serenade of Touche at the Maltings bar, and let me tell you, that's how you do cruising right. On my way past the theater, I noticed tonight's show was a tribute to Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Music from the middle of the last century? Sure, why not? It's freestyle cruising, after all. If I didn't like it, I could always make a dramatic exit. Turns out, the show featured some seriously talented male singers. I couldn't recognize most of the tunes, but who cares? It was a delightful way to spend the evening. The audience, a collection of enthusiastic coffin dodgers, were having the time of their lives. This is what you call entertainment, giving the people what they want. Still not feeling 100, so I decided to call it an early night and drift off to the land of Nod. Because even on a cruise, sometimes the best activity is no activity at all. Cheers to that. Day 22, Puerto Quetzal, Guatemala. Is sunrise your favorite time of day? Then you've got to experience it from the back of a ship. Picture this: the moon slowly lowering, casting a silvery glow through the morning sea mist on one side, while the first rays of the sun peek over the horizon on the other. It's like nature's way of flexing its muscles and saying, "Hey, look what I can do." Trust me, there's no better way to say good morning to the world. Today's port of call is the magnificent city of Puerto Quetzal on the Pacific coast of Guatemala. With the ship scheduled to arrive at 9 o'clock and my coffee plantation tour not until 10:15, I had plenty of time for a leisurely breakfast and some prime ship watching as we docked. Nothing like watching a bunch of people with giant backpacks and tiny suitcases trying to maneuver around like it's an obstacle course. Now, the Freestyle Daily says we'll be docking at 9 o'clock, but remember, that's the estimated time. We could be cruising into port up to an hour earlier. Puerto Quetzal's cruise port is quite a sight, a sprawling industrial hub with a tiny patch of green oasis in the middle, no bigger than a postage stamp. It's like someone got halfway through a SimCity project and said, good enough. Tour time rolled around, so I headed to the theater to meet my fellow coffee aficionados. We were sternly instructed not to stop for shopping on the way to the buses, lest we delay our departure. I wondered how many self-important folks would ignore this and stop anyway. Miraculously, everyone on my bus showed up on time and with no shopping bags in sight. A minor cruise miracle. It's almost like we were all caffeine-deprived zombies in desperate need of that coffee tour. So, off we went, ready to dive into the caffeinated wonders of Guatemala. Because if there's one thing that pairs perfectly with a sunrise at sea, it's a fresh cup of local coffee. Cheers to the adventures ahead. The coach trip to the coffee plantation took about an hour, which, in theory, is a perfect chance to soak in the local countryside and immerse yourself in the culture. However, instead of quaint villages and lush landscapes, my view was mostly piles of rubbish. Imagine trying to capture a picturesque river winding through a valley, only to find your shot photobombed by mountains of trash. Talk about nature's unintentional photobomb. This wasn't just a one-off eyesore either. The entire route was like a guided tour of Guatemala's landfill collection. It shattered my dreamy image of the place. Curious and slightly horrified, I asked our guide about the trash problem. He shrugged and chalked it up to a lack of education, claiming it was cleaner than other Central American countries. I silently disagreed, having just been to some of those countries, and mentally scratched Guatemala off my list of potential land-based holiday spots. But then, salvation. The coffee plantation was like stepping into another world, immaculately clean and pristine. Maybe it was the armed guard lurking about, discouraging would-be litterbugs with the power of intimidation. Nothing says don't litter like a guy with a gun. Seriously, he looked like he was auditioning for a role in Coffee Cops, Guatemala edition. Once off the coach, we were introduced to our tour guides, the lovely Anna and her boss, I think, who swooped in whenever Anna struggled with an explanation. The tour kicked off with a brief history of the Finca Colombia coffee plantation, followed by a short 20-minute walk around the growing area. It was like being on a school field trip, but with better snacks at the end. Now, NCL goes to great lengths to prepare you for these tours. They put information on every tour description and even on your trip ticket. Despite this, some folks just can't be bothered to read. On our tour, we had a woman who needed assistance walking and people wearing flip-flops despite being told to wear sturdy shoes. Ignoring this info isn't just a minor oversight, it's a major inconvenience for everyone else who has to keep stopping to wait. It's like trying to run a marathon with a herd of cats. Cute in theory, frustrating in practice. So, if you're planning a cruise and think you can wing it by ignoring instructions, remember, your flip-flops might be comfy, but they're not going to make you any friends when the rest of us are stuck on a leisurely tour-turned-hiking trip because of your poor footwear choices. Seriously, save the flip-flops for the pool deck, not for traversing rugged terrain. I met this lovely Australian couple on the cruise who shared a gem of a story. They had signed up for a tour called Hiking Up a Volcano. Now, which part of that title hides any mystery? Despite the glaringly obvious nature of the excursion, they had people on their tour who couldn't walk to the mailbox without assistance, let alone hike a volcano. These folks ended up needing horses. Imagine signing up for a volcano hike and getting a horse ride instead. Talk about an unexpected upgrade. NCL excursions are a fantastic and fun way to explore, but come on, people read the description before booking. Don't be a selfish tourist, be a traveler, not a tourist. Because nobody wants to be the reason a scenic walk turns into an episode of Survivor, Cruise Edition. Back to my coffee plantation tour, Anna stopped at several points to explain the different planting processes and stages of coffee bean maturity. At one point, some of the larger members of our group apparently decided they were starving and started munching on the coffee beans right off the plants. Who needs breakfast when you have raw coffee beans, right? It was like watching a herd of caffeinated cows grazing in a field. Back at the ranch, Anna explained the entire process, from picking the coffee beans to packing and shipping them. One of the many interesting facts she shared was that the beans are shipped green before roasting because they last longer this way. So, if you ever get a green coffee bean, don't panic and try to cook it like a vegetable. It just means it's fresh and ready for some roasting action. Then came the highlight, tasting the homemade coffee. You can't get a fresher cup of joe. It's grown and brewed right on the plantation. True to their word, the coffee was divine. I bought a bag of coffee beans to take home. Just don't tell customs. I'm pretty sure they frown upon smuggling aromatic souvenirs, but hey, it's worth the risk for that perfect brew. This tour is a must if you're a coffee lover like me. You'll be amazed at how many steps go into producing your morning cup. It's not as complicated as the big coffee manufacturers would have you believe, just incredibly time-consuming. And hey, now you can savor your coffee with a newfound appreciation and maybe a laugh or two thinking back on the bean-munching tourists. Because nothing says dedicated coffee lover like treating coffee beans as a mid-morning snack. Back on the coach for the hour-long trip back to the port, we were treated to even more scenic views of, you guessed it, rubbish. It was like the trash parade decided to follow us. I half expected a marching band of garbage bags to pass by. But remember that little oasis in the harbor I mentioned earlier? Turns out it's a hidden gem, with loads of souvenir shops and stalls scattered around. It's a beautiful spot in its own right, a perfect place to snag some mementos. So, let me drop some souvenir shopping wisdom on you. These are souvenirs, folks. Don't expect a Gucci handbag at a flea market price. If it says Prada but costs less than a sandwich, you're probably buying Prado instead. Haggle like your life depends on it. Seriously, the first price is just a suggestion. They expect you to negotiate, so channel your inner haggling ninja. For the ultimate deal, scope out what you want, ask the price, and then walk away. Come back about half an hour before you need to board the ship and haggle again. The stallholders know the tourist dollars are about to sail away, so they're more likely to cut you a sweet deal. Following my own advice, I managed to get bags for my daughters. Initially priced at $25 each, I got them down to $12 each just before the ship was set to leave. That's better than half price, folks. I strutted back to the ship with bags of goodies and bags of pride in my haggling prowess. I felt like a bargain-hunting superhero. Talking of great deals, let me spill the beans about the red tent-like structure near the gangway entrance. It's like a magical oasis, offering cold beers for $3 a whopping $5 less than the ship prices. Plus, it comes with free internet. This little spot saved me $30, thanks to my heroic consumption of 6 large beers. Doing the math? Yep, I boarded the ship after downing 6 brews. So, not only did I get a buzz and a bargain, but I also got to gloat about my savvy spending. A win-win-win. Back on board, I headed straight to Oceanus for another beer. What can I say? Once you've got the taste, there's no turning back. I parked myself overlooking the gangway, ready for a riveting game of Spot the Pier runners. Sadly, no runners today. Boring. I was all set to cheer on the latest contestant in the amazing race, Cruise Edition. You never know who you might end up chatting with on an NCL cruise. Turns out, I spent 20 minutes talking to Elton John. Well, at least the guy who will be Elton John in the Legends in Concert show. He let slip some insider info about an upcoming show called Throwback to 1969, where he'll be performing. He asked me to keep it hush-hush, so mum's the word until now. But hey, the show's long gone, so no harm, no foul. If you're reading this, faux Elton, your secret was safe, for a while. A few more drinks later, I decided it was time for a snack at the Garden Cafe. For some inexplicable reason, I was utterly exhausted tonight. It must have been the high altitude of the coffee plantation and all that caffeine. It definitely had nothing to do with the copious amounts of alcohol consumed. So, off to the land of Nod early for this little cruiser. I'll blame it on the coffee beans, but let's be real, it was probably the 6 beers, plus the bonus round at Oceanus. Cheers to another unforgettable if slightly blurry day at sea. Day 23, Puerto Chiapas, Mexico. Awake at the ungodly hour of why am I not still dreaming, my body and mind decided to reenact a slapstick routine. The body, ever the homebody, stayed snug in bed, wrapped in the quilt like a burrito that refused to be unwrapped. Meanwhile, the mind went rogue, embarking on an early morning escapade around the ship. An hour later, the mind returned, bursting with excitement and ready to drag the body out of bed to share its discoveries. The first revelation happened during a solo stroll down the empty corridor of Deck 9, where it cracked the code of those cryptic door signs outside every cabin: welcome, please, come in and tidy up my apocalypse. Makeup cabin, I've constructed chaos, now you must conquer it. Turn down cabin, lost the bed in my mess. SOS. Do not disturb, busy creating more mess for your future cleanup. The second epiphany struck in the Garden Cafe at 5:30 a.m. There, 5 husbands, barely conscious, were reserving tables for their wives' breakfast endeavors. These men, clearly not early risers, were half asleep over their coffees, each table meticulously set for their significant others. Imagine your granddad snoozing in a chair, precariously holding a cup of coffee that seems destined to spill. One brave soul appeared to have made a daring escape, leaving a perfectly set table for 2, complete with full cups of coffee, likely hoping to return before his wife arrived. With body and mind finally in sync, it was time for my own breakfast fuel for another day of cruise ship misadventures. The ship docked at Puerto Chiapas at 8 o'clock in southern Chiapas, Mexico. Thus, another day of cruising chaos began. The meeting point, as usual, was the theater, now hosting Guest the Tour. Today, it was a cinch. When they announced the Chocolate Discovery Tour, half the theater's population stood up, including the chocolate addicts like me. We snack enthusiasts had cleverly disguised our tour selection among other activities to avoid detection. The tour started with a coach trip from the port. In my brilliance, I positioned myself near the exit, aiming for a prime front seat on the bus for stellar video footage. Being the overachiever I am, I was among the first off the ship. Imagine my surprise when I reached the assembly point to find a queue that could rival Disneyland's. These folks either had Olympic-level sprinting skills or had parachuted off the ship, bypassing the meeting point instructions. Their plans backfired spectacularly when the line moved from the rear first. Ha! I ended up near the front of the bus, behind a savvy young German lady who had commandeered the bus the moment it arrived. Smart play, indeed. Settled in my seat, ready for a day of chocolate-induced euphoria, I chuckled at the absurdities of cruise life. After a brief jaunt through the Mexican countryside, remarkably clean compared to Guatemala, we rolled into the quaint village of Chiapas. The streets were so narrow they seemed more suited for a unicycle parade than our lumbering bus. Kudos to the driver for his expert maneuvers, worthy of Bus Drivers Got Talent. Our bus finally stopped in what appeared to be the local village square. Picture this, a bustling market, a grand stage with a lively band, local dancers, and a cooking demo promising more excitement than any cooking show. I was still on the lookout for a chocolate factory, imagining a scene straight out of Willy Wonka's playbook. No chocolate rivers or Oompa Loompa, though. Instead, we were herded off the coach and onto the stage, laid out with the stages of chocolate production, each more intriguing than the last. It dawned on me we weren't heading to a factory. We were in for something better, a hands-on demo by local artisans. Two local ladies, dressed in traditional costumes, demonstrated how to transform cocoa beans into divine confection. We tasted the chocolate at every stage, from bitter beginnings to sweet finales. It was a revelation. The road to chocolate nirvana is paved with cocoa beans and the expert hands of these wonderful chocolatiers. Who needs a factory when you've got magic here? Post-demo, we were treated to a spectacular show by local villagers, featuring ancient Mayan tribal dances and modern moves by local women. I knew they were true locals, not professionals, because I had just bought chocolate from a stall keeper who was now on stage, dancing like nobody's business. Talk about multitasking. After the dance extravaganza, we browsed the stalls near the stage, contributing to the local economy. I did my part, mostly by buying more chocolate. Who can resist? Next, our guide Mara led us on a tour of the domestic market and church. Mara, a walking Wikipedia of Chiapas, provided fascinating tidbits about local culture. After the guided tour, we had half an hour to explore the village on our own. For those wary of small-town exploration due to crime concerns, fear not. The place was swarming with police, ensuring our safety. I felt safer here than in my kitchen during a cooking mishap. And I'm the type who loves to wander off the beaten path. Chiapas knows how to make you feel like a rock star. If you get the chance, don't miss this charming village. You won't regret it, and you might end up dancing on stage with a chocolate seller. Time to visit the Mayan ruins at Ipitas, a cozy collection of ancient structures that, according to Mara, was a bustling market area back in the day. Discovered when someone decided to clear some trees, probably thinking, let's see what's under this jungle. The Mayan ruins were a big draw, the ancient equivalent of Disneyland. Off the bus, everyone fell silent, hanging on Mara's every word about the Mayans. She emphasized the importance of staying together until the end of the tour, then we'd be free to explore on our own. One tidbit we learned was about a square on the ground. Back in the day, you'd start at one corner, sacrifice a small animal like a rabbit to ensure your prayers were heard. If that didn't work, you'd move to the next corner and keep going until the center. Quite the process. Unless you're a rabbit. But wait, there's more. The Mayans had a sports field where they played a game that makes soccer look gentle. Instead of a ball, they used a human head wrapped in a leaf. The objective was to keep the head from hitting the ground, using only shoulders and hips. The stakes were high. Lose the game, and your next stop was the tallest building for a one-way ticket to being sacrificed. Talk about motivation. Despite Mara's advice to stick together, we scattered like confetti the moment we could. With so much to see and photograph, it was every cruiser for themselves. I was no exception. After coming this far, I wanted to soak in as much history and adventure as possible. As usual, there were photo hoggers who seemed to think they had booked the place for a private shoot. One guy planted himself at the top of a prime structure, fiddling with his phone for a solid 15 minutes, searching for a signal as if expecting a call from the Mayan gods. Without a tranquilizer dart, I hollered, "Move your arse. People want to take photos." Miraculously, it worked. He shuffled off, possibly to find a better signal or a less vocal audience. For Mayan history enthusiasts, this place is a gem. It's believed to be the birthplace of the Mayan calendar, the one that famously predicted the world would end in 2012. Spoiler alert, they got that wrong, thank goodness. After a day packed with ancient ruins and impromptu shouting matches, we hopped back on the coach to the port. The nearby shopping area beckoned, promising souvenirs and an enticing offer of bars selling cold beers for $3 a pop. A steal compared to the ship's prices and a perfect way to end a day of cultural immersion and comedic encounters. Cheers to that! Early evening on a cruise ship is perfect for unwinding before the nightly festivities. After a bit of relaxation, I headed to dinner, followed by tonight's entertainment, a ventriloquist, or as I like to call it, a guy who sticks his hand up a puppet's backside and makes it talk. The show was only about 75 funny. The first part was full of American references that flew over the heads of the international guests. Some folks even left, presumably seeking entertainment that didn't require a cultural decoder ring. Just as I was about to make my escape, the ventriloquist wised up and switched gears. Suddenly, the show became universally funny, and I stayed. NCL, here's a tip: yes, you're an American cruise line, but you have thousands of guests who aren't American. How about booking performers who can entertain an international audience? Seriously, it's not rocket science, just good business. Day 24, Huatulco, Mexico. Up before dawn yet again. You'd think I was a rooster. This time, however, I was the master of my fate, the captain of my own destiny. After an intense hour of looking busy and pretending to be productive with my book, I treated myself to a leisurely breakfast. Picture this: I'm at the back of the ship, savoring every bite while the sun makes its grand entrance over the horizon. Pure bliss. My morning routine now includes several laps around the ship, pausing occasionally to do absolutely nothing but stare at the sea. A profound activity, let me tell you. In my time aboard, I've become quite the marine life connoisseur. Dolphins doing acrobatics, a sea turtle giving me the side-eye, flying fish defying gravity, and a stingray that seemed to have a personal vendetta. Beats staring out my window at home where the highlight is a stray cat or dog doing their business on the lawn. Seriously, give the sea a try sometime. The sea, not lawn watching. Today, we docked in the stunning resort town of Huatulco, Mexico. Nestled where the Sierra Madre del Sur mountains casually meet the Pacific Ocean, it's a paradise with 9 bays and 36 beaches. Yes, 36. If you love the sun, this is your mecca. With no tour excursions or mandatory fun on the agenda, I luxuriated in taking my sweet time to disembark. Here's a pro tip: always pick at least one port of call where you skip the official excursions and just explore. But choose wisely, my friends, because some ports are as lively as a snooze button convention. Seek advice if you're unsure. Luckily, Huatulco is not one of those snooze fests. There's a smorgasbord of activities, from lounging on the beach with a cocktail in hand, to walking around the marina admiring boats that are definitely compensating for something. Shopping addicts, rejoice! Everything from luxurious splurges to cheap trinkets for those folks back home who demand souvenirs. As for me, you'd find me nursing a cold beer at one of the many beachside bars. They're conveniently located just a 5-minute stroll from the ship. And did I mention the beaches? 36 to choose from. If that doesn't scream holiday, I don't know what does. It's like being handed a menu of pure relaxation with a side of sunburn. After waddling off the ship because this cruise turned into an all-you-can-eat and drink marathon, I decided it was time to stretch my legs. Picture a penguin with a food baby. That was me. I embarked on a 2-hour trek through gorgeous parks and country roads, surrounded by trees and serenaded by birds. Who says exercise has to be tedious? Not me. I like my exercise with a side of scenery and a soundtrack of chirps. After my nature jaunt, I needed a bottle of liquid oxygen, which conveniently came in the form of a cold Corona. Hydration is key, people. The funniest thing here is the waiters. Spotting potential customers, they sprint towards you from all directions like snakes after a lizard. Seriously, watch Planet Earth 2. They're desperate to get you to sit at their tables and spend your money. I saw a couple of ladies try to make a break for it, but their waiter corralled them back like a determined sheepdog. It was like watching the National Geographic version of Dining Territory Wars and all. Totally refreshed, it was time to do something I hadn't done in about 20 years: go swimming in the sea. Yes, I know I live by the sea and have been on numerous cruises, but let's just say I have a healthy respect for the things that swim in there. Have you seen where sea creatures go to the loo? It's like dipping into the world's largest, smelliest fishbowl. Today was different, folks. I had a brand new GoPro camera, which is waterproof and absolutely screaming to be tested. Now, the big question: where to stash my bag and clothes so they wouldn't be permanently borrowed. The idea of walking back to the ship in just my swimmers wasn't exactly appealing. Thankfully, almost anywhere on the beach was safe, thanks to the kind Mexican government. They had 3 armed military personnel and 2 policemen stationed at the end of the pier, eyeing down the beach like hawks. Not to mention a Navy boat anchored just off the coast and plenty of police patrolling the streets. This was a steal something if you dare situation. So, after a quick striptease on the beach making sure Greenpeace wasn't about to mistake me for a beached whale, I waded into the sea, bracing myself. The last time I tried this, the water was freezing, but not here. The water was pleasantly warm, and I could see the bottom. If any sea nasties came my way, I'd spot them and make like a torpedo out of the water. Carefully, I lowered the GoPro into the water to check for leaks. All clear, so down it went until it was a good 2 meters under, filming crabs crawling along the rocks. And yes, there's evidence I was in the water too. I spent the next few hours playing with my new toy, capturing some fantastic video of Huatulco both on land and from the sea. And let me tell you, it was an absolute blast. The GoPro worked like a charm, capturing epic underwater footage, all while I expertly avoided any encounters with aquatic toilet goers. If you ever get the chance, dive right in. Just remember to have a cold beer and a quick exit strategy handy. As the ship was docked so close to the beach, I decided to quit horsing around and head back to our floating hotel for lunch. Just my luck, as I was making my grand exit like some kind of beach royalty, I stepped on a sharp rock. The result? A nice, long gash on the bottom of my foot. Note to self: next time, wear something on your feet, you idiot. First things first, I hobbled back on board to my stateroom for a shower to wash out all the sand from my new battle wound. Poor Abdullah, my stateroom steward, now had to deal with a room that looked like I'd tried to smuggle half the beach inside. Sorry, Abdullah. Just think of it as an opportunity for a beach cleanup, without leaving the comfort of the ship. With hours to kill before the dreaded get your arse back on board time, I quickly inhaled lunch and ventured out again. This time, I wisely avoided the sea, which clearly had it in for me. Instead, I spent more time exploring the shopping area and the marina. I discovered that if you don't go on an organized tour from the ship, you can pay locally, but remember, they don't come with the added security of ensuring the ship will still be there when you get back. It's a gamble: will you return to your comfy cabin or find yourself hitchhiking with a suitcase full of overpriced souvenirs? Adventure! I made sure to be all aboard in plenty of time, unlike some people who were 20 minutes late and provided everyone with the entertaining spectacle of the pier runner's game. There's nothing quite like watching someone sprinting towards the ship with a mix of panic, desperation, and the realization that they should have skipped that last margarita. As has become my cruise tradition, I plopped myself down in Oceanus for a few cold drinks, watching the port fade into the distance. Only one minor issue: Can someone please decide what Oceanus Bar Grill is? Is it a bar where you can get food or a restaurant where you can buy drinks? I was moved twice so people could sit down for food like it was a restaurant. Not like any other Oceanus I've been to on any other NCL ship. Eventually, I got fed up and left. It's like they couldn't decide if they were Cheers or a Michelin-starred restaurant. Ah, cruising life. It's all fun and games until you step on a rock and get shuffled around like a piece of luggage at a bar that can't make up its mind. But hey, at least there's always a new story to tell and another laugh to be had. The evening was winding down, so it was back to the room for the essential 3 S's, shower, shave, and strategize how to avoid the buffet line tomorrow. After that, I was off to grab a cold beer before heading to the theater for the advertised variety show featuring Sideshow Bert Richie M. I'd seen Sideshow Bert before, an excellent performance, but Richie M was a new one for me. Here's hoping for a great show. No need to worry. This show had me laughing for the entire 45 minutes. New material from Bert and Richie M was a riot. What made this show even better? It was aimed at an international audience, which Richie pointed out with no jokes or references that only Americans would get. Finally, humor that didn't require a green card. More shows like this, please. I nearly made a fatal mistake on leaving the show. I mistimed my exit from the row of seats and stepped directly into the path of a stampeding herd of OAP's old age pensioners, for the uninitiated. They were moving faster than they had in the last 12 days, all heading to the Spinnaker Lounge for the throwback to the 1969 show. You'd think they were giving out free orthopedic pillows. The lifts must have been working overtime. In the interest of future cruisers, and because I was only 7 in 1969, I decided to see what nearly got me crushed. This was the show Elton John, not the real one, had informed me about. It consisted of the legend stars and the production staff performing several songs and dances from the time of Flower Power, Love, and Hippies. The audience was loving it, with people joining in the fun. I half expected someone to start a drum circle and demand we all change our names to Moonbeam. The show ended, and I played it safe, remembering the ferocity of the stampeding OAPs getting here. The exit could be even uglier now that it was after 9 p.m. Some might realize it's way past their bedtime. So, I decided to stay for another beer just to be safe before heading back to my room in the land of Nod. Cruising life, I tell you. It's all fun and games until you get caught in the rush of seniors reliving the 60s. Cheers to another day of laughs, near-death experiences, and, of course, cold beers. Day 25, a hilarious voyage at sea. Another day adrift on the Big Blue, and time to conquer that never-ending list of cruise clichés. First up, the ambitious plan to wake up early for the sunrise. Spoiler alert, didn't happen. Instead, I set my alarm for 6 a.m., hit snooze approximately 12 times, and finally rose at the crack of 8:30. Still, early enough for cruise standards, right? I shuffled my way to the Garden Cafe, looking like a zombie with bedhead. I decided a full English breakfast was in order. Yes, full English. If I'm going to face the day, I need bacon, and lots of it. Feeling almost human again, I thought about that light breakfast, and had a second helping. Calories don't count on a cruise, right? Next on the agenda was basking in the sun by the pool. Reality check, the pool area was packed with people who apparently got up at 5 a.m. to claim their deck chairs. So, I did the next best thing. I grabbed a cold one and found a cozy corner to practice the ancient art of people watching. Determined to do something cultural, I ventured to an Aztec history lecture given by the very talented Gabby in the Spinnaker Lounge. 5 minutes in, I realized my knowledge of Aztecs was as extensive as my knowledge of quantum physics. But Gabby's enthusiasm was infectious, and I was fascinated, if a bit lost. Post-lecture, I wandered back to my unofficial nook, grabbed another cold one. Hydration is key, folks, and succumbed to a luxurious snooze. I woke up feeling like a new person, or maybe just a slightly tipsy one. I debated hitting the spa for a massage or some time in the thermal suite, but then realized a nap and cold beverages were way more my style. Evening rolled around, and I entertained the idea of dressing up for a romantic dinner. Then, I remembered, I'm traveling solo. Instead, I opted for my classic look, casual chic, with a hint of I just woke up from a nap. dinner was a casual affair with a burger that could rival any gourmet meal. To cap off the night, I embraced the art of doing absolutely nothing. I found a comfy spot on the promenade deck, watched the moonlight shimmer on the water, and marveled at the fact that I'd managed to fill an entire day with practically zero effort. Now, that's what I call freestyle cruising. So there you have it, another day at sea, packed with adventure, culture, and the fine art of chilling out. Who needs a spa when you have a lounge chair and a view? Day 26, Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. Today, we made landfall in the sun-drenched paradise of Puerto Vallarta. Picture it, golden beaches, vibrant markets, and the scent of tacos wafting through the air. This place is basically a tropical cocktail of culture and beach vibes with a twist of lime. The ship docked at 8 a.m., giving me ample time to wander around, pretend to exercise, and maybe work off the extra 10 pounds I've gained from the all-you-can-eat buffet marathon. Breakfast? The plan was cereal, fruit, and coffee. But, surprise! The Garden Cafe had other ideas. Suddenly, I'm holding a tray loaded with bacon, pancakes, and pastries. Diet starts, well, let's be honest, never. Today's highlight was the all-terrain vehicle ATV tour. I strutted into the theater like a gladiator ready for battle. The group was small, much better than the hordes queued up for the pedal-powered bikes. Biking? In this heat? No, thank you. Give me a motor and some adrenaline any day. Once off the ship, we met our tour guide and hopped on a bus. 10 minutes later, we were dropped off at the Canopy River headquarters. This ATV adventure was about to get serious. More people joined us along the way, turning our small group into an ATV convention. It was like Woodstock for off-road enthusiasts. As we bounced along in the open-sided truck, I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. A bunch of strangers, all here to tear up some trails and hopefully not each other. It was going to be one wild ride. At the base camp, we were left to our own devices. After signing a mountain of waivers, pretty sure I just gave away my firstborn, we got geared up with helmets and bandanas. A quick safety check involved us zipping around a small yard, and then we were off. I followed our guide with the enthusiasm of a dog chasing a squirrel, while a young English couple and an older American duo formed our ragtag squad. The trail was a roller coaster of bumps and thrills. I felt like a kid on Christmas morning, except instead of toys, I had dust and engine noise. After half an hour of channeling my inner action hero, we arrived at a waterfall. Perfect for a dip if you're into that sort of thing. Nicole and Craig, our young English comrades, weren't, and our mature duo wisely opted to stay at the top. Smart move. Back on the ATVs, we ramped up the pace, tearing through the jungle like we were in a high-octane nature documentary. Just when we thought we'd had enough adventure, we stumbled upon a bar in the middle of nowhere. Because why not? A cold beer never tasted so good, and chatting with the guides felt like a scene from a buddy comedy. After the unexpected beer break, we got back on the trails for another adrenaline-fueled session. Finally, we made it back to base camp, where the grand finale awaited, tequila tasting. Yes, after an hour of off-roading, tequila was the logical next step. Some of those shots were so smooth, I briefly considered becoming a professional tequila taster. The ride back to port was a blur of scenic beauty and dusty faces. Puerto Vallarta's bustling port welcomed us back with open arms and Wi-Fi that made dial-up look fast. Perfect for sending out a few wish-you-were-here messages, if your friends are okay with receiving them next week. Naturally, I ended the day at Ocean's with a couple of beers, enjoying the classic pier runner show. Today's stars? 2 frantic travelers sprinting to make it back on board, cheered on by amused onlookers. It's the cruise ship equivalent of a reality TV show, and trust me, it never disappoints. Dinner was at the Lotus Garden, the ship's Chinese restaurant. As always, the food was impeccable. I devoured my chow mein, which was enough to feed a small village. The comment card on my table had a gem of wisdom: restaurant too expensive and not worth the money, sake. Here's the kicker: it's a free restaurant. Some people are just born to complain. The evening's entertainment featured Well Strong, an all-male string quartet putting a unique spin on music from Mozart to Madonna. One granny in the audience, clearly fueled by a day of cocktails, kept shouting, "More." After every song. Lady, they didn't fly all the way here to play one song and leave. So, there you have it. Whether you're ripping through jungle trails or watching pier runners with a cold beer, Puerto Vallarta is the ultimate playground. And remember, the adventures on land are just as outrageous as those at sea. Cheers to another unforgettable day on this floating comedy show. Day 27, Mazatlan, Mexico. Day 14, and we're docking in Mazatlan, the Mexican resort that could make paradise jealous. Imagine 21 kilometers of sandy beaches so beautiful that even your Instagram filter throws in the towel. Mazatlan is also known for its big game fishing, which is code for come here and wrestle fish the size of your neighbor's SUV. Perfect for anglers and for those who want to spin fish tails that grow bigger with each cocktail. My morning routine kicked off with the usual: wake up, attempt a walk that felt like competing in an Ironman, then dive into a breakfast that resembled a gluttony triathlon. By the time I was done, I was standing on the pier, squinting into the sun, ready for today's tour: nature exploration by ATV boat. Sounds thrilling, right? Hold on to your flip-flops, because the boat part had been swapped for a village tour due to local conditions. Translation: somebody forgot to book the boat. We hopped on a bus, a motley crew of 10, heading for our nature adventure. After a ride that lasted as long as a sneeze, we arrived at a government-run turtle sanctuary. Not quite the safari I imagined, but hey, turtles are basically nature's speed bumps, right? We were herded into a lecture room for a presentation on turtles. Our host, the turtle maestro, spoke passionately in Spanish, while our guide translated. Or at least attempted to. Turns out, he was fluent in Spanish but semi-fluent in turtle trivia. The rest of the staff? Fluent in zero English. When the guide took a break, asking questions became a game of charades. Spoiler alert, why does this turtle look like it's plotting world domination? Does not translate well through interpretive dance. By the end of the talk, I learned two things: turtles are fascinating creatures, and sometimes nature exploration means learning to mime your way through science. Maybe tomorrow they'll surprise us with an actual working boat tour. The turtle talk wrapped up, and it was time to board the ATVs. Here's the kicker: NCL.com forgot to mention that all ATVs are built for two. So, if you're in a group of 6, congrats! You get to make a new best friend. Luckily for me, our group had 5 people, so I got my own ATV and felt like the king of the beach. If you were expecting a heart-pounding ATV adventure, brace yourself for disappointment. This was a gentle jaunt down a nearly deserted beach to a lagoon practicing social distancing. The reason for the boat tour cancellation became glaringly obvious. After a riveting 10 minutes of squinting at fish and birds, we took a leisurely ride back, carefully avoiding turtle nests. Our guide spotted fresh turtle tracks, so we stopped for an impromptu turtle egg show and tell. He uncovered a nest, proudly displaying the eggs like a parent at a science fair, then covered them up again to keep them safe from predators. Back at the office, we swapped places with the other half of our group, who had been chauffeured in a pickup truck to another beach. They got to admire local scenery while we rode our ATVs like turtle-friendly sloths. Honestly, swapping vehicles might have been more thrilling. After regrouping, the center had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. They collect turtle eggs and incubate them in a turtle maternity ward. After about 45 days, baby turtles are released onto the sand near the sea. Adorable and a bit like a graduation ceremony for tiny reptiles. So, it wasn't the thrill ride I expected, but it was full of surprises and turtle trivia. Maybe tomorrow's adventure will involve a functioning boat. Releasing baby turtles on the beach instead of directly into the sea helps them imprint on the beach's smell and sound, so they can find their way back 7 years later. At 45 days old, I could barely find my way to my milk bottle, let alone navigate halfway across the world. We got to release a batch of baby turtles, each in a plastic tub to avoid squishing accidents. I named mine Steve Jr. We stood like anxious parents, waiting for the countdown. On cue, we released our baby turtles. Mine was the last to say goodbye and scuttle into the sea. See you in 7 years, Steve Jr. I called, already planning our reunion. After the release, we boarded the bus for a new city tour, pointing out exciting landmarks and stopping at a local shrimp market for photos. Some folks stayed for a meal, but I chose to head back to the ship. Mazatlan's bustling port offered plenty of shops and restaurants to explore before our ship sailed at 16:30. After today, I spent the evening relaxing on board, enjoying the variety of music. An early night for me, reflecting on the day's unique and unexpectedly hilarious adventures. Day 28, Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. Today's early morning plan was simple: get up when the alarm sounds, perform the sacred 3 S's: shower, shave, and, well, you know the third, chug a gallon of coffee, find a quiet spot, and catch up with my review. Easy, right? Except the alarm sounded like a fire drill at 4 o'clock, and my body waged a full-scale rebellion. For an hour, I wrestled with my desire to stay wrapped in the warm quilt, but by 5:30, I finally managed to drag my sorry self into the shower. Sitting on the bed to put on my shoes, my traitorous body made one last attempt to crawl back into bed. But I wasn't having any of it. Have you ever had one of those mornings where you feel victorious just for getting your shoes on, only to look down and realize you forgot your pants? Yeah, that was me. Damn it. With time running short, my plans to update my review were thrown out the window. The ship was arriving in Cabo San Lucas at 7:30, or at least anchoring outside and using the tenders to go ashore. Some people gripe about this, but I see it as a great opportunity to confirm the lifeboats actually work. Hey, we might need them one day. Cabo San Lucas is stunning, perched at the tip of the peninsula with the Pacific Ocean on one side and the Sea of Cortez on the other. The entrance to the port is a dramatic sight, with high cliffs on one side and a long, stretching beach on the other. Being a hub for sport fishing, we were greeted by a flotilla of fishing boats heading out to sea. It was genuinely spectacular. The ship uses a ticketing system to manage the flow of people heading to shore via the tender boats. Unless you have a shore excursion, your tour ticket doubles as your tender ticket. So, with my tour lined up, I reported to the theater, as usual, waiting to be called to the tender boats. And thus began another day of cruising adventures, filled with unexpected hilarity and the kind of mishaps that make for great stories later. Who knows what other shenanigans await me today? Stay tuned! The first thing I noticed when boarding was how small the tender boats were, holding only 94 people. I must have been spoiled by the Epic, which carries 200. But hey, as they say, a second-class ride beats a first-class walk or, in this case, a swim. Here's a tip for when you choose where to sit: avoid the spots under the driver's seat or the crew's seats, which are higher up. Think of it as the Bermuda Triangle of seating arrangements. There are loose items: water bottles, hardback folders, and other random junk, including hard hats for crew safety. If the boat hits a wave hard, you could end up wearing one of those hard hats. Fingers crossed it lands the right way up, otherwise, you're in for a surprise head massage from Captain Safety. And if you're really unlucky, you'll get bonked on the head by a cavalcade of airborne knick-knacks. One thing I will say, it's a good thing the housekeeping staff, along with other hotel staff, give you the lowdown on how to put on your life jacket. The sailors, bless their hearts, seem to have graduated from the put-it-on-however-you-like school of safety. I saw a few of them sporting life jackets in ways that would probably confuse the Grim Reaper himself. In an emergency, they'd be better off just holding onto a rubber duck and hoping for the best. All ashore and off to today's adventure, a 4x4 mini Jeep experience. Don't let the word Jeep fool you, we're talking off-road buggies here basically, go-karts on steroids. Our group was small, so we all piled into a minibus that seemed to be moonlighting as a rocket ship. I think Mexico has a new racing driver in the making. Our driver was gunning for the land speed record for minibuses, swerving like he was late for his own quinceañera. We arrived in one piece, greeted by a beautiful sight, at least to me, rows of quad bikes and off-road buggies, looking like they were ready for their own Fast Furious spin-off. This was going to be fun. As with all motorized activities, we had several waiver forms to fill out, basically signing our lives away before being handed bandanas and safety helmets. As usual, I used my own bandana cleaner, more stylish, and without the lingering scent of adrenaline and fear. So, buckle up and get ready for more laughs and lunacy as we dive into today's escapade. Who knows? Maybe we'll discover the next great racing legend, or just come away with a good story about dodging hard hats and minibuses that think they're Formula One cars. Either way, it's bound to be memorable. off to meet our vehicles, and I quickly realized I was the Lone Ranger in a sea of couples. They paired off and shared their buggies, while I claimed one for myself and made sure to snag a spot at the back. No way was I getting stuck in the middle, driving at a snail's pace behind lovebirds taking selfies. The beauty of being in the back is you can keep slowing down and then zoom to catch up. And that's exactly what I did. What fun! Time for the adventure to begin. We all set off, following the guide. As expected, a few buggies ahead decided they were auditioning for the role of Miss Daisy in Driving Miss Daisy Goes Off-Road. They were puttering along like they were out for a Sunday drive in a retirement home parking lot. Move it, Grandma! So, I reverted to plan A, drop back, then zoom forward. The route took us over a dried-up lake bed, packed with challenging spots, jumps I know I wasn't supposed to, but hey, no one was looking, and steep inclines that made roller coasters look like kiddie rides. We also drove along sandy beaches, which was as glorious as it sounds, with the added bonus of getting sand in places I didn't know sand could reach. We made several stops along the way for photos and to change drivers, though not for yours truly. This whole driving extravaganza lasted about an hour and a half, making it the second best excursion of the cruise, just behind the ATV adventure in the mountains. All in all, it was like starring in my own low-budget action movie, complete with stunts, scenic backdrops, and a cast of supporting characters who couldn't drive their way out of a paper bag. For all you thrill-seekers out there, this is a must. It's an adrenaline-pumping alternative to the usual sightseeing tours. If you want excitement, this is the excursion for you. And remember, always claim the buggy at the back. Boo, the tour's over, and now I find myself back at the port. After a quick orientation, I'm dumped on the quayside surrounded by souvenir shops, bars, and restaurants offering free Wi-Fi. A word of caution about that free Wi-Fi, it's about as secure as a cardboard safe. I spent an hour wandering up and down the quay, watching pelicans brawl over fish scraps tossed into the sea by the fishermen. There was even a sea lion getting hand-fed by some tourists right on the jetty. The pelicans looked like they were plotting a mutiny. I could practically hear them squawking, "Hey, fat boy. How about sharing, and hey, humans, we're here too. Big beaks, love fish, remember?" Feeling a pang of sympathy for the feathered freeloaders, I decided to drown my sorrows in some cheap pierside beer. After all, it's not every day you see a pelican with a look that screams, "Where's my fish, punk?" I found a nice bar next to the sea, perfectly positioned for people watching and pondering life's big questions, like why my life seems more like a sitcom than a drama. I settled in, beer in hand, and watched boats coming in from the ocean, each one carrying passengers who clearly had a better grasp on this whole vacation thing. Meanwhile, people in the other bars seemed to be having the time of their lives, clinking glasses and laughing like they were extras in a rom-com. There I was, the main character in my own tragicomedy, nursing a beer and trying to ignore the seagull giving me the stink eye from the roof. Sampling the local brew while soaking in the scenery was definitely worth it. I mean, who needs a fancy cocktail when you can have a lukewarm beer with a side of existential crisis? The beer was cold, the view was beautiful, and for a moment, I could almost forget about the pelicans plotting their next heist. Almost. Eventually, it was time to get back on the little rowing boat. I met Tender for the trip back to the Pearl, which sat all majestic out in the bay like a diva waiting for her close-up. Once back on board, it was time for the Everest challenge, climbing from deck 4 to deck 12 for a coffee. Yes, I said coffee. The elevators had been packed the whole trip with cruisers who apparently have a deep-seated aversion to stairs. As one woman succinctly put it, use the stairs? Hell no. Let's look on the bright side. If this had been the Epic or the Getaway, the climb would have been up to deck 15. Imagine the workout. I'd be eligible for a stair-climbing Olympic medal. I made the rookie mistake of walking through the Garden Cafe, only to be nearly mowed down by a stampede of hungry cruisers. They'd been off the ship for a whopping 6 hours and were in full-on food hunt mode, like a pack of wild hyenas who'd just discovered an all-you-can-eat buffet. Miraculously unscarred, I made it to my coffee in the great outdoors, where I spent the next hour chatting with fellow cruisers and swapping tales of survival. Then, it was time to feed myself at the buffet bar. Nothing like a little buffet bonding over a plate piled high with questionable culinary choices. Bon appetit, or as I like to call it, may the odds be ever in your favor. Tonight's entertainment in the theater was Legends in Concert, featuring Elton John, Michael Jackson, and Madonna. I'd seen the show before on my favorite NCL ship, the Epic, and it's always a hit. Tonight was no exception. The show kicked off with Elton John belting out several of his famous hits, sequins sparkling so brightly I thought I might need sunglasses. The audience was right there with him, singing along and getting into the groove like it was a karaoke night in Vegas. Next up was Madonna. Now, I felt a bit bad for her because about 80% of the older crowd wasn't quite connecting with her songs or style. It was like watching a cat try to understand a Roomba. But when she took her jacket off, suddenly, a lot of men leaned forward with renewed interest until their wives' elbows quickly reminded them to sit back. People watching truly is a sport, and tonight was the Olympics. The final act was Michael Jackson, who had the audience clapping and singing along again. But don't tell anyone my favorite was Madonna. She not only sounded like her, but she looked incredible. I had to remind myself it wasn't actually the Queen of Pop up there but a very talented impersonator. My brain was halfway to booking a tour ticket to 1985. The only hitch in the evening was the sound. I know it's ironic for someone who's tone deaf and hard of hearing to critique the audio, but halfway through Madonna's act, the sound went wonky. Michael Jackson's performance was almost drowned out by the drummer, who seemed to think he was the star of the show. Maybe the sound engineer is a frustrated drummer who likes to crank up the percussion. Someone should remind him that this is Legends in Concert, not Rock of Ages. All in all, it was an excellent show, a must-see on any cruise. Thanks, NCL, I managed to see Elton John, Michael Jackson, and Madonna all in one night. Shame there was no photo opportunity with the stars of the show. I would have bought the pictures just to brag about my night with the legends. Stopped in the Magnum bar for a while and listened to the unique stylings of Jim, who played with all the enthusiasm of a cat in a room full of laser pointers. But then it turned into mass karaoke, and I had to make a run for it. If you saw a flash running down the corridor, it was me, channeling my inner Usain Bolt. I sought refuge in the sanctuary of Oceanus, where the air was free of screeching and the music by Avalon was actually enjoyable. Soon, it was time for the land of Nod for this weary traveler. Not wanting to upset the delicate balance of the dream world, I quietly slipped away, leaving the day's absurdities behind. And so, another day of cruising comes to a close with a mix of laughter, near collisions, and a bit of off-key entertainment. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Maybe synchronized swimming with dolphins or a high-stakes bingo game. Stay tuned for more adventures on the high seas. Day 29, Day at Sea. I decided to embrace the art of doing absolutely nothing. No plans, just vibes. Well, except for updating my book, I've been a lazy sod some mornings and fallen behind. I devoted the entire morning to catching up. But as they say, the best laid plans of mice and men often go awry. Here's how my day unraveled. The first part of the plan went smoothly. I woke up, always a promising start to any day, unless you're a vampire. Had breakfast in the Garden Cafe, where the buffet is so extensive you need a map and a Sherpa to navigate it. Then, the plan went straight out the porthole, like a rebellious goldfish. I was supposed to whip out my computer and start typing away. But no, I convinced myself it could wait. There was a presentation at 10 o'clock in the Spinnaker Lounge, a Q&A with the captain, chief engineer, and hotel director about the technical operations of the ship. Because nothing says vacation like a deep dive into maritime mechanics. Now, this turned out to be fascinating, apart from the occasional ridiculous question from certain, let's call them unique thinkers. One gem was about the Costa Concordia. Really? What's that got to do with the Norwegian Pearl? Kudos to the captain for gracefully sidestepping that landmine. I half expected him to whip out a PowerPoint slide titled How Not to Sink Your Cruise Ship, a Beginner's Guide. So, there I was, enthralled by the technical jargon and tales from the bridge. My review updates? They could wait. Besides, who can resist the lure of potentially learning about the inner workings of a floating city? Especially when you have an audience member comparing it to a shipwreck. It's like attending a culinary class and someone asks how to avoid burning down the kitchen. Ah, cruising life, never a dull moment. Right, it's time to get the computer out and finally tackle that book. Or so I thought. Instead, lunch beckoned, followed by a presentation on resolving conflict at sea. I wondered if the answer involved a plank and a hearty shove overboard. Intriguing, but I digress. So, to achieve any semblance of productivity, I barricaded myself in the stateroom for a couple of hours. Partial success. I managed to update most of the book, though it wasn't without its challenges. The sea was rough, and the ship was rolling and pitching like a drunken sailor after a night at a free open bar. I kept hitting the wrong keys on the keyboard, but hey, that's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. Picture me, swaying back and forth, trying to type coherent sentences while the room spun like a carnival ride designed by a madman. It's amazing I didn't end up typing out an entire novel on seasickness remedies by accident. Chapter 1: How to avoid decorating your keyboard with your lunch. Still, progress was made, and I emerged victorious, if a bit seasick. Like a bear emerging from hibernation, I left my stateroom on the hunt for food. 5 hours without eating? The food police would surely be on their way, armed with forks and napkins. The funny thing is that NCL must have anticipated the rough seas because they placed sick bags next to every elevator on every level. It's like they knew their ship would be performing a drunken tango across the Pacific. For a change, the Garden Cafe was nearly empty, with plenty of places to sit. I dined with the stars, enjoying my meal along with a great conversation with Elton John. Well, we know each other now, don't we? I mean, it sounds cool to say you had dinner with Elton John. Besides, the performer who plays him is a great person. So, technically, I can now say I've shared my dinner table with a legend, even if it's the knockoff version. With some time to kill before the 21:15 show, I decided to waste it wisely with a few beers and a bit of exploring on the open decks. The ship was like a ghost town due to the weather, which made for some truly cinematic footage of the swimming pools misbehaving like toddlers at a sugar buffet. Waves splashing everywhere, loungers abandoned like a scene from a maritime apocalypse. It was as if Poseidon himself had popped in for a visit and decided to throw a tantrum. Just another night on the high seas, filled with unexpected hilarity and the kind of mishaps that make for great stories later. Stay tuned for the next episode of When Cruises Go Wild. Time for the theater. Clearly, I must be becoming cultured. Tonight's lineup featured a variety show with Well Strung and a new act called Fountains. Well Strung played almost the same songs as their first performance. Seriously, do they not know any other tunes? I was half expecting them to break into Mary Had a Little Lamb just to spice things up. But the real show stealer was Fountains. Imagine several people dressed in togas who turned out to be the cruise director and his staff acting like human fountains with all sorts of hilarious consequences. Picture water spewing from unexpected places. One guy looked like he was crying from every pore on his face. It was an excellent and side-splitting way to finish the cruise. I laughed so hard I almost became my own human fountain. What surprised me was how some people seemed to lose the ability to read or follow basic instructions upon entering the theater. Every show starts with a clear announcement: videoing or taking photos during performances is forbidden, and it's also written in the Freestyle Daily. Yet, the number of people recording or taking pictures was unbelievable. I was even temporarily blinded by the flash of some cameras. How did the cast manage to perform with all those lights flashing like a paparazzi frenzy? I'm surprised none of them were rushed by an overzealous stage mom looking for her kid's big break. I counted at least 5 people recording the entire show. If they thought they were being discreet, they were sorely mistaken. Phones light up, and in the dark, it's like a beacon calling for attention. It was like a tech-savvy version of Whack-A-Mole. Alright, rant over. You can continue reading. Well, it's time for bed and the end of this part of the cruise. Tomorrow, another adventure begins. Tune in next time for the Chronicles of the Floating Circus. Day 30 Disembarkation Embarkation in Los Angeles. Well, that's the end of our Grand Panama Canal escapade. Now, we're off to the Pacific, cruising from Los Angeles to Vancouver. Enter Dan the Man, our cruise director, whose entertainment lineup is firmly aimed at the retirement crowd. We're talking knitting workshops, joint pain seminars, anti-aging lectures, bingo marathons, ballroom dancing sessions, and music nights featuring hits from the 50s, 60s, and 70s. It's a miracle I didn't leave the ship with a new crochet project and a back brace. But hey, nice try, Dan. Remember, not all of us are auditioning for the next episode of Waiting for God. Just because it's the last night of the cruise doesn't mean the fun has to end. Cue the customer services department with today's mystery quiz, Spot the Mistake, or as I call it, Spot the Connection. Spoiler alert, there isn't one. We landed in the good old US of A, renowned for its hospitality and ridiculously tedious customs checks. Now, picture this, I'm subjected to more immigration checks than a herd of cattle at a border crossing. Next time, I'm pretending to be an American they seem to breeze through with a wave and a smile. Meanwhile, I'm practically undressing in the security line. It's high time the EU adopted a similar policy. All Americans go through 1 million checks, and everyone else gets a free pass. Ran over, back to the quiz. What's the connection between Dan's entertainment choices and US Customs? They both make you question your life choices and long for the sweet release of disembarkation. Ah, the joys of cruising. Nothing says relaxation like being handed an I-94 and a customs form by the ever-so-kind folks in customer services. And by kind, I mean they have a sadistic sense of humor. They even threw in a daily mystery quiz on how to fill out the I-94. Let me walk you through this comedic gem. The attached letter had instructions for each section. For instance, it told me that Section 8 should have my country and place of residence. Naturally, Section 8 on the I-94 asked for my passport number. A few more delightful discrepancies like this, and I felt like I was starring in a bureaucratic version of Survivor. But, determined as ever, I managed to get all the questions right. I marched triumphantly to the customer service desk to claim my prize. My reward? Too late, we've already sent it out. This was the second hiccup from customer services. Seriously, does nobody proofread these things before they land in our staterooms? Come on, NCL, you're making yourselves look like amateurs here. A little quality control wouldn't hurt, you know? Now, doing a back-to-back cruise in this part of the world is a pain in the bum. And that's putting it mildly. NCL does try to smooth things over, bless their hearts, but let's compare this experience with Europe, back-to-back in Europe. Wear this in transit sticker if you feel like getting off the ship. Your choice. Back-to-back in America, complete a customs form. Complete the I-94. Get off the ship and be banned from returning for several hours. Wear the in-transit sticker as if it were a badge of honor. Endure the customs procedure, which is designed to make a line of sheep look efficient. It's like being part of an elaborate practical joke, except the punchline is your own exasperation. Thanks for the memories, NCL. I'll cherish them right alongside my collection of misprinted customs forms. Finally, off the ship and through what felt like an FBI interrogation, I half expected them to ask me where I was on the night of the 14th. I found myself outside waiting for the mythical free trolley that was supposed to whisk us from the dock to ports of call now gone for good. Surprise! Someone at NCL made a major oopsie and forgot to inform the port folks about the trolley schedule. No trolley for us. This helpful tidbit was shared by the kind soul working at the port, who probably had the same level of exasperation as the rest of us. His eyes screamed, "Welcome to the land of broken promises." Well, no trolley, no problem. Looks like a walk is in order, which is actually a good thing since I've been overindulging in the all-you-can-eat buffet on the ship. My waistband was pleading for mercy. I suspect the Shore Excursions Department has been engaging in some mild fearmongering, claiming we needed to book their tours because the ports of call was supposedly 1 million miles away, and traffic in LA is perpetually gridlocked. Spoiler alert, neither of these claims is remotely true. Ports of call was an easy 15-minute stroll, even at a snail's pace. I mean, I could have crawled there faster than a toddler on a sugar high. And as for the traffic, I've seen more congestion in my local village during a Sunday afternoon bake sale. Really, LA? This is your legendary traffic? I've waited longer for toast. So, after my grueling trek, which took all of, 15 minutes, I arrived at ports of call. Now, what exactly is ports of call, you ask? It's a quaint little shopping and souvenir area along the port. Or at least it was until it got bulldozed into oblivion. it used to be a charming collection of small shops in picturesque surroundings, where you could buy all sorts of trinkets you neither need nor want. Adjacent to this was a fish market and restaurant area. Not to say the food was fresh, but the fish were practically doing laps next to the counter. I swear, you could almost hear them say, "Don't pick me, pick the chubby one next to me. He's got more meat." And if you did choose one, you'd hear a disgruntled bastard, "Hope you choke," as it met its fate. Feeling guilty, I only ate the one that pointed to his friend. The area was so delightful, I spent the next couple of hours wandering around, taking videos to share. Because nothing says "wish you were here" like footage of a demolished tourist trap in a fish market with a side of aquatic sass. The Port of Los Angeles is nestled in San Pedro, the charmingly aged part of LA. Think of it as LA's vintage wine, old, a bit dusty, but with a complex bouquet. Never been here before, so I figured I'd spend a couple of hours exploring the old town of San Pedro. I mean, how rude would it be to skip out on that opportunity? It's practically a diplomatic mission. So, what's the scoop on San Pedro? It's not exactly packed with Hollywood landmarks. This is the other LA. If you're dying to see the glitzy stuff, you'll have to sign up for an excursion and maybe sell a kidney to afford it. But fear not, there's plenty to see here. The local streets and shops are spotless, and contrary to what the shore excursions desk would have you believe, there's hardly any traffic. I even had time to practice my multilingual skills while buying a soft drink. Spoiler alert, Coca-Cola is universally understood. I was practically fluent. For the history and naval buffs, our ship was berthed right next to the USS Battleship Iowa. Worth a visit, though you only get to see a small part of the ship. Still, it's impressive enough to make you want to salute someone or something. I felt an inexplicable urge to stand at attention and bark out orders to imaginary sailors. If you listen closely, you can almost hear the ghosts of seamen past muttering, "Who's this joker?" With my port visit wrapped up, it was time to see if reboarding the ship was as painful as getting off. Surprise, surprise, it wasn't. All you have to do is slap on your Paddington Bear sticker on the top left of your shirt for easy identification, obviously, and you get to skip all the queues. I was back on board within 20 minutes, feeling like a VIP. San Pedro may not be the star of LA, but it sure knows how to treat its visitors right. Now, back to the buffet to undo all that walking. Back on board, I made a beeline for the customer service desk to swap my room key for one with those 3 magical letters, PBP. Yep, free beer for the next 5 days. Brace yourself, liver, it's going to be a bumpy ride. I even considered naming it the Great Liver Expedition. With my PBP card cleverly disguised as a room key in hand, I headed straight to the bar for scientific testing purposes, of course. You know, in the name of research and all that. Several beers later, I figured it was time to feed the fat face, so I staggered over to the cafe for some food. Here's the problem with daytime drinking, it makes you sleepy. So, naturally, lunch was followed by a granddad nap that lasted several hours. I was rudely awakened by the ship's intercom blaring about a lifeboat drill in 15 minutes. Half asleep and confused, I decided to attend. Better safe than sorry, right? Besides, who wouldn't want to be semi-coherent in the event of a real emergency? I must say, it was one of the better drills I've attended. They even explained what to do if we were docked. Now that's a first. Usually, you're left wondering if you should just swim for it. The only hiccup was the demonstration of the emergency signal, 7 short blasts followed by 1 long one. Our drill master must have worn out the button because we only got 7 short blasts. Where was the long one? This could have confused the first-time cruisers, who were probably waiting for the grand finale like it was the climax of a fireworks show. Then again, I was too groggy to care much. I was more focused on not falling overboard or snoring in public. Back to the stateroom for a quick shower, and I felt refreshed and ready to dive into the ship's entertainment scene. I spent the rest of the evening in Magnum's bar, chilling out to the smooth sounds of the Pearl Show band playing jazz. It must have been all that walking and absolutely nothing to do with abusing the beverage package that knocked me out by 10 p.m. I mean, who needs bedtime stories when you have a jazz lullaby and a belly full of beer? Off to the land of Nod, I went, dreaming of an alternate universe where I actually have a healthy sleep schedule. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention thanks to the lovely folks at NCL, I was presented with 2 bottles of sparkling wine, a box of chocolates, and chocolate strawberries. Apparently, bribery is alive and well on the high seas. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, it pays to stay loyal. Or at least to pretend to be. Day 31, Day at Sea. Welcome to the first day at sea, or day 7, if you're keeping track from Miami, the second day of this cruise leg. The swap out of passengers has done wonders. With a youngerish crowd on board and fewer people in general, we're not running at full capacity. The result? The Garden Cafe actually has available tables for breakfast. No more playing hunt the free table with people who've turned table reserving into an Olympic sport, complete with early rising granddads and granny dodging maneuvers on the promenade deck. As for me, I'm all hyped about the start of my 3rd cruise on this grand adventure. I woke up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 4:30 a.m. Yes, I know, quite the lie-in. After a big yawn and stretch in front of the mirror, it hit me, my food intake had overtaken my exercise output. I had officially become a sea fatty. My reflection seemed to nod in agreement, or maybe that was just the ship rocking. Racked with guilt and the haunting memory of last night's all-you-can-eat dessert bar, I headed to the promenade deck for a few laps. For the uninitiated, 313 laps equals 1 mile, or roughly 27. I should have stayed in bed thoughts. Let's see how long this fitness kick lasts. After my heroic exercise session, I felt justified in heading straight to breakfast. Hey, exercise makes you hungry. I opted for a healthy breakfast of Raisin Bran, followed by a not-so-healthy dead pig sandwich because balance is key, right? So here's to a new day at sea, with more room to breathe, fewer table wars, and the eternal struggle to balance indulgence with a semblance of health. Cheers to the sea life. And if you see me at the buffet later, just know that I've earned every extra calorie. It didn't take long before I stumbled upon the hidden quiz of the day, courtesy of the ever-mischievous Shore Excursions desk. Today's brain teaser? Identifying the correct price of the hop-on hop-off bus returning to the ship in Vancouver. According to the electronic display boards near the lifts and the one conveniently located right next to the Shore Excursions desk, the price was $49. But wait, the plot thickens. The information in booking forms next to the Shore Excursions desk, along with the ones kindly left in your room by the always helpful stateroom steward, listed the price as $59. Guess which price I'm going to pay? Armed with this vital intel, I strutted over to the Shore Excursions desk like Sherlock Holmes ready to crack the case wide open. The response? Oops, we made a boo-boo. Really, Sherlock? You don't say. Never mind, 1 ticket for $49, please. To his credit, the guy honored the price, and later on, I noticed the prices on the screens had been changed. Case closed. Watson would be proud. Feeling the need to make a significant dent in my beverage package because, you know, I'm not one to let an all-you-can-drink opportunity go to waste, I headed to the Maltings bar for my very own beer tasting extravaganza. This was made even more entertaining and informative by the knowledgeable young lady behind the bar. Swanee, I hope I got your name right, because she sure knows her hops from her barley. I tried to catch her out several times, but to no avail. She knows her beer. Well, except for English Real Ale, but maybe NCL should send her on a tasting session to complete her education. 5 or 6 pints of beer later, who's counting, really? I decided to pause the beer tasting for now. It was time for the Latitudes member cocktail party in the Spinnaker Lounge. As I've mentioned before, it's a great place to meet people and have a good old chat about absolutely nothing, all while enjoying the best tasting drinks on the ship since NCL is picking up the tab. Feeling a bit cheeky and emboldened by liquid courage, I decided to test the officer-to-crew feedback system. I made a point of telling Rumi, the food and beverage director, and Joe, the bar manager, about Swanee's excellent beer knowledge and asked them to pass on my compliments. Just to see if they would. Time will tell, and I'll check back on the second sea day of the cruise. I'm betting they'll either pass on the message or think I've had one too many pints. Either way, mission accomplished. As usual, the cruise kicked off with the classic freebies, sparkling wine and a 100 off photo studio package. The catch? Guess how long the couple's been married. Yes, it's the same tired shtick as last time. Can't they think of something new? Maybe a guessing game involving the number of times the captain's worn his lucky socks? In a moment of brilliance or sheer cheek, I scored a 100 photo studio voucher by declaring I'd been happily divorced for 20 years. The look on their faces? Priceless. You'd think I just told them I was a Martian with a timeshare in the Bermuda Triangle. With the party done, I moseyed over to the atrium for the NCL cruise presentation, hoping to uncover a nugget of wisdom I missed last time. Spoiler alert, I found nada. Just another friendly reminder that solo travelers get the short end of the stick. Starting May 1st, the beverage package promotion is off the table for solo studios or inside cabins. So, if you're a lone wolf, get ready to cough up double for a balcony stateroom. It's like they're saying, congrats on your independence. Now, pay up. Because nothing says freedom like a hefty surcharge. The rest of the day? A masterclass in doing sweet nothing, or as NCL calls it, freestyle. For the evening, I decided to go fancy with dinner and a show. Well, fancy might be pushing it since dinner was at the Garden Cafe. But hey, it was followed by a theater show and topped off with after-show drinks. Where else can you dine in a restaurant that's trying too hard to be posh, watch a West End-style show, and finish the evening with drinks in a champagne bar all without worrying about cabs or driving? Only on a cruise. Tonight's entertainment was comedian David Nastor. Hilarious guy with some quirky viewpoints. Some parts of his show felt like an after-dinner speech, but it was delightful nonetheless. I rounded off the night with a tour of the ship's bars. There's always something happening until the wee hours for the night owls. Having been up since 4:30, I was ready to hit the sack and sail off to dreamland. Day 32, San Francisco, USA. Today's magical port of call was the ever-exciting San Francisco, the glittering gem of America's West Coast. This city's got it all: the Golden Gate Bridge, Pier 39, Lombard Street, Alcatraz Prison, and those iconic cable cars clattering up and down its steep hills like they're auditioning for a retro action movie. Just like everyone else, I was dragged out of bed at the crack of dawn because passing under the Golden Gate Bridge was scheduled for 6:15. My body protested, but the essential 3 S's were completed in a zombified daze, and I avoided the mirror like a vampire who's seen better centuries. Like a dutiful cruise soldier, I stumbled to deck 7, for my mile walk. Yes, that's 2 days in a row, alert the media. I even skipped breakfast, just grabbed my cameras from the stateroom and claimed my spot on deck 13 at the front of the ship, ready to capture the moment like a caffeine-deprived paparazzo. Being the undisputed genius that I am, I brought along a clamp for my GoPro. I clamped that bad boy to the top of the barrier at the front of the ship, set it to record, and voila! I had a continuous video from the Golden Gate Bridge all the way to Pier 35. Meanwhile, everyone else was contorting themselves like amateur yogis, trying to take photos through the glass or standing on tiptoes with cameras raised high, praying for a halfway decent shot. Tip of the day: get yourself a GoPro with a clamp and avoid looking like a pretzel with a camera. If you've never cruised to San Francisco, let me tell you, the approach is a visual buffet. The Golden Gate Bridge looks magnificent in the morning light, and Alcatraz Island up close and personal gives you a peek at the infamous former prison that once hosted legends like Al Capone and the Birdman of Alcatraz. As you get closer to port, you're greeted by the noisy, lovable colony of seals on Pier 39, barking away like they're hosting a marine life talk show. It's like National Geographic meets The View. Once we docked and the customs folks gave us the green light, aka the nod from the ship's bouncers, it was decision time. You could either join one of NCL's organized tours or unleash your inner explorer and go it alone. Personally, I recommend flying solo in San Francisco unless you're targeting the Golden Gate Bridge, which is more of a scenic distance thing. Everything else? Just a stroll away from the port. First stop, Pier 39. This place is like Disneyland for shoppers, foodies, and bar hoppers. The shops and eateries are painted in every color of the rainbow, stretching along both levels of the wooden pier, connected by quaint little bridges. It's prime territory for some epic photos. And trust me, the seals at the end of the pier are a must-see or must-hear if you were already serenaded by them upon arrival. Forget the selfie sticks, grab a fellow cruiser and get a proper photo. Preferably one that doesn't involve you looking like a touristy giraffe. Next up, Fisherman's Wharf. Just a bit further down past the eclectic fleet of fishing boats is a seafood lover's paradise. Fish restaurants and stalls galore, selling every sea creature you can imagine and some you'd rather not. These critters are so fresh they're practically staging a jailbreak, slithering and crawling in a desperate bid for freedom. You half expect to see a lobster in a trench coat trying to hail a cab. And then there's Alcatraz Prison Island, looming ominously in the middle of San Francisco Bay like a haunted house on a bad real estate market. It looks just as foreboding as it does in the movies, surrounded by swift currents and probably guarded by aquatic ninjas. I swear I even spotted a shark casually cruising by, probably doing its own sightseeing tour and raiding the local seafood. For Alcatraz, you've got options. You can join an NCL organized tour, or you can book it yourself at Alcatraz Landing, where all the tours depart. You might save a few bucks going solo, but remember, the ship won't wait if you're stuck counting shark teeth. Price-wise, there's not much difference, so choose your adventure wisely. Once on the island, you get a pair of headphones and a self-guided tour in your chosen language, making you feel like James Bond with an earpiece, minus the cool gadgets. I skipped this tour myself but gathered all the intel during my last visit. If setting foot on the island isn't your thing, there's always a boat trip that circles it, perfect for those who prefer their prisons at a safe, scenic distance. Lombard Street, the windiest road you've seen in every Hollywood flick set in San Francisco. Now it's your turn to tackle this iconic zigzag, whether you're strolling up or down its famous curves. Spoiler alert, the street isn't actually that long, though it feels like it when you're trudging uphill, panting like a dog in a sauna. Officially, you're supposed to use the stairs on either side, but rebels and thrill-seekers often ignore this and walk right up the road. I can't exactly endorse that, but if you do, watch out for cars. They only go one way, but trust me, you don't want to be in their path unless you're auditioning for a new action movie. Lombard Street is a tourist magnet, so brace yourself for some serious photobombing. You'll get folks standing in your shot for what feels like an eternity, possibly composing the next great American novel on their phones. Patience is a virtue, or so I've heard from people who obviously don't have to wait for anything. Here's a pro tip: the road at the top of Lombard is a hot spot for those famous streetcars, which come by every 20 minutes or so. Stand there, and you can snap a killer photo or video of the streetcar bouncing over the first bump halfway down. They also make a pit stop at the end of the road, presumably to let the tourists catch their breath and question their life choices. If the thought of a steep, lengthy walk up Lombard Street doesn't thrill you, don't start from the bottom. The famous part is just the top section, not the entire stretch. Save yourself some sweat and hike up one of the adjacent streets instead. From Pier 35 to the top of Lombard Street, it's about a half-hour trek, depending on your fitness level and whether you get sidetracked by a coffee shop or 10. Remember, every step is a chance to justify that extra scoop of gelato later. Streetcars riding one is on everyone's San Francisco bucket list, right up there with finding a parking spot. The starting point is on Taylor Street, conveniently close to the port, so you can experience the thrill of trying to find it amidst the sea of other confused tourists. Tickets range from $7 for a one-way trip to $20 for a day pass, which, let's be honest, feels like a steal compared to that overpriced coffee you'll inevitably buy. Make sure to brush up on the safety rules before hopping on these vintage beauties, which are as open as they look in the movies and just as likely to provide you with a breeze that messes up your hair in ways no gel can fix. If you can, stand at the back for the best photo ops and the added bonus of pretending you're in a dramatic film scene. Sitting on the side might tempt you, but resist the urge. You don't want to end up with a collection of close-up shots of other tourists' armpits. Beyond the iconic sights, there's plenty to do right near the port. You can easily spend the entire day exploring without venturing far. Pier 39, for instance, boasts bars that offer free Wi-Fi. Yes, you heard that right, free Wi-Fi, the holy grail of modern civilization. I personally tested the connection at Pier 39, and it was fast enough to upload all your seal selfies and then some. It's practically a miracle. Before you know it, it's time to head back to the ship. Be smart and plan to be back on board at least an hour before the all-aboard time. Don't become one of those notorious pier runners, flailing down the dock in a desperate sprint. Nothing screams "I made poor life choices" louder than running for a moving ship with your flip-flops in hand and a look of sheer panic on your face. Getting past port security is a breeze. Just flash your room key and a photo ID. A photocopy of your passport will do to the gatekeeper at the main entrance. It's like VIP access, minus the red carpet and paparazzi. After that, it's a short stroll to the standard security checkpoint, where your bag takes a thrilling X-ray ride that rivals any theme park attraction. You get to strut through a metal scanner, feeling like you're walking a catwalk in a spy movie. Voila, you're strolling down the gangway, greeted by the NCL security folks ready to skin you back on board with the enthusiasm of baristas handing out free samples. Being back on the ship early gives you a prime opportunity to snap some killer port photos from your built-in vantage point, the Norwegian Pearl herself. After many early mornings and countless bad shots, I've learned to take my harbor pictures in the afternoon when we're leaving rather than arriving. Much better light. Plus, there's something poetic about waving goodbye to the port with your camera in hand, as if you're a cinematographer wrapping up a dramatic scene. I then met up with Jeffrey, aka Elton John, in the Garden Cafe for a quick coffee chat. It's amazing how well he pulls off that disguise. No one ever recognizes him. It's like Clark Kent with jazz hands. He had to dash off for rehearsal, prepping for his onstage karaoke later. One thing I love about him, unlike many artists who are overly full of themselves, Jeffrey is down to earth and a riot to hang out with. He's like the cool uncle you wish you had, who just happens to moonlight as a rock legend. So, take it from me, give yourself plenty of time to get back on board, enjoy the afternoon light for your photos, and don't miss the chance to chat with a legendary rock star in disguise. Cruising doesn't get better than this. Not long before the legends in concert at the theater, I grabbed a few pre-show drinks and tested Swanee's beer knowledge at the Maltings bar. I caught the show last week but decided to give it another go, and boy, am I glad I did. It just keeps getting better and better. Sure, I spotted a few trade secrets, but let's keep those between us. You know, like magicians never revealing their tricks, except with more sequins and less sawing people in half. This time around, the sound system was finally fixed, allowing the artists' talents to shine through. Miraculously, you could actually hear them over the band's music and the other singers. Someone must have had a heart-to-heart with the drummer, because he was no longer overpowering the show. He was nicely faded into the background, like a ghost at a party who knows it's better to haunt subtly. Madonna got the recognition she deserved from the younger crowd, and you could tell it really boosted her performance and interaction with the audience. It was like watching a diva regain her throne, complete with royal waves and the occasional wink. Elton John was on fire, even better than last time, with a crisper voice and more lively audience engagement. If he'd been any more engaging, we'd have had to pass around marshmallows for a campfire sing-along. As for Michael Jackson, I could finally hear what he was singing, which made me appreciate his talents more, even though I'm not exactly a fan. It's amazing how understanding the lyrics can change your whole perspective. I went from "who is this guy" to "okay, I get the hype now." The man can moonwalk his way into anyone's musical heart. After the show, I followed the crowd out through the casino. Honestly, I don't know how people can sit in there, let alone work there. The place reeks of stale tobacco and desperation, like a bad 80s movie set. On my way out, I passed the OAP sing-along area, where poor Jim was valiantly trying to get people to join in with classics from the last century. It was like a scene from a nursing home talent show, but with less enthusiasm and more confusion. Deciding I hadn't drunk enough to make the unlimited beverage package worthwhile, I stopped by the Spinnaker Lounge to check out the karaoke, always a goldmine for comedy. Met a few interesting folks, including one guy who thought he was the reincarnation of Elvis and another who could only sing an interpretive dance. You can't help but get into the spirit of things, clapping and cheering, and trying not to laugh too loudly at the off-key serenades. A good laugh was had by all, mostly at each other's expense. By 11:30 p.m., it was time to call it a night, as the captain had already announced a 1 a.m. departure. I grabbed a few more photos of the Golden Gate Bridge as we passed under it, because who doesn't need another blurry nighttime shot of a bridge? Then it was off to bed. 2 days of consecutive walking had taken their toll, and the next day's destination was Victoria, Canada, where I hope to find new and exciting ways to exhaust myself. Day 33, day at sea. I'm starting to get cozy with these sea days, where no alarm clock dares to intrude on my beauty sleep. This morning, I woke up in slow motion, peeking at my watch and finding it was a luxurious 5 o'clock. But then, my body decided to rebel, getting out of bed one limb at a time like it was negotiating a peace treaty. Turns out, my watch was in cahoots with the universe, tricking me. It was actually 4:30. My body knew something my brain didn't apparently, it had joined the mutiny. Stumbling around my cabin, I felt like I'd been sleep drinking. A quick check on Deck 7 reassured me I hadn't been sneaking booze in my dreams. Good news, no mid-sleep benders for me. The captain and the NCL crew had been gently rocking the ship all night like a giant cradle. Thanks for the effort, folks, but could we dial it down a notch? I almost spilled my beer or coffee. Yeah, coffee. Way too early for beer, right? My early morning grumble fest on Deck 7 was rudely interrupted by a moment of pure maritime magic. I saw my first wild whale. He flicked his tail as if to say, "Morning, Steve." Of course, I didn't have my camera. Typical. Note to self, always carry a camera in these waters, or risk being outed as a whale-watching fraud by the cetacean community. Time for some brutal honesty, I've been a lazy sod. I haven't written a single word for the past 2 days. This seems to be a recurring theme on my adventure. Turns out, procrastination is my superpower. So, I spent the morning catching up on my writing, right up to 12 o'clock. Later, I'll schedule a stern motivational talk with myself. Maybe I'll even throw in a PowerPoint presentation to drive the point home. David Nastor, the comedian from the other night, was giving a talk about how comedy can cure major illnesses like depression. Knowing someone who's had more close encounters with depression than a cat with curiosity, I decided to check it out. It was a fascinating talk, with humor sprinkled in like confetti at a clown convention because, let's face it, he's a comedian talking about humor in medicine. What did we expect? A talk on the biochemical benefits of laughter? I picked up some interesting tidbits. David mentioned a bridge, and a woman near me started clapping like it was the finale of a Broadway show. Are there bridges in America that sing and dance? The ones I know just stand there, occasionally groaning when you drive over them. Maybe I need to expand my horizons beyond the stationary bridge variety. One point really stood out: when you're in a dark place, did anyone tell you that you had to stay there? Much better than the usual, get over it, move on, does it really matter? I even had a fascinating chat with David after the show. The guy really knows his stuff. Plus, I got some insider tips on how to make my own existential crises more entertaining. By now, my stomach was sending out SOS signals like a ship lost at sea. I hadn't eaten since breakfast, which was a whopping 6 hours ago, an eternity in cruise time. I wouldn't want to waste away on a cruise ship, of all places. So, I dined in the great outdoors with 2 pigeons who decided to join the NCL freestyle dining experience. It was a bit much when they waddled over to borrow the ketchup. Who knew pigeons were such condiment connoisseurs? Having only made it halfway around the world during my last beer tasting session, I headed back to the martini bar to continue my liquid journey. Who wants to be stranded in a foreign land with no way back, right? Eventually, I made my way back to the starting point, unsure if the ship had stopped swaying or if I'd just synchronized my wobbling. Pretty sure it was me, so I decided to take a walk and get some fresh air. You know, reset my internal gyroscope. My little stroll took me past the gift shop, where today's mystery quiz was, guess the price of the items in the store that start and end with a tiny hint, we're on our way there. Not a single price tag in sight, so I cornered a young shop assistant for answers. His response? We just got them in. Time must move slower in the shop because those items had been sitting there since LA, gathering dust and existential questions. Deciding to embrace more freestyle cruising, I woke up 30 minutes before tonight's performance by Jerry Sager, a Broadway veteran from shows like Cats and Evita. Worth a look, I thought. She's a talented lady, channeling the spirit of Elaine Page with her Broadway hits. Her long-winded chats between songs and attempts at comedy, though? Let's just say she should stick to singing. Comedy isn't for everyone, especially if your punchlines are flatter than Kansas. Still, it was an entertaining show, worth the stop, if only to marvel at how many times one can mention Andrew Lloyd Webber in an hour. You can tell we're moving north because the days are getting longer, with the sun stubbornly refusing to go to bed until around 9 p.m. It's like the celestial version of a toddler on a sugar high. Not ready to call it a night, I wrapped up the evening in the atrium with a few nightcaps, listening to the guitar and vocals of Dennis, or as Jim likes to call him, the drunken guitarist. Dennis strummed and sang as if he was serenading a bottle of whiskey which, given the circumstances, he probably was. Day 34, Victoria, Canada. I dragged myself out of bed at an ungodly hour, motivated by the memory of yesterday's whale sighting. Stumbling onto deck 7 at 6 o'clock, I kept up with my so-called exercise routine. Let's just say it was so cold this morning that a brass monkey at the bow was clutching his privates for dear life. No whales in sight today. Maybe they decided to sleep in. Lazy sods. Needing to thaw out, I shuffle over to O'Sheehan's for a piping hot coffee and decide to linger for breakfast. Chatting with the waiters, I realize they are a veritable treasure trove of travel tips. Seriously, these folks have been to places that Google hasn't even heard of. Who needs a guidebook when you've got these seasoned globetrotters dishing out advice like it's hotcakes? With no plans to dock in Victoria, Canada, until 1400 hours, I've got plenty of time to kill. I sit through a few presentations and take full advantage of my beverage package. Gotta squeeze every last drop of value out of it today because tomorrow, the free ride ends, and I'll have to start paying for my drinks again. The horror! It's like Cinderella, but instead of a glass slipper, it's a beer glass, and at midnight, it turns back into a pumpkin of sobriety. First up is a presentation by David, the ship's resident knowledge dropper. His talk on dealing with bullies is riveting. Now, considering my main bully is the unholy trinity of me, myself, it's not exactly groundbreaking advice for me. But hey, it's still worth a listen if you ever get a chance. At least I'll know what to do if I ever start bullying myself over the buffet line. Tomorrow marks the end of this cruise and the start of the next leg of my grand adventure. The lovely folks at NCL have put together a presentation to make sure we all know how to get off the ship and reboard without ending up in Timbuktu. Because, let's face it, without their guidance, I'd probably wander off, end up in a Tim Hortons, and start a new life as a Canadian. So here I am in Canada, scratching my head in utter bewilderment because we have to go through American customs clearance. Yes, you heard that right. We're in the land of maple syrup and mousse, but we're being processed like we're trying to sneak into the States. The ever-cheerful NCL crew explained that this little charade is so we don't have to deal with American customs when we reach Juneau in 2 days. Makes total sense, right? Wrong. Why does America insist on this rigmarole every time you so much as glanced in its direction? I've been cleared more times than a traffic jam in the last month alone. Ever since I left Miami, I've somehow transformed into an illegal alien or maybe just an alien from outer space. Beam me up, Europe, where this kind of bureaucratic madness doesn't exist. I can only imagine what Canadian customs will have in store for us. A polite interrogation over a cup of Tim Hortons, perhaps? Welcome to Canada. Please declare any maple syrup, hockey sticks, or Celine Dion CDs. And, oh, would you like a donut while we process your paperwork? It's on the house. I can picture it now, a customs officer in a Mountie hat offering me a double-double and an apology for any inconvenience. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to figure out how to sneak my dignity past the border. We finally arrive in the stunning city of Victoria around 1400 hours, greeted by brilliant sunshine and postcard-perfect views. Getting on and off the ship here is a breeze. Just flash your stateroom key and some form of photo ID. Heck, a photocopy of your passport will do. It's like they're not even trying to be difficult. You could probably show them a library card and a convincing smile, and they'd wave you through with a maple syrup-coated welcome. The ship docks a mere 40-minute walk from the town center. No biggie since the walk is packed with sights and activities. Just follow the signposted footpath that meanders along the coastline, and you'll be there in no time. It's like a scenic stroll with a destination bonus. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Within the first 10 minutes of my stroll, I find myself at the delightful Fisherman's Wharf. Unlike those massive, over-commercialized wharfs in other cities, this one's a charming little gem. Picture this, brightly colored houseboats lined up like a rainbow parade on one end of the floating pontoons, and local fishing boats on the other. It's like a scene straight out of a whimsical storybook. All it needs is a talking animal sidekick and a catchy theme song, and Disney would be knocking on the door. Add a few quirky eateries and fish stalls into the mix, and you've got the perfect recipe for a delightful tourist trap. But the real stars here are the local sea lions. These slick salesmen have mastered the art of begging. With big, puppy dog eyes, a flipper wave, and the occasional playful splash, they can convince any tourist to part with a fishy treat. And wouldn't you know it, you can buy that fish right from the local stalls. Now that's what I call an eco-friendly business model. It's a win-win situation. The fishermen sell their catch, the stalls make a profit, the sea lions get a free meal, and tourists like me get a kick out of the whole spectacle. Nature and capitalism in perfect harmony. Of course, what's a wharf without a few eateries and fish stalls scattered about? But what truly makes this place special are the local sea lions. These clever critters have figured out that if they look at you with those big, puppy dog eyes, wave a flipper, or give you a playful splash, you'll toss them a fishy treat. And wouldn't you know it, you can buy that fish right from the local stalls. Now, that's what I call local enterprise. It's a win-win situation. The fishermen sell their catch, the stalls make a profit, the sea lions get a free meal, and tourists like me get a kick out of the whole spectacle. Man and nature in perfect harmony. If you're not up for walking the rest of the way to town, no worries. For a modest fee, you can hop on a water taxi. These little guys are painted just like regular taxis, yellow and black, only they're pint-sized and float. It's like hailing a cab, but way cooler because, you know, it's on water. Plus, you get the added thrill of wondering if your driver missed their true calling as a speedboat racer. Still waddling off the buffet-induced excess, I continue my coastal walk, soaking in the stunning scenery and watching life on the water, including the local flying boat service. Yes, planes with floats, for those of you not up on your aquatic aviation. It's like someone saw a seaplane and thought, what if we made this even more impractical and a lot more fun? Pro tip, during your walk to town, you'll stumble upon the local ferry terminal. Guess what? Free toilets. An oasis of relief in a sea of scenic splendor. It's like finding an air-conditioned oasis in the middle of the desert, only without the camels and with a lot more porcelain. The coastal walkway meanders along but splits just past the ferry terminal, leading you to the public offices before spilling you into the heart of town. It's as if the path is saying, you've seen the sights, you've used the facilities, now go forth and spend money. It's practically whispering, come on, you know you want that maple syrup-scented candle. The city itself is like most cities, with shops, bars, and restaurants lining the streets, but it's infused with that unmistakable Canadian charm. What really stands out is the cleanliness of the streets, the friendly locals, and the delightfully unhurried pace of life. It's like the entire town is in a permanent state of vacation mode. Even the pigeons look relaxed. Strolling down the main high street, you'll discover a magical thing, free Wi-Fi the entire length. Perfect for catching up with folks back home or Googling how to apologize in Canadian after bumping into someone. I used it to make a WhatsApp call, but a word of advice, unlike me, remember the time difference. Calling your daughters at 1 a.m. their time might not win you any Parent of the Year awards. They will, however, give you the "what do you want at this hour?" award. After a pleasant 5 hours wandering this picturesque city, it's time to head back to the ship, which departs at 2200 hours. Give yourself at least an hour for the return walk. You'll want to stop and snap those last few photos. Because if there's one thing Instagram needs more of, it's pictures of your feet against various scenic backdrops. And always aim to be back on board at least an hour before the all-aboard time, if for no other reason than to avoid the security check queues. Trust me, no one likes a last-minute mad dash through customs. It's the cardio workout you didn't ask for but definitely regret. With a quick flash of my stateroom key and photo ID, I breezed through security, heading back to the ship where the hard-working security personnel checked me in with their usual flair. I swear, these folks could make a career out of looking simultaneously bored and important. Following my own sage advice, I returned before the crowd, avoiding the tourist stampede. Feeling particularly magnanimous towards myself, I decided to treat myself to an elegant dinner tonight. I booked a spot at the Summer Palace restaurant, which was my first time dining there during this entire cruise. Clearly, I'd been saving the best for last or just procrastinating like a champ. Tonight's culinary delight? Surf turf. And let me tell you, this isn't your run-of-the-mill shrimp and steak combo. Oh no, we're talking half a lobster paired with a succulent steak, plus all the glorious side dishes. They serve it with such pomp that you'd think they were unveiling the crown jewels. The meal set me back an additional $29, including taxes. Yes, even on the ship, they sneak in those taxes separately. Daily rant, why can't NCL just list the price with everything included? It's basic math, folks. Help us budget better. End of rant. As I tucked into my surf turf, I couldn't help but marvel at the culinary artistry, or at least the culinary audacity of charging extra for a meal on a ship where I've already paid a small fortune. It's like they're daring me to find the limit of my credit card. Challenge accepted, NCL. Challenge accepted. The meal was delightful, and as always, there was no rush. You can savor your dinner at your own leisurely pace, which is cruise ship code for "we'll let you sit here all night if you keep ordering wine." After the scrumptious feast, I aim to unwind in one of the bars with a nice cold beer or two, making the most of my last night with the beverage package. But horror of horrors, the bar was closed. This travesty needed further investigation. I tracked down a still operating watering hole and learned that the bar was closed because we were in Canada, and apparently, only one bar can be open per floor. Intriguingly, Oceanus, the only bar on Deck 8, was shuttered despite this rule not applying in Vancouver, which, last I checked, is also in Canada. So all I have to say is, For the first time ever, I spent the night drinking in the atrium bar, which is basically the ship's living room, complete with people falling asleep in armchairs. I eventually headed off to the land of Nod, the only place on this cruise where drinks are truly free. Here's to cruising, confusion, and cocktails. So, here's to another day of cruising shenanigans and avoiding self-inflicted bullying. May tomorrow bring fewer closed bars and more open bottles. Cheers! Day 35, Vancouver, Canada. Today, we docked in yet another stunning Canadian city, Vancouver, just a hop, skip, and a splash across the water from Victoria. Now, here's the burning question: given that these two cities are only 90 miles apart, what on earth has the ship been doing for the last 9 hours? Sailing in circles? Holding a secret shipboard marathon? Maybe the captain was playing hide and seek with the Coast Guard. Did we stop for a Tim Hortons break on the high seas? The entry into Vancouver is a sight to behold. On one side, the city skyline dazzles with towering, glittering buildings, like a giant disco ball designed by urban planners. On the other, snow-capped mountains stand majestically, like a real-life postcard hand-delivered by Mother Nature herself. The ship glides under a towering green suspension bridge, making a grand entrance as if we're VIPs at a celebrity gala. As we sail in, we're greeted by a flotilla of small boats and buzzed by low-flying seaplanes taking off from this bustling port. It's like a maritime circus out there. Come for the skyline, stay for the airborne acrobatics. I half expected to see a bear riding a unicycle on one of those boats. We gently dock at the Cruise Terminal of Canada Place, an impressive and picturesque dock that's arguably one of the best-looking cruise terminals in the world. Seriously, it's like the prom queen of docks. It's conveniently located on the city's edge, surrounded by restaurants, bars, shops, and even the local hop-on hop-off buses that depart right from the front door. Talk about convenience. You could practically roll out of bed and into a sightseeing tour, although maybe put on some pants first. Since Vancouver is a turnaround port, I decided to play it safe with all the added security and opted for an NCL tour. Here's where it gets interesting. NCL loves to brag about how, if you book a tour with them, the ship will wait for you if you're running late. It's their big selling point for shore excursions. It's as if they're daring you to test the limits of punctuality. Sure, take your time, they say, we've got all day. Meanwhile, the captain's probably betting on how many stragglers will miss the boat entirely. I've read everything about Norwegian Cruise Line and their shore excursions, and here's a fun fact: NCL is increasingly using hop-on hop-off tours as part of their organized excursions. So here's my question: if I take that hop-on hop-off bus tour and decide to take a detour for, say, an emergency maple syrup run, will the ship really wait for me? Or if it sails off, will NCL whisk me to the next port at their expense since it's technically their organized tour? Because, At the end of the day, rules are rules, right? Ah, the mysteries of cruising. It's like a reality TV show where the prize is not being stranded in a foreign port. Here I am, sitting in the Stardust Theater as instructed on my tour ticket. See above for the riveting details. The shore excursion staff keep repeating like a broken record, for all the people on the hop-on hop-off tours to the airport and returning to the ship, we are waiting for your bags to be offloaded. Once we get confirmation, we'll call the tours. Getting back on the ship, I can only hope my stateroom steward isn't the one offloading my bags. I've seen the way he handles towels. So, what exactly am I waiting for again? The meaning of life? A sign from above? Or just a green light to start my tourist adventure? The suspense is killing me, or at least making me mildly impatient. Never mind. Soon enough, the lovely Monica is leading us off the ship, through Canadian immigration which, surprise, didn't exist, and all the way to meet the tour company representative. Thanks for the seamless transition, NCL. Really, it was smoother than a politician dodging a tough question. If they handed out awards for efficiency in tourism, NCL would be the Meryl Streep of cruise lines. The buses are conveniently parked right outside. After exchanging our green vouchers, because nothing says official like a green voucher, we're given yet another sticker to wear all day, along with 2 large labels from NCL. One says in transit, and the other says hop on hop off tour. I'm starting to feel like a walking billboard. For anyone out there who didn't already realize I'm a tourist blind or stupid people, I'm looking at you. These stickers practically scream, terrorists, aim here. Since we're supposed to slap them on our left chest area. Pro tip, wear them on your sleeve. Guess who peeled them off the moment I got on the bus? This guy. So, there I am, armed with more labels than a high school science fair project, ready to explore Vancouver like a human piñata. Let's see what kind of trouble I can get into before NCL sends out a search party with my face plastered on milk cartons. And so begins the hop-on hop-off adventure, with me looking like a human piñata of tourist identification. Let's see what kind of trouble I can get into now. Faced with a crucial decision, you must choose between the city tour or the park tour. Take it from me, go for the park tour. Let me explain, the city tour is essentially a grand showcase of Vancouver's finest roadworks. Unless you have a burning desire to tour the construction sites of Vancouver, it's not exactly a thrilling option. Look, kids! A backhoe! As for snapping photos along the city route, forget about it. You'll mostly be up close and personal with buildings and rows of parked cars. Your photo album will end up looking like a tribute to urban parking. The only decent shots you might get are when the bus passes side roads, and that's if you're quick enough to snap them through the bus's closed windows. Perfect for anyone wanting to create the world's most boring slideshow. Here's another angle of that great parking lot from slide 23, only this time with a pedestrian crossing. I chatted with a few folks who took the park route, and they were positively impressed. So, my advice? Definitely go for the park tour. At least you'll get to see some greenery and nature, which beats asphalt and orange cones any day. Plus, trees don't honk at you or give you parking tickets. One thing in favor of the city tour is that the driver will dish out loads of interesting facts about Vancouver and point out cool places to explore further. It is a hop-on, hop-off bus, after all. But in my experience, most people hop on and then cling to their seats like they're on a roller coaster, not hopping off until it's time to return. It's more hop on, stay put. Vancouver is a stunning city with plenty of impressive buildings, so I spent the rest of my time wandering around and soaking in the sights before heading back to the ship. Much better than playing peekaboo with parked cars. Getting back on the ship is as straightforward as assembling IKEA furniture without instructions. Let me explain. First, you have to navigate your way to the cruise booking center. Tip, just take the escalator to the lower level and find someone who looks like they know what they're doing. Pro tip, it helps if they have a clipboard and an air of mild authority. Once you've stumbled upon the terminal area, slap that in-transit sticker back on your chest. This magical sticker will make reboarding easier as it directs you through the same route as the crew. Feel like a VIP for a moment, but don't get too excited. They'll still treat you like a school kid on a field trip. Next, you'll encounter American customs in Canada. Yes, you read that right. Here, you'll be rechecked like a library book overdue by 6 months. Have you declared your loyalty to maple syrup and hockey? Further along, you'll also have to be verified by the booking staff again, but at least you get a fast pass to the front. Hooray for small mercies. It's like winning a golden ticket to Willy Wonka's factory, but instead of chocolate, you get the privilege of re-boarding a ship that you're already a passenger on. Eventually, you'll make it back on board, but it's a bit of a pain in the arse. And remember, once you're back, the ship is now crawling with newbies who've just joined. It's like the first day of school, but with more Hawaiian shirts and less crying hopefully. Avoid the public areas like customer services, shore excursions, and the garden cafe. They'll be packed like sardines in a can. Be smart. If you need to book shore excursions, use the electronic signboards or drop a request in the Dropbox. It's like leaving a note for Santa, but instead of toys, you're hoping for a snorkeling trip. For food, head to places like Oshihanes or the main dining rooms instead of the overcrowded buffet. Trust me, a little planning can save you a lot of frustration. Now, time to find a quiet corner and relax before the next round of cruising chaos. Back in my stateroom, and oh boy, surprises galore for little old me. More chocolate strawberries, champagne, sparkling wine, and my Latitude's Platinum welcome pack. I became a Latitude Platinum member after the Panama cruise, but better late than never, right? This means I now get even more goodies: a free bag of laundry, which might not seem like much, but after a month at sea, I've got enough smelly socks to start a science experiment. My cabin is now a luxury resort and a potential biohazard site. Dinner for two at either La Bistro or the Italian restaurant? The big question is, since it's just me, do I get 2 free meals? Because nothing says luxury cruise like double-fisting filet mignon and lobster tail. Plus, a behind-the-scenes tour of the ship. I've wanted to do this for a while but didn't want to cough up 79. Call me cheap, I don't care. I'd rather spend that money on novelty pirate hats and inflatable flamingos. Also waiting for me were the shore excursion tickets, only to find out that the 2 tours I was most excited about had been cancelled. The icy Straight Point kayak was nixed due to local logistics. Really? Local logistics? What's so logistically challenging about 2 people in a kayak? Are we talking a kayak traffic jam or an angry beaver barricade? Another blow to us solo travelers. Apparently, the local logistics couldn't handle my adventurous spirit. The other cancellation was the Mendenhall Glacier adventure hike, again due to local logistics. At 16:10, I got a voicemail saying the hike was back on. So, no more local logistics issues, huh? Someone's not telling the whole truth, and it's frustrating. Determined to get answers, I went to interrogate the shore excursion staff. After several minutes of what I can only describe as verbal waterboarding, they still wouldn't reveal what the mysterious local logistics issue was. I left, grumbling all the way back to my stateroom. Call me old-fashioned, but just putting due to local logistics isn't enough. People deserve to know the real reason. We're old enough and brave enough to handle the truth. If it's because they didn't sell enough tickets, just say so. Come on, NCL, don't sugarcoat it with logistics jargon. We're not assembling IKEA furniture here, we just want to paddle and hike without the bureaucratic mystery. Dinner was a delightful affair, taken while enjoying the magnificent scenery sliding past as the sun slowly set. If you've never seen a sunset in Alaska, what are you waiting for? It's a must-see. There's nothing more spectacular than watching the sun disappear over the mountains while at sea. It's like nature's way of saying, yeah, I'm amazing. Try topping this. Tip: most people scamper back indoors after leaving the port of Vancouver. Resist this urge. Stay on deck, preferably at the rear of the ship, and watch the ship make its way out through the incredibly narrow channel. It's breathtaking. Also, you'll have the perfect vantage point to judge who packed their cabin balcony with the most inflatable flamingos. With a full belly and a heart brimming with natural wonder, I retired to my stateroom to update the blog and reflect on another amazing day. Each day brings new adventures and unique challenges, like trying to decipher the buffet labeling system or avoiding the overly enthusiastic cruise director. But it's all part of the cruise life. If you're thinking of booking an Alaskan cruise, do it. You won't regret it. Trust me, unless you hate stunning landscapes, delightful dinners, and once-in-a-lifetime experiences, in which case, maybe stay home and watch paint dry. Key takeaways: 1. Choose wisely, opt for the park route on the hop-on hop-off tours for a more scenic and enjoyable experience. Unless you're a connoisseur of potholes and traffic cones, then by all means, city tour away. 2. Sticker strategy: wear your stickers smartly to avoid unwanted attention. You're not a NASCAR driver, no need to sport every label proudly on your chest. 3. Boarding tips: make use of in-transit stickers for quicker reboarding and avoid crowded public areas during embarkation times. Think of it as your VIP pass to skip the chaos. 4. Latitude's perks: take advantage of loyalty program benefits like complimentary dining and behind-the-scenes tours. Because who doesn't want to see the magic happening behind the curtain of your floating hotel? 5. Stay informed, push for more detailed explanations for tour cancellations. Local logistics is just cruise speak for we didn't feel like it. Until the next port, stay adventurous. And remember, the journey is half the fun, especially when you're laughing at the absurdity of it all. Alaskan Cruise Chronicles, Day 36, The Inside Passage. So today was all about cruising the Inside Passage. I had these grand plans to catch the sunrise, because hey, nothing says I'm living my best life like watching the sun greet the day from a luxury cruise ship. But guess what? Plans are just dreams in disguise. I woke up at 6:30, long after the sunrise had done its diva thing at 5 o'clock. Spectacular event missed. Breakfast? Who needs it when there are mountains to ogle? From the moment I managed to tumble out of bed, everything went spectacularly wrong. My legs, those traitorous appendages, decided that today was the day they'd revolt. I stood up and within a minute, my left leg crumpled like a cheap paper straw. No biggie, I thought, I've got another leg. But apparently, my right leg is a bit of a copycat and decided to follow suit. Down I went, looking like a game of Jenga played by a bunch of toddlers. The worst part? I hadn't even been drinking the night before. Unless, of course, I've taken up sleep drinking, a hobby that combines the thrill of sleepwalking with the fun of waking up in a ditch, fashioning a traffic cone into a stylish hat. Eventually, I peeled myself off the floor, grabbed my camera, and huffed and puffed my way up to deck 13. Who needs the gym when you've got a ship's staircase that doubles as a stairmaster? Once on deck, camera poised like I was about to snap the next National Geographic cover, it dawned on me that someone had played a cruel joke and moved the mountains. Unlike the Norwegian fjords, which practically climb into your lap and ask for a selfie, these mountains required binoculars, a telescope, or Superman's vision to appreciate. I even tried squinting dramatically, but the mountains stubbornly remained distant specks. Resigned to the fact that the mountains weren't going to zip line closer just for my Kodak moment, I shuffled off to a presentation on ports and tours in the Stardust Theater. I was half expecting the announcer to declare that the mountains had packed their bags and left for a more appreciative audience. Maybe they were off to Norway to take a break from all the squinting tourists. Here's a question: why do people sit at the end of an empty row of seats and then get all huffy when you ask them to move? It's like they think they're a human velvet rope, keeping the row exclusive with their sheer presence. This isn't an airplane, folks, no one's paying extra for the extra legroom. After enduring several presentations that felt longer than a bad movie marathon, I had an epiphany: why are there so many people on walking tours who look like they should be on a sitting tour? Seriously, no one ever mentions the activity levels for these tours. It's as if saying, hey, if walking to the fridge leaves you winded, maybe reconsider this tour, is some sort of forbidden taboo. Case in point, I witnessed a shore excursion staff member trying to sell a walking heavy tour to a couple who looked like they'd struggle with a stroll to the mailbox. Their solution? Give it a go, and if it's too much, just stay on the bus. Genius. Because nothing screams enjoyable tour like being the bus mascot while everyone else is out there traipsing through scenic wonders. Pro tip: read the tour description before booking. If it says level 3 and you're a level 1, maybe just embrace your inner couch potato. Trust me, it's better than becoming the poster child for overambition. Seeking refuge, I fled to Oceanus with my laptop and enough coffee to power a small city. Just as I was settling into my caffeine-fueled productivity zone, a family parked themselves next to me. No big deal, I thought, until the dad started shouting like he was auditioning for the role of human megaphone. His volume could have alerted ships in the next ocean. Being the mischievous soul that I am, I couldn't resist a little social experiment. I told him, "You're not allowed to shout from here." Predictably, they cranked up the volume, now featuring a full chorus of American accents. It's almost endearing how predictable some nationalities can be, like clockwork with a loudspeaker. It was like an impromptu performance of Shout, the musical, and I had front row seats. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to get some work done, thinking, is this the cultural experience they mentioned in the brochure, or did I miss the memo about the live theater component? Later, I squeezed into my finest glad rags, looking like a cross between James Bond and a sequin disco ball, for the Latitude's cocktail party at the Spinnaker Lounge. Note to NCL, please fix the microphones. Sitting at the back near the bar, I couldn't hear a word the captain was saying. It was like watching a silent movie but without the visual gags or Charlie Chaplin's charm. Of course, the same people who had been married the longest 7 days ago won again. And the prize for the most cruises? Yep, the same couple as last week. Deja vu, anyone? Are these people cloning themselves or just stuck in a time loop? On the bright side, I scored several free drinks, leaving me happy and slightly tipsy, adding to my growing collection of 6 bottles in the stateroom. My liver is starting to think it's on an all-inclusive vacation. Now I understand why they build megaships. All the public spaces were jam-packed, and finding a seat was like playing musical chairs without the music. Even the windowsills were occupied, with people perched like gargoyles. Being the clever cruiser I am, I retreated to my stateroom for a couple of hours before dinner. Ah, peace and quiet at last. Or at least until my neighbors start their nightly stomp the yard rehearsal. As I strutted to dinner, it suddenly dawned on me why I'd been overeating. I was preparing for winter like a seal, layering on blubber to stay warm in Alaska. And guess what? My strategy was working. There I was, parading around the deck in shorts and a t-shirt, basking in what felt like a tropical heat wave, while everyone else was bundled up like they were auditioning for a role in the North Pole, the musical. Yay, me! I had a horrifying flashback to my reflection from a few days ago when I looked like I was one with the sea mammals. Motivated by vanity and a pinch of self-loathing, I decided to take several laps around the ship before the night's entertainment in the theater. Tonight's show was the Tenors of Rock. With a name like that, I was expecting some serious head-banging tunes. Within the first 10 minutes, though, I was desperately seeking an escape route. Why? Because this rock group decided to kick things off with opera from Phantom of the Opera. Opera! I was trapped by a wall of people, so I had no choice but to stay put and endure the musical ambush. Turns out, it was a blessing in disguise. The act improved, showcasing some truly talented singing. The bright lights? Not part of the show, but from the audience snapping photos and videos like paparazzi on Red Bull. Still, it ended up being a fantastic way to spend the evening, and I've got to admit, there have been some stellar acts throughout the cruise. I finished the night off at the Martini Bar with a cold beer, enjoying some good chats and humor from the crew. Jim's music played in the background, occasionally drowned out by the enthusiastic screeching of the audience. All in all, a perfect way to wind down before heading off to the land of Nod. Day 37 Juno. Still no whales spotted by yours truly. Up bright and early, camera in hand, I made my way to deck 12, only to be greeted by the stunning beauty of Alaska. Both sides of the ship were flanked by snow-capped mountains with waterfalls cascading down into the sea, slicing through the lush forests that draped the hillsides. Truly, it was nature's own Instagram filter. I've now decided that whale watching, or, more accurately, attempting to watch whales, is the new Olympic sport. I must have circled the ship about 15 times, earning myself a gold medal in deck lapping. I'm starting to suspect the whales have an anti-Steve device. I can just picture them underwater, one of them spotting me with its little whale binoculars and sounding the alarm, dive, dive. Steve's back on deck. Apart from the one sluggish tail I saw the other day, these whales have been playing hide and seek like pros. It's like they've got a secret club with a sign that reads, "No Steves allowed." The only thing missing was a whale and a snorkel giving me the fin finger. We weren't due to arrive in Juneau until 1400 hours, so I had to tear myself away from the incredible scenery for my scheduled behind-the-scene tour. One of the many perks of being a Latitudes Platinum member. Normally this tour would set you back $78, but for me, it was gratis. Thanks, NCL. The first part of the tour was a visit to the bridge viewing room. Our guide, Lorna, gave a brief rundown of what happens on the bridge. It was quite informative, even if it didn't involve any pirate lingo or dramatic captain on the bridge moments. Apparently, no one yells ARR, matey, or swings from the rigging. Major disappointment. Next, we descended to Deck 4 and the entrance to Narnia. Actually, it's called I-95, the ship's main corridor. Lorna gave us another briefing on what happens here, which was promptly interrupted by questions that could only come from minds wandering in the Bermuda Triangle. Someone actually asked about cold coffee on another ship. Really? I half expected someone to chime in with, do the crew have casual Fridays? We moved on to the laundry, where I gained a newfound respect for the hard-working staff there. Best of all, I spotted my laundry, all neatly washed and dried. I snapped a few pics to show Abdullah, my long-suffering stateroom steward. He'll be thrilled to know that, yes, I do know how laundry works. I'm basically a laundry influencer now. The tour continued to the backstage area of the theater. I was all set to do my best Hamlet impression to be or not to be. But the group had other ideas. We got a quick talk from stage manager John about how backstage operations are coordinated. Fascinating stuff, right up until the usual suspects started asking irrelevant questions again. One person actually inquired, how long were you married? Seriously? How is that relevant to theater production? Maybe they're hoping for a new reality show, The Real Housewives of the Stage Crew. Finally, the tour concluded, and we were booted out of Narnia via Deck 6. It was an interesting peek behind the curtain, even with the occasional bout of ridiculousness from my fellow passengers. Now, back to whale watching, or at least trying to outsmart those sneaky cetaceans. Maybe I'll dress as a whale next time and see if they invite me to their secret underwater meetings. This is Alaska, folks. There's far too much to see outside to stay cooped up inside, so I'm back on deck, admiring the breathtaking scenery and, of course, continuing my elusive whale hunt. Spoiler alert, still no whales. We finally arrived in Juneau right on time, and right on cue, it was pouring rain. The rain was so heavy I was grateful the captain could even see the dock. Juneau's port is about a mile from the town, so if you're not on an organized tour, you have a few choices: catch the free shuttle bus, walk, or, in today's case, swim. Lucky me, I was booked on my first hiking tour of the cruise, the Mendenhall Glacier Adventure Hike. This grand adventure involved hiking through the rainforest next to the glacier for 4 hours. A perfect way to burn off those buffet-induced pounds. This tour was classified as a level 3, which translates to sweat, groan, and maybe cry a little. Naturally, there's always someone who either didn't read the paperwork or thought level 3 meant a leisurely stroll. The silver lining was our small group size, just 9 of us. Smaller groups always make for better tours, or at least fewer people to witness your inevitable missteps. We assembled outside on the dock, huddling like a gaggle of soggy penguins under the lip of a building, waiting for the bus. One young lady in our group took one look at the weather and decided she wasn't up for auditioning for the next season of Survivor, Swim Edition. She bailed out faster than a cat avoiding a bath, but joke's on her, because as soon as we arrived at the hike's starting point, the rain stopped. So there we were, poised and ready to tackle the hike, no rain in sight, surrounded by Alaska's raw, untamed beauty. I couldn't wait to get started, even if I was still whale-less. Alaska's scenery was so breathtaking it almost made up for the fact that the whales had decided to ghost me. They were probably having a laugh somewhere, watching me from their underwater lair, sipping on seaweed martinis. The hike itself was a real doozy, with steep inclines that looked like they were designed by a sadistic fitness guru with a vendetta against joy. The trail was well marked and wound through some truly stunning scenery, just to distract you from the fact that your lungs were about to explode. Just when you're getting into the groove, you're met with a long, steep set of wooden stairs that make the stairs from Deck 4 to Deck 13 on the Pearl seem like a kiddie slide. I swear, I'll never complain about those ship stairs again. Okay, I probably will. We all made it to the top of a hill, gasping for breath and hunting for the nearest oxygen supply like it was a hidden Easter egg. But the view of the Mendenhall Glacier was absolutely worth the effort. As always, in a small group, there's a great team spirit. We even cheered on the folks who were struggling despite having to stop so often we could have opened a lemonade stand. I think the rest of the group, myself and our guide Tristan included, were a bit annoyed at the constant stops. This was supposed to be an adventure hike, after all, but we kept encouraging everyone to push on, mostly so we didn't have to carry anyone. This hike is a must for anyone who loves trekking up mountains for fantastic views and enjoys the feeling of their legs turning to jelly. But be warned, it's a level 3 hike, which means it's tough. If you're unsure about your fitness level, maybe check if there's a lying in a hammock tour instead. After the tour, we had a whopping 2 hours left before we had to be back on board. Tristan kindly offered to drop us off in town, but everyone unanimously declined like he'd suggested swimming with piranhas. We opted to stay on the bus and head straight back to the ship, eager to rest our weary legs and breathe without sounding like Darth Vader. The cruise terminal wasn't exactly buzzing with excitement unless you count browsing a few shops as a thrill. So, I hopped straight back on the ship before the rush, narrowly avoiding the temptation to buy a moose-themed snow globe. You can definitely tell we're back in America because our guide was dropping hints for a tip as subtly as a brick through a window. Now, I would have tipped him, but since the cruise started, we've been drilled to be travelers, not tourists. Take only photos and leave only footprints. So, I stamped on his foot and snapped a picture of him hopping around. Mission accomplished. This being Alaska, I spent most of the daylight hours outside, chatting with some lovely people, both passengers and crew, while keeping an eye out for Alaskan wildlife and the elusive non-hibernating tourist. The combination of crisp, fresh air, a rigorous hike, and perhaps a bit too much champagne led to an early night for me. Thanks to Alaska and NCL, it was a perfect day. Let's see what tomorrow has in store. Nighty-night, off to the land of Nod. Day 38 Skagway. The ship rolled into Skagway at the unholy hour of 4 o'clock. My alarm blared like a banshee in heat, and I had to wrestle my body out of bed. My arse was ready to go, but convincing the rest of me was another story. After a morning ritual of shower, shave, and stumble, I headed to Oceanus for my daily gallon of coffee. Caffeinated and semi-coherent, I braved the outdoors to see what meteorological mischief awaited us. Miraculously, the rain had taken a day off, leaving us with weather that didn't actively try to kill us. I spent an hour with Bernie, a retired tax inspector who, against all odds, is delightful. Yes, you heard right, a tax inspector with a sense of humor. We chatted and laughed, our cackles bouncing off the early morning mist before the ghosts of Gold Rush Past could hit snooze one more time. The ship docked at Skagway's edge, making it look like a Titanic SUV awkwardly double-parked at the end of Main Street. Skagway is where history refuses to stay dead and buried. It's like a sepia-toned Instagram filter that never fades. Here, 2 cars on the same street cause a traffic jam, and you half expect to see tumbleweeds and a showdown at high noon. Today's madness? A hike, because why not ruin a perfectly good vacation with exercise? And not just any hike, a trek with a ride on the world-famous White Pass Railway, because what better way to start a hike than by sitting down? After a brief detour to the Stardust Theater, I met our guide Dylan, an outdoorsy type who probably whips up a mean pine cone salad. NCL Shore Excursions, bless their hearts, kept our group small for a cozy, nearly sane experience. We began as 3 brave souls, but 2 more adventurers joined after their original tour was cancelled, transforming us into the Fantastic 5. We strolled to the train station like humble peasants, while the others luxuriated in bus rides for the grueling 15-minute journey. Nothing says let's hike like a brisk pre-hike hike. The White Pass Railway is a charming relic from the Gold Rush, complete with carriages that scream nostalgia louder than a teenager at a boy band concert. Standing areas in the wagons make for prime photo spots, perfect for that postcard perfect shot. Just remember to keep your thumb out of the frame unless you want a giant, fleshy photobomb. Safety is a big deal, so we got a briefing on what to do if we met a bear. Spoiler alert, panic and scream wasn't on the list. The tour company handed out water bottles and energy snacks. Being the paragon of self-restraint, I devoured mine before the train even stopped. Some people hike with snacks, I hike with the memory of snacks. For those who came unprepared, I'm looking at you, fashion hikers, they provided bum bags and walking shoes. Because if you're going to panic, you might as well do it with a coordinated accessory. The train stopped in the middle of nowhere, which was our cue to disembark. Some call it madness, we prefer adventure. First stop, a bear-proof box in the forest for stashing unnecessary items. I mean, who doesn't bring a waffle iron on a hike? You never know when you'll need to whip up a quick breakfast. Led by Dylan, our journey through the Tongass National Forest began. The trail was as prepared as a teenager's room, meaning not at all, but at least we were less likely to tumble off a cliff and into a Darwin Awards episode. Dylan's endless National Geographic-style commentary kept us entertained and educated, though I half expected David Attenborough to pop out from behind a tree and start narrating. The real treat was Dylan's impromptu culinary tour. This guy could whip up a 5-star meal from tree bark and moss. We sampled local delicacies, some actually delicious, others tasting like they'd put hair on your chest if you didn't already have a forest growing there. Dylan, ever the resourceful local, could probably make wine out of a kitchen sink. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a full bar in his backpack. I half expected him to pull out a martini shaker and start making cocktails with pine needles. Our 2-hour hike included educational stops and photo ops, especially when the forest opened to reveal a picturesque river. It was like a scene from a nature calendar, but with more sweat and fewer photoshopped landscapes. As time pressed on, we had to power walk back to catch the train from Canada, transforming from leisurely strollers to Olympic speed walkers. Just in time, we scrambled for Instagram-worthy shots of the train rounding a bridge. We felt like triumphant explorers, even though we'd spent most of the hike wondering why we didn't just take the train both ways. Crossing into Canada meant we needed passports. Enter customs man, a grumpy Santa with a sidearm. Forget your passport? Your choices, get shot or sat on. I'd take the bullet, less squishy. Post-hike, we had hours to kill before the all-aboard call, perfect for sightseeing and collecting tacky souvenirs. Skagway streets are so clean and quiet, it's like stepping into a Norman Rockwell painting if Rockwell had a penchant for ghost towns. Traffic jam? 2 cars on Main Street, and everyone's in a tizzy. First stop, the Red Onion, a saloon-cum-brothel museum where the serving wenches embraced their roles with Oscar-worthy flair. The madam offers a tour of the mock-up working area upstairs, where you can see the business end of history. Or you could skip the theatrics and just grab a beer, soaking in the atmosphere while pretending you understand the subtle differences between Victorian and Edwardian-era wallpaper. Next, I tracked down Robbie, the port shopping consultant, who's basically the Indiana Jones of duty-free treasures. If you think these consultants are just jewelry salespeople in disguise, think again. Robbie's your guy for everything from dining tips to the elusive free Wi-Fi spots. His presentations are like TED Talks for bargain hunters. With Robbie's sage guidance, I made a beeline for Del Sol, a shop where everything changes color in sunlight. It's like magic but without the wand and rabbit. I bought 2 t-shirts and snagged a free color-changing tote bag. Gifts for the boys and a few extra goodies, thanks to some expert-level sweet talking. I'm practically a professional negotiator now. After maxing out my shopping time and credit card limit, I moseyed back to the ship, where Neil and his security team greeted me like I was returning from a covert mission. They do a bang-up job keeping us safe, even if it means confiscating my souvenir slingshot. Next stop, Spinnaker Lounge, where Dan the Man had arranged a local entertainer to serenade us with Skagway's history. Riveting stuff, but the real showstopper was meeting the rudest bartender on the NCL fleet. Imagine this, 3 of us at the bar, and Mr. Sunshine starts our interaction by flinging napkins at us. And you? He barks, as if we'd personally offended his ancestors. I blink, thinking, who hurt you? I order a beer, and he snaps, what do you want? Well, manners for starters, but I guess that's too much to ask. Another guest dared to inquire about the beer selection, and Mr. Sunshine practically chucked the menu at him. This level of grumpiness must take years of practice and a PhD in surliness. Thankfully, the night ended on a high note at Oceanus and the Martini Bar, where the bartenders are like sitcom characters come to life. They remembered my drink order and served it with a smile, making me feel like I'd just walked into the real-life version of Cheers, but with better weather and fewer normcore regulars. By the end of the night, I felt like I'd made new friends, learned new jokes, and discovered the secret to the perfect cocktail. Here's to the bartenders who keep spirits high, pun totally intended. Day 40, cruising Glacier Bay. Technically, it was a sea day, but this wasn't your ordinary floating in the middle of nowhere sea day. Oh no, this was a sea day on steroids. Imagine cruising up bays where snow-capped mountains are practically high-fiving the ocean. These views were so close you could almost reach out and fist bump a glacier. Watching a massive chunk of ice break off a glacier on TV? Pfft, child's play. Seeing it live, so near you don't even need binoculars? Now that's living large. And get this, our captain, bless his benevolent heart and uncanny ability to do dramatic spins, twirled the ship a full 360 degrees so everyone could bask in the icy splendor. I'm convinced he saw me setting up my GoPro on the railing and thought, let's give this guy the Titanic sequel he's been dreaming of. Thanks, Captain, you're a real gem. Whale enthusiasts, get ready for the piece de resistance. The bay was teeming with whales, and one came so close to the ship I swear it was trying to hitch a ride. This led to the funniest moment of the trip. As the whale surfaced, the entire bridge crew rushed to one side of the ship like synchronized swimmers in a marine comedy show. For a split second, I was left wondering if anyone was actually steering this colossal hunk of metal or if we were all at the mercy of a whale whisperer. With the sun graciously shining down a rare and precious treat in these parts, the scenery was nothing short of jaw-dropping. I spent the entire day on the crew deck at the front of the ship, getting up close and personal with the glaciers. I couldn't tear myself away, not even for lunch, because who needs sustenance when you have the grandeur of frozen water? 8 hours later, I had a treasure trove of once-in-a-lifetime photos and videos, plus the company of some fantastic folks, including a delightful young lady whose name, embarrassingly, I still can't recall. But let's be honest, the glaciers were the real showstoppers. All good things must come to an end, so I finally peeled myself away from the deck, changed out of my shorts and jumper, and cleaned up for dinner and drinks. With nearly 400 gigabytes of photos and videos, enough to crash any computer from sheer awesomeness, I parked myself in Oceanus to review my masterpieces. Some truly stellar shots, if I do say so myself. National Geographic, eat your heart out. The evening called for a nightcap at the Champagne Bar, where bubbles flow like gossip at a family reunion. I was escorted by the impossibly beautiful and stunning Reba, the Tanzanite expert, who linked arms with me as we descended the stairs like we were starring in our own reality TV show. The envious looks from Jim, the piano man, and every red-blooded male in the room made me feel like I'd just won the lottery. How often do you get to stroll into a bar with a stunning woman on your arm, looking like James Bond's cooler cousin? And so concluded another spectacular day in Alaska on the Pearl. When I returned to my stateroom, I found an invitation to attend a historic moment the next morning, celebrating being the first ship to dock at the new pier at Icy Point. Now, that's how you end a day on a high note. Who needs bedtime stories when you have impending nautical history? Day 41, Icy Strait Point. My body was more excited about the pier's grand opening than my brain. It was up and showered before my brain even realized we were awake. With the meeting time not until 9 o'clock, I had a leisurely 3 hours to wander around the ship, eat like it was my last meal, and watch everyone else disembark to explore the stunning island of Icy Point. Spoiler alert, it was worth the calories. Finally, the moment arrived. I strutted down to the Maltings bar with the swagger of a peacock who just won the lottery, ready to meet the senior ship's officers and the other lucky guests. If I felt special last night, this morning I felt like the king of the world. Out of 2,700 passengers, only 8 of us, 6 of whom were couples, were invited to be part of this historic event. Honored doesn't even begin to describe it. Thank you, NCL, from the bottom of my heart and the top of my ego. Once we'd all gathered, we headed to the jetty to meet the local mayor, senior members of the Hunat Totem Corporation, and other dignitaries for the official dock opening photo session. Larry, the CEO, mentioned the pier had been finished 6 months ago, but the final touches on the new visitor center were completed just 9 hours ago. Also, a fun fact, this is the only privately owned port in Alaska. Who knew Monopoly could be so scenic? I half expected Mr. Monopoly to pop out and start handing out get-out-of-the-ice free cards. For those who haven't visited icy Strait Point before, the ship used to anchor offshore and tender people ashore. But today, we docked in style. NCL even gave me a complimentary photo with the date and place printed on it, which was delivered right to my stateroom. These pictures will likely be displayed in the port and on the NCL Pearl for years to come, right next to the no diving signs and beware of icebergs warnings. Of course, every grand occasion has its comedic moments. One of the select guests was trying to outshine everyone by handing out her business cards like she was running for office. She handed me one, so I gave her mine right back. Take that, Missy. During the photo setup, she tried to position herself in front of everyone. At the last moment, I slid in front of her, and then the photographer moved the area for the picture, putting her right back in her place. Karma, my friends, works in mysterious ways and sometimes with a side of petty. After this historic moment, it was time to join my fellow passengers at icy Strait Point, where we were welcomed by local traditional dancers. A fitting end to a memorable morning and a perfect example of why cruising is an endless source of entertainment and hilarity. Welcome to the grand spectacle that is the new visitor center, a marvel of modern architecture complete with a few shops and a cafeteria. Yes, you heard it right, cafeteria. This is the kind of awe-inspiring place where culinary dreams and retail therapy collide in a burst of organized chaos. As you step into the central area, your senses are assaulted by the tantalizing aroma of overpriced coffee and the sound of tourists trying to find the nearest bathroom. But wait, there's more. A wooden structure beckons you to dine and drink on a patio with a view that's so stunning that it almost makes you forget you're guzzling down lukewarm beer. And if you're lucky, you might even catch a glimpse of a whale, a majestic creature that, unlike you, knows exactly what it's doing in this bay. Now, if you're one of those adrenaline junkies who think walking on the beach is for wimps and sitting still is a sign of weakness, you'll be thrilled to know that icy Strait Point boasts the world's highest and longest zip line. That's right, folks, strap in for a 45-minute bus ride to the top, only to hurtle back down in a gut-wrenching 90 seconds. It's like the universe's way of saying, enjoy the scenery, now scream and question your life choices. For those of us with a bit more sanity and a preference for keeping our internal organs in place, there's a picturesque walk along the coastline leading to stores, restaurants, and a museum, all conveniently located on a wooden boardwalk. And for the really energetic or hopelessly lost, there's a coastal path to the local Huna village. It's a 30-minute trek filled with views so breathtaking you'll be too busy snapping photos to notice your aching feet and rapidly forming blisters. If you're not in the mood for a nature hike that leaves you resembling a sweaty mess or a death-defying zipline that turns you into a human projectile, you can always opt for the shuttle bus or a leisurely 20-minute stroll on the nature trail. This trail is perfect for those who want to feel adventurous without breaking a sweat or requiring a chiropractor afterwards. Many visitors, like me, prefer to embrace their inner beach bum. Today, I did absolutely nothing but stroll on the beach, and let me tell you, it was the best decision ever. Who needs excitement when you can perfect the art of doing nothing? We were treated to a nature show that could rival any blockbuster. A massive humpback whale decided to make an appearance, surfacing so close I'm pretty sure I got a facial from its blowhole spray. Talk about front row seats. Move over, SeaWorld, I've got nature's IMAX right here. Curious about the whale population, I asked a local why there were so many of these magnificent creatures around. It turns out this bay is a prime feeding ground, which is why whale watching tours come with a money-back guarantee. Who knew whales were such reliable performers? They should be charging us for the show. After the whale extravaganza, it was time to hit the shops. Unlike the mass-produced souvenirs of the big cities, here you'll find locally made treasures that actually benefit the community. Time flies when you're having fun or when you're frantically trying to buy last-minute gifts before heading back to the ship. Because nothing says I care like a hastily purchased trinket. And just like that, another day in paradise comes to an end. Back to the Pearl we go, laden with memories, souvenirs, and possibly a hint of whale spit. Ah, cruising life at its finest. Once on board, the first order of business is the time-honored tradition, dump the bags in the stateroom and make a beeline for the bar. Today, however, I was on a mission to find Harold, the ever-cheerful bartender who has a sixth sense for knowing when my beer needs a top-up. Beer in hand, I ascended to the open decks to marvel at the splendor that is icy Strait Point. Pro tip, for the sail away, stake your claim at the back of the ship on deck 7 on the shoreside. You might just spot Yogi Bear or, in my case, a majestic humpback whale passing close enough to make eye contact. Yes, folks, I now have a whale bestie. Nature, you never disappoint. Naturally, this whale-watching adventure worked up a thirst, so it was back to Oceanus for a refill. With my trusty beer, I claimed a spot to the right of the bar at a table opposite the stairs and settled in for a session of intense relaxation, aka, people watching and wondering why cargo shorts are still a thing. While there, I couldn't help but notice the relentless flashing from the photographer's setup at the top of the stairs. After the third migraine-inducing flash, I began to wonder if I was developing a superpower. X-ray vision? Laser eyes? No, just a headache. I pulled a few others, including the staff at Oceanus, and they all agreed the flashing was driving us to the brink of insanity. Seriously, if someone has an epileptic fit halfway up the stairs, it's a recipe for disaster. A simple warning sign would do wonders here, folks. Caution, flash photography in progress. Proceed at your own risk and bring sunglasses. Bonus points if they throw in some free shades. Public service announcement over, it was time to head to the Stardust Theater. I hadn't seen a show in a while, and tonight's act featured a ventriloquist. The last time I saw one, the jokes were flatter than a pancake run over by a steamroller, mostly revolving around American culture, which flew over most of the audience's heads faster than a bald eagle on caffeine. But hey, hope springs eternal, or maybe I just have a short memory. This ventriloquist, however, was a pleasant surprise. His jokes were relatable, and he skillfully balanced the act with just enough American references to keep everyone entertained. I laughed so hard I considered starting a new exercise regimen based on his shows. If laughter truly is the best medicine, I was on the path to immortality, or at least to abs of steel. After the late show, it was straight to the land of Nod. Another day in cruising paradise, successfully navigated with beer, whales, and unexpected humor. Life at sea has its perks, and tonight, my dreams will be filled with giant mammals and punchlines. Cheers to that. Day 42, Ketchikan. Today, the Pearl graced the legendary Ketchikan, the self-proclaimed salmon capital of the world. This charming little spot is famous for its Native American totem poles, the nearby Misty Fjords National Monument, and enough salmon spawning streams to make any fish blush with embarrassment. Naturally, there are plenty of shops, restaurants, and bars conveniently clustered around the dock, just waiting to drain your wallet faster than a Vegas casino on a winning streak. With the ship not docking until 9 o'clock, I had ample time to enjoy a leisurely breakfast in the Garden Cafe. The food was decent, the coffee was passable, and the conversation with Robbie, the ever-enthusiastic shopping consultant, was priceless. Mid-chew, it hit me, I still had a mountain of gift shopping to tackle. Thanks, Robbie, for the gentle reminder in the rising panic that sent my heart racing faster than an Alaskan sled dog in a caffeine-fueled race. Still ticking off the minutes before our grand entrance into Ketchikan, I ventured up to the top deck to capture the arrival on film. Let me tell you, the journey down the narrow waterway into Ketchikan is the kind of jaw-dropping scenery that makes your camera weep with joy. Alaska, with its majestic beauty, will leave you breathless. Consider this your official warning. Deep breaths are mandatory. And maybe a few gasps for dramatic effect. True to form, the Pearl docked right on schedule, expertly maneuvering into place like a pro figure skater who moonlights as a ship captain. With my shopping list burning a hole in my pocket, I hovered near the stairs like a caffeinated squirrel, ready to bolt as soon as the local officials gave us the green light. If you saw Blur racing down the gangway, that was me executing a not-so-graceful sprint toward the shops. Turns out, my frantic dash was unnecessary. The shops are literally a stone's throw from the ship. So much for my Olympic aspirations. Armed with the port shopping information sheet and a cunning plan, I embarked on my mission, hitting up every shop giving away free gifts just for saying hello. Yes, I was that person, collecting a bizarre assortment of trinkets like a magpie on a caffeine high. And so, my day in Ketchikan began an adventure in bargain hunting, breathtaking scenery, and the ever-present quest for the perfect piece of salmon-themed memorabilia. Cheers to cruising life, where the only limit is how much free stuff you can carry. First stop, the nearest shop, where I launched into a friendly chat with the store person standing outside. Naturally, the conversation veered toward the most important question of the day. So, where do I pick up my free gift? Minor hiccup at the first shop, it wasn't the right one. Turns out, I was next door to where I should have been. But hey, these kind folks were feeling generous and handed me a gift just for trying something on. Score 1 for the confused but charming tourist. With that small victory under my belt, I set off on a mission to visit the remaining stores and collect as many freebies as possible. Before long, my bags were brimming with an eclectic assortment of goodies that ranged from free gift to what on earth is this. With time to spare, I wandered into Del Sol to grab the t-shirts my granddaughters wanted. Naturally, I managed to snag a few more freebies there too. Winning! Now, if you're the shy type and the thought of waltzing into stores and asking for free gifts makes you break out in hives, here's my advice: don't be. These shops are expecting you. Still unsure? Find your friendly shopping consultant, like my pal Robbie, and let them guide you through the process. Trust me, it's like a treasure hunt with guaranteed loot. And thus, my day of shamelessly collecting freebies and shopping for souvenirs continued. Who knew shopping could be this entertaining? If only every shopping trip came with a side of free stuff and a dash of adventure. With time to kill before the tour, I headed back to the ship for lunch, then made my way to the Stardust Theater at noon for today's grand adventure. Minor hiccup, the theater was pitch black and not a shore excursion person in sight. A quick glance at my ticket revealed the painful truth: I was at the wrong meeting point. The correct rendezvous was at the dock, at the front of the ship. The moral of the story: always read your ticket, folks. Reading is fundamental, and apparently, so is avoiding embarrassment. Miraculously, I made it from the theater to the front of the ship in under 5 minutes, a personal best that would have made Usain Bolt jealous. There was Alan from Shore Excursions, clipboard in hand, looking like a guardian angel of adventure. Kudos to NCL, as only 3 people had booked the Rainforest Island adventure today, making it feel like an exclusive VIP tour. Move over, celebrities, there's a new elite in town, and it's me, the navigationally challenged tourist extraordinaire. I'd previously suggested that Shore Excursion staff should join all tours to offer expert advice. Today, we had 2 of the ship's finest, Alan and Maria, tagging along. It felt like traveling with our own personal cruise celebrities. A short walk led us to our guide, a woman who could talk for America, charming but a talker. She doubled as our bus driver, taking us to a small marina where we'd get a safety briefing before boarding an inflatable boat for a high-speed ride to the island we'd be exploring. Safety briefing done, we boarded the boat, where I was promptly given the washy treatment as the spray from the waves hit us. 1 minute I'm dry, the next I'm a contestant in a wet t-shirt contest. We made one stop en route so our captain could give us a short talk about some island rocks. I wasn't paying much attention, though, because I was on high alert for Yogi Bear. After all, you don't come to Alaska to miss out on bear sightings. Monty had already shown me a video of the bear he saw just to rub it in. Thanks, Monty. All ashore for the next 2 hours, and we were off for a delightful stroll through the woods on a wooden walkway that seemed more suited for a runway show than a hike. Our 2 guides managed to lead and follow simultaneously, creating a sort of guided tour sandwich with the group in the middle. This wasn't some grueling trek up Everest, it was a gentle walk that even my grandma could handle, and she considers getting up from her recliner a workout. We ambled along at a leisurely pace, stopping to admire the local flora and swap jokes like we were on a stand-up comedy hike. Who knew nature walks could be this entertaining? Alaska, you never fail to surprise. Halfway around the trail, there was still no sign of Yogi Bear, though I did spot a wooden bench. I wondered if it was a product of Yogi and Boo Boo's woodworking skills. But then, at the end of the trail, we were rewarded with snack salmon and hot chocolate. A bizarre combination, yes, but it hit the spot. Even the local birds seemed to join the party, probably hoping for leftovers. They must have heard through the bird vine about the weird but tasty snacks. The friendly banter continued, and I suggested that on the next tour, they should hide a picnic basket along the trail and have someone in a bear suit jump out at us. It would be the highlight of the trip. For some reason, this idea didn't take off. Maybe next time. Apparently, scaring tourists half to death isn't in the Shore Excursion manual. Maria, one of our guides, decided to explore the shore, hopping over rocks and peering into tide pools to see what critters were lurking. Naturally, the rest of us, all 4 plus our guides, followed her lead. It felt like being kids again, playing by the shore and looking for treasure. Soon enough, our trusty boat returned to whisk us back to the ship. A part of me was relieved because, as much as I enjoy nature, I wasn't keen on starring in an NCL version of Survivor. And so, our adventure concluded with laughter, snacks, and the lingering hope of spotting that elusive bear next time. On our way to the port, the driver casually mentioned that the island's best milkshakes could be found here. Naturally, the beautiful Maria and I had to investigate. Let me tell you, these milkshakes were so thick that trying to drink one through a straw was like trying to suck a bowling ball through a garden hose. Spoon, anyone? Halfway back, I was still valiantly wrestling with my milkshake. That's when Maria, bless her, walked straight into comedic history. She proudly announced she'd finished hers because she was better at sucking, complete with a cheeky straw demonstration. The rest of the group responded with a synchronized no comment, leaving me with no choice but to document this moment of hilarity. Sorry, Maria, it had to be shared. Another grand tour concluded, made all the better by the company of a Canadian couple, Alan, and the ever-entertaining Maria. With some time to spare before all aboard, I headed to a bar whimsically named the Asylum for a few beers. This place was conveniently close to the ship, serving Alaskan brews at reasonable prices. The best part? Unlike my last visit to an asylum, they actually let you leave whenever you wanted. Cheers to that and to adventures that keep getting stranger and funnier. By 1800 hours, back on the ship and now firmly in the mood for more beer, I made a beeline to Oceanus. A few cold ones later, I was ready for a late dinner in the Garden Cafe. Hey, don't judge, the beer was excellent and went down smoother than a greased otter. Later, I decided to catch the late show at the theater featuring the tenors of rock and Harry Maurer. They must have been phenomenal because I didn't see much of the show, fell asleep almost immediately. Sorry, guys. I blame all the walking in fresh air, definitely not the copious amounts of beer. After the show, it was back to my stateroom to complete my nap marathon and head to the land of Nod. The day's adventures had worn me out, but it was worth every moment. And so, Ketchikan, with its free gifts, nature walks, and thick milkshakes, will forever be etched in my memory. Here's to the next adventure, wherever it may lead. Day 43, another day at sea. Another sea day, another chance to marvel at the ocean and do, well, not much of anything. My grand plan for the day? Perfecting the art of laziness. I wandered the ship like a contented ghost, catching snippets of shows, and chatting with the wonderful folks I've met since the 14th of April. And yes, my fellow cruisers, it was a masterclass in doing absolutely nothing. Tonight's entertainment was Legends in concert. Having seen it twice already, I figured a third time might make me start seeing legends that weren't even on stage. So, I opted for a more laid-back evening at the Malting Shakers Magnums bar. It's like Cheers but on water, with Swanee, the resident encyclopedia on all things alcohol, playing the role of Cliff Clavin. Despite my repeated suggestions to her bosses, the food beverage director and the beverage manager, it seems my feedback is still floating in the void, probably somewhere near Atlantis. Many crew members have mentioned that management has a habit of ignoring or failing to pass on important information. It's almost like a corporate game of telephone, but with more cocktails and fewer clear messages. The night stretched into the early hours as I found myself in the Bliss Lounge with the delightful company of Trudy and Jim from the north of England. Well, north of Winchester, which is practically the Arctic to me. They regaled me with tales that made me wonder if they were secretly stand-up comedians in disguise. As I've often said, you start a cruise as a solo traveler but quickly find yourself among friends from around the globe. Jim and Trudy were just two of the fantastic people I've met, along with Colin, Bernie, and the lovely folks from Oz who might as well be honorary comedians at this point. The best part? The Pearl isn't scheduled to dock in Victoria until lunchtime tomorrow, or should I say today, giving me plenty of time to catch up on sleep and dream about all the antics to come. Who knows, maybe tomorrow I'll perfect the art of doing nothing while standing on one leg. A man can dream. Day 44, Victoria, Canada. A little bit of a lie in this morning because, let's face it, it's the day before the end of the cruise, and even my mind and body agreed to a truce and let me stay in bed until 7:30. After a rapid-fire round of the 3 S's shit, shave, shampoo, for those keeping track, I made my delicate way to breakfast. Somehow, I found myself on a deck too far, feeling slightly under the weather. Could it have been the vast quantities of alcohol consumed in the wee hours? Maybe. But I soldiered on with a full English breakfast, washed down with approximately 1,000,000 gallons of coffee. Today marked a first for me with NCL, visiting the same port twice on the same cruise. Technically, it's a different cruise, but since I never got off the Magnificent Pearl, I'm counting it as the same one. You know you've reached peak laziness when even the ship starts to feel like your second home. My head needed a serious wake-up call, so I spent a couple of hours on the open decks, gulping down the fresh, brisk air like it was the cure for all my ills. Spoiler, it wasn't, but it did make me feel like a heroic figure in a melodrama. True to form, our trusty captain got the Pearl to Victoria right on time. After the usual customs formalities, the mass of eager tourists was unleashed upon the beautiful city like a horde of caffeinated squirrels. Having been here just 12 days ago, I played it smart and waited for the initial queue to shrink before venturing out to explore the parts of Victoria I missed the first time around. Once I finally disembarked, I made a beeline for the town center, knowing I could score some free internet there. This time, I didn't bother following the crew in their covert Wi-Fi operations, which are basically an episode of Mission Impossible but with less Tom Cruise and more sneaky texting. On the way, I got sidetracked by sea lions doing tricks for fish because, apparently, I have the attention span of a toddler. It's amazing what you can achieve when your spirit animal is a distracted goldfish. The walk to the town center took longer than expected, thanks to a pesky mosquito bite from Sitka that had turned my leg into a stinging mess. I swear, that mosquito must have been armed with a jackhammer. Pro tip, if you get bitten by something on a cruise, don't try to be a hero. Go see the medical center if the bite still hurts days later. Yes, it's expensive, but that's why you have travel insurance. Also, you'll avoid looking like an extra in a zombie apocalypse. Finally, I stumbled my way to the center of town, looking like a drunken penguin on roller skates. A very confused, mosquito-bitten penguin. There, along the quayside, I found a tiny market bustling with Native Americans selling every souvenir under the sun. Whether you need them or not is irrelevant, they make fantastic gifts. And if you really don't want them, well, there's always the noble art of regifting. Nothing says I care like passing along a totem pole keychain you got because you were distracted by sea lions. As I made my way down the high street, I was serenaded by a sound that could only be described as a herd of cats being strangled while auditioning for America's Got Talent. Thankfully, for the sake of my love for cats, it turned out to be a band of bagpipes and drums valiantly attempting to stay in tune as they played for the local pubs. When they finally finished, another band jumped in, turning the whole affair into some kind of battle of the cat stranglers. Sorry, I mean bagpipers. Instead of just breezing past the money exchange at the dock, I decided to change some American dollars into Canadian dollars. This decision enabled me to grab a nice cold drink and watch the pipers duel from the comfort of a shady spot. It's amazing how much more tolerable bagpipes are with a drink in hand. But alas, my curiosity and my aching feet spurred me onward. So, I resumed my stroll limp down the high street, which eventually morphed into Chinatown. You know you've hit Chinatown because the street light posts are all painted red, which is apparently the luckiest color in the Chinese palette. Plus, there's always that one dragon statue staring at you like it's judging your life choices. I must have only spent an hour or so wandering through Chinatown because, honestly, if you've seen one, you've pretty much seen them all. Sure, there might be minor differences here and there, but the ones I've seen all look remarkably similar. It's like déjà vu with a side of dumplings. I wandered through the familiar maze of lanterns and lucky cat statues, half expecting to bump into myself from a previous visit. Time was ticking towards 17:30, and even though the all-aboard time wasn't until 23:30, it was the last night of the cruise, and I still had packing to do. So, I hobbled back to the Pearl, muttering about the cruel gods of procrastination who seemed to take a special interest in my life. To my surprise, I discovered why I hadn't seen the crew wandering the high street in search of Wi-Fi. It was available right next to the ship. Genius, I will definitely remember this next time. I breezed past the hard-working security staff, who barely gave me a second glance, probably because I looked too bedraggled to pose any threat. I must have appeared as dangerous as a wet sock. Bags and cameras safely stowed in my stateroom, I made a beeline for the summer palace to burn through the last of my onboard dining credit. I scored a seat with a prime view, not of the ocean, mind you, but of the couple hogging the window seat. Every time they leaned back, I caught a glimpse of the dock. Lucky me! It must be my irresistible charm, because soon I had a jolly rapport going with the waiting staff, who were fabulous, by the way. Being the last night, I decided to go all out and ordered the surf turf again, even making room for dessert. Why not, right? Feeling like a stuffed turkey after Thanksgiving, I finally mustered the courage to face the dreaded packing for departure. There I was, surrounded by clothes that seemed to multiply like rabbits every time I turned my back. With my suitcase now a monument to excess, I pondered the mysteries of the universe, like why my suitcase was now heavier than when I embarked. I blamed the gifts, the souvenirs, and perhaps a small black hole that formed inside my luggage. But hey, if I can't close the suitcase, I'll just sit on it until it surrenders. Victory will be mine, one way or another. Now, why did I embark on this 44-day escapade with a suitcase weighing precisely 23 kilograms, only to end up with a bag that feels like it's been packed by a hoarder who moonlights as a professional shopaholic? And, let's not forget the additional bag I panic purchased on board, now bursting at the seams like it's auditioning for a role in a baggage horror movie. I point the finger at Robbie, our overzealous shopping consultant, for all the gifts and bottles of champagne I'm now desperately trying to cram in. Well, one bottle has already been sacrificed to the gods of liquid farewells tonight. Cheers to that! After a hard-fought, epic battle that would make Hercules weep, I finally managed to pack the bags and place them outside for the ever-patient Abdullah to collect. No matter how many times I cruise with NCL, I will never comprehend why some people don't take advantage of this divine bag packing service. It's practically a miracle in luggage form. With the bags sent off like tiny, overstuffed warriors, it was time to bid adieu to all the fabulous people I'd met on this journey, both passengers and crew, with champagne firmly in hand, naturally. I spent my final night aboard the Majestic Pearl in the Maltings bar with the delightful and endlessly knowledgeable Swanee, or however you spell her name, I'm pretty sure I've butchered it again, and the other fantastic bar staff. Eventually, I dragged my weary self up to my stateroom and floated off to dreamland, dreaming of the next adventure that would surely include more shopping consultants and even heavier bags. Day 45, Seattle, USA. The final day of my 44-day odyssey has arrived, but as they say, it's not over until you're desperately clutching your luggage at the airport. Besides, I still have one more shore excursion to squeeze in before bidding adieu to this floating buffet of joy. Being on an NCL cruise, the breakfast options are so abundant they make Vegas buffets look like amateur hour. As I waddled towards the restaurant, I couldn't help but recall a fellow passenger's sage advice: if you go hungry on this ship, it's your own fault. No blame game here. I was fully committed to my role as the ship's resident glutton. So, off I went for one last gargantuan full English breakfast, determined to eat my weight in bacon and sausages. A massive shout out to all the tireless chefs and galley staff who kept me fueled with such fantastic food on board. With plenty of time before my 8 o'clock meeting at the Stardust Theater, I returned to my stateroom for a final sweep. I scoured every nook and cranny. Nope, I didn't leave anything behind, not even a rogue sock. With my room clear, it was time for the emotional farewells. I must have made quite an impression because crew members were actually seeking me out to say goodbye. There were hugs all around, making me feel like the cruise's unofficial mascot. Now, let's give a shout out to the unsung heroes of the ship who made sure we not only arrived at the right ports but did so safely, and to the housekeeping staff who kept the whole ship in pristine condition. Here are a few standouts: security, Neil and his team, especially the young lady from the mountains of Peru who found Alaska downright frosty. Shore excursions, Alan and the beautiful Maria, who ensured I didn't get lost or eaten by bears. Housekeeping, Abdullah, the magician who made my room look like I hadn't spent the last 44 days living in it. Customer service desk, the young Spanish lady with the patience of a saint. Bar service, Swanee and Harold, my nightly saviors. Restaurant staff, the night crew in both Garden Cafe and Oceanus, who kept my early morning coffee addiction well supplied. The time had come to transform into a human billboard one last time as the shore excursion dream team of Alan and Maria plastered me with so many stickers I looked like a walking advertisement for today's tour, the best of Seattle, ending at the airport. Honestly, this is the ultimate way to conclude a cruise, milking every last drop of holiday fun while dodging the seventh circle of hell known as the airport waiting lounge. Trust me, I've been there, done that, and got the "I'd rather watch paint dry" t-shirt. After a final round of goodbyes that felt like I was leaving summer camp, it was time to join my fellow savvy cruisers on the dock, where our eagerly waiting bags stood like loyal dogs. For some mysterious reason, all the security and customs staff were smiling and laughing, which left me puzzled, especially when Alan, whom I had last seen in the theater, suddenly materialized near the luggage. Spill the beans, NCL. What secret teleportation tech are you hiding? Anyway, I collected my luggage and breezed through customs with the grace of a well-seasoned traveler. Getting on the coach, however, was a whole different circus. Apparently, some people believe they're VIPs at a rock concert and must shove their way to the front to get their bags on first and claim prime seating. Let them have at it. I say the coach isn't leaving without me. So there I was, on the coach, heading for the airport, reflecting on my journey and the amazing people I'd met. The cruise had been a whirlwind of food, fun, and friendship, and as we drove away from the ship, I couldn't help but smile. Next stop, real life, but not without a ton of great memories and perhaps a few extra pounds as souvenirs. Honestly, I'm one buffet away from needing my own zip code. Once on the coach, we were greeted by Father Christmas moonlighting as a summer tour guide. Okay, maybe it wasn't him, but this guy was a dead ringer for Santa Claus, complete with rosy cheeks and a jolly laugh. He was an amiable guide ready to show us the best of Seattle. I half expected him to pull out a sleigh instead of starting the engine. Our first stop was the iconic Seattle Space Needle. We were whisked 520 feet up to the observation tower via external lifts with glass fronts. If heights make you queasy, no worries, there's a nice, comforting picture of the ground on the back wall. Nothing like a visual reminder of your impending doom to calm the nerves. From the top, Seattle sprawled out below us in all its glory, offering one last chance to snap a photo of the NCL Pearl docked and readying for her next voyage. It was a picturesque moment, assuming you could see through the tears of terror from the elevator ride. Next on our whirlwind tour was the world-famous Pike Place Market, home of the flying fish. Now, if you're as naive as I was, expecting to see actual flying fish soaring through the air like some aquatic circus, prepare for disappointment. The flying fish are actually the market stall holders chucking huge fish at each other like they're playing a very smelly, high-stakes game of catch. The market itself is a riot of colors and smells, with stalls selling every kind of fish, fruit, vegetable, and snack imaginable. It's like someone threw a food carnival and forgot to tell the clowns to clean up. This is also the birthplace of Starbucks, featuring the original logo, a mermaid who looks like she's had a rough night. If you want to say you had a coffee at the first Starbucks, be prepared to join the line of caffeine pilgrims. The wait can be half an hour, which I'd argue is better spent exploring the fascinating market stalls rather than queuing for an overpriced latte. Seriously, by the time you get your coffee, you'll need another one to recover from the wait. Santa Claus gave us a couple of hours to explore before herding us back onto the coach for our trip to the airport and the end of this grand adventure. By herding, I mean he jingled his bells and we obediently followed, like festive sheep ready to board a sleigh, coach. One final tip for Seattle Airport: leave plenty of time to get through security. Seriously, it's like trying to get into a sold-out rock concert where the bouncers are paranoid TSA agents. Expect it to take at least an hour, so plan accordingly to avoid a mad dash that would make Usain Bolt look like a sloth. With a head full of memories and a suitcase bursting at the seams, seriously, I think it's on the verge of declaring a mutiny and demanding its own seat, I boarded my flight home. My mind was already drifting back to the endless buffets and the gentle rocking of life at sea, dreaming of my next cruise adventure and mentally apologizing to my genes for the damage done. Final note: huge thanks to NCL for an incredible 44 days. What started as a 7-night jaunt around the Caribbean turned into a spectacular journey through the Panama Canal and all the way to the stunning landscapes of Alaska. Shout out to all the hardworking crew members who made every moment unforgettable. You guys are the real MVPs, especially for not throwing me overboard after my 5th request for extra bacon. That's me signing off until next time. I hope my misadventures have inspired you to embark on your own cruise escapade. But picking the right cruise can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack, especially with over 300 cruise lines and more than 30,000 different cruises navigating every nook and cranny of the globe. Fear not. This short guide is here to help you steer through this minefield and select the perfect cruise for you. Enjoy cruising, and may your journeys be filled with laughter, relaxation, and just a bit of overindulgence at the buffet. Bon voyage. And remember, the only weight you should lose on a cruise is the weight of the world off your shoulders. So you want to go on a cruise? The British love affair with the sea is so old, it probably predates the invention of waterproof trousers. But now, there's a new romance in town, and it's all about cruising. Yes, cruising. Every year, more Brits are jumping on these floating hotels, and the trend shows no signs of hitting the brakes anytime soon. This surge in cruise mania means that more and more cruise lines are parking their floating paradises right here in the UK. From the petite and charming vessels of Fred Olsen to the gigantic, city-like behemoths of Royal Caribbean International, to MSC and even NCL, there's something for everyone. It's like having a never-ending buffet of cruises and destinations, all without the nightmare of dealing with airports. Unless, of course, you're one of those people who enjoy the unique thrill of airport security and in-flight peanuts. So, let's dive into planning our first cruise adventure, shall we? We'll break it down into bite-sized pieces, because nothing says organized fun like a well-laid plan. Right, let's take our first steps in planning our cruise. Cue the dramatic music and the confetti cannon. Step 1. Where would you like to go? Cruise lines now cover the world's oceans like butter on toast, and I'm talking a thick, generous spread. The Caribbean, Alaska, Northern Europe, the Mediterranean, the Indian Ocean, Southeast Asia, Australia, New Zealand, South America, the Pacific. If there's water, they've slapped a cruise ship on it. You can even cruise to the polar regions on special eco-friendly ships. Worried about the ice? Don't be. They've got icebreaker holes that make the Titanic look like a bath toy. Feeling overwhelmed by the sheer number of choices? Don't panic, just stick with me. Picking an area sounds easy, right? Well, mostly. But here's a curveball. Places like Alaska only let cruise ships in during the short summer season, usually from May to September. Because, no one wants to admire glaciers while dressed like the Michelin Man. Weather is another tricky beast. For instance, South America is best in our winter because it's their summer. Meanwhile, the best months to cruise Europe are in the summer because who travels all that way to shiver and curse their luck? We want to bask in glorious sunshine, not huddle under an umbrella muttering about climate change. Alright, we've picked where we want to go and when to go there. High five. Now, let's march on to the next step. Cue the drumroll and marching band. Step 2. How long? Alright, the next step in our cruise planning escapade is deciding how long you want to float around like a fabulously pampered sea cucumber. Options range from a quick 1 or 2 night taster cruise. Think of it as the tapas of cruising to a 120-day world cruise, which is basically a semester at sea but with fewer textbooks and more mojitos. But don't hyperventilate. We've already narrowed it down to your cruising area of choice. For example, a typical Caribbean cruise is around 7 days. Just remember, you'll need time to travel and meet your ship. Flights can be as unpredictable as a toddler on a sugar high, so it's best to fly the day before and spend a night near the port. The last thing you want is to be that forlorn figure on the dock, waving a tearful goodbye to your departing ship like a character in a soap opera. Shorter cruises to places like the Bahamas and the Mexican Riviera are usually 3 to 4 days. Perfect for a quick escape, but remember to tack on some extra days for travel. You might want to sandwich these mini cruises between a land holiday, so you get the best of both worlds and twice the Instagram envy. If you fancy the Baltic, you're looking at 9 to 12 days of stunning sights and maybe a few bewildered seagulls. South American cruises typically last 30 days or more, plenty of time to master your tango and devour your weight in empanadas. For the commitment phobic, you can dip your toes in the cruising waters with a 2 to 4 day jaunt from the UK. But if you dream of sailing away to the sunny Caribbean directly from the UK, brace yourself for a minimum of 14 days because the ocean stubbornly refuses to speed up for our convenience. And for the truly adventurous or perhaps the indecisive, there's the option to combine cruises. Imagine a 16-day Panama Canal cruise followed by the Mexican Riviera, Pacific Coast, and Alaska. It's like a never-ending buffet of destinations, often referred to as back-to-back cruises. So pack those extra stretchy pants and prepare to sail into the sunset again and again and again. Step 3: Which cruise line? Fantastic, we've nailed down where we're going and how long we'll be living our best lives at sea. Now, on to the next step, choosing the right cruise line. Get this wrong, and it could mean the difference between having the time of your life and, well, saying it's okay with a forced smile that even Botox couldn't fix. This is where things get a bit tricky. With over 300 cruise companies out there, picking the right one is like trying to find a needle in a haystack while blindfolded and wearing oven mitts. So, let's tackle this head-on by considering what you actually enjoy on your holiday. Are you a thrill seeker who wants rock climbing walls and surfing simulators on board? Or are you more of a laid-back lounger, happiest with a cocktail in one hand and a book in the other? Maybe you're a foodie dreaming of gourmet dining experiences, or perhaps you've got kids and need a cruise line that won't make you want to throw yourself overboard by day 2. Each cruise line has its own personality. Some are sophisticated and elegant, others are family-friendly fun zones, and some are like floating nightclubs. So think about what floats your boat, pun absolutely intended, and we'll narrow down the list. Now, let's dive into the sea of choices and find the perfect match for your cruising style. Alright, let's get into the nitty-gritty of choosing the perfect cruise line, because this is where things can go from oh wow to oh no, faster than you can say all aboard. Dress code: are you the type who loves to strut around in your fanciest frock or your snazziest dinner suit, ready to dazzle at a glamorous night out? Some cruise lines have a delightful mix of formal, semi-formal, and informal nights that would make even James Bond do a double take. Or maybe you're more of a laid-back dresser, happiest in your flip-flops and Hawaiian shirt, feeling like you're always on vacation. Well, guess what? Some cruise lines have gone freestyle with no dress code at all. Yep, you heard that right, you can rock up to dinner in your pajamas if you really want to. Talk about taking dining and comfort to a whole new level. Dining: do you relish the idea of having set meal times at a designated table, bonding with your dinner companions as the cruise progresses? By the end, you're practically BFFs, swapping life stories and dessert tips. Or maybe you're more of a free spirit, preferring a spontaneous approach, eating whenever the mood in your stomach strikes? Fear not, fellow foodie. Many cruise lines now offer freestyle dining, where you can waltz in whenever you please. Still, some lines stick to the traditional dining schedule because nothing says luxury at sea, like being told when to eat your lobster bisque. Health and fitness: fancy a bit of pampering at sea? Some ships boast spas bigger than my entire apartment, complete with a hot tub, saunas, and possibly their own zip code. Just a heads up, though, you might need to book your treatments online before you even set foot on the gangway. And let's be real, nothing screams relaxation like getting slathered in seaweed while you're literally at sea. It's the ultimate in nautical luxury. Poseidon himself would be jealous. Entertainment: what's your idea of a great night out? Do you swoon for West End style shows and big productions, the kind that make you wonder if you accidentally boarded a floating Broadway theater? Or maybe ballroom dancing and interactive party shows are your jam, twirling and mingling like you're auditioning for Dancing with the Stars, Cruise Edition. Perhaps you're the life of the over-the-top party scene, ready to bust a move and outshine the disco ball. No worries if that's not your style, though. There's always a quiet corner on board where you can chill with some soothing background music, perfect for those who prefer a low-key vibe and a good book over a conga line. Family traveling with the family? Look for ships with kids clubs that will keep the little ones entertained and give you a break from playing referee. It's like shipping them off to summer camp while you lounge by the pool. Everyone wins. But if the mere thought of children running around makes you want to jump ship faster than you can say man overboard, consider adults-only cruises or ships with fewer family-friendly amenities. Trust me, there's nothing more relaxing than knowing the only tantrum you might witness is someone missing the last shrimp at the buffet. Extra expenses: do you prefer everything bundled up in one neat price, or are you fine with paying for drinks and shore excursions as you go? Some cruises offer all-inclusive packages, where you can sip on margaritas and book snorkel trips without worrying about the bill. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet but with more ocean and fewer questionable casseroles. On the other hand, some cruises let you pick and choose, giving you the flexibility to decide if today's budget allows for both a piña colada and a swim with dolphins or just a glass of water and a longing look at the sea. Size: do you relish the intimacy of smaller ships with up to 600 cruisers, where you can actually remember names and not just refer to everyone as "Hey, you"? Or are you ready to dive into the bustling energy of larger resort ships that hold up to nearly 6,500 fellow passengers, turning every trip to the buffet into a game of human bumper cars? It's like choosing between a cozy dinner party and a full-blown carnival. You decide if you want to be on a first-name basis with everyone or if you're ready to embrace the floating city vibe, complete with its own zip code and traffic jams. Facilities: are you on the hunt for state-of-the-art activities like massive water parks, ropes courses, surf simulators, and skydiving simulators? Basically, the kind of stuff that would make even Indiana Jones break a sweat. Or are you perfectly content lounging by the pool with a good book, sipping on a drink with an umbrella in it, and pretending you're in a luxury shampoo commercial? Whether you're an adrenaline junkie or a master of relaxation, there's a cruise ship out there that's got your name written all over it, probably in neon lights or elegant calligraphy, depending on your style. Age: while the average age of cruisers has dropped, some ships still cater to specific age groups. Take Saga Cruises, for example. They're adults only with a minimum age of 55, perfect for a more mature crowd who appreciate a good nap and a well-timed bingo game. On the flip side, Carnival ships are like floating parties designed with the younger generation in mind, where the energy is high and the conga lines are never-ending. But hey, most ships cater to a wide range of ages. Longer cruises often attract an older crowd simply because they have more time to spare and less need to rush back to reality. But remember, age is just a number. On a cruise, you might find yourself making lifelong friends over shuffleboard or dance-offs. So whether you're 25 or 85, there's a perfect ship out there just waiting for you to come aboard and shake your groove thing. Now, let's take a gander at some of the major cruise lines. With over 300 to choose from, we'll stick to the highlights to keep your head from spinning like a ship's propeller. So grab your captain's hat, and let's set sail through the world of cruising options. Carnival Cruise Line's large contemporary ships 2052-3690 guest primary language English. Carnival's fleet, fondly known as the Fun Ships, is like a floating amusement park on steroids. Their ships are built with one goal in mind: to make sure that every time you walk up the gangway, you feel like you're stepping into a whole new world of fun where your inner child is free to run wild. Kids Teens on a Fun Ship, one low price covers just about everything, including Carnival's award-winning Camp Carnival children's program for ages 2-17. It's like summer camp, but without the mosquitoes and with way better food. So, you can kick back and relax, knowing you won't need to sell a kidney to cover all the expenses that usually come with traveling with kids. Celebrity Cruises Large Ship Premium 983046 guests primary language English. Welcome to the world of Celebrity Cruises, where the ships are so chic, modern, and sophisticated they'd make James Bond feel underdressed. These floating palaces consistently rank among the best in the world, and it's no wonder. Every cruiser gets to enjoy the premium experience that is a Celebrity Cruise. Everything on board is designed to engage you, pamper you, and renew you, like a luxury spa day that lasts your entire vacation. The fleet combines cutting-edge technology with inspired style, world-class cuisine that makes your taste buds do the cha-cha, luxurious accommodations that could make a 5-star hotel blush, and service so excellent you'll wonder if the crew can read your mind. Kids Teens got the family in tow? No problem. Celebrity's award-winning family program offers onboard entertainment and activities for children and young adults. Their 4-tiered supervised youth programs are tailor-made for kids ages 3-17, with activities that are perfectly suited for each age group. So while you're being pampered and renewed, the kids can be entertained and exhausted, meaning everyone's happy and bedtime is a breeze. Costa Cruises Large Contemporary Ships 1244-4947 guests primary language Italian, but don't worry, English is used in announcements and on printed material, so you won't accidentally end up in the engine room. Costa Cruises boasts one of the widest choices of itineraries and ships available today. Think of it as the cruise line version of an all-you-can-eat Italian buffet, endless options, and everything's delicious. Every ship is designed to blend comfort, entertainment, and pleasure in that unmistakable Italian style. Picture yourself stepping onto your Costa cruise ship. It's your first destination, and it's as elegant, comfortable, and beautiful as a Tuscan villa on the sea. Some ships are large and spectacular, packed with all the fun you can handle. Others are smaller, offering a more personal and intimate ambience, perfect for pretending you're a VIP. Kids Teens: the best things in life come in small packages, and Costa's kids program is no exception. They've got pizza parties, treasure hunts, face painting, and everything in between, yes, even Italian lessons. Supervised activities like these are all in a day's play for kids on board. So, while the little ones are busy mastering the art of the perfect margherita pizza, you can kick back and enjoy the dolce vita. Buon viaggio. Cunard Line Large Ship Luxury 1990 2620 Guests Primary Language English. Cunard takes cruising and turns it into an art form, specifically, the art of living well. On these 5-star vessels, every moment is designed to make you feel like you're starring in a highbrow period drama. Guests blend music and painting with cuisine and conversation, invigorating walks with reading and relaxation, and explorations of historic landmarks with the spectacle and purity of nature. This is the Cunard legacy: timeless elegance, exceptional service, exotic destinations, and, quite simply, a more sophisticated experience. It's like Downton Abbey at sea, but without the drama in the servants' quarters. Kids Teens now, let's talk about the kiddos. Facilities for children on board Cunard ships aren't as extensive as some other lines, but there is a charming play zone filled with toys, games, and activities. Picture your little ones delighting in a soft play area while you confidently enjoy a glass of champagne, knowing they are in the best care with fully trained nursery staff. It's like having Mary Poppins on board, minus the magical carpet bag. Disney Cruise Line Large Contemporary Ships 2700 4000 Guests Primary Language English. Dreaming of a magical voyage across land and sea? Or perhaps a cruise to exotic island retreats? Just make a wish, and Disney will make it come true, with a sprinkle of pixie dust for good measure. On a Disney Cruise Line vacation, adults find excitement and indulgence, children have the time of their lives, and families unite in ways only Mickey and Friends can orchestrate. There's something special for everyone aboard a Grand Disney cruise ship, whether it's meeting your favorite characters or simply reveling in the magic that Disney does best. Kids Teens: as you might expect, Disney Cruise Line ships are like floating wonderlands for children of all ages, with entertainment provided by your favorite Disney characters. Imagine your kids, ages 6 months through 17 years, learning and playing in larger-than-life play spaces fueled by Disney storytelling. It's like stepping into a Disney movie but without the commercial breaks. Holland America Large Ship Premium 835-2106 Guests Primary Language English. Holland America Line is like the Swiss Army knife of cruising, offering a plethora of options that can satisfy every traveler's appetite for exploration. Want to cruise the fjords of Norway? Done. Fancy a jaunt around the Mediterranean? No problem. They've got more cruise and cruise tour that's a combo of cruise and land vacations options than you can shake a passport at. If you crave premium experiences and global adventures, Holland America is your ticket to ride, sail, and everything in between. Kids Teens now, let's talk about the little explorers. Holland America's got supervised fun on lock with Club Hal, providing a wide variety of exciting activities for kids ages 5 to 17. Think of it as Hogwarts at sea, minus the magic wands. Participating youngsters get an activity program delivered right to their stateroom and a Club Hal t-shirt, because who doesn't love free swag? Hurtigruten Cruise Line Niche Cruises 318-1000 Guests Primary Language English. Hurtigruten Cruises is the Indiana Jones of the high seas, minus the fedora but with all the adventure. They specialize in authentic exploration-oriented cruises that deliver expert-led journeys, taking you to the most remote, jaw-droppingly beautiful corners of the earth. Whether you're spotting polar bears in the Arctic or penguins in Antarctica, Hurtigruten goes where few dare to tread. Kids Teens: kids are welcome aboard Hurtigruten ships, but let's keep it real, child-friendly facilities and activities are a bit limited. And if you were thinking of bringing your toddler to meet the penguins, think again. Children under 5 aren't allowed on Antarctic voyages for safety reasons. But for those slightly older, this is a golden opportunity for the entire family to share the excitement of exploring some of the world's most remote and stunning destinations in a way that's both meaningful and enriching. Plus, it makes for some epic "what I did on my vacation" essays. MSC Cruises Large Contemporary 2199 4363 Guests Primary Language Varied English, Italian, German, French, Spanish, and Brazilian Portuguese. MSC Cruises is like the United Nations of the seas, with the primary language on board changing more often than a chameleon at a paint store. Whether you're chatting in English, ordering in Italian, or practicing your high school French, MSC has you covered. Their ships scream Italian style and European ambience, boasting exceptional comfort, warm hospitality, and a commitment to saving the planet one elegant voyage at a time. Picture this: marble, Swarovski crystal, walnut burl wood, and onyx, all coming together in a dazzling display of opulence that makes your grandma's best china look like dollar store knockoffs. Kids teens, since MSC is family owned, they've rolled out the red carpet for your little ones. Not only do kids sail free, yes, you read that right, free, but they also get to dive into the complimentary kids program for ages 3-17. The kids club staff are like the Mary Poppins of the sea, keeping your children entertained all day, every day. So, while you're sipping your Negroni and enjoying the Italian flair, the kids are off having the time of their lives. Norwegian Cruise Lines Large Contemporary 1936 5200 Guests Primary Language English. Ahoy, freedom lovers! With Norwegian Cruise Lines freestyle cruising, you'll find the kind of liberty usually reserved for eagles and rock stars. Imagine a cruise where you can eat when you want, wear what you want, and do what you want without anyone giving you the side eye. It's like the Wild West of the high seas, but with more shuffleboard and fewer saloons. NCL's Freestyle Vacation offers a smorgasbord of restaurants, a relaxed dress code, yes, you can leave the tux at home, and an endless array of activities. Kids teens, if you're sailing with the next generation, you're in luck. Norwegian boasts one of the best youth programs at sea. The award-winning Splash Academy and Entourage programs now cater to children as young as 6 months. Yes, you read that right, 6 months. They've got a complimentary kids and teens program that's split into 2 groups, Splash Academy for the wee ones up to 12 years old and Entourage for those moody teens from 13-17. Whether they're into arts and crafts, video games, or just trying to avoid their parents, Norwegian has got them covered. Oceania Cruises Mid-Size Premium 684-1250 Guests Primary Language English. Ladies and gentlemen, foodies and fancy folk, gather round. Welcome to Oceania Cruises, the holy grail of destination cruising, where every meal feels like it's been blessed by the culinary gods. Forget your local diner here, the 5-star menus are crafted by none other than the legendary Jacques Pepin. You'll dine like royalty while sailing to award-winning destinations, sipping on complimentary soft drinks and bottled water like it's liquid gold. Kids teens now, let's get one thing straight, Oceania Cruises welcomes guests of all ages. But if you're cruising with kids, you might want to reconsider unless your children are miniature adults who enjoy fine dining and discussing the merits of vintage wine. There's no babysitting, no kids clubs, and definitely no clowns making balloon animals. It's all upscale, unregimented, and unapologetically adult. So, unless your little ones enjoy a sophisticated, low-key environment, you might want to leave them with grandma and grandpa for this trip. Princess Cruises Large Premium 672-3560 Guests Primary Language English. Ahoy, future cruisers! Welcome to Princess Cruises, where affordable luxury isn't just a buzzword, it's a way of life. Think big ship choice with a small ship feel, like Goldilocks Dream Vacation. Whether you're on a cozy vessel or one of their grander ships, every public space is designed to feel intimate and inviting. Decorated in a contemporary style, these ships offer an informal, relaxed atmosphere that's perfect for those of us who want to enjoy luxury without feeling like we need a monocle and a top hat. Kids teens, if you've got junior cruisers in tow, Princess has got you covered. Their Kids Off Limits Teens programs for ages 3-17 make family travel a breeze. These programs are a boatload of fun, pun absolutely intended, featuring everything from arts and crafts to video games, discos, movies, splash pools, and more. It's like summer camp at sea, but with better food and no risk of mosquito bites. So, while you're soaking up the sun and sipping on a piña colada, the kids will be busy making friends and memories that'll last a lifetime. Regent Cruises Mid-Size Luxury for 9,700 Guests Primary Language English. Welcome aboard Regent Cruises, where luxury isn't just a perk, it's the whole shebang. Imagine an ultra-luxury, all-inclusive cruise experience that doesn't just offer real value but also makes you wonder why you have ever traveled any other way. Your cruise fare includes free airfare from select cities, gourmet meals, beverages that flow like a river, gratuities, and even shore excursions. Their ships are designed for guests numbering in the hundreds, not thousands, so you'll never feel like you're navigating a sea of strangers. The onboard ambience is personal, accommodating, and upscale without being uptight like a five-star hotel where you can still get away with wearing flip-flops. Kids teens, if you're cruising with kids, rejoice. Regent's Club Mariner program is offered during the summer months and holiday seasons, keeping your youngsters from ages 6 to 11 and 12 to 17 entertained with activities tailored just for them. Think of it as a summer camp on a luxury liner but with less bug spray and more gourmet ice cream. So, while you're busy indulging in all the ultra-luxury offerings, the kids will be off having their own adventure, making it a win-win for everyone. Royal Caribbean Large Contemporary 2076 5,400 guests primary language English. Ahoy there, fellow adventurers. Let me introduce you to the wacky wonderland that is Royal Caribbean International, the first floating nation known as the Nation of Why Not. Forget your troubles and hop aboard for a vacation like no other, where the motto is why not. And the possibilities are as endless as the ocean itself. With diverse destinations and amenities that'll make your head spin literally, thanks to the Flowrider Surf Simulator, Royal Caribbean is the go-to choice for travelers who refuse to settle for anything less than everything. Whether you're chilling on a lounge chair or itching for an adrenaline rush in exotic locales, this is the cruise for you. Kids teens calling all mini adventurers. If you're between the ages of 3 and 17 and have successfully bid farewell to diapers and pull-ups, then it's time to join the excitement of the Adventure Ocean youth programs. These programs are like school but way more fun. Think educational activities disguised as epic adventures. So, pack your sunscreen and leave the diapers at home because it's time to set sail for the ultimate voyage of discovery. Seabourn Yacht-style ships 208 450 guests primary language English. Ahoy, fellow seafarers. Welcome aboard Seabourn, where we take cruising to a whole new level of sophistication. Picture this: personalized service, luxurious all-suite accommodations, and superb cuisine that will make your taste buds do a happy dance. But wait, there's more. We're talking complimentary open bars, dining where and when you please, and indulgent extras like massage moments on deck and beach parties with caviar in the surf. Because why settle for ordinary when you can sail in style? Kids teens now, before you start packing the kiddos' swimsuits, let me stop you right there. Seabourn cruises are strictly for the grown-ups. That's right, no kids are allowed on these adult-only ships. It's like a floating oasis of relaxation, where the only tantrums you'll encounter are from adults who missed out on dessert. But fear not, my childless friends, because the world is our oyster, and the sea is our playground. So, now that we've narrowed down our destination and cruise length and chosen the perfect cruise line, all that's left to do is book a cabin. Easy peasy, right? Just remember to pack your sense of adventure and leave the kiddos at home. This is adulting at sea, and we're here for it. Step 4: Choosing the location. Ah, the thrilling adventure of choosing the perfect location for your cruise cabin. Sounds like a breeze, right? Well, hold on to your life jacket, folks, because getting this wrong could turn your dream cruise into a Titanic-sized disaster. Here's why picking your spot on the ship is more crucial than deciding between a buffet and a la carte dining. Position on the ship. Navigating the 3 zones of cruise ship real estate. The front of the ship, where you can watch the world unfold before your eyes like a giant pop-up book. Sure, you might snag a balcony with killer views, but beware, these cabins are like the VIP section of a roller coaster ride. Get ready for some serious swaying and swerving, especially if the sea gets a little feisty. Motion sickness, anyone? Middle. Welcome to the sweet spot, where the ship's motion is as steady as your grandma's knitting needles. Think of it like being in the middle of a giant seesaw. Sure, there's some movement, but nothing that'll send your stomach into knots. Plus, you're just a hop, skip, and jump away from all the onboard action. Talk about convenience. Aft or rear of the ship. If you're craving panoramic views and Instagram-worthy sunsets, look no further than the aft-facing cabins. Not only do you get to watch the ship reverse into port like a boss, but you'll also feel the gentle sway of the ocean beneath your feet. Just remember, not all aft cabins come with a rear view, so choose wisely and embrace the seesaw sensation. So, there you have it, folks. Choose your cabin location wisely, and you'll be sailing smooth seas ahead. Choose poorly, and, well, let's just say you'll be wishing for a life raft and a refund. Which deck? The age-old question. Choosing the perfect deck on a cruise ship is like picking the perfect slice of pizza. There are countless options, and they all come with their own delicious perks. So, grab your compass and hold onto your sun hat because we're about to embark on a journey through the decks of the high seas. Upper decks, the penthouse of the sea. With views that'll make your Instagram followers green with envy and prices that'll make your wallet cry, the upper decks are where the elite mingle with the seagulls. Just remember, the higher you go, the closer you are to the buffet. Talk about living the high life. Middle decks. If you're all about that sweet spot between luxury and affordability, the middle decks are where it's at. You'll still get a taste of that upper deck glam, but without the hefty price tag. Plus, you're just a hop, skip, and a shuffleboard away from all the onboard action. It's like being in the Goldilocks zone of cruising just right. Lower decks, the bargain basement of the sea. Sure, you might not have a view of the captain's table, but who needs that when you're busy living your best cruise life? Embrace the cozy confines of the lower decks and save those doubloons for the souvenir shop. After all, it's not about where you sleep, it's about the memories you make along the way. So, whether you're reaching for the stars on the upper decks, chilling in the middle deck sweet spot, or cozying up in the bargain bins of the lower decks, remember one thing: the deck you choose is just the beginning of your epic cruise adventure. Budget. Embracing the lower deck charm. If you're the type who likes to stretch your sea legs without stretching your wallet, then these decks are your golden ticket to cruise paradise. Sure, you might not have a penthouse suite with a jacuzzi and a butler named Jeeves, but who needs all that when you've got the thrifty charm of the lower decks? Budget bliss. Picture this: you're sailing the high seas without breaking the bank. The lower decks offer all the comforts of home without the hefty price tag. Sure, you might not have an ocean view, but who needs one when you've got the soothing hum of the ship's engines to lull you to sleep? Plus, think of all the money you'll save for souvenirs, seashell keychains. Anyone? But wait, there's more. Not only are the lower decks kind to your wallet, but they're also kind to your tired sea legs. After a long day of exploring exotic ports of call, the last thing you want is to hike up 15 decks to your cabin. With the lower decks, you're just a hop, skip, and gangplank away from your cozy cabin. No need to battle the elevator crowds or attempt the stairway to heaven. Just sweet, sweet relief. So, whether you're pinching pennies or just prefer the down-to-earth charm of the lower decks, remember one thing: budget cruising isn't just about saving money, it's about embracing the laid-back, wallet-friendly vibe of life on the high seas. Smooth sailing, my frugal friends. Motion sickness conquering the high seas. The age-old battle against the dreaded motion sickness, a foe as relentless as a sea captain chasing a whale-sized fishtail. But fear not, my fellow cruisers, for I come bearing tidings of great joy and minimal queasiness. Rockin' and rollin' now. Picture this: you're sailing the 7 seas, feeling as chipper as a sailor on shore leave. But suddenly, the waves start playing a game of ship shake-up, and you're left feeling like a cocktail in a blender. Fear not, my friends, for the middle of the ship is your sanctuary in this tempestuous sea of motion sickness woes. Nestled snugly in the belly of the beast, you'll find solace from the swaying and swerving that plague those poor souls on the outer decks. Stabilizers to the rescue. But wait, there's more. Modern cruise ships aren't just floating palaces of luxury, they're also equipped with state-of-the-art stabilizers, the superhero of the seas. These mighty contraptions work tirelessly to keep your ship as steady as a grandma's knitting needle, even in the roughest of waters. So, whether you're cruising through a serene sunset or weathering a stormy squall, you can rest assured knowing that motion sickness doesn't stand a chance against the marvels of modern engineering. So, my fellow landlubbers, fear not the wrath of motion sickness, for with a strategic cabin choice and the power of stabilizers on your side, you'll sail through the high seas with nary a stomach churn in sight. Smooth sailing, my friends, and may your seas be as calm as a cucumber in a cocktail glass. Which part of the ship will I visit most? The eternal question: which part of the ship will I call home during my nautical escapades? Well, my fellow sea voyagers, fear not, for I am here to guide you through this tumultuous sea of decision-making with the finesse of a captain navigating through a storm. Poolside paradise if you fancy yourself a sun-soaking, cocktail-sipping, poolside prince or princess, then look no further than the pool deck for your cabin abode. Picture this, you're lounging on a deck chair, feeling the gentle spray of the ocean breeze, and suddenly, a waiter appears with a tray of frosty beverages. Ah, the life of luxury awaits you on the pool deck, my friends. Bar hopping bonanza now. If your idea of a good time involves hopping from one bar to the next like a tipsy kangaroo, then set your sights on a deck lower down towards the middle of the ship. Why, you ask? Well, my dear cruisers, that's where the heart of the action lies. With bars and dining rooms aplenty, you'll be swaying to the rhythm of the ship's movement while sipping on your favorite libations. Just remember to hold onto your drink tight when the ship decides to do its sideways shuffle. Wouldn't want your martini ending up in the lap of the captain. So, whether you're basking in the sun by the pool or swaying to the ship's rhythm in the midst of a bar-hopping extravaganza, rest assured that there's a deck for every sailor's fancy. Bon voyage, my friends, and may your cruise be filled with laughter, libations, and plenty of memorable moments. Physical ability navigating the seas with ease. Ahoy there, fellow cruisers. Let's talk about the one thing that could make strolling down those endless corridors feel like a marathon: physical ability. Now, if you're not exactly keen on trekking down the never-ending hallways of the ship, or if your legs have decided to go on strike, fear not. I've got just the solution for you. The lifts. Ah, the magical contraptions that whisk you away to your desired destination with just the press of a button. But here's the kicker, they're not just located in one spot, oh no, they're strategically scattered throughout the ship like treasure chests waiting to be discovered. You'll find these lifelines, pun intended, either at the front, middle, or back of the ship, ready to transport you to your deck of dreams. So, if the mere thought of traversing those corridors has your legs protesting louder than a crew of mutinous pirates, fear not. Just snag yourself a cabin closer to the lifts and let those trusty elevators do all the legwork for you. After all, why break a sweat when you can break a smile as you glide effortlessly to your destination? Smooth sailing, my friends, and may your cruise be as effortless as a ride in those magical floating boxes of wonder. Ahoy, fellow adventurers! Strap on your sea legs because we're about to navigate through the treacherous waters of cabin selection. Now, choosing the perfect cabin is like picking the juiciest slice of pineapple from a tropical buffet. There's a lot to consider, and if you choose wrong, you might end up with a sour taste in your mouth. Above and below the main theater, picture this, you're trying to catch some shut-eye, but all you hear above you is the thunderous applause from the evening's theatrical masterpiece. Below, the rhythmic stomping of dance numbers turns your ceiling into a makeshift dance floor. Note to self, avoid these areas unless you fancy a nightly serenade of show tunes. Near all-night bars, the siren song of late-night revelry. But beware, my friends, for those party animals can turn a quiet corridor into a cacophony of cheers and clinking glasses well past the witching hour. Unless you're one of them, then by all means, party on. Next to the lifts, sure, it sounds convenient to have the lifts right at your doorstep, but imagine the incessant ding-ding-ding as they ferry passengers to and fro all night long. It's like having your own personal elevator symphony minus the harmony. The mysterious blank spaces. If the deck plan resembles a game of battleship with large blank areas, you might be unwittingly sailing into the realm of crew service zones. Prepare for a cacophony of clanging machinery and bustling crew members working around the clock. Under the main dining room, while it may seem peaceful during dinner hours, come nighttime, you'll be treated to a symphony of scraping chairs and clattering cutlery as the hard-working crew transforms the dining area back to its daytime glory. On the lower decks, watch out for those ominous blank spaces on the deck plan. They could be hiding anything from noisy machinery to the ship's laundry room. Unless you enjoy the soothing lullaby of industrial washers, steer clear. So, my fellow adventurers, heed this advice, aim for a cabin sandwiched between decks to buffer yourself from the noise. And remember, while the majority may strive for quiet nights, there's always a rogue wave of noise lurking just around the corner. Bon voyage, and may your cabin be as peaceful as a hammock on a deserted island. Step 5. Choosing the right cabin type. Ahoy, fellow cruisers! We're on the home stretch now, but there is just one more hurdle to leap over before we can officially set sail, choosing our cabin. But fear not, for I come bearing the treasure map to navigate these choppy cabin waters. Picture this, you're standing at the crossroads of cabin categorization, with options aplenty and confusion galore. Inside, ocean view, balcony, mini suite. Suite sounds straightforward, right? Wrong. Each of these categories comes with its own labyrinth of subcategories, like cabins with a view, cabins with a balcony, cabins with a mini bar, and so on. It's like trying to choose a flavor of ice cream in a gelato shop with 30 different options. It's enough to make your head spin. And let's not forget, my fellow adventurers, that not all ships are cut from the same sailcloth. Some ships like to play the high roller game, offering standard cabins fancier than a peacock in a top hat. Take Regent and Seabourn, for instance. They've set the bar so high that even their standard cabins feel like luxury penthouse suites. Talk about setting the bar, or, should I say, deck high. But fear not, brave souls, for I shall guide you through the murky waters of cabin selection, one category at a time. So buckle up, grab your compass, and let's chart a course through the wild world of cruise ship cabins. Inside cabin. Ah, the elusive inside cabin, like a hidden treasure chest buried deep within the bowels of the ship. These cozy little nooks are tucked away from the prying eyes of the sea and offer a snug haven for weary travelers. Picture this, you step into your inside cabin, and what do you see? Darkness. Complete and utter darkness. But fear not, my fellow adventurers, for this is where the magic happens. With no windows to distract you, you're free to immerse yourself in the blissful embrace of ship life. Now, these inside cabins may be small, but they're mighty. They can squeeze in up to 4 brave souls, although I wouldn't recommend it unless you're all on very friendly terms. And speaking of terms, let's clear up a few mysteries, shall we? First up, we have the French balcony, a whimsical name for a cabin that lacks the actual balcony part. It's like ordering a croissant and getting a baguette instead. But fear not, for Royal Caribbean has conjured up a solution, the virtual balcony. Picture this, a wall that magically transforms into a window, complete with panoramic views of the high seas. It's like having your own private IMAX theater, minus the popcorn. But wait, there's more. Some lucky souls may find themselves with an inside cabin facing the central boardwalk, a bustling hub of activity and excitement. But beware, my friends, for with great views comes great responsibility. Forget to draw the curtains, and you might unwittingly give your fellow cruisers a show they won't soon forget. So, remember to keep those curtains closed unless you're feeling particularly adventurous. Ocean view cabins. Ah, the ocean view cabins, where the sea meets your window and waves hello in the most picturesque way possible. But wait, there's more than meets the eye, pun intended. Let's dive into the different flavors of ocean view cabins. First up, we have the porthole view. Think of it as a tiny peephole to the outside world, strategically placed to let in just the right amount of natural light. Sure, you might not get the panoramic views of a penthouse suite, but hey, who needs that when you've got a porthole, right? Next on the list is the picture window view. Ah, now we're talking. Picture this, a large, square window that serves as your personal portal to paradise. With more natural light than a disco ball at noon, you can soak in the sights of the high seas without even leaving your cabin. It's like having front row seats to the greatest show on earth, or rather, on water. But hold on to your life jackets, folks, because we've got the obstructed or restricted view cabins. Now, these are for the true adventurers among us, those who don't mind a little obstruction in their view. Whether it's a partial or full blockade by a lifeboat or the ship itself, you'll still get a glimpse of the outside world. Plus, think of it as a bonus feature, you'll always know exactly where the lifeboats are in case of emergency. Just remember, no matter how tempted you are, that window isn't going anywhere. It's strictly for admiring the view, not for trying to squeeze through during a daring escape attempt. Balcony cabins. The balcony cabins, the VIP seats of the cruising world, where you can sip your morning coffee with a side of sea breeze or catch the sunset like a boss. It's like having your own slice of paradise with a railing. But wait, there's more to these balconies than meets the eye and the railing. Let's step out onto the Comedic balcony and explore. First up, we have the standard balcony cabins. Picture this, a spacious room with a side dish of outdoor luxury. These babies come with a separate sitting area, making them the envy of all other cabins. Plus, with those sliding patio doors, you can let the fresh air sweep in like a Hollywood star making a grand entrance. Then, we have the family balcony cabins, aka the party size option. These bad boys are bigger than your average balcony cabin, perfect for accommodating the whole family. And hey, if you need a little extra space, just slide open the adjoining door to the next cabin or keep it locked if you're not in the mood for surprise guests. And let's not forget about the obstructed view balcony cabins. Sure, you might not get the panoramic vista of your dreams, thanks to a sneaky lifeboat or ship part blocking the way. But hey, who needs unobstructed views when you've got a balcony to call your own? Just remember, in case of emergency, the balcony isn't your shortcut to a lifeboat getaway. Sorry, no balcony bungee jumping allowed. Mini suite. Ah, the mini suite where size really does matter. These bad boys are like the penthouses of the sea, boasting a larger-than-life sitting area and enough space to host a sofa bed slumber party. It's the perfect place to stretch out and live your best cruise life. And guess what? No obstructed views here, folks. These suites come with all the perks, including a balcony for those scenic ocean views. But hey, always double-check to make sure there's nothing blocking your view unless you're into the whole ship part obstacle course vibe. But wait, there's more. Some cruise lines are taking luxury to a whole new level with spa suites. That's right, you get access to the ship's spa, which is included in the price. So, while everyone else is busy lounging by the pool, you'll be getting pampered like royalty. It's like a vacation within a vacation. Cue the relaxation. Suites. Suites where the rich and fabulous go to live out their wildest cruise fantasies. These bad boys are like floating palaces, with enough space to make your landlubber friends green with envy. Picture this, up to 3 separate bedrooms, spread out over 2 glorious levels, all yours to rule with an iron fist or a plush robe, your call. And guess what? You get your very own butler, ready to cater to your every whim. Need a towel folded into an origami swan? Done. Craving a midnight snack? Voila! Your butler's got your back. But wait, there's more. These suites come with a balcony so big you could throw a block party. And if that's not enough, some even have a hot tub, because why not turn your cruise into a full-blown spa retreat? So, if you're ready to cruise like royalty, the suites are where it's at. Just remember to wave down to us peasants from your balcony throne. The posh cabins. Behold the posh cabins, the creme de la creme of cruise accommodations. It's like having your own little slice of luxury paradise within the floating paradise of a cruise ship. Picture this, you're lounging in your opulent cabin, sipping on a fancy cocktail, when suddenly, your personal butler appears like a genie from a designer bottle, ready to grant your every wish. Need a pillow fluffed? Consider it done. Craving a midnight snack? Presto! Your butler's got it covered. But wait, there's more. These posh cabins are part of a secret society known as the ship within a ship concept. It's like the VIP lounge of the high seas, accessible only to those lucky enough to score a ticket to this exclusive club. And let me tell you, they don't skimp on the perks. Separate dining area? Check. Private bar? You betcha. So, if you're looking to elevate your cruise experience from meh to oh la la, look no further than the posh cabins. Just be prepared to never want to leave the lap of luxury. Step 6: Choosing the right cabin for you. Congratulations on sticking with us through this cruise comedy extravaganza. Now, we're on the brink of the penultimate step, choosing the perfect cabin for you. With a boatload, pun intended, of options, 30 to be exact, picking the right one can feel like navigating a maze of luxury and confusion. But fear not, intrepid cruiser. We're here to guide you through this labyrinth of cabin choices with all the finesse of a drunken sailor on shore leave. So buckle up, or maybe just fasten your floaties as we embark on this hilarious voyage of cabin selection. How much time will I spend in the room? Ah, the immortal question. How much quality time will I actually spend in this floating abode? Are you the type to flit about the ship like a social butterfly, only retreating to your cabin for a quick wardrobe change and a snooze? Or do you envision cozy evenings spent sipping cocktails on your private balcony, watching the sunset and plotting your next onboard adventure? Let's face it, folks, size matters even on the high seas. From the snug embrace of an inside cabin more like a closet, really, to the airy expanse of a suite big enough to host your own dance party, there's a cabin size for every cruising personality. And yes, some suites are so spacious you could fit your entire neighborhood in there. Just think of the block party potential. So, before you set sail on this comedy of cabin errors, ask yourself, how much room do I need to spread my metaphorical sea legs? Because let's be real, nobody wants to feel like a sardine in a tin can when you're supposed to be living the high life on the open ocean. What's your budget? Ah, the eternal question, what's your budget, darling? Are you ready to live it up like a high roller or pinch those pennies like there's no tomorrow? If you're all about sailing on a shoestring, then cozying up in an inside cabin is your ticket to frugal fabulousness. Let's be honest, folks, who needs a window when you've got dreams as big as the ocean? Save those dollars for the real star of the show like unlimited buffets and souvenir cocktail umbrellas. Plus, who needs natural light when you can glow from the inside out with sheer excitement? So, if you're all about keeping that bank account afloat while still cruising in style, remember, it's what's on the inside that counts. And trust me, with an inside cabin, you'll have money left over for all the fun stuff like cheesy vacation shirts and tacky souvenirs that will haunt you forever. Do I need a full view? The question of the view, to see or not to see, that is the cabin dilemma. Do you really need a full view of the ocean's majesty, or are you cool with a little obstruction here and there? Because let's face it, folks, who needs a pristine panorama when you can have a quirky, obstructed view for half the price? Picture this, you're sipping your morning coffee on your balcony, admiring the sunrise, when suddenly boom! There's a lifeboat blocking your view like a nosy neighbor's hedge. But hey, who needs unobstructed vistas when you can have a slice of nautical mystery right outside your window? So, if you're all about embracing life's little obstacles and saving some cash in the process, then go ahead and book that obstructed view cabin. Who knows, maybe that lifeboat will become your new favorite conversation starter at the onboard cocktail parties. Do you need outside space? Ah, the timeless question of outdoor space, to balcony or not to balcony, that is the question. Do you really need a little slice of open-air heaven to step out onto and bask in the sea breeze, or are you cool with admiring the view from behind a pane of glass? Let's break it down, shall we? If your idea of a perfect cruise involves more deck-side adventures than cabin coziness, then maybe you can skip the balcony and opt for a cabin with a view and a roof over your head. After all, who needs a balcony when you're too busy living it up at the buffet or hitting the dance floor? But hey, if you're the kind of person who dreams of sipping martinis on your private balcony as the sun sets over the horizon, then by all means, splurge on that balcony cabin. Just be prepared to spend more time admiring the ocean from your perch than exploring the onboard amenities. Decisions. The size of your party. The age-old dilemma of cruising with a party of 4. Picture this, you're all crammed into an inside cabin like sardines in a can, trying to wriggle into your evening attire without elbowing each other in the face. It's a battle royale for mirror space, and don't even get me started on the jostling for bathroom time. Sure, the idea of cozying up together in a budget-friendly cabin might sound like a hoot at first, but when push comes to shove literally, you might find yourself longing for a little more elbow room. That's where the sweet life comes in, my friend. With enough space to swing a cat or at least a small penguin you can spread out, relax, and even enjoy a bit of peace and quiet away from the chaos of your fellow travelers. So, unless you're all best buddies with a penchant for close quarters and communal living, consider splurging on a suite or adjoining cabins. Trust me, your sanity and your elbows will thank you for it. Is the concierge level right for me? The allure of the concierge level. It's like stepping into a realm where your every whim is catered to with the finesse of a magician pulling rabbits out of hats, except, in this case, it's more like pulling extra fluffy pillows out of the closet. Imagine waltzing onto the ship like a VIP, bypassing the queues with a nonchalant wave of your hand, and settling into a cozy lounge where your every desire is anticipated before you even voice it. Need a dinner reservation? Consider it done. Want to book a shore excursion? Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Craving a specific type of pillow to cradle your weary head? Say no more, my friend. But before you go booking that swanky concierge-level cabin, ask yourself, is this the right fit for me? Sure, you'll be living the high life, but do you really need priority boarding when you can turn waiting in line into an impromptu dance party? Do you crave a pillow menu, or are you content with whatever fluffiness fate throws your way? Remember, it's your cruise, so choose the cabin that speaks to your inner cruise connoisseur. Whether you're lounging in luxury or kicking back in cozy comfort, make sure it's a voyage you'll remember for all the right reasons. The final step: book your cruise well. Look at you, all set to sail the 7 seas like a seasoned captain. You've cracked the code to crafting your dream cruise holiday, and boy, does it feel good. You've plotted your course to paradise, decided how long you'll be living the high life on the high seas, and even picked the perfect cruise line to carry you away into the sunset. Plus, you've mastered the art of cabin selection, deck determination, and finding the ideal floating abode for your seafaring escapades. Now, you stand at the crossroads of cruise greatness. You could dive headfirst into the vast ocean of internet searches, navigating through a sea of cruise deals and ship specs, hoping to find the perfect voyage for your newfound expertise. Or, you could take the shortcut to cruise bliss and ring up one of those mystical travel consultants, those wizards of wanderlust, who can whisk you away on the cruise of your dreams faster than you can say anchors away. So, what's it gonna be, sailor? Will you chart your own course through the digital waves, or will you entrust your voyage to the capable hands of a travel consultant? The choice is yours, but either way, smooth sailing awaits. Cruise terminology: a hilarious guide to nautical nonsense. Ahoy there, landlubbers! You've just stepped onto the majestic vessel that's about to transform your wildest nautical dreams into reality. And let me assure you, this is no mere boat, it's a floating palace. Calling it a boat is like calling a lion a kitty, it's just not happening. As we set sail on this grand adventure, you might feel a bit lost in the sea of nautical jargon. But fear not, fellow seafarers, for I'm here to navigate the hilarious waters of cruise terminology. Aboard opposite of ashore. Being aboard means you're on the ship, soaking in its splendor. Embrace the salty air and the gentle rocking of the waves as we navigate the high seas together. Just remember, being aboard means the buffet is your new best friend. A breast nope, not a typo for a feast, though that would be appropriate for a cruise. It means sailing alongside another ship. But don't look for this phenomenon at the buffet, it's more likely to be seen out on the open deck, where the only thing on the menu is breathtaking ocean views. Accommodation: the sacred sanctuary where weary cruisers seek refuge after a hard day's partying, or, let's be real, after realizing it was their own wobbly legs, not the ship, causing the sway. Cruise lines call it a stateroom or suite, but let's not sugarcoat it, it's your humble abode on the high seas, complete with ocean views and the occasional bump in the night. Add on the sneaky little charges that magically appear on your bill faster than you can say all-you-can-eat buffet. From airfare to shore excursions, these babies have a knack for turning a budget-friendly cruise into a wallet-emptying extravaganza. And let's not forget the beverage package, because who wouldn't want unlimited pina coladas at 9 a.m.? AFT, also known as the back of the ship, or as I like to call it, the blunt end. It's the end to the frontsion, the place where you'll find serenity, solitude, and maybe a few less seasick passengers. So, next time you're feeling lost, head aft, and you'll never be bowled over by the crowds again. Air SEA Fly Cruise, for those who prefer their cruises without the hassle of sprouting gills and swimming to the ship. Because, let's face it, doing the doggy paddle across the Atlantic isn't everyone's idea of a good time. With this nifty package, you get the whole shebang: cruise, airfare, and even a chauffeur-style transfer. It's like a one-stop shop for all your seafaring needs. Ashore, the promised land for weary sailors tired of being cooped up on the high seas. Ah, the sweet embrace of dry land, where the Wi-Fi flows freely like the ocean breeze. Yes, my friends, if you ever need an internet fix, just follow the crew. They'll lead you straight to the nearest hotspot faster than you can say, ship ahoy. Baggage allowance: the cruel, ever-shrinking limit on our seafaring swag. On a fly cruise, it's like playing a high-stakes game of suitcase Tetris, where every pair of socks and novelty hat counts. And don't forget the post-cruise conundrum, where you wonder why your suitcase resembles a bursting piñata. Spoiler alert, those complimentary bottles of bubbly might have something to do with it. Beam? No, not the kind used to construct pirate ships, but the nautical term for the ship's width. Picture yourself standing next to the bar, then sashaying across to the other side. Congratulations, you've just walked across the beam. Navy buffs might add that it's the ship's widest point, but we prefer to think of it as a stylish bar-hopping exercise. Bearing the mysterious art of not getting lost at sea. If you ever spot the ship doing a funky figure-8 dance, don't panic, the captain isn't hitting the rum too hard. they're just recalibrating the compass to ensure we're headed in the right direction. Trust me, the crew knows where they're going, probably. After all, a good bearing is the key to avoiding unplanned detours to deserted islands or encounters with giant squids. Berth, whether it's the cozy bed in your stateroom or the designated docking spot at the port, it's a term loaded with potential for misunderstanding. And speaking of misunderstandings, if you hear what sounds like a cat screeching during karaoke night, do yourself a favor and give that venue a wide berth. No one needs to witness the auditory assault of a tone-deaf rendition of My Heart Will Go On after a few too many pina coladas. Cabin, the humble cabin, or, as I like to call it, the luxury hovel where dreams come to sleep. On the high seas, the fancier you are, the fancier your digs become. Suddenly, your cabin morphs into a stateroom or even a suite because nothing says opulence like swapping out a regular old bed for a king-size throne of comfort. Category: let's talk categories, not the kind that involves tabby cats or cheesy reality TV, but the classification of your floating abode. It's all about location, size, amenities, and, of course, how much moolah you're willing to part with. Think of it as a game of cabin cash clash, where the posher you are, the higher the category climbs. Just remember, while you're splurging on your digs, you might miss out on the real fun like that midnight buffet or the conga line on the Lido deck. Cruise fare. Next up, we have the cruise fare, the cold, hard cash you shell out for the privilege of sailing the seven seas. But hold on to your life jackets, folks, because this price tag doesn't include all the sneaky extras like taxes, port charges, airfare, and the obligatory tip for the towel animal artist who transforms your bed into a menagerie of folded cloth critters. Cruise tour. The cruise tour, the indecisive vacationer's dilemma. Can't choose between a cruise or a land-based adventure? Why not have both? It's like trying to decide between pizza and tacos, so you just throw everything into a blender and hope for the best. Whether you opt for the pre- or post-cruise option, just remember, you're in for a whirlwind of maritime madness followed by a dash of terra firma tomfoolery. Debarkation. Debarkation, the grand exit from the floating fun factory. Whether you're bidding adieu to a port of call or reluctantly disembarking at the end of your journey, it's time to track down your trusty baggage. But beware, those mischievous house elves have taken over baggage duty, and your luggage is probably enjoying a wild ride on the conveyor belts, living its best life while you're left waiting at the dock like a landlocked landlubber. Deck. Now, let's talk decks, not the kind you shuffle cards on, but the levels of the ship that keep you from taking an unexpected dip in the briny deep. You'll find them lurking beneath your feet, supporting your sea legs as you navigate the maritime maze of bars and restaurants. Did I mention bars? Because, let's face it, who needs a compass when you've got a barometer of booze to guide your way? Deck. Plan the treasure map of the ship. It's like a giant game of connect the dots, where each dot represents a tantalizing hotspot of revelry. But beware, there are blank gaps on this map that can lead to perilous pitfalls like accidentally stumbling into the crew's quarters or, worse, the karaoke lounge during amateur hour. Deposit. Now, onto deposits, not the kind you find in your pockets after a night of raucous revelry, but the partial payment required to secure your spot on the ship. It's like putting a down payment on a floating palace of pleasure, ensuring that you'll have a cozy cabin to rest your weary head after a day of high seas hijinks. Just remember, this deposit won't get you first dibs at the bar. That's what your winning smile and generous tip are for. Draft. Not the kind you send to the Navy, but the measurement from the waterline to the lowest point of the ship's keel. It's like the ship's version of checking the depth of your cocktail glass, ensuring you've got just the right amount of liquid oxygen to fuel your maritime adventures. So, bottoms up, my seafaring friend, and may your draft be deep and your voyage be smooth sailing. Embarkation. The grand entrance onto the floating pleasure palace. It's like running the gauntlet past the paparazzi, except instead of flashing cameras, you're dodging the relentless pack hounds known as cruise ship photographers. They'll snap your pic quicker than you can say cheese, leaving you with more souvenir photos than you know what to do with. Final payment. Now, onto final payment, the moment when you kiss your hard-earned cash goodbye and hand it over to your ever-so-helpful travel agent. It's like a high-stakes game of financial roulette, where the only guarantee is that your wallet will be lighter by the end of it. And forget about trying to pay in livestock or other assorted critters these days. Cruise lines are only interested in cold, hard currency. So leave your sheep at home and bring your wallet instead. First seating. First seating, where you get to dine like royalty at the appointed hour, surrounded by the same merry band of shipmates for the duration of your voyage. It's like being part of an exclusive club, except instead of secret handshakes, you get unlimited breadsticks and a guaranteed seat at the captain's table. But if all this rigmarole sounds like too much effort, you can always go freestyle and dine whenever and wherever your heart desires. Just be prepared to fend off the hungry hordes of hangry cruisers vying for a table. Forward the pointy end of the ship that's as sharp as your wit and as sleek as a sardine slicing through the sea. If you ever find yourself lost on board, just follow the fishes on the carpet after all. When's the last time you saw a fish swim backwards? So point your compass toward adventure and set sail for the forward frontier, where the only thing sharper than the ship's bow is your sense of humor. Gangway, the gangway, that precarious passage between ship and shore, where you must navigate the treacherous waters of the pack hounds, otherwise known as cruise ship photographers. They lie in wait, ready to pounce with their flashy cameras and cheesy poses, determined to capture your most awkward moments for posterity. Gratuities, and then there are the gratuities, those sneaky little envelopes of appreciation that magically transform into a top-up for the ship's crew wages. On land, it might be called a bribe, but on the high seas, it's just good old-fashioned gratitude. Just be sure to slip those envelopes discreetly unless you want to be mistaken for a shady dealmaker instead of a generous soul. Guarantees the cruise line's ingenious solution for filling those less than desirable cabins that nobody else wants to touch with a 10-foot pole. From the dance floor dwellers to the lifeboat loiterers, these cabins offer a unique blend of adventure and inconvenience. But fear not, for with a guarantee comes the promise of at least a slightly less terrible cabin, complete with the possibility of an extra tea bag or two to sweeten the deal. Guest Relations Guest Services, your one-stop shop for all things complaint-related on the high seas. Whether you're upset about the lack of towel animals or the abundance of karaoke, these brave souls are here to take your grievances with a smile. And if they're not busy fielding complaints, they might even help you with useful stuff like directions or booking your next massage. Just don't forget to thank them with a hefty gratuity on your way out. Hold that looming mass of metal that surrounds you like a protective shell, or, if you're unlucky enough to be staring at it while at sea, a desperate cry for help. You see, the hull is what keeps the ocean where it belongs outside the ship. So, if you find yourself gazing at it from the main deck down to the keel, it might be time to grab a lifeboat and start paddling. Inside stateroom now. Let's talk about inside staterooms, those cozy little cabins that lack the luxury of portholes, windows, or balconies. They're the perfect excuse to stay in bed all day on a sea day, claiming you were just waiting for it to get light outside. After all, who needs sunlight when you've got room service and endless episodes of Shipwrecked and Bored? Midship, the middle ground between the pointy end and the blunt end of the ship. If you're not quite sure where you are on the ship, just aim for the middle, and you're bound to hit midship sooner or later. It's like the sweet spot of the sea, where the waves rock you gently to sleep without veering too far off course. Ocean View Stateroom now. Let's talk about Ocean View Staterooms, the inside cabin's slightly more glamorous cousin. They may not have the excuse of sleeping in, but they do come with the added bonus of a window to let in the light. It's like having a tiny slice of the ocean right outside your door without the hassle of actually having to go outside. Ocean View Stateroom with veranda, the pinnacle of onboard luxury for us common folk. These outside staterooms come with their very own balcony, where you can sit and watch the world go by or hide from that couple you got stuck with at dinner. You know, the ones they followed you everywhere, like a bad case of seasickness, and now they want to exchange email addresses. Ah, the joys of cruising! Port, not the drink, but the left side of the ship when facing forward. Just to clarify, that's the way the ship is pointing, not the way you're looking. Because if you're facing backward, the left side magically becomes the right side. Confused yet? Welcome to the wonderful world of maritime directions. Sailing time, the exact hour when the ship bids adieu to the dock and sets sail for adventure. It's also the perfect opportunity to play a riveting game of Spot the Pier Runners. These are the folks who forgot what time the ship leaves because, let's be honest, nobody thought to write it on their hands. Cue the frantic sprinting and panicked waving as they desperately try to catch the ship before it disappears over the horizon. Second seating like first seating, but with a side of patience. You see, you're not allowed to eat until all the ravenous ruffians from first seating have stuffed their faces and vacated the dining room. It's like waiting for the dessert cart to finally make its way to your table, except it's the entire meal. Shore excursion. Shore excursions, the organized tours where you blindly follow a guide around like a lost puppy. They'll lead you through bustling markets, ancient ruins, and tourist traps galore, all while sporting a shiny badge that screams, "Hey, look at me, I'm a tourist." Because apparently, the locals wouldn't have guessed otherwise. And don't forget the extra charge for the privilege of being herded like cattle. Starboard, the right side of the ship when facing forward. Unless, of course, you're facing the blunt end, in which case it becomes the post side. Confused? Just remember, fish always swim forward, and you'll be fine. Tender. The tender, the not-so-glamorous cousin of the cruise ship. Picture this, you're all dressed up in your finest vacation attire, ready to hit the town, and suddenly, you find yourself herded onto a tiny boat bobbing in the water like a cork. That's right, folks, welcome aboard the tender. It's like the Uber of the sea, except instead of a smooth ride, you get rocked and rolled like a theme park attraction. Transfers the magical journey from ship to shore and back again. It's like a real-life game of musical chairs, except instead of chairs, you're shuffling between modes of transportation. From airports to hotels to who knows where, it's a whirlwind adventure of confusion and chaos. Just try not to get lost in the shuffle or end up on the wrong bus to Timbuktu. My fellow seafarers, fear not, for the ocean of cruising lingo is deep and vast, like a bottomless buffet of words waiting to be devoured. These terms are just the tip of the iceberg, the appetizers before the main course of maritime madness. So grab your life jackets and hold onto your hats, because we're about to embark on a voyage of linguistic hilarity.